Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 32, In Flames I. Some things. First, my vacation is about to start. Some people have already started their vacation, however, mine only starts next week, after my calculus exam. In any case, with this vacation, I plan to continue my other novel, the one that had been on pause for around a month. My first plan was to rewrite the entirety of the first volume, not in the way you are thinking. I just want to change the way I mark speech, thoughts, and narration to the way it is now while also fixing some grammar. However, that would mean losing all of the precious images and lore. So I wonder if it's worth it. In order to do this, I was planning on removing the third chapter from next week in order to give me some leverage. Also, I plan to eventually add 5 more advanced chapters to Patter 3 on, making it 10. If you are interested, go take a look at the novel description. Apart from all of that, we are now going towards the events that will lead towards the end of Volume 2. Good reading, I hope you enjoy it. This also includes images, however, I will try to add them now if possible. What? Screamed Hestia as she looked at the burning castle. What is that flatboard doing now? Silver also gazed at the castle. He was curious, but... Let's go back home, he said. It wasn't his problem. What? Are we going to ignore it? Replied Hestia in surprise. It just feels. You talk as if we were obliged to do something in the first place. It's clear that something is happening, but we are not Orario's police force. And this might not even be an attack, perhaps it was just an accident. It's against the law to attack another familia up front, although the law can bend a little from time to time. Like that time when the Apollo familia destroyed the church to force the Hestia familia into a war game. If I am not mistaken, they would receive a fine, but that's all. The guild didn't even fine them because they knew it was useless. They wouldn't stop harassing the Hestia familia just because of such a thing. Things are normally resolved via war games. But of course, if a familia was eliminated by another in the middle of the night via assassination, this familia would be quickly eliminated out of Orario. I am not that versed in Orario's politics. Nor will I ever care. Until it affects me. For that, I at least know the basics. But I don't know Silver. I just feel bad about it. Although I hate that flatboard, seeing her house burn down doesn't bring me any joy. Silver looked at his goddess and decided. Sigh. Fine, I will go take a look. The mood was already destroyed with this event, so nothing good will happen by staying here in ignorance. He took out a small pouch from his inventory and gave it to Hestia. I will go take a look and make sure everything is fine. In case something is not fine, well, pay up with the money on the pouch and make sure to stay safe until I am back. Otherwise, I will just be back in a jiffy, so we can enjoy our food. I will say it right now, but I will only protect Loki, that is if I can. The others will have to fend off for themselves. And with that, Silver jumped from the balcony into a dark alley. Silver. Hestia looked at the moon as she saw many adventurers rushing across the streets and some even on the rooftops. Be safe. Silver ran across the alleys like an agile jaguar. He passed by an alley with his formal clothes, and when he left it, he was wearing full-body, silver, plate armor, with some dark details and red cloths on his waist. Although he removed those together with the cape since they got in the way of fighting. However. Image. So why did he add those in the first place? Just to look cool. Do you know the term? Fashion souls. Silver noticed a piece of white fabric strapped to the armor neck plates. Shit, forgot I had left my scarf in the armor when I was forging. Oh well, guess you are sticking with me this time as well. Fate can be quite strange. Silver used cloud walk and invisibility in order to sneakily run in the sky. With his speed, and considering the fact he was flying and didn't have any obstructions, he arrived in the Loki familia house within a few minutes. From the sky, Silver started to piece out what was going on. I can see some people fighting. Something is definitely going on. Did the Loki familia get attacked? If that's the case, are the attackers suicidal? Courting death. Once the Loki familia main force comes back, it's over. Only the Freya familia can fight against them. And it wouldn't be easy. If Loki dies, Orario will be filled with war. Even if she doesn't die, conflict will still happen since Loki isn't someone to receive a beating and stop just because of some political stability. I wouldn't doubt if she invaded a country because someone did something to her children. Much less if someone burned her house. Silver finally arrived in the plaza near the Loki familia home. This is worse than I thought. It was a pandemonium. Silver could see dozens of people fighting on the streets and some were even fighting inside of the castle. People wearing dark masks and cloaks. What a shitty situation. The Loki Familia was definitely being attacked. And the attacker has the intention to bring the Familia down. Or should I say, back to heaven. But things are slowly returning to order as more and more adventurers arrive to help. I can even see some members from the Artemis Familia. Were they close by? Oh yeah, I think today they patrol this area. Do I even need to help? From what I can see, the weakest among the attackers is level 2, they move in groups of 5 being commanded by at least one level 3. And I can see several of these groups. What sort of organization is this? To have multiple well-coordinated groups of level 2 adventurers being led by one level 3 each. It's enough to be called a medium-sized familia. If they have so many level 3, there is bound to be at least one level 4. I found him. Them. Silver soon found the leaders after searching for a while, he only had to look at the least populated area. Since the fights between high-ranked adventurers tend to get more destructive, lower-leveled adventurers will make sure to stay away so they aren't affected by it. In some places across the area, he could see groups of level 3s fighting against one single person. In order for that to be possible, the person has to be level 4. And this is only what I can see, meaning there might be more. A criminal and hidden organization that has this many level 4s. This means they have at least one level 5. Alright, something terrible is happening right now. These forces are enough to fight even the Ishtar Familia. They are definitely a high-level familia. Who are they? How did they manage to stay hidden all of this time? Silver shook his head. That doesn't matter right now. I can't help them in fending off against the attackers, but I can at least save Loki if she gets in danger. Silver noticed the casualties on both sides were still rather low. What are they doing? The attackers. They aren't killing anyone, they attack and retreat. They are focusing on defense. Why? Are they dragging time? But for what? Stop right there, criminal scum! Screamed a domineering female voice. From the top of one of the houses near the plaza, a girl around 170 cm with blue hair appeared. She had a bow on her hands. And a full quiver of arrows on her back. It was none other than Artemis herself. Slash swash, slash. Being faithful to her name, she pulled her bow and shot 5 arrows at once. Ah! Like a flash, all 5 arrows hit their targets almost instantly, showing off their speed and precision. However, she only aimed at their legs. Put your weapons down and prepare for judgment. Artemis jumped into the fray, unafraid of the enemies. Silver observed Artemis' movements. Even though she is a god, being restricted from using her arcanum, her body is still comparable to a level 3 adventurer while her archery is impeccable. If her skill was to be graded as a DA, then it would definitely be A or above. Not like I can grade it since I never saw anything near that. Things should get more balanced. However, the current Artemis Familia is much weaker compared to what it would be in 2 years. They do have one level 3 captain. No, she is definitely a high level 2, however, she is proficient enough to hold her own against a level 3. But this isn't enough. Silver used his plasmids to seek Loki's current position. He soon found her to be inside the topmost floor inside some sort of hidden room. She was completely alone, meaning that the door in front of her is her last defense. Ouch. I hate doing this to my eyes. They are now irritated. Silver had to use something beyond simple infrared vision, he had to go the X-ray route. And that was not only taxing but also unhealthy, his eyes could even get damaged. If Loki is safe, then there isn't much to fear. Silver sat on the top of one of the houses and waited. So this is the situation. I doubt I would need to intervene. The situation was pretty chaotic, pretty much. A group of cloaked assassins had taken over the entrance and walls of the Loki Familia Manor and they were simultaneously defending from reinforcements while a small group infiltrated the manor. The target was most likely Loki. Arg! Screamed one of the adventurers as he slashed his sword to the side. Slash clang, slash. But his cloaked enemy easily parried it. The battle raged on as Silver observed from his vantage point. The enemies are slowly making their way up the castle, although the losses are minimal on both sides, the Loki Familia is playing the safe game, probably trying to buy time for help to come. They should also be doing this in order to minimize their losses. After all, they have a territorial advantage, who knows the inside of the manor? Them, of course. Even if those terrorists aren't really trying, it doesn't mean everyone is fine, some people suffered severe injuries, and some may even die. I wonder what the invaders want this time. They bought so much time that I wouldn't be surprised if the Loki Familia main group suddenly appeared. For real now, they had 2 weeks to attack the Loki Familia, but they chose the last day of the excursion. The frontline members may return at any minute. Is their target the Loki Familia main group? If that's the case, I can only give them my condolences again. If they actually succeeded in taking them out, no matter who the enemy is, they would certainly be left with similarly big losses. But that isn't really cost-effective. So they must have another objective. I can think about this later, I need to focus on this. Although the Artemis Familia was low level, their cooperation was flawless as they managed to take on even a few level 3 adventurers with the support from their goddess. Do not fret as I have arrived, said a man with an overbearing deep voice. Silver looked at the source and saw a 2-3 tall hunk of a man in nothing but trousers. Behind him, a group of semi-naked guys appeared. They were pretty strong as they started to push back the assassins. However, they were too numerous, so they just helped in stabilizing a single area. The tall guy carried a large metal bat on his back that only seemed to intensify his barbaric nature. His hair was golden and long, like Goku's hair, and his eyes were red. This was. I guess he is being faithful to his name, Hercules. He's even taller than Otter. And more buffed. And this guy likes Loki. No wonder she doesn't reply. It wouldn't fit at all. She is literally, almost half his size, /BAM/. With a single swing of his club, Hercules knocked out a level 1 adventurer. Looks like he is more than just talk, although he seems weaker than Artemis. Level 2. I wonder why. Is it because of their influence? Many people pray for Artemis, as she is one of the gods with the most importance in Orario. In a cultural way. Freya may have the strongest familia, but she isn't the most revered one. Ganesha is certainly more revered than her. Perhaps that gives strength to a god. I can't see it any other way. Although, I do remember Freya managed to evade the attack of a level 4 captain and charm him. So she is at least that agile. So she is definitely not just a weak and frail woman. Since she can take on Otter's meat, I guess she has a lot of vitality, yeah. Hercules tried his best to rush inside the castle and save his princess, as he put it. But he failed miserably due to the blockage of the cloaked men. Get out of my way, screamed Hercules as he tried to charge through the cloaked men. Sheesh, that guy is fucking nuts, said Silver as he looked at Hercules' display. At least he knows how to fight. I guess it was obvious since he is Hercules. Not every god has to act as his real-life mythology counterpart. But something's wrong. A lot of time has passed yet nothing happened so far. Is this all a distraction? Perhaps Loki wasn't their target at all. Silver thought of Hestia for some reason. No. I can't be so overprotective. While he thought, Silver noticed a guy from the reinforcements picking up a knife. It seemed natural at first, but the problem was the person he was looking at. Is that? The shady guy slowly made his way across the battlefield. Minute after minute, he got closer to his target. He was really easy to see since, in that part of the battlefield, only girls of the Artemis Familia fought. I see, nice try, but I can't let you do that. He also noticed the guys inside the Loki Familia increasing their pace. I think I understand what they are trying to do. However, my goal was to protect Loki and only her. But I can't allow such a person to die this early in the storyline. Does that even matter after all of this? Silver looked at the chaos below him. People that were supposed to exist only in separate stories have shown themselves, and I can't grasp how that would affect the main storyline. Things have long started to follow their own path, one that I do not know. In the end, it boils down to my own wishes. Do I want to just stay here and watch as those fuckers get what they want? When I could have easily changed that. Am I so afraid of the consequences? Silver got up and looked at the assassin. Artemis. If they eliminate the Artemis Familia, criminal activities will spike, and doing covert activities will become easier. Although the Artemis Familia is small, they grew up fast and their reputation is already very high. Their main focus is on the city of Orario itself and not the dungeon. While most familias ignore Orario as a whole, the Artemis Familia actively seeks out criminals to punish them. Since their goddess is very strong, they can take on stronger criminals, and after a few years, Orario has become safer. This will only improve over time. They are classified as a hunting familia, killing monsters and helping people threatened by them. However, that's why the level of their members is so low despite them being talented and well managed. They are trying to remove the Artemis Familia out of the game while also trying to kill Loki. Was that why they were buying time? The perfect opportunity to assassinate a god. This might be the reason why they started at night, since this is the time when the Artemis Familia patrols this place. Not only that, people may start to look down on the gods and adventurer familias. Worse, they might panic or get cocky. Most mortals don't even think about this. After all, it's killing a god. Even the toughest of hoodlums would feel pressured by the mere gaze of a god. The impact of this event would be terrific. If people started to think that killing gods was no big deal. So in the end, stopping this also helps me. Time to act. it's about time as well since the killing party has started to accelerate their invasion inside the Loki Familia castle. Silver got up from the ceiling and picked up a large sword from his inventory. Too big, I won't be fighting anyway. I only need to protect the goddess. If I failed here, even more so to Artemis, another big friend of Hestia, she would certainly be devastated for a very long time. Silver took out a large-sized white spear and several sharp circles. They looked odd yet simple. They were nothing but a bunch of sharp black plates. However, those of profound knowledge may call them chakrams or chalakar. If these black plates can be called these anyway. 2 should be enough for now, it would be hard for me if there were any more. Like magic, the 2 black plates started to orbit Silver, as if they were shields. Time to act. Silently, Silver started to levitate and fly to his target. He had to get to Artemis before the assassin. It has been 5 minutes since Artemis arrived and around 20 minutes ever since the conflict started. Tisk. A red-haired girl with a long sword had just defeated another level 2 adventurer, but it was clear she was very tired and injured. Although it seems as if we are getting control of the situation, the enemy still has a solid defense. Just what is that they aim? The others are also being worn out. If this continues I might not be able to save everyone. Much less if those stronger enemies decide to intervene. Am I still too weak? Fwush. From the side, a blue-haired girl appeared and cut the woman's thoughts short. Rithusa. Retreat with the others, the situation has gone into an impasse and we can't do anything right now. It was none other than Artemis. She had blood on her body, it certainly wasn't hers, but she was visibly tired. The captain of her familia, Rithusa, knew her goddess was about to fall to the ground due to exhaustion. However, she knew that she wasn't going to back down from this. It might not have been long since they arrived, but everyone, including Artemis, has performed more than 100% of their capabilities in order to save as many people as possible. Artemis might have pushed herself beyond that. But that cost her stamina. Artemis-sama. Although Rithusa was anguished with the thought of fleeing, she knew Artemis was right. This wasn't a fight they could partake in anymore. The best they can do is secure order and help the civilians around the place. Understood. What about you? You also need to rest. Don't worry about me. I still have quite a lot of gas in me. That was a lie. Rithusa knew that was a lie, but Artemis was very stubborn when the matter was about saving others. Ever since she descended, Artemis has always thought about others even at the cost of her free time. So she just nodded and ordered a retreat as a way to lessen the burden on her goddess. Fwush. However, it was at that time when both of their guards were down that the traitor struck. Pierce. Splurge. Out of the shadows, he threw a knife that penetrated into Rithusa's arm even when she tried to avoid it, and at the same time he ran towards Artemis. He was clearly at least a level 2 considering his speed, and Artemis is tired, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. Time seemed to slow down as Artemis gazed at the knife slowly making its way towards her heart. She looked at the assassin, then at her familia members, then at herself. Is that it? But I barely had enough time to enjoy it. She bit her lips. After everything I did. I wanted to eat good food, laugh, and buy those cute clothes I heard the others talk about. Pierce. Notes. N. As I was saying. LOL. Pierce. What? Artemis didn't know what to think. In a moment, she felt as if all of her efforts would have been in vain, but in the other, a knight suddenly fell from the sky in her time of need. In front of her, stepping on top of the assassin's body, was a tall white knight with his spear penetrating the man's body. His pure white armor seemed to shine under the fire of the mansion. His white cape floated in the wind. Are you all right? Asked the white knight. As he asked that, he removed the spear impaled on the traitor as if it was nothing, dirtying his impeccable boots with the filthy blood of the assassins. However, Artemis didn't seem to care about that at all. Her attention was elsewhere. She had to raise her head to look straight into the knight. He was tall enough to cast a shadow into her. For a moment, she forgot she was on a battlefield as all that covered her vision was that man. Although she couldn't see his face, she, for a moment, managed to see a pair of resplendent pale moons gazing at her. Although that might have been something from her imagination due to the stress. She remained in trance before she was taken out of her trance by a scream. Shit. Snake Fang has been terminated. Initiate Plan Berserk. Screamed one of the cloaked level 4s. All of the cloaked figures suddenly became aggressive, trading blows and wasting more stamina as they furiously attacked all of the adventurers. The scream also woke up the other girls, who were similarly entranced and confused by the situation. The level 4s banded together and rushed towards Artemis' position while eliminating all adventurers in their path. However, those adventurers bought more than enough time for the night. We need to leave, said the knight. Their objective is most likely to eliminate the Artemis and the Loki Familius at the same time. However, their priority is both Loki and Artemis themselves. He commented. Exclamation point, X. The two girls were surprised, although they both seemed to have their own suspicions. This was by far the most likely scenario. However unbelievable it may be. They might have other plans in mind, but that doesn't matter. I will go save Loki. Red-haired girl, can you have the other adventurers retreat? Thanks. He didn't even wait for her reply as he started his next action. I will help you a little, said the knight as he pointed his right hand forward. Mist started to form around his arm, leaving from the gaps inside of his armor and from the air itself. It gathered at a fast rate until it turned into a meter-wide gym ball. This should be enough. Slash fwush, slash. Evade it. Screamed one of the level 4s. The ball flew at high speed towards the assassins. They evaded to the side, thinking it was an attack, but the ball suddenly exploded on their face. Slash poof, slash. Large amounts of thick mist started to cover that part of the plaza. Arg. The compressed mist was released with such force that it blew most of the assassins across the place. They might be level 4, but if they are hit with enough force, they will be blown up, even if they don't take any damage, momentum, and force, my guy. Time to go, you should also take your leave, he said towards the red-haired girl. And as he said that, he grabbed Artemis by the hands and held her tight under his arm. She didn't even have the strength to resist. Or perhaps, she didn't even try to. Her face was completely red, but it was hard to notice that under the night and the fire of the manor. Sorry for this, but I need you to hold tight. As for you all, I wish you good luck. Slash flash, slash. With a flash of light, the white platinum knight disappeared into the mist. Like a myth, it can be heard but not seen. The platinum knight stole my goddess. Notes. None for now. Chapter 33, In Flames 2. So everyone, this is the special chapter 1 promised earlier. Sorry for the delay, I was at a family reunion and I stayed there from 1 p.m. until 9 p.m. And it was in a place without free Wi-Fi. Hence, I couldn't even bring my laptop and work on the chapter. Nevertheless, here I am. One thing, this chapter is bigger than the norm. It has 4,500 words. Cool, right? If you have any suggestions for how I should build it, I am open to any. Also, we broke down 2 goals for the power stones in a single week. 500 and 600. Slowly, we climb those power rankings, right? This means 2 extra chapters are on the way. However, I still have to properly program them. As I said last time, I am planning to reorganize the first volume, so there won't be a third normal chapter next week, and I am even thinking about removing the second one so I can have time to work on the server and the chapters. I released a lot this week. Please, I love writing but my teachers want their assignments ready. This is also why I won't be releasing a chapter for the new year, otherwise, I would just die. And I also want to continue on my other novel. There is a lot to do. Just imagine when Elden Ring comes out. This is all for now. Remember, you can always go to the Patter 3 on to talk with me privately. Just going there and leaving a like in one of the chapters is already phenomenal. It was quite hard for me to write some of the characters' personalities in this chapter, so, if you have any tips, same thing as above. Anyway, have a nice week and night. After the knight left, the assassins slowly got up from the ground. I lost them. I can't feel them nearby, said one of the assassins as he gazed at the mist. What? Said another assassin. His detection skill can cover 30 meters. They couldn't have disappeared just like that. TSK. Just what sort of magic item is this? It's much stronger than a simple smoke ball, said another one of the assassins. N0. They can't be far. Separate into groups and search. We can't let the 2 live. Else the ones who will die will be us, said an assassin with a dark metal feather on his chest. Just how did a perfect operation fail so miserably? Yes. Slash fwush, slash. Slash splurge, slash. They were suddenly cut by the sound of blood splattering on the ground. What happened? They looked around and found the body of their companion, with a large hole in its chest. Behind him was a retreating figure that disappeared into the smoke. Shit. It's an ambush, screamed their leader. They got into a defensive circle and waited. The dense mist might stop their vision, but all of their other senses are still fully working. Slash step, slash. From the mist, a girl with dark hair and a small mask that only covered the lower half of her face appeared. She was clearly an elf, and her red eyes were menacing. Who are you? Asked their leader. Shit, was there actually a high-level adventurer lying around? We made sure that no level 5s and above were around when we started the operation. Who is she? But she didn't say anything as she readied her thin sword and disappeared. Get ready. Slash splurge, slash. Once again, the sound of blood splattering resounded behind the level 4 assassins. Shit. She isn't just level 5. She is at least level 6. Change of plans. The moon remains in the sky, he said as he ate a small pill and gulped it. URG. He let out a strange sound as his body spammed for a second before his speed suddenly increased. With that strange phrase, all of the assassins ran in different directions, while eating some sort of strange pill. But the elf wasn't going to let them off that easily. It was all for her lord. Slash at the same time, outside of the mist slash. Slash aw, slash. Slash cut, slash. The girls from the Artemis Familia heard screams followed by some of the terrorists fleeing for their lives. What is happening inside the smoke? Asked a girl from the Artemis Familia. Is this also a doing of the Platinum Knight? I don't know, but what I know is that we have orders to retreat, said Rithusa. Before something worse happens. All of the members of the Artemis Familia gathered and retreated. Slash at the same time inside the Loki Familia castle, the Twilight Manor, slash. Slash flash, slash. What? Artemis opened her eyes and saw herself inside a small 5x5 room. There were some supplies and even some weapons inside. She was confused. In one moment she was on the streets and now she is in a luxurious room. Slash fwash, slash. Slash clang, slash. She heard the wind crying, the usual sound of a blade cutting the air. Instinctively, she picked her knife by her waist and parried the blow to her head. What? Said the third person. Slash cling, slash. A small, red knife dropped on the ground. So easily. I guess I am not that much of a combatant. What a bummer. But don't think I will. Artemis. Just how did you get here? Asked a girl. Artemis gazed at Loki with immense surprise. The Silver Knight soon turned around and did the same. Wait. That's not the question here, said Loki as she placed her hands on her head to think. In a second, dozens of possibilities passed and she reached a conclusion. She pointed towards the silent tall knight and asked. Who are you? She said with a smirk. Slash a few seconds ago slash. Loki was sitting on her couch while she bit her nails lightly. Shit. I've been had. And I can't do anything at all while all of my children die slowly outside. Calm down and think, what is going on? They choose to attack today. It just so happened that today was the last predicted day for the expedition. TSK. If it was a normal expedition they would be here already. Finn and the others will soon be back, at least 3 hours. Number 2.5 an hour until the scheduled time. But do I have this much time? How long can they last against those invaders? Loki might sound carefree and a trickster, but she at least loves her children. Familia members equals children. Slash flash, slash. In front of her eyes, a tall knight and a blue-haired girl appeared. Exclamation point. Loki immediately acted. She might be weak but she has her wits. She grabbed an emergency knife. It wasn't just any knife, it was one of her most prized weapons. It's just light enough for her to carry, yet it can easily pierce the hide of a lower floor monster. And the result was her knife being easily parried and she lost her grip. But she quickly reacted and prepared to run towards her plan B, when she noticed who it was. Slash back to the present slash. Who are you? She said with a smirk. I also would like to know that, said Artemis. Artemis was really curious about this mysterious platinum white knight. Such as his hobbies and his favorite food. Wait. It's not like that. She shook her head in denial. She is the goddess of purity. Artemis lost herself in her own thoughts. She doesn't know. I thought they were together. Loki was also in deep thought. We can leave that for later, for now, let's get you to safety. I refuse, I won't leave those kids behind. She said as she clenched her fists. Who told you I was going to leave them behind? Said the knight. The knight's right hand extended forward. It's the same motion as last time. Artemis had seen this movement, it might not be anything, but she had a hunch. As she thought, a gray plate appeared in the air, it was perfectly circular and that was all. You can give your commands to all of your familia via this gray portal, think of it as a amplifier to your voice. Said the knight. Really? Said Loki in a curious tone. She circled around the plate but didn't find anything. I imagine you already know what to say considering you are going to disappear from this place, right? Asked the knight. Hi. Of course, I do. Replied Loki. Also, we don't have that much time in our hands, we need to leave as soon as possible. Then from now on. You may talk when you wish. She nodded. Artemis remained in silence as she watched in wonder. Loki approached the plate and said. Cough. Hello. Can you all hear me? It's your favorite goddess, Loki-sama. She did some poses as if someone could actually see her. Things got hard, huh? But don't fret, as everything is under control. I am protected inside the safe house, and I just received news that the others are back. So make sure to retreat back into safety and regroup with the reinforcements. I am counting you all. Stay alive and in one piece. See you all for a drink later. Slash poof, slash. The gray portal disappeared as if it was never there, to begin with. And... Heh? Why so soon? I wanted to speak more, said Loki as she kicked the ground in frustration. Maintaining that isn't easy, it was hard to set it up in the first place. So let me maintain some of my mind in case of emergencies. A half-lie, it's indeed taxing to maintain, but it's rather easy to set up. Phi-ne. Loki didn't pout, nor did she make a scene, she only gazed at the knight with her half-closed eyes. I know my armor is quite cool, but I wonder, can you see me when your eyes are so closed? Ah. Said Loki in a stunned tone, rare for the tricker goddess. Did he just make a joke? Perhaps he isn't the serious type as I imagined. My eyes aren't closed. They are just thin, she said as she pouted. I doubt that. Why do you keep them closed? For drama impact. A little bit of that as well, said Loki as she smiled and opened her eyes a little. They were dark red, unlike Hephaestus' clear red. You look better with your eyes open this way, said Silver as he lifted his hand. Exclamation point. Just what is he doing? Is he flirting with me? Loki couldn't understand what was going on. Really, who is this guy? And why am I believing in him so easily? Did he control the direction of the conversation from the beginning? No. I am thinking too much. Catching. The knight took a strange metal box from nowhere and it flashed in front of the stunned Loki. Sorry about that, I need to do that if I want to use my abilities, said the knight. That was sudden, but it's fine, she replied in an annoyed tone. He is truly interesting. I have decided. I will figure him out. But the knight remained in place, with one of his hands on his chin. When are we going? Asked Loki. Just a minute, I am thinking. Don't you have a place to leave us in? Asked Loki. Of course not, I came here to help you too. If I had a place to drop two goddesses at the same time, that would be strange. I think the guild should be fine, right? Said Artemis. No can do, X. The knight and Loki replied at the same time. My first option was the dungeon, but considering the time, it's very possible that the excursion has already arrived, so they must be on their way, said the knight. So stopping by the dungeon will be a waste of time. In fact, it might put us in danger. There might be enemies waiting for us in there, complimented Loki. Artemis seemed confused, even more since the two were in sync. It irritated her a bit for some reason. I guess that place will do. Sigh. The knight seemed downcast. Why are you like that? Are we too cumbersome? Asked Loki in a playful tone. On the contrary, you two seem quite light. The problem is due to something else. The knight spread his arms. All right, hop in. X. Come on, we don't have all day. Wait. What do you mean hop in? Said Loki in a slightly embarrassed tone. Artemis' face was red. Normally, I can't use my ability on others, but I can make exceptions. One of them is when the other people are really close to me. But this limits the numbers to around 1 to 3 people. N 0.1. Arg. All right, said Loki. She went to the knight's side and hugged his waist. The knight did the same to her. However, instead of the brutal hug she was expecting, the knight was quite gentle. Very, in fact. It had been a very long time since she felt that, even in heaven. In fact, had she ever received such treatment? She might have felt something deeper if it wasn't for the cold metallic touch of his gloves. It was at that moment she noticed the white scarf around this knight's neck. Exclamation point. Lighting seemed to explode in her head as she started to connect the dots. But she kept her expression to herself. Excuse me. Artemis' mind was in too much of a mess for me to bother explaining. I will cover your eyes so that you two don't get flashed like last time, and also, it may be a bit nauseating. Crack. A large door appeared in front of the three of them, although Loki and Artemis couldn't see what was going on due to the hands blocking their vision. The knight slowly guided the two of them to the door and opened it with his telekinesis. URG. Are you all right, Mr. Knight? Asked Artemis. She noticed how the knight placed his right hand on his helmet as if he was suffering from a severe headache. She understood this a side effect of mine down, however, since he was still moving, it must be just overuse of his magic power. I am fine, just the side effect of using my magic too much. And when did they start to call me a knight? The three crossed the door. Loki and Artemis immediately felt the difference. The sounds, smells and overall feel of the area suddenly changed. What happened? Slash creak, slash. As they walked into the room, the sound of wood being steeped on sounded in their ears. You can see now, this place is safe, at least I hope so. After an hour I will carry you two back into the castle. The knight removed his armored hands from their eyes, allowing them to see what was in front of them. It was a dark place, however, the faint light coming from the outside through the window revealed what this place was. This place is, said Artemis, the hostess of fertility. Although there isn't anyone present here, I imagine they either already left due to the events or because of something else. Ah. Wasn't today a special holiday? Replied the knight as he sat on a chair. Wow. That's quite the distance we crossed, said Loki, interested in the ability the knight used. He is getting more and more interesting as time passes. The knight stopped by a counter and picked a fruit similar to a banana but blue. Do you want one? Asked the knight. Aren't you too relaxed for what just happened? And isn't that theft? Was what the two thought. Don't worry too much, I will leave a bag of coins later for the costs. Also, we did everything we could, that's why I am relaxed. Now, we let others deal with the rest, they are very capable after all. Yeah. They are, said Artemis as she grasped the edges of her dress in frustration. The knight looked at her, dirty and sad. He can't help her with her sadness but he can help her with the other thing. Slash fwush, slash. Kia. Exclaimed Artemis. Haha. Stop. It tickles. Laughed Loki. And so he did, and a smooth wind soon passed through all parts of Artemis and Loki, cleaning their bodies. The dirt was sent somewhere out of their eyes. What was that? Asked Artemis as she tried to remain composed. Magic. Replied the knight. Is he doing that on purpose? They sat on different chairs, thinking about everything that happened. For the next few minutes, the knight sat on the chair, meditating as he called it. He picked a fruit to eat from time to time, and he would place it below his helmet and eat. He also picked a few mind potions and drank them, doing that must have been really taxing for him. Artemis tried to initiate a conversation multiple times but she didn't know what to say. Loki on the other hand, was too occupied with the things on her head. The atmosphere was rather awkward as Loki soon snapped. I am fed with this, she said as she got up from her chair. She went to the knight and placed her hands on his shoulder, her fingers were dancing on her palm. Licka Kazuma when he uses steel. I am going to take this helmet one way or another, she said in a malicious tone. Go on, good luck trying, but I am not someone to take such challenges. Although I imagine you aren't someone to back down. He lifted 3 fingers. So I will give you 3 chances. You can try and take my helmet, I won't move from this chair, on the 4th try you will stop and leave me alone. While also admitting I am the best, said the knight in a smug tone. What? You want me to admit you are the best? He might be more fun than I expected. A worthy price for something you desire. Artemis looked at Loki with interest, there was no way this prideful goddess would. Alright, I'm in. But I want to add another condition. Sure. Hee. You will give me that nice scarf on your neck. No can do, this is very personal to me. Ask for something else. TSK, then you will buy me 10 Soma wines. Gonna make you regret betting with me, punk. No one ever caught me when I steal my children's underwear. Loki assumed a badass pose. Sure. Slash pluff, slash. Silver calmly closed and put his book to the side. In the end, he opened his arms. First try, good luck. Hee. Loki slowly walked to the knight before. Artemis was shocked. Because Loki. She sat on his lap. She looked really sensual, she definitely had some experience. It's soft. The angle she looked at Silver, allowing him to see some things. The way her eyes looked at him to just how close her face was to his. It was rather sensual. Although Silver could feel she was stiff. As if she was acting, or in a sense, not comfortable with this. If you don't like it, why do it? Exclamation point. Artemis looked at the situation with bulging eyes and a red face. How lewd. If only I had 1/10 of that courage. No. I am the goddess of purity. Seduction. Not a bad start, most men would lose their attention for a single second or more, but I am not most men, said the knight. Loki stopped in her tracks and fully opened her eyes, her hands already halfway to his helmet. So she made a run for it. Slash flash slash. Loki was startled as she looked around. She was once again on her chair, sitting on it as if nothing happened. What just? Artemis was just as confused as Loki, although the latter didn't show it on her face. She smiled in a mischievous way as she got up again. Was I too unappealing? TSK. I knew trying those techniques wouldn't work. They only work on those meaty women. First try, you have 2 more tries. But I will say, I didn't dislike such an approach. Ha! Said the knight. Just what is on this guy's head? X. Slash 2 days ago on the 28th floor, slash. Slash gulp, slash. On the middle of a bonfire, several members of the Loki familia sat and rested. A few were eating, some were talking, others were just resting, while some were having some private conversations. In the dungeon where danger and despair are gathered, somehow, love can still find its way here. You go to the dungeon, you find a girl, you save her, you two get to know each other, and so said the old wise man. We are already here. I didn't expect the expedition to go so smoothly this time. Said Tiona. Isn't that good? At least we can get home faster and get a proper bath. Showering in the river can give me that flowery smell that Finn likes. I hate being like this. Replied Tioni. But it's okay for us to do this. Most are tired, yet Captain wants to return home ASAP. Asked Lafia. He has his own reasons, you know how sensible Finn can get. Said a green-haired elf woman coming from the side. It was Riveria, the elf beauty. What happened this time for him to get all fussy? Asked Bet. He has been feeling strange ever since the expedition started, but he held it in. Yet, the feeling didn't disappear. Oh. So that was why he was so strange during these 2 weeks. Replied Tiona. What? How could I let the captain feel down? I will get him up in no time. Said Tioni as she got up from the ground. There is no need for that. Said a voice from a tent nearby. Captain. Said Tioni. Finn, X the others. I am fine, it's just that I have been feeling that something is wrong, hence I want to accelerate our return at any cost. Of course, I will be responsible for everything. You can stop there, if you are being so urgent then something must really be happening, you never failed in that regard. Said Gareth as he woke up from his slumber. You were up, old man? Asked Bet. For a while now, you guys are way too loud. As you can see, Finn, everyone still has the energy to proceed. Said Riveria. Yeah, Captain. You should trust us a bit more, said Raoul, one of the top level 4s in the Familia. Not yet of Arario. Others soon started to voice their agreement. It seemed the Loki Familia was ready to depart. Everyone. All right then, our next stop is the 18th floor. We won't stop until we are there. 2 days later. And 17 minutes after the raid on the Loki Familia house started. Note, I know what you are thinking. The Loki Familia made its way to the top of the dungeon, setting foot into Arario. However, the reception wasn't grand this time. Something is wrong, where is everybody? Asked Gareth. Step. AH. You arrived. Screamed someone as he ran towards the Loki Familia group. It was a man wearing the guild's standard clothing. What happened? Where is everyone? Asked Finn, worried. But he was cut by the men. The Loki Familia castle is under the attack of terrorists. Please. They need your support right now. Said the men. Everyone who heard him. Fwash. Ace rushed forward with all of her speed without even listening to the rest. Ace. Don't run on your own again. Screamed Tiona. She left without verifying the validity of the information. Finn was worried, however, the person in front of him was using a high-ranking badge issued only to high-ranking guild members, so he chose to trust him. Gareth, Riveria. I need the 2 of you to lead a strike team there now. Everyone else, make your best to catch up with Ace, said Finn as he gazed at Bet and company. Don't even need to say it. Crack. Fwash. Bet stepped on the ground with so much strength that the ground cracked. He bent his back and soon sped up to the horizon, the others right behind him. A wolf-human speed at its finest. Finn looked at his running friends and said towards the others. I am allowing the use of all remaining potions. This is an emergency situation. Get ready for anything. He screamed towards the arriving members. Yes, sir. Everyone. Ace ran under the effect of her wind magic. It even seemed as if she was flying in the sky, but in truth, she was gliding. She had to kick something and propel herself into the air. Under her immense speed, she would definitely reach the place in under a minute or 2. Although the consumption of stamina and mind was high, she wouldn't let Loki be in danger. Loki. Stay safe. If she were to die. Ace shook her head as she increased her speed. I won't allow it. Slash clang, slash. From the empty streets, a small, lone man with a spear suddenly shot a dark beam at Ace. She barely avoided it, but she crashed in a store due to her momentum. He had dark clothes made from an unknown leather. He also had a pestilence protective style mask. His spear had a twisted end, like those tri-edged daggers. To think you avoided that. I guess you're not the sword princess for nothing. He started to fondle his spear. I need to keep you here for a little while longer, you see. Slash thud, slash. Ace removed a large piece of wood that had fallen on top of her. You could see blood on her shoulder. She was definitely hit by the dark beam. Her eyes showed immense anger as if she would rip the men in front of her to pieces. Phew. How scary. In any case. Slash clang, slash. In the blink of an eye, Ace disappeared from her place and the two swords clashed. Ace had enough. She didn't want to talk with someone who was clearly an enemy. Loki and the others were in danger. However, her enemy proved to be more troublesome than she expected. That was fast. I almost couldn't see it. Because he had perfectly blocked her move. Looks like completing my job will be an ass. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang cling clen, slash. The sonorous sound of sword slashing and clashing reverberated on the street. No matter what she did, she didn't seem capable of breaching his defenses. There was nothing she could do as she was rather bad against human opponents. So she put her sword down. Did you realize? I am level 6, there is nothing a level 5 like you can do, just accept your goddess death obediently. However, his attempt at intimidation was completely ignored. Lil Rafaga. Slash fwash, slash. Chaotic wind started to flow around Ace. She didn't like using her abilities against people, but she doesn't have any room to spare. Tempest Avenger. Slash boom, slash. The already turbulent wind got even more chaotic as it ravaged the ground and tore the wood from the houses nearby. It got fully black as if a storm was about to form. Get out of the way, she said as the black wind danced around her. However, she wasn't that keen on fighting. It would be best if I don't break my sword this early. URG. Her enemy, on the other hand, couldn't even stand properly. He might be a level 6, but he was a recent one, and his stats every level up couldn't even compare to Ace. Ace was a super elite level 5 while he was a newbie level 6, and someone who had just above average stats every level up. N2. ARGG. He tried his best to stand, but he failed. Being thrown away into the sky. Slash fwash slash. Ace took this chance to advance forward. She didn't have time to deal with this guy right now. Because her companions would definitely teach him a lesson. Arg. That was intense, Sword Princess huh? Her title isn't a joke. I almost died, said the man as he got up from the rubble. At least I got the thing, he said as he gazed at a flask filled with some red liquid. Sir Leech, said a voice from the side. I got it, send it to the boss, but tell the others I failed in the other objective. Yes sir, said the cloaked agent as he ran into the alleys. My mission is done now. It's time to pay my debt. If I survive this, I will retire. He turned around and gazed at the group of people approaching. He might have let Ace pass, but he needs to stall these people. Even if it costs his life. No. When this operation started, he already knew he most likely wouldn't come back alive. Heh. What a shitty life. The spearman made his way towards doom. Notes. N. By the time I wrote this passage, I actually forgot there was a magic item called Smoke Ball that does the same thing the MC does. N0. Between you and me, that was a load of bull. N. As for how the guild managed to have the new go from the top north of Orario to its center in 3 minutes, there are many ways to do so. Even if we were to assume that the distance is that of several km, it's quite simple to get info from one end to another. I could develop such parts of the world better in side chapters. I can't show everything else. Just in this sequence of the Loki Familia attack, I would have at least 2 more chapters purely about world background. And well, even if I say Orario has a radius of 10 kilometers, a high-level adventurer running could pass the information from one side of Orario to the center in 10 minutes as long as he ran around 60 kilometers per hour. No miles, it's time to evolve. Just kidding, that's 37 miles per hour. That would mean Ace is moving at around 5-10 times that speed, and from my perspective that's still rather low for what I imagine a level 5 Ace with her skills to be. N. When I say average, I don't say in terms of skills, I am referring to his stats. Average is when someone has C rank on their skills, just 1 tier above D, the minimum necessary to level up. So an average person is someone who would have 1 or 2 Cs and the rest would be D, perhaps even AB, but that's very impressive for an ordinary adventurer, even for a trained assassin. Chapter 34, In Flames 3. Once again, my commentary before we start. First, Power Stones and bonus chapters. We managed to beat the previous record by a landslide. From around 440 Power Stones last week, we went all of the ways to 666. Really, that was the last registered value before it reset back to 0. This means 2 extra side chapters. One this week, but the second one I still need to think of where to put it. It's going alright, however, it will take a while. I once again ask if there is anyone who can give me tips and suggestions. In any case, I am currently taking a look, and once I have a basic server with things such as roles well made and an AI working, I will give you all an invite. As I said last week, this week won't have a third extra chapter since I am going to change the earlier chapters. My only regret is that I am going to lose all of those sweet comments, RIP. I have also been looking for an artist to draw some scenes and add some flavors to the story. Mostly some of the more impactful scenes. However, that's for the future. Apart from that, I think I will take a small break after the end of this volume. This is so that I can stock up on some chapters and give myself some room to breathe. At most, this will take a week. However, you guys still have 5 chapters until the end if I am not mistaken. I think this is all. Until next time. On top of a tall house, 2 people watch the chaos in the plaza near the Twilight Manor. Are you sure we shouldn't help? Asked the blue-haired girl in a worried tone. I wanted to see a bit more, but I think the worst has already passed. I don't know what to make of the situation. Said the blonde-haired man with the green hat. Things are happening way too fast for my liking. His eyes were sharp and his expression was grim. Take the others and go help heal the wounded, it wouldn't be too much to remain here just watching. He said. Understood. Said the girl as she jumped from the ceiling. The blonde man got up and fixed his failing hat. This time, the Loki Familia almost fell together with the Artemis Familia. What an event. Platinum Knight, huh? He never ceases to impress. Loki will have a hard time paying him off. I can't wait to see what she will give him. Hermes' face got a little red as a smile appeared. That's a little bit much, although I don't doubt she would do that. He looked at the broken and burning castle. Phew, looks like Loki will have some trouble. It's pretty much confirmed at this point that the Donatus will be brought forward this time. Sigh, I hate that place. He smiled. And she will be pretty pissed for sure. That will be fun, even more so when they meet. How will she act when she finds out who he is? And that he is one of Hestia's children. No matter how much I think, I can't imagine Loki thanking Hestia. That would be something to look out for. And with that, the blonde man disappeared into the darkness. He's dead. X the others. Are you sure, Riveria? Asked Lafia. Riveria nodded. He stabbed himself with a nail filled with some sort of potent poison. It increased his strength, but it also caused immense harm inside his body, something the likes of a health potion can't heal. If we had a unicorn's horn. Then perhaps. She said backslash. But I don't carry such an expensive thing with me all of the time. We do have one, but it's on one of the supporter bags. It can't be. Said Lafia in a depressed tone. Lafia had a healthy life, she grew up as a healthy kid like any other, but she had a deep drive to get stronger, and that was what made her stand out in her academy days when she reached level 2 in 3 years when she was 11. She leveled to level 3 in a year. Ever since then, she was groomed to be Riveria's successor, although that won't be needed anytime soon since Riveria is barely in her heydays. No, as an elf, she is barely past her young adult years. Because of this, Lafia has yet to get used to seeing real people dying, much less fighting against an assassin. She has yet to man up, as she did in the anime. I will carry him, we can't leave him here, nor can we lose time investigating. Said Gareth. Thanks, Gareth. Said Tiona in a smile. Gareth put the body on his back and they ran after Ace. But they barely knew that the man's objective had already been achieved. It had been around 12 minutes since Loki and Artemis arrived in the HF. Loki was sitting on a chair with her head down, she had clearly lost the bet. All right. I think enough time has passed, and I am decently rested, how about we go back to the castle, said the knight. I also thought it was time. Asked Loki. Sigh. In the end, the only thing I did was flee and hide. Said Artemis in a depressed tone. Don't be like that, Artemis. It happened with everyone, think about the others, I can't even lift a knife properly. Said Loki with a sad tone. She is right, in the end, your familia members would surpass you and they will be able to fight on their own. Said the knight. Talking about familia, where are you from, Mr. Knight? Asked Artemis. But he didn't say anything. Why that drama? Just tell me already. Said Loki. It's not like it would take long for me to find out anyway. Loki. Don't be rude. Replied Artemis. Sorry about that, I am. Shy. Said Silver in a monotone. The moment I tell you my peaceful days will end, I will keep my identity a secret until I level up. Until then I can relax. X. In any case, I will reveal identity one day, at that time we can talk again. He said. Loki opened her eyes slightly as she looked at the knight. Let's go. He said. Like last time, Loki easily went into his arms while Artemis had some difficulty in doing so. Tremble, Strangely, the HF started to tremble. What is happening? Asked Artemis. I didn't know Orario could have earthquakes. Said the knight. Because it can't. Replied Loki. The earthquake soon stopped after a minute. They were not that strong, rather faint in fact, but still unusual. The knight led the two through the door like last time. They appeared in a dark alley. All right, we are here, just follow this alley and you will see the mansion. Said the knight as he turned around. Where are you going? Asked Artemis. I am going home to take a nap and possibly a shower. Hestia must be worried, it's been a while. Artemis tried reaching out to him, but she didn't know what to say. But who was she? How could she not ask? How? How can I repay your help? No need, I did this for the stability of Orario. It was for myself. No. As someone who seeks justice Silver interrupted her. All right. How about this, one day, you and your familia will help me once, I won't ask for anything beyond their capability at the time. That's all right. She said with a little bit of hesitation. Then add me in as well. However, I can't promise too much, those guys can be quite uncontrollable. Said Loki. The knight turned around and said. Then, I shall take my leave. And with that, he turned into smoke, like he wasn't there, to begin with. That's quite the way to leave. Said Loki as she tried to grasp the smoke. If I could arrive and leave a party like that I would be the talk of the town. She grabbed Artemis' arm and started running. We don't have to wait. Said Loki. Wait. Said Artemis as she looked behind her, trying to catch a glimpse of something that wasn't there anymore. Silver walked out of a door and appeared in an alley near the restaurant. He noticed it was quite empty. He placed his hand on his head, trying to shake off the minor headache. Please, everyone, leave through the front door in an orderly way. Said one of the butlers. Are they evacuating the people? Makes sense, the enemy's true objective is unknown, so it's better to evacuate people from the surroundings. Silver changed his clothes back into his casual wear and disappeared from his location once more. Silver reappeared inside the restaurant. After drinking a few blue potions and washing his face a little in the bathroom, he made his way to his table. As expected, most people had already left, but there was still a girl sitting on a table, waiting for someone. There were several plates and even a sealed bottle of wine, all of it was untouched. Sigh. Guess who it is? Said Silver as he placed his hands on Hestia's eyes. Exclamation point. Silver. Hestia got up from her chair and jumped to hug Silver. Calm down, I am fine. Sheesh, what a worried girl. Hestia, however, didn't remove her head from Silver's chest, she seemed to like it. As Hestia enjoyed her reunion with Silver, someone approached from the side. Miss, could you please accompany me to leave? Said a butler on the side. Of course, we were about to do that. However, is it possible for us to bring the food? Asked Silver. Of course, we shall do that this instant. Gore. Hestia on the other hand glared at the butler with an intense glare. Silver obviously noticed that. Sheesh, stop bothering the butler. If you want to hug me that much we can do it later. Whispered Silver in Hestia's ear. Hestia went still. Said Hestia as her face got as red as a tomato. Ha ha ha. Silver laughed inside his head, it was too easy to tease this little girl. The butler felt as if he was holding a candle, however, he was more than used to when couples flirt in front of him, as that was his job as a butler. After going down the stairs they arrived at the reception where they got their coupon back and a bag filled with the food and even a bottle of wine. Feeling the weight of the bag and the wine inside it, Silver couldn't help but grimace at the losses the restaurant made. However, this is only something small when compared to the massive profits the restaurant makes monthly. Perhaps I should set up my own business. Nah, too much work. No wonder so many outside corporations want to make a branch in Orario. This city is super rich. Can you set the table while I take a shower? I am quite sweaty after running around the place. Asked Silver. Are we still going to eat? Asked Hestia. Would you prefer to remain hungry? Don't joke with me please. Silver turned around and went to shower. Dummy. Said Hestia as she cleaned the table. He is visibly tired and yet wants to make time and eat like this when he could just grab anything. Her smile was captivating and warm. Hestia waited for Silver to leave the bathroom, and as expected, he took a shower in no time at all. In 8 to 10 minutes he was ready. "Sorry for making you wait," said Silver as he left the bathroom. The scene of Silver leaving the bath in his pajamas with his hair slightly wet was a little bit too stimulating for Hestia. It made her feel strange. Hestia herself had already changed clothes into more comfortable ones. It was a shame her dress didn't have time to shine too much. "Let me heat the food first." Like last time, the food soon started to release steam while Hestia's salad got to the ideal temperature once again. "Done. Thanks for the meal," said Silver. He took this habit since Hestia always said this when she ate, and after a month of this, he started to copy her since she seemed happier when he did so. "Thanks for the food," said Hestia. The two happily ate. Hestia asked what happened and Silver answered without hiding much, but he still kept some things a secret, like his bed and suspicious interactions with Loki and Artemis. Hestia already knew a lot anyway. And Hestia couldn't help but remain surprised. Despite the humble and short way Silver explained, Hestia understood how meaningful his actions were. Just like how serious the situation truly is. Mortals attacking a god. At this point in time, it's kind of a hidden rule that mortals should deal with mortals while gods deal with themselves. Yet this happened, a terrorist attack aimed to kill gods. In any case, the guild will surely counterattack this time, and I don't doubt other familiars will soon follow. They can't leave such a fearless criminal organization to exist, said Silver as he took a sip from his wine. Hestia didn't have much to say. Today's situation made her understand how cruel people can truly be. She wasn't overly naive, but her view of the world had greatly changed. To the point, she started to feel fear. What if? What if she is the next one? She shook her head and looked at Silver. What are you thinking about?" he asked. "Nothing." They ate and Silver helped in cleaning the dishes. They brushed their teeth and went to sleep. "However, why are you on my bed?" asked Silver. "One thing is for her to sleepwalk to my bed, another is for her to invade it like this. Did she lose a screw because of the pressure?" "You said it first," replied Hestia with a red face. "What? Oh. I see. Well, make yourself comfortable then," said Silver as he smiled. Hestia couldn't move. For some reason, something deep in her made her stop. She couldn't take the next step. Silver noticed it, of course, so he turned around in bed, showing his muscular back to Hestia. "Sleeping in clothes. Puffed. It's either only underwear or shorts. Nah, naked. Get out of here, weirdo. I will sleep first, because the bed is a little small. Be careful to not slip off." Hestia felt she was weak. She took the first step yet she couldn't finish it. But she couldn't help but smile at his actions. "Excuse me then." She got inside the bed sheet and hugged Silver. One step at a time, over an hour earlier, near the Twilight Manor, Artemis-sama, we finished healing all of the injured, said Rithusa. But she didn't reply, she only stared at the moon in the sky, as if remembering something. "Artemis-sama," called Rithusa. Rithusa became worried as she got closer to her goddess and took a look at her face. Gasp. Rithusa realized what was going on. That sad expression, the longing in her eyes, the depressive aura and red cheeks. Artemis-sama is in. Many possibilities passed in her head. "I need to confirm it." "Are you thinking about the night?" said Rithusa from behind her. Gasp. Artemis jumped in shock and almost fell on the ground. WHWHWH what?" asked Artemis as she shook her head. Sigh. "I knew it," she said. "What do you mean?" said Artemis as she fondled her hair and looked at her feet. "You are in love obviously. I guess it was expected considering the circumstances. To think she would fall so easily." Sigh. "I should have given her some advice. Although that night was really cool. It's hard even for me to not feel favorable towards him." But Artemis stopped her, thinking her by lightly elbowing her waist. "You are mistaken, how could I fall in love?" she said in a serious tone. However, her red face told another story. Sigh. Who would think this strict goddess who never thought about romance would fall in love at first sight? However, the situation wasn't normal. A platinum knight falling from the sky while saving the girl from danger is the perfect fantasy. The problem is that I don't know his personality or his looks. I can't let an ugly prick take the heart of our pure goddess. Many tried to court this goddess and her children, but the end result was the same, a threat to have their balls cut. This was how Artemis dealt with love. And now that she is in love, how can she allow her to date just anyone? What if it was a girl, you ask? A simple refusal with some girly things. Step. Artemis tried to sneak away, but Refusa wasn't going to allow that. Kia. I can't let you be led around by anyone. I will bring you to Lant. She knows much more about love than me. She will certainly help you in understanding what you are currently feeling. She said as she pulled Artemis' hand. I told you that I am not. Let's think this way, such a cool guy is bound to have many girls interested in him. Wouldn't it be sad if your first love failed? Let's go talk with Lant so the next time you meet him, you leave a bigger impression on him. Artemis stopped to think. I guess it wouldn't be too troublesome. Refusa rolled her eyes. The two girls made their way back into their group and together, they went back to their familiar house. And that was what happened. Said Loki as she sat on a table. Near Loki were the executives of the Familia. Lafia was, sadly, taking a shower alone and resting. She worked a lot already. They were in the main office of the Familia. However, the place was completely wrecked, the tapestry was destroyed, many pieces of furniture were ruined, and there was a massive hole in the wall that led to the emergency room. Apart from the stains of blood in some places. This gave Loki an unmatched level of anger. Something she never felt before. The others felt as if Loki was about to burst. They had never seen her this angry before. It showed something completely different from her usual relaxed and playful state. What a strange fellow, said Gareth as he thought about the night. At least everything ended well. Somehow, we didn't lose anyone, although some of the injuries were extremely severe. Some of them might end up having to retire, said Riveria as she let out a sigh. The atmosphere got a little heavier. We can deal with that later, let's focus on the subject at hand, said Finn as he tried to change the course of the conversation. Loki, you said he entered the emergency room, how exactly? Asked Finn. I told you already, he just appeared there. I think it was the same thing he did later, she replied. What do you think, Riveria? Asked Tiona as she sat on the broken couch. Many barriers are surrounding that room. It's not possible to enter using conventional means unless you are ready to face the consequences. However, I know there are some extremely rare magics that can allow people to move short distances in an instant while ignoring spatial influence, but the number of recorded cases is so low that I can't even remember where I heard this from, she said. That would explain how he entered the room without triggering the defensive mechanisms, said Tioni. But that ended up encrapping the entire room when those bastards tried to force their way inside, said Bet. Everything just went boom. I would have liked to see their faces, said Loki. Towards the end, her expression was that of a devil ready to kill someone. Why are you smiling? Just look at this place, think about the cost, said Riveria. She wasn't smiling because she thought the situation was funny. In any case, what he did was still unusual. Not only did he move an extreme distance, but he also did it with precision, said Loki. That's a point, said Riveria, but she stopped when she saw Ace lifting her hand. Do you have something to say, Ace? Ace nodded. Why are we talking about the night in this situation? She said while tilting her head in confusion. It's because he is suspicious. We never heard of such an adventurer with this specific set of abilities in Orario, replied Finn. Although he could just be a new one. Isn't it too much to be so suspicious of Loki's savior? Asked Tiona with a questioning tone. Ever since she heard the story of the night and how he saved both her and Artemis, she couldn't help but think about the heroes in her fairy tales. So she has quite the favorable impression of him. Are you doubting the captain, huh? Sighed Tioni in a serious tone. Although she had the same question in her head, however, her instincts told her to follow her captain, and these instincts never failed her. It's just standard protocol. If I see him, the first thing I will do will be to thank him. But due to how serious the situation is, I can't help but investigate everything to find any leads. For example, the knight might know something, and if does, questioning him might help us solve this situation, said Finn. Ace conflicted. Once again, she was beaten by someone else. However, she isn't angry, not at all, she is just confused since she didn't even have the chance to see who he was. She couldn't help but be interested in someone with such an unusual ability. Is he strong? How fast is he? How does he train and all of that? What about the rest? His looks and other abilities? What do you all think? Asked Finn. A tall armored knight, didn't we hear something like that some time ago? Pointed out Gareth. Now that you say, 2 weeks ago, during that incident, wasn't that adventurer also wearing a full red plate? Said Tiona. However, this one wears platinum white armor, she said. Well, he could have just changed it. I find it harder for two strong adventurers who prefer full plate to suddenly appear in Orario at the same time, said Tiona. That's impossible. That adventurer already showed a particular set of abilities that would, in theory, maximize his magic slots. So they can't be the same person, said Tioni. Don't we have Lafia? She can use hundreds of spells, said Tiona. Don't be so stubborn, sister. Lafia is one of a kind. Someone like her isn't going to appear in at least 1,000 years, said Tioni. The two sisters faced each other in a standoff. I think it's quite possible for them to be the same person, said Riveria. What? Said Tioni. Really? Said Tiona in a happy tone. I mean, we have magic items and tools. It's not impossible for some of his abilities to be results of such things, and also, he could be like me and have a way to create multiple effects out of a minor selection of magic. N1. That would be more unlikely than seeing a pack of unicorns in the dungeon, commented Bet. N2. He seemed to be the most relaxed about this entire situation as he placed his 2 feet on top of the table, but that couldn't be farthest from the truth. His ears were constantly moving around, trying to catch any suspicious sounds, but had his guard up in case anything happened. Finn remained in silence. His thumb was still hurting. He felt that the truth was beyond what they could imagine. This went deeper than it seemed. So, if we assume this knight is the same person from last time, what do we do? Asked Gareth. For now, we should wait, said Loki. Why? I thought you were the most interested in finding who he was, said Tiona. Hee hee. Don't worry, we'll find him soon, she said with a big macabre smile. The others rolled their eyes and they soon continued their conversation. So, with the night out of the way, let's talk about the terrorists themselves, said Finn. On the next day, Loki could be seen in her office reading multiple reports, one of them being the amount of money they would have to spend to fix everything. Riveria was on her side speaking her own opinions about what their course of action should be. And that means no more expensive wine until everything is stable. No room for negotiations, said Riveria. Erg. Fucking terrorists, I will hunt them all down, screamed Loki in sadness and anger. Let's roll back a little to the night a few hours ago, in the next chapter. Notes. N. Chant Connection, a technique that only Riveria is able to use. Chant Connection enables her to change the strength of her magic based on the chant length and mind usage. Through this, she is able to use 9 magics, which is the source of her alias 9 Hell, though she is able to use them separately as well. Her magic is separated into 3 groups of 3 magic based on the type and chant length, with each magic in a group referred to as a level, such as when Fimbulvere being the first level of Vas Windheim. Wiki. N. Unicorn, an extremely rare monster that is very rarely encountered even by high-level adventurers. Wiki. Chapter 35, In Flames 4. Hey everyone, how is it going? A few things to say first since I need to go to the gym. Today, I will post the last chapter of Volume 2 on my Patreon. It's a 6K word chapter, so if you are interested, go take a look. After this, I will take a break of 1 week. In the meantime, I will continue to make the chapters on Patreon public until we end Volume 2, and then, I will go on a break here on Webnovel. This is to give me some time to make more chapters for Volume 3. Apart from that, the server has been going well, however, I will probably finish it around the 2nd week of January. There won't be a 3rd normal chapter this week, but I will post 1 or 2 side chapters as promised. Although I am still thinking if I do a 6K long side chapter or 2 separated ones. There is also the redo of the first volume, and I need to restart my other work that has been gathering dust for a while. So this break is necessary for quite a few things. I will post images later, sorry. In any case, good reading. Peace. Let's roll back a little to the night a few hours ago, On top of the Twilight Manor, a cloaked figure watched the chaos below. He was unmoving as if he was a statue, his dark cloak seemed to fuse with the darkness around him. He had a small, translucent crystal ball on his left hand and a small metallic wand on his right hand. However, he suddenly moved his head up, his expression might have been hidden by the cloak, but he was definitely surprised by what he saw. A white knight suddenly appeared in the sky. It started to fall, getting faster and faster. Its speed was unnatural as it was clearly accelerating faster than it would have been due to gravity. While he fell, the knight pulled a spear from a dark space that suddenly appeared in the air. Step. The cloaked figure took a step back as if in shock. Bam. The knight fell on the ground, killing the assassin. The cloaked figure put away its wand, for what he was going to use it was unknown. After the events on the ground, the knight suddenly threw a grey ball that exploded in a massive cloud of mist, blocking the cloaked figure's vision. However, he suddenly felt a disturbance in the surrounding magical power, one that he rarely ever felt. Space is being manipulated. He soon felt the same thing. This time, it was inside the Loki Familia house. Right below his feet. After a minute, the same thing happened, but this time, he didn't feel anything after. The cloaked figure couldn't see not feel anything anymore, so it took a step back and disappeared into the shadows. Cool. Soon after, a dark one flew from the sky into the darkness, as if going after the cloaked figure. In the darkness where the flames of the burning manor couldn't reach, a smiling blonde-haired figure watched the chaos develop. His eyes were obviously attracted to the sudden appearance of the night and how it saved Artemis and obstructed the assassin's plans. His expression, however, did not change. Instead, he turned around and left with a small smile. At the same time in Babel, a beautiful silver-haired girl with purple eyes gazed at the smoke caused by the fire in the Twilight Manor. She was sitting on an elegant chair as she looked through her glass window with a wine cup in her right hand. Her expression wasn't one of amusement, she seemed annoyed in fact. Not enough. This wasn't enough, barely even. She said. Every time I think a good show is going to happen, he slips away. But that is one of his good sides. It would be anticlimactic if it all went according to the expectation. Surprise me. Make me witness something unbelievable. Her cheeks were red as she let out a captivating smile. How far can you go? She placed her cup in front of her, looking at Aurario through the reflection caused by the wine. Everything was red. The stage wasn't set properly. And I can't allow that. Step. From the darkness of the room, steps could be heard as someone slowly approached her. It was a 2-meter-tall hunk of a man with 2 swords on his back. If you took a closer look, you would be able to see dried blood on them. However, the man made sure to not stain anything at all. How was it, Otter? She asked. They all committed suicide, forgive me as I didn't manage to find anything. He replied as he got in one knee. It's fine, I already got what I wanted. You did a good job. I couldn't let anyone interfere with the show. But it seems that now I need some actors. Her purple eyes seemed to shine in the darkness. During the middle of the night, Aurario still shined brightly. However, not many went to sleep tonight. Some could sleep, but others feared the events of today. The workers ran around the place with materials on their backs, running towards the north. Patrols of soldiers ran and checked every alley and abandoned houses. Aurario was being thoroughly cleaned. Somewhere in the old ruins, a shadow leapt out of a church. The shadow soon disappeared in the night. Ploft. Phew. Was this the last one? Asked a worker as he put a body on top of a bed. Yup, with this, all of the terrorists' bodies have been cleaned, replied the other worker. Do we? Just leave them like this? Aren't they going to rot? Asked the other worker. That's not our job, Zool. Nevertheless, I heard some detectives will arrive soon and inspect their bodies. So there is no need to dispose of them like we usually do. However, I doubt these people even deserve to be buried. Replied the second worker. That's a little cruel, in the end, they are just people receiving orders from someone. Said Zool. Stop it, before someone hears you. I know and I do understand what you mean, however, this time we don't have the time nor the luxury to sympathize with the villains. Said the second worker. The two made their way to a door, the only entrance to the stone room. I see. After today, I am not in the mood to go drink. I will be going home first, I bet my wife and the kids are worried. Said Zool as he closed the door and locked it. I don't doubt it, I will be going home soon, I just need to finish some paperwork, see you tomorrow Zool. Said the second worker. The two made their way through the corridor, parting ways after a while. At that moment, inside the locked room, the air distorted as someone clad in dark clothes appeared. This place stinks. Said the man. Let me just get this over with. Said the man as he removed the mask and revealed. Silver. Obviously. They said someone was coming. I don't know when, so it's best if I end this quickly. Better if I leave before they even come, it would be bad to be tracked. First, I need to find the strongest. Normally, the strongest is the one with the higher authority. Silver went to a table and saw a bunch of numbers. Number 1. Supposedly level 2. Number 10. Supposedly level 3. Even some level 4s. I see, they must have classified the people based on their strength during the fight. They must be waiting for a sage to come and read the hieroglyphics so they can find their names and levels. Sage is someone who can read the hieroglyphs. I found it. Level 6. How? Really, just what is happening? Let me see. Number 32. Cause of death. Suicide by poisoning. Silver looked to the side, trying to find this man. Just what did he meet to make him choose this? Someone so strong. Would he need to live like this? Silver went through each bed and finally found his target. It was a small person wearing dark clothes and a broken mask on his face. A Palom. No. Plums have an average height of 115 to 125 cm, this guy is 160 at the very least, he is just small, perhaps a hybrid between a human and a Palom. Although there are some guys that are only small. To think this guy was a level 6. I really want to see his stats, but questioning comes first. Silver hand started to emit neon green light as green wisps of flames appeared from tears in his arms. It looked really painful. And in the darkness, it looked really eerie. Arise, cough. I mean, tell me your secret. Tier 3 Plasmid, Whispers of the Dead. Temporarily awakens the target's mind, putting it under my control. The efficiency depends on the integrity of the brain. And in some cases, the defenses around the mind, however, even if the person has many mind defenses, that is irrelevant after one's death. At least in most cases. Ouch. My head hurts even after one use. Looks like the strength of a level 1 is not enough to sustain such an ability. Well. I am not really your average level 1. This guy didn't die too long ago, however, I am quite afraid of the damage caused by the poison. If his brain was damaged, this may result in a complete failure, although I guess I could check on the level 4s and 5s. Gasp. Suddenly, the dead body opened its eyes and gasped for air as if alive. Its two eyes glowed neon green, shining the dark like a lighthouse. I am alive. Asked the body. It depends on your perspective. Said Silver as he touched his chin in wonder. So it's one of these cases. Sometimes, the target may show a little bit of free will, but that is nothing but a shadow of his former self. The person. Their true conscience has already left long ago. This guy is nothing but a husk. I tried using this ability in order to bring the dead back to life. Normally, only those who died recently could be revived, but with this ability, I could restart the brain of someone who had died a few hours ago. I used to think that as long as I could revive someone's brain, then I could revive anyone no matter what happened. But the result was always failure. This made me realize that something left the body or deteriorated during that period of time. As such, this experiment was a way for me to try and reach for the soul. However, although it failed, it proved to me that it actually existed. It's obvious to me that a soul exists now, but for the me in my past life. This experiment was of incredible value. Not to mention how handy such a plasmid actually was. I didn't have to convince someone to tell me their secrets, I could just kill them and get it from their corpse. I got a lot of value from this. Tell me, who are you? Asked Silver. Why? Tisk. He is resisting. Is it because of the level difference? Not really. His brain is naturally resisting my control because some parts of his original memories are telling him to act in this way. Is this because of his level itself, or something from his status like abnormal resistance? Perhaps because of his body quality, his memories were more preserved. Loyalty. Stop at me. It's not the time to research. Well, you did your best, might as well tell me your name so I don't forget it, right? Said Silver as he improvised. The body gazed at Silver with its glowing, hollow eyes. Hollow in the way of lacking emotion. You are right. I am Leech. Only Leech. That's the name I was given when my master took me home. 28 years ago. That's quite a while ago. How old are you? 34. He is similar to Otter, but the difference in talent is way too obvious. And who is your kind master? Kind. He isn't kind. But he is certainly understanding, he gives us jobs fitted to our skill set and tries his best to support us. Such a person must be famous. What is his name? It's. Forget it. Is that the vestige of his loyalty? Decades of indoctrination must be paying off. I will ask him other things first and push him for a name later. Then tell me, why did you come to Orario? To finish the great task. Wow, such a task must be phenomenal. How were you planning on finishing it? It's best if I don't ask direct questions, experience has taught me to avoid sensible topics at the start. The body seemed to smile. It was the perfect plan. For weeks, months, we waited for the perfect opportunity. And after a long time, it came. Everything was in the right place, at the right time. We divided into groups and got into action. One group waited at the Loki Familia home, another waited in the path from the dungeon to the manor, and the last one was in charge of communication and securing our retreat. Wait. There was one more group, the boss group. I didn't know what he was supposed to do. Big Boss is always so mysterious. I still owe him a drink. The body seemed sad, but it soon returned to its poker expression as if this never happened. I was part of the group on the path. I had a great idea. I knew I was strong, so I could definitely accomplish my task alone, so I had the others hide. Huh, I didn't imagine you to be so good. Tell me, what were you supposed to do? Asked Silver as a fake surprise tone. I was tasked with defeating the Sword Princess and taking her blood. The fuck? Why her blood? Asked Silver. To finish the great task. I really want to ask, what is this great task? Did you do it? Yes, unfortunately, she was stronger than I imagined, and I had to use the emergency plan. I took the berserk blood medicine and gave the collected blood to my subordinate. I fought bravely as I bought time for him and the others to flee. I am awesome, said the body with a full bloody smile. It looked incredibly eerie. What is this berserk blood medicine? Asked Silver. I don't know much about it, I only know that it can increase our stats temporarily, but it causes death if taken in excess. I took multiple at once in order to heal my injuries and hold the Loki Familia. A fatal amount. A glorious way to die. Complimented Silver. Best to lick his ass a little. The body seemed to agree, but it soon returned to its poker expression. No reactions. TSK. Tell me, why attack the Loki and Artemis Familius? To make the great task easier to accomplish. How? Removing the Loki Familia was just a recent plan, its objective was to clean the stage a little and cause unrest in Orario, chaos would ease our movements and operation. Same thing goes for the Artemis Familia. Recently, they started to act like the police force of Orario, and we can't let another Estria Familia rise. I see. Time for the big question. What was this great task? I can't tell you, I swore. Sigh. He has a strange mark on his neck. I noticed some of them have this mark. Is that a way for them to recognize each other? Plan B, here, I also have the mark. Silver showed a mark on his neck, it looked like a small box with an open lid, something like smoke seemed to be oozing from within. Are you a brother? How could you have forgotten about the great task? The body seemed incredibly angry, to the point that it lifted its hands, but its body was too broken to move. I need to be careful next time, if this was the body of someone else, I might have been hit. This guy's body has been destroyed by the poison and the side effects of the drug. If he was at his optimal state, I might have been punched by a level 6. One whose body is rid of its brain limitations. I hit my head and forgot. Now I can't even contact the support group. Said Silver in grief. The body looked at Silver with its poker expression. How could this be? To think this would happen. Alright, let me remind you. Phew. Thankfully, the mental capacities of the mind are severely decreased, otherwise, this wouldn't be possible, splurt, /. Suddenly. Blood started to leave the body's nose and ears. Shit. The time limit. So soon. Obviously, using plasmids to awaken a brain was never a gentle task, damage would be caused after extensive use. But that is, after extensive use. I barely used it for a few minutes. Sigh. This world is ruthless, even this got downgraded. The great task is to break through the chains that hold us in place. In order to do that, we need to rebuild the ancient treasure. Said the body. And what do you need to recreate it? I don't know much. Only that it needs 2 items. One of them is outside of Orario, being chased by the secondary core. I was part of the first core, tasked with retrieving the blood of Arya. Not Ace, but Arya. Ace, mother and wife of the hero from 1,000 years ago. The problem is that few if not no one know that Ace is actually their daughter. Even I would find it difficult to believe if I haven't watched the original. Shit. That wasn't something anyone was supposed to know. Just who are these fuckers? How do I meet with the leader? Or at least communicate with him? I don't know. The base is a secret only the boss knows. There are several relay agents scattered around the place. They are the only ones that can connect you with the master. That isn't bad. However, I need more information. How can I find the others? I need to regroup. If I can't contact the leader, then I need to find someone else that can. Just shit. What sort of maniac doesn't allow their own level SIXS subordinates to know their location? Does he have trust issues? Or is there some sort of special procedures? Impossible. The safe houses were already abandoned before the operation started. The safe path would have been shown to us by the support corps after our respective missions had been finished. So until they finished their missions, they weren't allowed to retreat. How brutal. But this is a problem. It seems I can't intercept them. Not that I could anyway. I will leave that to Orario's forces. Can you tell me where you were stationed before you came to Orario? That was several years ago. I have been staying in Orario for at least 4 years, our HQ changes location every few years or so. Fuck. Who is your boss? I mean, big bro. Big bro. You mean? Dolos. He was a cruel man. It ended there. I meant, in terms of appearance. He was tall. Not very tall. He had a scar under his nose. And smelly feet. Thank you. For the almost useless information. What are the name of your master and the familia you are under? My master name. He is a good person. His hair was green and... crack, slash. As if something snapped, his 2 eyes exploded as blood gushed out from inside, like a red waterfall. So close. It took so long to prepare him mentally, but he snapped at the critical time. If only I could find his boss. But that guy is most likely level 6. It's too dangerous. Level 7. Impossible, such a powerhouse wouldn't be unknown. It's impossible. Right. Silver looked through each person on the morgue, but couldn't find one person that matched the description of the man called Dolos. He didn't have the time to check the man's stats, nor did he have time to use his power on the others. So after cleaning all evidence, he left like a shadow. Just a few minutes before a group of robed priestesses entered the morgue. They found that the eyes of one of the deceased were missing and found it strange, however, that is history for another day. The sun shined, starting yet another day in Orario. Yesterday's night was tough, however, the people of Orario move on. This event will be talked about for months to come, together with its consequences. Tremble tremble slash. Oh. Silver awakened to his alarm clock as always. What a nice sleep. Although the feeling of staying in bed was relaxing, he had work to do. He tried getting up, but there was something stopping him from advancing. Zzzzzzz. It was Hestia sleeping on top of him, she had somehow moved there. Now you are making things difficult for me. Carefully, Silver used telekinesis to move Hestia and went to take a shower. However, by the time he arrived in the bathroom, he noticed a big problem. Shit, I can't aim when it's like this. Silver had a bon. Morning wood. Come on. How long are you going to remain like this? I need to take a piss. Using my powers to make my boner disappear seems too forced. Wait. Was I with a boner by the time I woke up? Silver remembered Hestia on top of him. And he couldn't help becoming harder. Shit. At the same time, in the other room, Hestia sneakily opened her eyes. Did he leave? Phew. How embarrassing, he almost caught me. That hard thing. Was that? Hestia shook her head in denial as she placed her hands on her cheeks. It can't be. It's way too big. She remained in bed for a little while longer, trying to get rid of that strange feeling in her tummy. Half an hour later, after eating breakfast, Hestia finished updating Silver's stats. This was a habit of theirs, every day in the morning they would do an update, even if Silver didn't do anything significant on the previous day. Sigh, every time I look at these stats, I can't help but feel as if I am dreaming, said Hestia as she passed the information into a sheet of paper. They are bound to get even higher, I only took a month to get to this point, might as well push for higher values, not like I lack time. Replied Silver. You are right, however, there is no need for you to push yourself so much if that's the case. Replied Hestia. The moment I stop is the moment I retire. Hestia rolled her eyes as she gave him the paper. Notes. None for now. Chapter 36, In Flames, Aftermath. Yeah. You aren't seeing things. Due to the fact I am really occupied and all of that, I decided to post this chapter ahead of time as a small gift for the new year. With the exception that it now has the images from chapters 1 to 10. And eventually, it will have all of the images until this chapter. The bonus chapters for the 500 and 600 Power Stone goals are still on hold, probably to be released next week. In any case, thank you all for being with me in this project of mine. See you all next year with another chapter. However, be warned that it's still pretty bare. See you all later. Silver picked the paper from Hestia's hand and read it. Melios Silver. Level. Strength SS 1010, 268. Vitality SSS 1270-SSS 1272, 381. Dexterity S949-S 950, 258. Agility SS 1151, 348. Magic SSS 1345-SSS 1354, 395. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. It's getting harder to increase it, no? Don't you think it might be time to level up? I mean, you could probably increase it by a 100 or 200 if you spend a few months in the dungeon, but if you leveled up, you could probably get this very same status in that period of time. Said Hestia. She is right, however, I still think I have some time to waste. After I reached 999, my stats went beyond the barrier with no problem. So I came to the conclusion I am similar to Bell, the barrier is non-existent for me. Since it was so much easier, I attributed this change to my skill. However, since both of my skills work towards stat development, I didn't know which to credit. Eventually, I credited my first skill, Vitalgen. I got quite worried that I would only be able to raise my stats up to the SS rank since my skill only decreases the difficulty of the stats by one tier. So SS rank is the same as S rank. But that proved to be baseless worry. I went beyond that into SSS rank and even into SSS. SS 1000 to 1199, SSS 1200, 1, SSS plus 1. SSS plus is just something the MC made up, it doesn't appear in the stats. I managed to reach this in about a month. It's a little faster than Bell, but I attribute this to the events that I passed through. N1. Plus, I already had a lot of experience, so I could just take on stronger monsters. Bell had to learn from zero. He wasted a lot of time exploring the upper floors and being overall dumb. He barely even knew how to use the knife properly, didn't know monsters' patterns and habits, his dungeon knowledge was as good as zero, and he was easily led around by others, which would eventually lead to him losing focus. A true noob. I am the polar opposite of Bell, I have the proper fighting techniques, I got proper education and I knew how to effectively use strategies to increase my farming speed. That's why, when you add my skills, this growth speed becomes a little bit more believable. A little. This speed won't remain once I start leveling up unless I continue to take on higher level monsters. Or if I do crazier things. Leveling my magic is still fine, I actually increased it by around 10 points in a day. I might as well spend another month training it. However, dexterity is falling behind. I guess I know the reason, most of the time, I am only fighting monsters, this is leading to a problem Ace also has. My combat style is becoming too focused on dealing with monsters, to the point it has become raw and unrefined. Create weapons of any kind using plasmids, find a monster, engage in combat, evade, attack, block, repeat. I need to find some sort of opponent that would force me to use precise movements. Just evading isn't going to make this stat go up. But that's for later, my stats still have room for growth, no need to focus on one stat for now. The base you set every level is what's going to set the limit for my future strength, might as well make sure it's big and stable. Said Silver. Sigh, but how are you going to increase that dexterity? Asked Hestia. That's something I have yet to figure out. I spent most of the time yesterday on the forge, yet that was only enough to raise 1 point of dex. No, that's already impressive. And this is considering I have a decrease in difficulty due to my skill. Normal training activities aren't going to raise my stats anymore. That's obvious. Exclaimed Hestia. Then. I am going to the dungeon. Time to step up my grind. Are you going to work now? Asked Silver. Yes, however, I imagine everything will be closed down due to what happened, so I plan to talk with Hephaestus first. Said Hestia. After what happened, I would be surprised if the guild didn't act. Let's go to the guild first and see what they have to say. She said. Sure, I was planning to go there anyway. Silver and Hestia got ready and left the basement. But when they opened the door. Fwush, slash. Ah. It's so cold. Said Hestia. So winter finally came. Winter starts around the middle of December in this world and ends around early to mid-March. Meaning we are already close to 2 months since winter started, meaning. It's snowing. Said Hestia as she had a snowflake fall in her hands. We need to change our clothes. You are right. They went back and changed their clothes. Hestia switched her jacket for a heavier coat while Silver switched his shirt for one with long sleeves and he picked the white scarf. He didn't need heavy protection due to his stats, but he at least needed to protect himself from the chilly wind. After some time, they arrived in the guild, and as expected. It's awfully full. Said Silver. People are tense after what happened yesterday, many familiars will come to ask for information and learn what happened. Silver looked at a big board set up on the outside. It read, Donatus has been pushed forward to tomorrow. There were a few more lines explaining why and the time. All of it was written in big and glowy runes, to make sure everyone can see no matter how blind they are. This world has its own language obviously, people aren't really talking and writing in English, imagine the words as runes mixed with hieroglyphs. Image. Well. Looks like I am not going to work today. Said Hestia. It seems what happened yesterday was really big. Said Silver. I am not even going to retort. Said Hestia. The two entered the guild and the place was packed with people. All of the counters had long lines in it and people could be seen everywhere. Silver looked to the side and saw that the exchange booths were closed. Probably due to the lack of personnel. Should we come later? Asked Silver. And come here again. This place will be full for the next week most likely, so it's best if we just finish our business and leave. Replied Hestia. But what are we here to do it anyway? I just came here to get some commissions and talk with my instructor. What about you? Isn't it better to learn from Hephaestus? I guess. You are right. No point in wasting time here. Ah. The place was so full that Hestia ended up being knocked by someone else. Be careful, man. Exclaimed Silver as he hugged Hestia. Sorry. The place is so full that I didn't notice her, sorry miss. Said the tall adventurer as he bowed. It's fine, said Hestia as she was hugged by Silver. Nice one. May your day be blessed, nameless adventurer. Sigh. Look, there is some empty space over there in the corner, wait for me there as I will try to talk with my advisor. I will be back soon. Hestia nodded her head. Silver turned around and soon disappeared in the sea of people. Hestia put her back against the wall as she looked at the sea of adventurers running around the place. From time to time, she could see through the gaps the desperate guild workers running from one side to the other with books in their hands. She almost wanted to laugh, but held it in since it would be rude. They must have it hard, huh? She waited for Silver but as time passed, he didn't appear. TSK. Silver must be having it hard. My legs are getting tired. Excuse me. Ah. From the middle of the crowd, a blue-haired girl suddenly appeared and fell on the ground. She was wearing some cute winter clothes as she got up from the ground. Her skin was rosy due to the cold and her gloves seemed fluffy. Artemis. Asked Hestia. Hestia. Asked Artemis. It was the meeting of two old friends. Half an hour later, And that is what I have done since I came into Genkai. What about you? Asked Artemis. Well, I didn't do much. I stayed with Hephaestus for a while receiving help and learning from her, she was the one who called me down here after all. After a while, I found my first adventurer. And what can I say? He is very talented. Said Hestia with a happy smile and a proud expression. Now I work in one of the Hephaestus shops as a way to help raise money. Hephaestus visits from time to time to teach me more about being a proper goddess and all of that. Hestia seemed slightly embarrassed, but she also seemed proud of herself. But her friend seemed worried. How is he? You can't let yourself be deceived, there are many bad-intentioned people in Orario. Humph. He isn't like that. He cooks, cleans, and helped me fix the church where we live. He did so much that sometimes I even feel overwhelmed. And even though I am working right now, that doesn't make much of a difference as he can easily provide for the two of us. The two of you? Are you two living together? She asked in a worried tone. Don't be like that. He's not the man you think he is. Hephaestus already approved of him. Artemis relaxed a bit. Then that's fine. Look at her, she defends him with such a smile on her face. Could it be? Do you like him? She asked with a small smile. Usually, Artemis would disapprove and scold Hestia, however, after having a night-long talk with her familia members, she learned to be laxer. I do. Why that question out of nowhere? Asked Hestia as she lightly punched her friend. What happened to Artemis? Shouldn't she be lecturing me right now? Ha. So even you. Hestia was about to retort when she stopped in her tracks. Even me. It can't be. Did you also? Mumph. Screamed Hestia in realization. Artemis blocked Hestia's mouth with a red face. Shiu. It's a secret for now. Poha. Hee. Who is the lucky man? I can't even imagine the sort of person that could move her ice heart. I guess coming into the lower world does change people. I met him yesterday. During the crisis. I was about to get ambushed by an enemy when he... Her face started to get red as she fondled her hair. He appeared from the sky and saved me. Who? Looks like it was quite the encounter. How was he? I didn't manage to see his face. She said with a downcast tone. What? Why? His helmet. It blocked my vision. And he left too quickly. I didn't have the courage to ask his name. Helmet. Tell me more. She asked. Well. He wears a platinum set of plate armor that seems to shine in. Artemis went on and on about what she saw. She started to fantasize about her hero, so much so that even Hestia realized most of what she said was an exaggeration. This seems familiar. However, she didn't realize it was Silver. The reasons for that were simple. Hestia stayed most of her time in Babel working, and in her free time, she normally walks around Arario doing whatever, although she prefers to do these things with Silver. Seeing new people, buying supplies, talking with other goddesses, and going on dates with Silver. During that time when she is alone, Silver is either in his workshop or in the dungeon, but if he is in his workshop when Hestia arrives, Silver tends to stop and read his book so as to not bother her with the sound of the forge. Hence, Hestia didn't get a close view of the newly finished armor. Only small parts of it when Silver was forging it. Also, Hestia doesn't have the patience to stay in a hot place like the workshop watching Silver work. Although she likes seeing him work, she doesn't have the constitution to stay in that heat for long. The little she knows is when Silver talks with her, but sometimes, Silver speaks so much that the information enters one ear and leaves through the other. So let me guess, you came here today in the hopes of seeing him again. Artemis didn't say anything but shook her head in agreement. Heh. How romantic of you, is that why you are wearing those cute clothes? Said Hestia in a teasing way. No. I didn't choose these. They were chosen by my children. Ha. You should have more confidence. Else your dream guy is going to get snatched away. That won't happen, right? Excuse me, please. Thank you. While the two talked, Silver suddenly appeared from the side. Silver. Perfect time. Silver. So this is Hestia's first adventurer. The one she fell for. That was tough, I feel bad for Loiju. Said Silver. It was then that Silver noticed the blue-haired girl on the side of Hestia. Their eyes locked into place and Artemis suddenly felt her body go limp. His silver eyes were just like. You are. Said Artemis with a lingering excitement. That's right. He is my adventurer. Said Hestia in a proud tone. Nice to meet you, my name is Melios Silver, captain of the Hestia Familia. Said Silver as he bowed. So he isn't him. For a moment I almost didn't know what to do. A level 1 adventurer can't be that knight. Although it's quite a coincidence for the two of them to have silver eyes. I am Artemis, it's a pleasure. She said as she bowed a little, her flowing blue hair falling in front of her face like a water stream. If you are here, it means your work is done, right? Asked Hestia. Yeah, I will be going to the dungeon after we leave. Are you staying, Artemis? Asked Hestia. Yes. Then we will see each other later. Oh. Make sure to visit one of these days. Remember, it's the old church. Said Hestia as she waved to Artemis before turning around and leaving with Silver. I will. Said Artemis with a smile. Silver and Hestia finally arrived at Babel, and after saying their goodbyes, Silver went down into the dungeon while Hestia went back home to prepare for the Donatus tomorrow. At the same time outside of Arario. A cloaked agent kneeled in front of a green-haired elf. Is that what you said true? Asked the elf in a deep tone. Yes, sir. The elf slowly walked near a boulder and boom, he punched the rock with such strength that the boulder was sent flying, creating a long trail on the ground while it knocked everything on its way down. The trail went over 30 meters before the rock crumbled into smaller parts. So. You're telling me that you all failed in the main task, something we've been planning for years, just because of one single interference. I shall pay it with my life. Said the assassin. Your pathetic life isn't worth this. I want to know what happened. In detail. It was like this, everything was fine until. The assassin explained everything that happened, including the strange order from Loki for her familia to retreat and how they did not find anyone in the emergency room. He also explained how they lost all of their level 4s and 5s in the main site to some mysterious enemy and how the captain disappeared. At least. Sir Leech finished his mission. He said as he presented a vial containing some red liquid. At least I got one of the items. However, Leech's death isn't worthy of this. He wouldn't sacrifice himself for this. Meaning, he had no way to escape. Did I underestimate the Sword Princess and the Loki Familia too much? That is difficult. I made sure to analyze their strength thoroughly. Was I too hasty? No, the Loki Familia alone isn't enough to stop the operation. So what happened? The variables. The person who eliminated the team leaders and the knight who saved the targets. Plus whatever happened to Dolos. That was what fucked the plan. What about our remaining agents? He asked. We are still counting our losses, but we lost almost all of our rank 3 corps and most of the rank 4 commanders have died as well to that mysterious assassin. It was thanks to their sacrifice that I am nowhere delivering this message. That same person also assassinated several of the rank 5 commanders. As for the rest, we lost contact with them. We believe they failed their mission. My group was the only one that made it to the extraction point. I left some agents on standby. We also have our spies. So everyone in the other groups, said the elf. Yes. We believe they are all dead. However, it's possible they are on standby, waiting for the chaos to settle and flee when the lockdown in Orario ends. No. Forget about them, they are already dead. The strings have already snapped. Yes, sir. Let's go over the variables first. What can you tell me about the mysterious assassin? I didn't see much since I was hiding from far away, but I can confirm some things. It was definitely a she. Her hair was dark and she used a thin short sword. Her ears were long, showing that she was an elf. She had a dark mask on her face. An elf with dark hair. Did she have red eyes? I am unsure, I was too far away during the fight. But now that you say, I did remember someone screaming about this. That bastard. Dionysus. So he finally showed who he truly is. Calm down. I need to hide. Now that I lost most of the top forces, I would be incapable of fending off against Dionysus' hidden card. I just didn't expect that elf bitch to be this strong. What about the captain? I know even less about him. He left to do his mission with the elite team and never came back. His mission was to simply stall for time and potentially finish the mission in case of failure. What could have killed a team consisting of one recent level 7 and multiple level SIXS and 5s? There is only one possibility. Freya. Was I playing in your hands all of this time? The elf stayed in deep thought for a long while. What about the knight? We know even less about him. Almost no agent survived the encounter. Most of the spies were also killed. But he became quite the hot topic and I am sure he will be talked about for some time. Loki made sure to promote him near her house. He wears a full plate of platinum-colored armor. His choice of weapon seems to be the spear. He appeared on the battlefield out of nowhere and stopped Artemis from dying. After that he obstructed the execution of the Plan B and disappeared with Artemis. Any other characteristics? None really. We didn't see his appearance nor how he fought. He seemed to have a tool capable of creating a large amount of steam in a short amount of time, but that could also be his unique magic. Here, I have a drawing that I stole from an adventurer, said the assassin as he picked a piece of paper. The image seemed to have been made in a hurry, however, it was much better than what most people were capable of making. What is this on his neck? Asked the elf. I think it was a scarf. A white scarf. The elf stopped moving for a second. Are you sure? Well, it could have been a piece of cloth or even a cloak. Do we have any high-ranking agents left in Orario that we can contact right now? Yes, we do, sir, replied the agent. Then get them to investigate this night, tell them they have a month, say the same to the tracking team, that's the time I have until the ritual time approaches. And with that, the elf left. As per your will, Sir Itos. The assassin got up and made his way to Orario. Notes. P.S. I forgot to say about a rather big change, and that was Goliath's strength in chapter. It has been over 20 chapters, and I learned a lot more about the plot. It was about time to fix some of the fight's mistakes as well. So Goliath is a high peak level 2 monster, but due to its characteristics, this is deemed as a level 3 boss monster. Meaning, a party of level may 2nd be capable of defeating it, but they would suffer. A solo level 3 may be able to solo it, but he would have to be an elite and have the right tools for it. A level 4 would definitely be able to take it. The way I put the Goliath was rather busted, so it was time to make things more plausible. For those curious, this was Bell's stats when he leveled up. He took 1 month and a half, Strength, SS. Endurance, SS. Dexterity, SS. Agility, SSS. Magic, SS. Similar, but at the same time not. Chapter 37, Donatus. I finally finished rewriting the previous chapters. From now on, I will be returning to my usual pace. 2 days later we will have the 3rd chapter this week and after that the bonus chapters. And so on. Most of the images up to chapter 20 can be found there. I say most because I might have missed some. It will take between half an hour to an hour to add all of the remaining images there. So I plan to finish that today. And after that, it will be a mix of writing the chapters and setting up the server's bots, and other things such as roles and permissions, the same usual talk. Thank you all for the patience, enjoy. Somewhere on the 17th floor, Silver looked at a group of minotaurs patrolling around the place. He wondered if he could take on such a large group on his own without using his abilities. My stats have greatly increased. I think I am more than capable of taking on such a group of minotaurs, said Silver. I have higher stats when Bell defeated that strengthened minotaur, plus, I have more experience and these minotaurs are just common ones. Bell suffered a lot to defeat him, but these are just mobs. There is nothing to fear. Silver created a pair of ice knuckles and jumped into the group. 10 minutes later, Silver could be seen on top of a rock as he rested. His clothes were bloodied, but not by his blood. Barely enough. Minotaurs are more than strong enough to pose as a threat, but they are too dumb to give me any trouble anymore. Now that my stats are higher, monsters on the middle floor don't really pose the same level of threat as they once did. Because of this, my training slowed down a little. However, as I said before, I don't think it's time for me to dive into the 19th floor. Considering the rate I am progressing, I should have no problem in increasing my stats by another 200 to 300 in the next few months. But that isn't guaranteed, the difficulty could spike at any moment. Or an opportunity might arise for me to speed my development. I will go with this then. Silver created an ice spear and gave it to the subdued Minotaur on the side. This Minotaur was slightly smarter than the others. Silver kept it alive because he wanted to try a new method of training. He had tried this particular method of training once with other monsters, but to meager effects. Perhaps a Minotaur might show better results. From now on, you will attack me with it, try your best. Slash swash, slash. The Minotaur didn't wait as it swung the spear like a club. Silver evaded the club by jumping to the side. That's not how you use a spear, he said as he lifted his leg and, slash bam, slash. Silver kicked the Minotaur in the leg, punishing it for its failure. Moo. The Minotaur fell to one knee, it was clearly in pain. Try again, said Silver with a smile. Silver kept evading the Minotaur's blows. Every time he felt the situation was easy, he would add weights into his body. He bought these weights from a blacksmith shop some time ago. He rarely used them, but it seemed the perfect situation had arrived. If that wasn't enough, he would add some difficulty every once in a while by using his own abilities. Slash bam, slash. Slash mew, slash. Once the creature made a mistake, he would punish it. Again and again. So time passed as Silver fought against the Minotaur. Eventually, it got tired, so Silver fed it some potions. Yes, he fed a potion to a monster. Every time the spear broke, Silver made another, allowing him to still train his magic even though he was focusing on dexterity. For the next few hours, this cycle continued, until... Moo. Mew. The Minotaur collapsed on the ground, too tired to even move. Phew. That was tense. How long have I been fighting this Minotaur in this dark cave? 2 hours. 4 hours. I took several potions and fed the Minotaur some as well. He got much better in handling the spear. But what do I do with him now? It would be a waste to kill him. Alright, I won't lose much by trying. Silver pointed towards a wall and it started to tremble as a hole appeared inside. In you go. Silver kicked the Minotaur inside and closed the entrance, leaving only a small hole inside for air to enter. He also poisoned the Minotaur so it would remain sedated until his next visit. Although that wasn't really necessary since Minotaurs aren't strong enough to break the dungeon walls. Normal Minotaurs. Perfect, now, I need to wait and see if the Minotaur will be here by the time I return. Silver made his way to the surface, killing any monsters on his way. After passing by the guild and getting his rewards, Silver made his way home. Welcome home, Silver, said Hestia as she sat by the fireplace. How was your day? Asked Silver. Nothing too special, I just went to Hephaestus and talked with her for some time. Is she still occupied? Asked Silver. Yes. Although she has opened some time recently, she is still on the forge almost 12 hours a day. That's a lot of dedication. Hestia seemed a bit sad. She has a lot on her shoulders. Did you eat? She shook her head. So let me take a bath, then I will make some food. She smiled. This time, let me help you. I should learn how to cook. Silver must be tired from going to the dungeon every day, he deserves some help. Sure. Next day, Silver could be seen walking together with Hestia on the streets of Orario. Today's the day, tell me how it goes later on, said Silver. It's my first time in one of these. I am quite nervous, replied Hestia. What should I say in there? Sigh, that's why I told you to go meet with Hephaestus. This isn't a blind date, why are you so nervous? I can't depend on her for everything. And in any case, this isn't that big of a deal. Hestia took a step forward and said. See you later then, Silver. As she said that, she gave him a big hug and ran away. That's not the only reason why I am worried about her. Would she even be able to hit the topmost button on the elevator? Why is the average height of people in this world so low? Like, 150 to 165 cm. Yet the elevator button is so high up. Silver shook his head as he went to meet with his partner Minotaur, or as he named him, Minotan. In an old and abandoned house, a cloaked man could be seen reading a note. Slash crackle slash. After he was done with the note, he proceeded to burn it by throwing it in the fire. The operation went into smoke, so it's time to punish the culprits, huh? Shit. Almost everyone is dead. How am I supposed to find the identity of someone who never appeared before when everyone in Orario is after us? If I had a lot of time, it would be simple, just like always, but I only have a month. That is barely enough for the dust to settle. Just my day. Boss is missing and all of the executives and leaders are either dead or missing. Only minor agents and covert leaders like me are still alive. Going to the north is a no-go. I will be found out in a minute. If only I could remove this mark from my neck, infiltration would be way easier, ///. Suddenly, a crow entered the darkroom. A bird. He took out his pair of curved knives, but nothing happened. He noticed the note on the crow's leg. A mensagem crow. But we don't use these as a form of communication. He carefully went to the crow and picked the note on its leg. He stayed there, reading the note for around half a minute. Its contents shocked him. I can't understand this. Who and why? Most importantly, how do they know about this matter? I need to confirm it, I can't trust this information yet. But if it's true, my mission may have become easier. It won't take even a week. The cloaked man disappeared, his destination unknown. Is that all? Come on Minotan, you can do better than that, said Silver as he looked at the tired Minotaur. Luckily, Minotan was still alive and well when he returned, so he went back to his training session. Moo. The Minotaur could barely hold the ice spear. Is this all for today? Not that I mind, I will continue my training by killing other creatures. This training has been quite decent, I must say. It's a shame that the other monsters on these floors aren't adequate for this type of training. I tried doing this with crystal mantises and even ligerfangs. But they showed disappointing results. The first is obvious and the second is a tiger monster. However, I can't spend all of my time just doing this, I have other stats to grind. Until tomorrow Minotan, have a good sleep, said Silver as he shoved the Minotaur back inside the hole and closed it again. He used his inventory and picked a small bag. It took me a while to find it, but I finally got it after I did some running on the black market. It was rather hard to find, but after asking some people, I easily found its location. Although that place had many types of interesting tools and items, they were all overpriced. Even this singular bag cost 50k valis. And it's a single-use item that lasts a few hours. I never said that, black market. Are you crazy? This is the opposite of a Morbi scent bag. It's a bag that attracts monsters. The idea came from a drunken adventurer I heard about a few days ago. He said something about using such a bag to attract large amounts of monsters and make the hunter development ability process easier. Although the item is illegal, that doesn't mean it was always so. In the past, these bags were legal and they accumulated quite the fame. Some official adventurers even know how to make them. If they do, that's not my problem. However, they just laugh saying it was a mad idea. I think the contrary. I didn't even know such an item existed until then. These bags aren't almighty though, since they have a target in mind. There are bags that only work on the upper floors and some that only work on the middle floors. This is due to how the monsters on each floor hunt. A certain smell on the upper floors may attract killer ants, but on the lower floor, it may be used to scare off another monster. What a shame, if only I had known. I had stopped playing around with potion and item making this past month because I don't have time to experiment with materials. I barely have time to train and read the theory books. Much less using the forge and going after the books. Perhaps I should pass by one of the libraries. I wonder how they work in this world. Do they just allow anyone to enter and gain knowledge? I doubt it. Items are made to help us, and such a bag could make so many things easier. However, I do know why it's banned and why no one talks about it anymore apart from some old drunk adventurers. It's too easy to cause trouble with such an item. It's similar to the killer ants. If you pick a killer ant and hurt it, it will emit a pheromone for help that will attract all killer ants in its vicinity. Such a method is used to dispose of many people in the dungeon. Imagine if they had access to such a wide-use item. But for me, isn't it perfect? Perhaps there is an item that can make monsters spawn faster. That would be divine. I am ready, let's go. Silver threw the bag on the ground and ignited it with a flame. A terrible smell soon covered the entire area. I was prepared, but damn. Silver was in a rather secluded section of the floor. This was to make sure he would never meet with another adventurer and risk Minotan's life. Or their life. And now, it is working as the perfect covert place for his experiment. After a minute. /moo/. Cries of monsters soon came into Silver's ears as he prepared himself. Showtime. I wonder how high will my stats rise. On top of Babel, the Donatus was held. It was a magnificent open-air room on the 37th floor of Babel. There were no walls in this room apart from a small section where the elevators were built. Multiple marble pillars acted as support for the rest of Babel. As for how that was possible. Magic. Like in an arena, a single stone bleacher surrounded a circular table where a strange circular object laid on top. All of the gods sat on the bleacher as they waited for the next subject to start. This included the beautiful Freya, that constantly attracted gazes to her, from males and females alike. A strange tanned girl wearing multiple accessories and almost no clothes, Ishtar. The enraged Loki, who was constantly scanning all of the people in the room. A serious small girl with big titties in white clothes and white sandals. The sleepy and bored Hermes, uncaring about what was happening. The lawful and strict Artemis. Mayak, the kind and natural gigolo, smiling to the ladies around him. A kind woman with long green hair, she had a kind motherly look, however, she looked concerned. And a man with a thin bushy beard and disheveled hair, he looked like a hobo. And many more. N1. After everyone arrived, they started their meeting. And this concludes this subject. Said someone with a piercing on his nose, he looked like a gangster. Leto and Tidio's war game theme will be chosen in 2 weeks. The game itself shall happen when the month of February ends. Screamed Hermes out loud in excitement. Whispers, The gods talked among themselves. It had been a while since a war game happened. They were excited. Suck it, faggot. Leto smiled gently on the outside, however, she snickered at her enemy who tried to ambush her children in the dungeon. I didn't expect you to go so low, but now. It's just a shame he isn't being fined. Lack of proof. Humph. Indeed, it's a shame I don't have any proof. Since all of it was destroyed. And the murderers were killed by the Red Knight. How sad for them. Her smile deepened. Just you wait. Ylfi and the others managed to level up after almost 2 months of intense training. By the time the next Donatus happens, it will be already too late. Leto smiled sweetly. Normally, she would have to give her level 2 children an alias, however, since this was an emergency Donatus, all of these minor things were pushed to the true Donatus that will happen in March. That bitch. Tidios, the hobo-looking god, gazed at his enemy with an intense glare. He knew she was mocking him with that smile. And he hated that. This leads us to yesterday. Said a girl wearing a long dress, her hair was dark as the night sky. Bam. Loki smacked on the marble to get the other people's attention. Finally. I thought it would take all day. She said. Calm down, Loki. Said a guy on her side. Shut up. My familia got freaking attacked and I won't take that lightly. Loki is way beyond pissed. Was what most gods thought. So what do you want to do? We barely even know who is our enemy. Said a tall and skinny god. They are certainly not from Orario. Said Loki. That's obvious, such a familia wouldn't be able to grow that strong without anyone noticing. Said a male god whose hair covers his entire face. Yet, this still doesn't explain how they got strong in the first place. He complimented. But that would mean they are from outside of Orario. How did they get in? Asked a girl. I have a suspicion they received help from inside. Said Loki. Ex-gods. That's a bold claim. Said an old god. But an obvious one. Said Dionysus as he cut the other god. So what do? We can't keep the city on lockdown forever, we are already suffering from some problems. Said a fat god with golden clothes. I hate having to say it, but we can't stop the flow for too long, I already suffered enough from the displeasure of the merchants. I just want a break. But we can't just stop with the investigations. What a predicament. Keeping the city on lockdown won't do much for a group that is capable of entering Orario in large numbers. Even if they have help, it would be hard to sneak 1 or 2 people inside. Said a woman with thick glasses. Loki smiled. I found some things after investigating the corpses. How about you all hear me out? The meeting went on for another 3 hours before everyone left. Ah. It's finally over. Said Hestia as she got up from her seat. That was super boring. Geez, watching Silver read his book seems more entertaining than this. It's been a while, beautiful Hestia. Said a voice from behind her. Hestia cringed, she recognized the voice immediately, just how many hundreds of times had she heard it? To the point that it made her sick. Apollo. Said Hestia. A man with orange hair and a leaf crown appeared. He had a calm smile on his face, he was handsome yet. Something was off. It's been so long. I couldn't wait to see you again. Said Apollo. But Hestia cut him off. Don't come with this talk again, I heard it hundreds of times already. she said. Apollo still maintained his smile as he opened his arms and said, "Please, don't be like that. I bet you have yet to properly set up Orario. How about I help you? And I will introduce you to some good Soma wine and then." His cheeks got red as he thought about the future. Hestia was disgusted, however. Apollo was always straightforward and persistent. "Leave me alone. I already told you this many times already. I am not interested. Hestia-chan. Can't you feel my unending love?" As Apollo said that he approached Hestia, Hephaestus was ready to intervene when. "Stop. I already have a boyfriend. Gasp, silence, All of the gods who were still in the room stopped moving in shock. Everyone knows each other in heaven, even if not in a personal way, they still know each other, so for them, Hestia getting a boyfriend is like heaven being overturned. Many guys cringed as if they had lost their chance, some had sly smiles, thinking she had finally opened up. The girls however were very curious. Very much so. This included a silver-haired girl on the side who seemed as if she would crush the marble below her feet as she looked at Hestia. And a red-haired girl who seemed as if her soul had been consumed. What did you say? Apollo's smile completely crumbled as it was replaced by an angry and shocked face. Ah. Hestia was embarrassed, but since she said it, might as well finish it so these pests don't bother her anymore. Yes. I have a very handsome and strong boyfriend. So stop bothering me. Humph. But Apollo wasn't ready to admit defeat. N2. I am imposable. You can refuse me, but never lie to me. He said out loud as he pointed at Hestia as if wanting to rally the others up. But she was unfazed, she maintained her matured persona and just scoffed at him. Stop denying reality. He is much more handsome, stronger, cooler, and helpful than you will ever be. Not to mention he is much bigger than you. Said Hestia. What did I just say? Sigh, I don't really care about the height. I just want him to stop bothering me. At this point, Hestia didn't care any more about what she was saying, anything to have this guy stop. Can't he be tactful and leave? She was talking about his height. However, for these perverted gods, only one thing passed by their heads. With only a few actually thinking about his height, this included Artemis, who was very confused about the others' reactions, only after a while did she understand, and her face went red. Yo. Do you want to humiliate me to this extent? Apollo looked as if he was about to go crazy, but... All right, that's enough. Said a deep voice coming from the strange circular object on the table. The voice was deep, and with it, silence spread across the room. Right, even Auranas wants you to stop. Said Hestia as a little bit of sweat fell from her forehead. This escalated quickly. I just want to go home. Hestia. Called Hephaestus. Hestia saw her friend waving at her, so she didn't even look at Apollo as she ran towards her. Soon after, they entered the elevator and left. Before the doors closed, she gave Apollo a very rude expression. Apollo remained there, his expression distorted. Hermes pulled his hat down to hide his expression, but a smile could be seen below it. He was very much amused. Ishtar licked her lips, her thoughts her own. Artemis was still shocked as she couldn't believe her friend was already so far ahead of her. The others had different reactions, but it was overall just pure shock. This would certainly be a hot topic among the gods for some time. On the elevator, Hephaestus played with her hair as she looked at Hestia. What is it? Do you want to ask me something? Cough. Hephaestus choked as she was taken by surprise. When you talked about having a boyfriend. Bah. I don't have one, of course. Not yet. Hephaestus' single eye opened wide but soon closed as her poker face returned. But she now had a deep smile and her cheeks were a tiny bit red. That's good. She said in a small voice. What did you say, Hephaestus? Cough. Nothing much. She said as her expression turned serious. Hestia was a bit suspicious. But she didn't say anything. Hephaestus soon got serious again. You need to be careful, Apollo isn't going to forget that. Once the situation gets calmer and everything gets resolved. Hestia's expression was a little grim. Silver is strong but not enough to take on his familia alone. Not yet, as he would say. Although I don't doubt if he came to me and said he could take them on. Hephaestus looked at the worried Hestia and said. Sigh. You cause trouble and don't even know how to fix it. In any case, stop worrying for now. I doubt Apollo would have the courage to challenge a familia with only a single member. His pride wouldn't allow for that. Although, knowing how persistent he is. If he is truly angered. She shook her head. Most likely, if he intends to do anything, it will surely be after the war game. If something happens I will be there to help you, okay? Hephaestus. Hestia jumped on her as she cried. Stop. You are dirtying my clothes. Slash ding slash. With the sound of a bell, the elevator reached the bottom. I didn't have the chance to ask her that. Sigh, slash sometime later, Hestia could be seen sitting on her bed as she told Silver what happened slash. And then the donatus ended. Said Hestia. Better not bother Silver with that final part. So in the end, that's how things went. Loki is truly pissed. To even bring stuff from decades ago. The information gathering ability of a big familia can't be underestimated. They tracked the marks on the terrorists to something from 40 years ago. It seems these people were remnants of an outsider group that disbanded in the past. However, it seems they are still active, and now, they went a little dark in their operations. Loki wasn't even here at that time. Knowing Loki, I expected her to go after the enemy, but she is being surprisingly docile. Said Silver. Well, she wants to deal with the informant first. Said Hestia. It's certainly Dionysus. However, he isn't someone to reveal himself, even towards the end. The situation is far from checkmate. I am sure that even at this moment, he is thinking of ways to get a clean alibi and push the blame to someone else. That's not our problem anyway. Said Silver as he turned around and sat on the bed in front of Hestia. You are right, Loki will solve everything on her own anyway. We just need to focus on our day-to-day life. Said Hestia as she updated Silver's status. I wonder how things will end. Who will take the blame? Dionysus definitely has something planned. Done. Said Hestia. I will think about this later. The enemy is a familia with level SIXS adventurers. Even if they were weakened, why should I mess with them? Silver picked the paper and read it. It seems my training is effective, slash growl, slash. Hestia's stomach protested. She showed a smile. All right, I will make some food. Notes. Chapter 38, Training Gone Wrong. Hey. How are you guys going? This is the third and last normal chapter this week. Next is the side chapters. We have 3 to go through. And I am quite confused about what I am going to do. I have been thinking if I should drop in a side chapter about the MC last life. But that doesn't really add much, so my idea was to make something like a character POV or something. A day in the life of Hestia, like someone said. The next volume is going well, I would say. I already figured out what event I am going to use to start this bad boy. As for what comes next. Also, I wanted to ask you all something. What do you think his alias should be? Remember, an alias is based on someone's actions and behaviors. And it doesn't need to be grand, being fitting is much more important. Well, for now, this question may seem redundant since the MC isn't known by others, but he will be eventually since he will level up one day. I will ask this question every once in a while so you guys can keep telling me what you think. In case you need, this is the wiki's definition. An alias is a second name given to all adventurers during the donatus by the gods once they reach level. An alias can potentially change every time an adventurer levels up. Certain gods take advantage of the naming process to give Chinibu-type aliases to adventurers from weaker familia for entertainment purposes. However, as there is a difference in how the children perceive them, they consider it to be cool. Only 3 more chapters to go. 2 to be released next week and the final 6K word chapter on the week after. For now, this is all. Enjoy. During the night, somewhere in Arario, 2 people were currently on the roof of a house under the cover of the night sky. They seemed to be waiting for something. Flip. The blond man sitting on a beach chair flipped his book. His expressions couldn't hold his surprise. How many times are you going to read this book? Asked a girl on the lookout. This is just really entertaining. Seeing the pieces fall together. The more I read, the more everything just seems to make sense. The girl rolled her eyes. But I wonder, what was his objective in giving this to me? He could have just given it to Loki. The blond man finished reading the book, however, he once again went back to the very start of the book to read it again. Sigh. The girl wasn't surprised as she went back to her lookout. Step. Exclamation point. As she gazed towards the ground below her, she saw a very suspicious man. Elf. The elf seemed nervous, it kept looking around to the sides and behind him as he made his way to a wall. Shying. The elf took something from his pockets and inserted it into the wall, and suddenly, the elf was sucked into the wall and disappeared. Nothing was left behind. The girl looked to the side to see her god staring at the book with a smile. One much bigger and deeper than before. I will be going now. She said to her god. I will be waiting for you up here. By Igudlu CK. She rolled her eyes as she jumped from the ceiling. Sometime later on the Hestia Familia Church, Another day of training well done. Ploft. Silver jumped onto the bed and relaxed. A lot of things happened in these past few days. Silver stared at the ceiling as he thought. As the days passed, the familiars banded together to look at every nook and cranny of Orario. At the start, they didn't find much, but from the small clues they had, they finally found a lead as they started to clear their hideouts. The Loki familia led the investigations brutally. Every day, several hideouts were wiped clean. Most of the time, it was just an abandoned hideout. Or a bandit hideout of a group completely unrelated to the case. But every time they found an active hideout, the enemy would just either flee or kill themselves. If they had the chance to do it, of course. However, the specifics were kept confidential, and since the Hestia familia wasn't part of the investigations, Silver didn't know much of the progress. He knows only of the public knowledge shared by the guild. Nevertheless, this wasn't his problem anymore. I wonder what they will do with that book, said Silver as he thought about the diary. Yesterday, an opportunity to get rid of the book appeared, and after doing a little bit of improvisation, he decided to give the book to Hermes stealthily. This book has information that could probably put an end to their investigation, but the information within depends on the perspective of the reader. If you consider that the cloaked man Frederick wrote about in the diary is one of the terrorists, this would mean Dionysus is the traitor. However, this isn't set on stone. It could be something completely different. It all depends on Hermes now. Will he cut down Dionysus? Or will he do something else? The reason I gave it to Hermes was that I was scared of what Loki might do with such information. What I want is stability. If Dionysus is driven to a corner and is forced to use everything he has at the same time. And if Loki charges at Dionysus, the end result would be a battle between them and his forces, turning Orario into a battleground again. However, the only member of his familia is actually the elf girl, while everyone else is just people he tricked. He used a potent drug to trick them into entering another god's familia, not even that god knows, since she was also drugged by him. Innocent people would die, and at the end of the fight, the Loki familia might end up suffering the repercussions, even though they are the victims. You might think this is absurd, but people have proved time and time again that they don't care. Believing in a made-up story is much easier than trying to accept reality. And the elf girl is very strong. Not something the current Loki familia would be able to take on easily. Some may die. Even if she is weaker, the Loki familia is also weaker than in 2 years. The most important thing is their levels. The executives aren't level 6 yet, while their top executives are still midway to level 7. There are also the repercussions of such a clash. How would the Freya familia react? Would she just cross Loki? This situation is such a pain, said Silver as he got up from his bed to eat something. In the dungeon, a boy with shoulder-length black hair could be seen facing off against a minotaur in a dim cave. This minotaur was quite strange. It held a spear in its hands, yet it had a proper posture as if it knew how to wield a spear. Its body wasn't overly bulky like the other minotaurs. It was muscular, yet slim. It was a build more fit for an agile spear user than the strength-reliant minotaurs that are known for using axes. Its skin was also quite strange. It was blue. Its eyes remained red like the other minotaurs, but its fur changed to a strange white. It looked at Silver with eyes filled with rage. However, a strange determination seemed to burn inside its eyes. Did I feed it too many magic stones? Said Silver as he looked at the minotaur. To the point, it became an enhanced species. Might as well take a photo and show it to that girl later. Every day, Silver would feed a few magic stones to Minotan in the hopes of increasing its strength, and as a consequence, increase the difficulty of his training. More pressure, that was all he was after. But one day, after beating Minotan for the 78th time, it just changed to what it is now when he returned to check up on it. Its physical strength was reduced, but its speed and precision got enhanced. However, since it's a minotaur, its strength is still higher than most monsters on the middle floors. He had once tried feeding all sorts of monsters magic stones, but not all of them could mutate successfully. Most exploded into smoke, probably due to oversaturation of magical power. There were some cases where the monster got stronger. But Minotan was his first successful mutation. It's been a little over 3 weeks, right, Minotan? Thanks to you, my dexterity has increased by a lot. And the scent bag as well. 3 weeks of monster farming non-stop. I used to think it would take a few months to reach max stats, but I did it way sooner. Although I am a little disappointed it came so soon. I thought I would be able to go much further. The Minotaur continued to observe Silver, unmoving. After 3 weeks of suffering, it learned to observe its enemy before attacking. It knew it was no match head-on. So it had to think each move carefully. Else it would receive a beating. Looks like it will soon be the end. Can't say I am happy. I grew quite attached to you. My dexterity will soon max out like the others. Another day or two and I will level up, clack, slash. Clack. Clack, slash. As Silver was distracted by his thoughts, a rock suddenly fell from a higher position. It hit the ground multiple times before stopping. However, he was alone and both he and his partner were standing still. Did a monster spawn nearby? Silver turned his head to the side and noticed a figure clad in dark overlooking him from a vantage point. What? Who? Exclamation point. Flush. The moment Silver got distracted, the Minotaur advanced. Shit. Silver turned around once again and tried to evade it but. Got you. Said a voice from behind Silver. Cut. The mysterious cloaked person suddenly appeared behind Silver and slashed with his knife at Silver, cutting his back open. Ah! Screamed Silver. And when it seemed everything was over, the Minotaur lifted its spear, ready to strike at the falling Silver. However, the assassin felt something was wrong as he didn't feel as if his strike had connected, and by the time he realized what was wrong, Silver burst up in smoke, and an ice spear suddenly pierced at him through the smoke. Pierce. Minotan tried to pierce the man, but his speed was no match for the guy as he parried the blow and released a counterattack. Clang. However, Minotan deflected his blow. Shush. The impact launched the two in opposite directions. Moo. Minotan hands trembled from the impact. Drip. The man noticed a large gash on his shoulder. It seemed he didn't manage to fully block his enemy attack. The man was surprised, asking just what this strange monster was, while the Minotaur in question didn't care much about who his opponent was, so it charged. Shit. I need to retreat. The target must be waiting to ambush me. He jumped backward and focused on defense, trying to buy time as he looked for Silver. And indeed, Silver was currently watching the assassin by standing on the high ground. But he remained invisible, trying to gain as much information as he could. The hunter had become the prey. Clang. Because the assassin had to keep his guard up for any sneak attacks, he couldn't keep up with the Minotaur's speed that well, leading to a very close fight. Who is this guy? How did he find me? That's not it. Does he know me? If he does know, that's a big problem. I was ready to be revealed one day but through my own will. Let's see how you fare against Minotan, clang. The battle raged on between the assassin and the mutated Minotaur. I don't have any popcorn, a few minutes earlier, on the surface, in the main office of the Loki Familia, now refurbished and repaired. Loki, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were currently engaged in a conversation. Kleck. Loki could be seen sitting on a chair, pecking on the table with her index finger in boredom. Bite your face, I guess we got nothing once again, right? Asked Loki towards Finn. We went all around Orario, but in the end, we couldn't invade other Familia's private land. We sent a team outside, but they didn't find anything. There was no lead on that end. Replied Finn. Bam. Loki slammed on the table. So we are supposed to just take this on and forget about it? She replied. Finn placed his thumb on his forehead, clearly distressed. I am with you, but there isn't much we can do when the enemy vanishes like smoke. We looked everywhere, but the most we found were abandoned hideouts. The rest was just common thugs and bandits. Said Riveria. The enemies were prepared, but it is no doubt we dealt a deep blow on them. I don't think they would be capable of recovering from that in a short period. Said Gareth. But something is missing, said Loki. The traitor is still out there and the culprit too. 3 weeks and we achieved almost nothing. Said Loki. At least they won't be able to operate on Orario as smoothly as before, however, it's too soon to get our guards down. Said Riveria. But we can't remain on standby forever. Said Gareth. However, we can't just continue as if nothing happened, it's too risky to go on another expedition. Said Finn. But if we don't do so, our finances are going to take a big hit. Since when did we fear others so much? Is that how the Loki Familia acts? Asked Riveria as she smiled. X. We have many enemies, why should we fear a crippled enemy? They lost dozens of level 2s and 3s. The amount of level 4s and 5s is also not low. We even took down one level 6. I doubt that Familia has any stronger troops left. Said Riveria. However, until we deal with the real culprit and find the traitor, one of us should remain behind and... But Loki cut Riveria. And babysit me. Said Loki in a mocking tone. Fucking hell, I never expected a day would come when I would have to fear for my own life inside my own house. That won't do. Thankfully, I got this bad boy. Said Loki as she took out an item from her pocket. It was a small glass marble. Is this? Riveria knew very well what this was. Yup. The guild gave it to me considering how serious the situation actually is, and also as an apology. Said Loki. So rest assured, you may all continue exploring the dungeon with no trouble. If anything happens I will be safe. If anything happens I can pop this bad guy, hee. Loki's smile seemed evil somehow. And also, that two-faced bitch gave me her word, hi. Said Loki as she remembered the silver-haired prostitute. X. Gareth closed his eyes as he smiled like the old man he is. Finn facepalmed as sweat fell on his forehead and Riveria smiled as she closed her eyes. Alright then. I don't believe they will stay silent for too long, and just in case, we won't do any deep territory expeditions in the meantime. We will focus on getting stronger. Said Finn. That's fine by me. Replied Loki. Everyone smiled, the mood seemed a little more light. So when are we going down again? Asked Gareth. As soon as this month ends, everyone has been on edge recently, so let's give them some time to relax and prepare for the next expedition. Said Finn. This is also good since we can give off the image as if everything is fine to them. Replied Riveria. The investigation has been kept a secret from most parties, including some low-rank Familia members, with only a few Familias participating in it to reduce the chances of the traitor finding out its progress. So from most people's perspective, we have already cleaned all of the terrorists out of Orario. However, this isn't enough to make our Familia members relaxed. After all, their goddess was the target this time. So giving them some time to relax and drink their worries away is necessary. So, let's go drink later. At the usual place. Exclaimed Loki as she ran out of the room. Freedom. No more boring reunions and being under supervision. I can finally drink again in peace. Smiling, the Loki Familia top executives made their way outside of the office. They worked very hard already, it's time to rest a little, their enemy is without a doubt in a much worse condition. Back at the dungeon. Silver gazed at the pair fighting below him. Who is that guy? He seems to be level 3. However, his movements aren't that precise or fast. A recent level 3. Or is he someone who had low stats when he leveled up, step. Silver suddenly heard the sound of people running from another entrance. This is. Silver noticed a group of cloaked adventurers just like the previous one. He had support. Now, this is troublesome. Just what did I do to deserve this? Wait. Isn't this layout? Silver recognized the cloaks and masks. Took him long enough. Those guys. But didn't the Loki Familia and the others wipe them out? They must have stayed hidden, but that wouldn't be possible without some help. And most importantly, why are they here? Could it be? They found out who I am. Now. That would be distressing. Should I leave? Clang. As Silver thought, the cloakman continued on his fight against the Minotaur. It seemed that with the arrival of his reinforcements, he became bolder. Clang. Crack. After many blows, the Minotaur's ice spear couldn't keep up with the force and started showing signs of breaking. Leader, leave this monster to us, continue the investigation. Said one of the assassins. The leader didn't say anything apart from nodding. Fwush. He retreated by jumping into the air as his subordinates took on the Minotaur. That's actually good for me. Silver watched the entire exchange. He wasn't confident in taking on an entire trained team of level 2s lead by a level 3, he would have to flee. It's even worse if you consider they are pretty coordinated with each other. But if it's only the leader? I have an idea. He didn't want to just flee like this, he wanted to find out the secrets behind this event. Alright. It's your time to shine. Silver took a white spear from his inventory, it was the same one he used to save Artemis. Swush. He threw the spear with immense force towards the area where the Minotaur was fighting. Exclamation point. This action was obviously seen by the leader, who quickly moved his head to the side, now gazing directly at Silver. You can't escape now. Said the leader as he ran towards Silver. Hee. Silver opened his mouth and started to move it, saying. Catch me if you can. And then he disappeared. Goodbye Minotan, your help will never be forgotten. Make sure to buy me some time. Crack. Anger could be seen in the man's eyes. His feet dug into the ground as he sprinted, going after Silver. Roar. As the leader ran, he heard the cries of anger and the clashing of metal behind him, but he didn't turn his back to see what was going on. He had one mission to finish and that was to capture this man. Although, at this moment, the only thing in his head was to eliminate him. Notes. Yes, there was another 3-week time skip. So far, things were like this. MC arrived in Orario at the end of November. 1 month doing some shit. New Year. Level. 2 weeks as a level 1 before his fight against Frederick. 2 weeks before the event against the Loki Familia. The morning after the event was him going to the guild and the day after was the emergency donatus. And this is 3 weeks after. Meaning, it has been a month and 3 weeks since he became level 1. Around the end of February. N. I went with the anime adaptation and made it a large stand so that dozens of gods could sit at the same time instead of the small circular table in the novel. N2 Apollo was known for being persistent and prideful, so much so Hestia started to dislike him, something rare for a goddess who is friends with a lot of people in heaven. He is also very petty. P.S. He is also quite hateful since most of his familia members were actually forced to be there. Chapter 39, Will of a Hero. Some things before we start, as always. This chapter is bigger than most, being 4,500 words. I decided to push the last chapter to this week, however, there will be no side chapters. This means next week will be my vacation. Just that really. After all of that, let's get back into the chapter. It's quite an exciting chapter, however. I don't want to spoil, read it and tell me what you know about it later. After a minute of running, Silver finally stopped in front of a large fall. This was a hole that leads directly to the 19th floor, he found it while exploring this area. Such holes aren't common, in fact, they are quite rare. However, he had no intention of going down there yet. Slash bam, slash. The men came running from a dark corridor, jumping and landing several meters away from Silver, the impact echoed in the silent cavern. Tired of running? Platinum Knight, said the man in a sarcastic tone. Silver turned around and looked at the masked assassin. Why me? Asked Silver. I am quite curious myself, who helped you? It certainly wasn't Dionysus. As expected, he knows some things. What else does he know? Capturing him may be too dangerous. I will jump to the secondary plan and execute him on the spot. You are quite boring, said Silver. There is no need to entertain someone who is about to die, he said. I can't lose my focus. Since I am about to die, why not tell me your plans? Isn't that normal? Asked Silver with a smug smile. Don't try to fool me, we have been looking for you for the past 3 weeks and we finally found you after a lot of blood and sweat. During this period of time, we also investigated you. He took out a triangular-shaped object. After analyzing the failed operation over and over, we arrived at a conclusion. We know you have some strange ability that allows you to move short distances in an instant. Hence, we prepared this. To prevent your escape. /khing, /. The triangle started spinning and flew high into the air. Silver wasn't an idiot, the first thing he tried was to drag the object towards him the moment the guy took it away from his pocket. However, it seemed to be really resistant as it negated the force applied to it. He tried intercepting the object with an ice bolt but it's useless. The ice just dissipated when it reached the 1 meter mark. The strange object reached the ceiling, fusing with the ceiling's stone. It then disappeared, as if it was never there, to begin with. What? How did the ice bolt melt? It's more accurate to say the magic power dissipated. But Silver didn't feel any different. Was something supposed to happen now? I don't feel anything. Don't feel anything. Try leaving this place as you did previously, said the assassin. Ah, shit. Silver tried teleporting, but he found out he couldn't leave beyond a certain area. He tried to open the door, but no matter how much he did, nothing happened. And worse. He couldn't open his inventory anymore. This isn't really a problem. Alright, you could say I can't teleport beyond this limit, so I just need to teleport the furthest I am allowed to and cross the barrier, right? But wouldn't that be anticlimactic? I never felt this before ever since my powers came back. It might be beneficial to understand what is going on so in the future I am not ambushed like this again. Fighting in such a scenario would also be pretty interesting, just like old times. You all prepared thoroughly. And here I thought I did everything perfectly. Who helped you this time? The person would have to know my identity, however, I made sure to keep it a secret. Of course, there might be some magic that I didn't take into consideration. The only person who could do this is Freya. It's very possible, but I find this kind of contradictory. Using a terrorist organization to test me. She would have preferred to use a more controlled method. So who is it? This is magic that seems to affect space around me. Although I could be wrong and be just exaggerating things. It doesn't matter anyway, said the man as he took out a pair of daggers from his belt. Yeah. Exclamation point. /clang/. Silver disappeared from his location, reappearing right behind the men as he swung a spear made of ice, his target, the enemy's heart. His arms were glowing red, filled with a strange kind of power. Muscle enhancement. Arg. The man barely parried the blow, getting cut in the elbow as punishment for having his guard down. Again. Slash fwush, slash. The two took a few steps from each other. He isn't completely sealed. Shit. We know too little about him, I shouldn't have fully trusted the information. But I was desperate, we have less than a week to finish our job, that might not even be enough time to leave Orario and go back. But Silver wasn't going to give him enough time to think. Slash clang, slash. Slash cling, slash. Silver disappeared once again, but this time, the man was ready as he slashed behind him. The problem was that he cut right through Silver's body as if it was an illusion. From his now exposed back, Silver swung his spear once again. However, the man barely blocked it with his right knife and he was sent flying across the room. Arg. Shit. Wasn't he supposed to be a level 1? How does he have more strength than some level 2s? Question mark. Suddenly, it all went dark. Above. He rolled forward as his instincts told him about the danger falling from above. Slash bam, slash. Slash crack, slash. A large piece of rock had actually broken off from the ceiling, falling right on top of him. The darkness slowly disappeared as the light came back into his eyes. Harf. Harf. The man breathed deeply as he looked at the large boulder in front of him. He felt an emptiness in his left hand. I lost my dagger. Slash fwush, slash. Silver yet again attacked, this time from the sky. He swung his ice spear downward aiming at the man's head. Don't fuck with me, kid. Slash clang, slash. The man swung his knife upwards, clashing directly with the spear. Slash crack, slash. The spear broke and Silver was launched across the room while the man rolled on the ground for several meters across the room. For a good few seconds, silence reigned in the room. Silver could be seen slightly far away as he observed the fallen man. At least level 3, not that strong, weaker than Frederick, however, he is much more proficient than him. A solid level 3, he must have received professional training to move like that. He must have recently leveled up. I can't access my inventory nor can I drink my mind potions. So I can't flood him with a wave of my powers, I need to be careful how I use them. Silver recreated the ice spear on his hands and entered a stance ready for another clash. I don't like being ambushed like this but this is rather thrilling. The man got up, his mask had fallen on the ground, displaying his features for everyone to see. He had a large scar passing through left eye. He was blind on one side. Oh. It seems you were prettier than I expected. Said Silver in a sarcastic tone. A blind spot. Perfect. I can't fall into this kid's rhythm, he might not be level 3, but he is definitely a level 2, a very strong one in fact. The information was wrong, it's impossible for him to be a level 1. Also, he is very tactful as he almost killed me with that trap when my vision darkened. He took a step forward. I commend you, kid, however, I won't be careless anymore. Oh yeah. Looks like he is finally going serious. Why do these people keep coming? Sigh. The assassin started running. He took a step forward to run but what? He slipped on the ground. Ice. He looked at the ground and noticed there was a rather thin layer of ice on the ground. This fucking bastard. Slash bam, slash. Silver entered in position and threw his spear like a javelin. Slash fwush, slash. The man swung his dagger but the moment the spear was about to clash with it, it changed direction and punctured his shoulder. Ah. That's not all. Said Silver as he closed his hand. The spear started to vibrate, and suddenly. Slash crack, slash. Slash bang, slash. The spear exploded into pieces. Piercing and cutting his body. Ah. Screamed the man in agony. Silver continued to run towards his enemy, this time, he used telekinesis to attract the other knife from below the boulder after he lifted it up a little. Finally a decent weapon, slash fuzz, slash. Silver's new knife started to glow red and emit a buzzing sound as it started to vibrate at high speeds. URG. This can't go on. But this. This is a bet. The man's eyes started to glow red. Slash fwush, slash. Silver swung his knife down, aiming to cut the man's leg. Ah. Slash clang, slash. The man suddenly smashed the ground, breaking the ice as his arm penetrated the ground, and with one hand gripping the solid ground, he kicked Silver away with immense strength. Slash cut, slash. But Silver didn't lose the chance to plunge his knife into his leg. After he was kicked, the momentum pulled him and the blade, dealing massive damage to the guy's legs. Slash bam, slash. Silver hit the ground. Cough. Buffed, that was fucking heavy. Said Silver as he spat a little bit of blood. He looked at his enemy. His eyes were now glowing red. Beastification, huh? What type of demi-human are you? Asked Silver. WRYY. The man stopped speaking, showing off his fangs as his eyes glowed red. But Silver couldn't see his beast features. The most common traits in beast humans are their extra pair of ears and tail. Some don't have normal human ears while others have. It depends on the race and individual. Don't tell me. Did he cut them off? Or is he just a strange breed? Or is it a unique skill, slash crack, slash roar, slash. The beastifiedman started running after Silver. He dropped the knife on the ground, deciding to fight with his claws. It seemed as if his leg wasn't damaged at all. Silver used telekinesis to attract the other knife. Silver entered a stance with the two knives as he waited for the impact. Come on, fucker. Slash clang, slash. Slash fwash, slash. Silver barely blocked a punch, being sent flying. URG. So this is beastification. They receive an immense boost to their stats, losing a bit of their rationale, turning violent. It is rather useless against opponents close in power to them, but against weaker opponents, they would be able to overwhelm them with their stats alone. The conditions often make it bad, slash fwash, slash. Slash cut, slash. Silver barely evaded a claw swipe by turning his head to the side. He slashed his knife sideways and he rolled away. I can't lose focus thinking. But. Too shallow. He said as he looked at the cut in his enemy arm. Roar. Said the beastifiedman as he ran after Silver once again. Something is wrong. How can he move with that injury in his leg, slash clang, slash. Slash swipe, slash. Slash cling, slash. Slash cut, slash. Silver exchanged a flurry of attacks against the beast, trying his best to defend and counterattack. However, even with his proficiency, he couldn't avoid several light cuts from the fast claws. This guy beastification. I don't know which race he is, but I can guarantee that transforming just like that isn't common. Meaning, he has a skill for that. Slash clang, slash. Silver blocked another attack, using telekinesis to throw the enemy against the ceiling and giving himself some time to breathe. Slash bam, slash. Slash crash, slash. The moment the man fell from the ceiling, Silver delivered an air kick, sending him flying across the room. The man crashed against the wall, rolling towards the ground in agony. His transformation is much more intense than the norm, his stats are much higher than they should be and his claws are surprisingly sturdy and sharp. Sturdy enough to clash with these daggers. And his rationale has been severely cut down. Silver looked at the daggers, they were actually chipped. No wonder, it seems this man's main weapon was never his daggers, but his claws all along. Ah. Dark mist started to surround the men, gathering into his injuries and healing them. Shit. Is this another skill or is it magic? I didn't hear any chant. This can't go on. I already spent quite a lot of energy, and I can't recharge by drinking a potion. It was already impressive that Silver could dish out so many magic attacks while being a level 1. But despite him being in irregular existence, there is a limit. Retreat. I will leave the area and see if I can invoke my inventory, slash crack, slash. But before he could start to run, the beastman once again charged. Slash cling, slash. Slash swipe, slash. Fuck off. Slash clang, slash. The man jumped while he slashed. Silver parried the blow but ended up pinned to the ground. It seemed his only escape was through teleporting. This is a chance. However, Silver decided to endure, effectively taking a hit in his elbow. He took his chance to puncture a hole in the man's lungs. Fall down. Screamed Silver as he rolled to the side and pinned the man down, his knife making a hole in his body. Slash stab, slash. Slash stab, slash. Slash cut, slash. He grabbed the man's shirt and stabbed him again. And again and again. Roar. The crazed man didn't take it silently as he swiped Silver's chest and arms and even his back. Shedding blood everywhere. It was a fight of attrition to see who would collapse first. Not enough. Mind shock. Silver's hand started to transform and morph, becoming incorporeal and translucent. The beastman's mind suddenly went blank and he stopped moving. Giving Silver enough time to deliver a blow directly at his neck. Slash pierce, slash. Guaa. Said the man as blood filled his throat, slash stab, slash. But he didn't lose the chance to also stab Silver's lung. He fought until the very end. Arg. Incinerate. Both of Silver's knives turned into flaming swords as they burned his insides. Gahnn. It was an instant death. Cough. Silver spat large amounts of blood on the ground. Huff. I need to get out of this area and get access to my potions. Fuck. As he got up, he tried to use his energy as sparingly as possible. Southwest He could close his most dangerous injuries. He looked up but couldn't see the triangle on the ceiling. Step. Slowly, Silver made his way outside of the area. The only way of knowing how far he was from it was by using the feeling he got from trying to use his teleportation. He was running on fumes. He won the battle, but he considered if it was a better choice to just retreat when he could. The man's craziness and his ferociousness were something he didn't account for. After all, most enemies would die or lose strength when they receive an attack in their lung, much less persevere even with a cut to the neck afterward. But Silver was rash. He didn't account for his enemy's skill and ended up paying for it. You could say the same for his enemy, who ended up paying for his life. 30 meters. 15 meters. 5 meters. Silver was now very close to the entrance of this cavern section. He didn't teleport as he feared he might lose his consciousness if he does so. His injuries were getting worse, he needed a potion ASAP. Else he would suffer from mind down from overtaxing his mind. Step. But he heard something coming from the other side of the dark path. Shit. Cough. Oh no. Said Silver with difficulty. It was a red minotaur holding a blood-stained spear on its right hand. Its body was filled with wounds and most of its white-blue fur was now red due to blood. In its left hand was the head of an adventurer, its spine still connected to it as it was dragged on the floor. The eyes of the head showed the despair it felt before its death. Minotan. You came to my rescue, right? Said Silver. Well. This is a true shitey situation. I am in no condition for this. Silver never stopped walking forward, he was very close to target. Step. Moo. However, Minotan also started to walk. Come on Minotan. How about we take a cough? Rest for now. 1 minute. Silver was now 2 meters away from opening his inventory. But. Moo. Mew. Crack. Fwush. The Minotaur suddenly started to dash, throwing its spear to the side as it ran like a bull on all fours. Sheet. Silver also used all of his strength as he started to run for his life. Just a bit more and I. Roar. Bang. Like a bull, the Minotaur hit Silver's stomach with its head as it roared fiercely. However, the angle was so perfect that Silver wasn't punctured by its horns. No. Silver made sure to move his body so he isn't punctured by the horns. Crack. However, the sound of his ribs breaking could be heard. Blurg. Silver vomited blood as he was carried back into the room like a sandbag. I can't let it go like this. Silver hands turned white. But they quickly went back to normal. Shit. Bam. Each step of the Minotaur broke the ground, thundering across the cavern as its speed continued to rise. When they got very close to the hole, the Minotaur stopped and tried to launch Silver down the hole. However. Moo. Thud. It slipped in the ice. The very ice Silver had just made. Without being able to stop, the Minotaur fell on the hole with Silver. Back at Babel, around the same time, Hum, I sold an expensive sword. Sang Hestia. Hestia cleaned the surrounding equipment with a duster as she hummed a terrible song in happiness since she managed to sell a 50 million Valis sword. My paycheck will be bigger than. Then what? Hestia placed her finger on her mouth as she thought. How much will I gain? Once Silver comes back I will. Thud. She suddenly went stiff as she dropped the axe on her hand in the ground. Sweat dropped from her forehead and her eyes were trembling. Creak. What happened? Asked the red-haired girl as she opened up a door in a hurry. She looked at Hestia despair-filled eyes, and felt as if something terrible had happened. What happened? She asked. Hestia slowly turned around as tears went down her eyes. I dash. Calm down and tell me from the start. Said Hephaestus. I can't feel Silver anymore. Screamed Hestia as she grabbed her hair and cried. There is only one case when a god can't feel their children's blessing anymore. And that's when they die. Hephaestus also went stiff, however, as the more experienced of the two she couldn't bring herself to a conclusion yet. Calm down. Nothing is guaranteed. She grabbed Hestia's hand and ran outside. Their destination was a shop 1 floor below them. Thankfully I am here, back in the dungeon, 3 seconds after they fell into the hole. Silver opened his eyes in a hurry as he felt the wind brush against his back. Phew. I almost lost my consciousness there. All of that beating I received in my childhood was good for something. Thankfully my resistance to fainting is high. PFTT. As he thought that, he spat an empty bottle from his mouth. It was for only a moment, but Silver managed to take out his highest quality potion from his inventory and drink it right before the Minotaur crashed against him. Silver never sucked something with more strength than the potion he drank within that half-second. But he didn't have enough time nor the energy to evade the Minotaur's blow. Slash fwush fwush, slash. The wind brushed against Silver. It had been around 10 seconds since he started to fall. This can't go on. Silver finally realized what was happening. He was free-falling towards the 19th floor. And there was a Minotaur on top of him. Slash grab, slash. HUP. Silver grabbed the Minotaur's horns and kicked him away using all of his remaining strength. Mew. The dazed Minotaur also recovered its focus as it tried to kick Silver as well. However, its legs weren't made to kick like that, so he missed Silver's head by a palm. MUUU. Screamed the Minotaur as it fell. Silver felt immense pain after he kicked the Minotaur away. It were his hidden injuries that weren't properly healed by the potion. My body is all fucked up. In any case. Just how deep is this? Considering that the 18th floor is 1 to 3 kilometers tall, you could predict this hole is just as big as that at the very least since it was located on the 16th floor, it must go beyond the 17th and 18th floors combined. Silver used telekinesis to levitate while he also pushed the Minotaur down, accelerating its fall. His objective wasn't to kill his enemy, but to give him enough time to recover. The Minotaur soon disappeared from his sight into the darkness of the hole below. After a few seconds. Slash bang. Ong. Ong. Ing, slash. The sound of the impact echoed in the hole for quite a while. Harf. I need a place to rest a little. I think I broke and ruptured a few organs. That potion was very expensive, but I don't think it's enough to heal me. As he slowly levitated to the ground, Silver drank and splashed as many potions as he could on his body, healing a great number of injuries. However, that was only applicable for his external injuries. Most of his internal injuries were still open or just lightly closed. At least I can properly breathe now. They would take a while to heal. Slash cough, slash. Silver used his abilities to expel all of the dirt that accumulated inside of his body, especially his lung. I will have to rest for at least 1 or 2 days after this. Even if I keep using potions. It's best to let my body rest. And it would be the perfect opportunity since I will level up after this. After a minute slowly descending into the ground, Silver stepped onto the 19th floor. The walls, ceiling, and ground were made out of wood, looking as if he had entered a large tree. The only source of light was strange, moss-like plants that radiated blue light. The smell. There is a small bit of poison mixed within. Not much, but enough exposure would be enough to make you sick for some time. Silver had fallen on the second section of the middle floors, the 19th to the 24th floors. This section of the middle floors is vastly different from the previous section, just like how the 10th to 12th floor is different from the rest of the upper floors. The size and complexity of the area greatly increased, and due to that, these floors contain a large number of unexplored areas. The main theme of these floors seems to be plants, and with it, a large variety of insect-type monsters. Most of them are poisonous. And as such, having the abnormal resistance development ability is key to safely passing through these floors due to the large number of poisonous monsters and traps on these floors. Even the environment in some areas is somewhat poisonous. The plant diversity on these floors often provides ingredients used to make potion/medicinal items, which results in many resource-gathering quests being issued for this area. It's right next to the safe floor, so this is a very famous spot for level 2 and 3 adventurers. Since the lower floors aren't really accessible to normal adventurers due to their difficulty. Once again, due to the sudden spike in difficulty. Overall, it's a close-by area and probably the most visited place for level 2 adventurers. Silver looked around and couldn't detect any monster. Where is that Minotaur? I was interested in its loot. Did it turn into smoke already? Moo. The cry of a bull reached his ears. Silver looked around and noticed a tall bull walking towards him. However, it was limping. One of its legs was broken. Not only that, but its 2 arms were also broken. It must have used them to cushion its fall. It was in a very bad shape. But its eyes. They still burned with determination as it slowly walked towards Silver, as blood dripped from seemingly every part of its body. How did it survive the fall? A level 2 monster shouldn't be strong enough to survive terminal fall velocity yet. It must have used its arms to cushion its fall. Smart. You have a lot of determination. Although I don't know why it's so focused on me. I thought monsters like this weren't supposed to have emotions like that. A result of its mutation. more research is needed. The creature exhaled as it stopped. It took one step, getting in position for a charge. Its broken leg trembled, however, it soon stabilized as the Minotaur determination peaked. It was its final charge. This Minotaur. I have nothing propelling me into fighting it. It will die soon, its injuries aren't something that it can heal on its own, I could just wait for it to die and pick the loot later. However. Why is my hand trembling? Silver clenched his fists. My energy is enough, and even if I am not 100% after taking those potions. This situation is not that disadvantageous, how can I not take this challenge? You helped me train for a long while, might as well grant you your last wish. Slash crack, slash. Silver put one of his legs forward, crunching the wooden ground as he stepped into it. This is goodbye, my training partner. The Minotaur slowly walked forward. R-R-O. Ru-O-O-A-R-R-R. Screamed the Minotaur as it charged forward. Slash crack, slash. Slash bam. Bam, slash. It ignored the injury in its leg as it charged faster than ever before. I can't deny it. This is crazy. However, I couldn't feel more alive. The beaten boy looked at the menacing beast, its eyes red with bloodlust as it aimed to take his life. Brown light could be seen forming behind the boy, like stars in the night. His scarf even seemed to reflect the light a little. Was it glowing? Even the insects stopped making sounds, and the moss in the cavern stopped shining light. He closed his fist as red energy started to envelop it. Slash bam. Bam, slash. Lightning. Fire. Ice and even the rocks on the ground. And more. Chaotic energy started to spin around his right fist as he entered in a stance. Silver Eyes couldn't be firmer of his decision of taking the beast head-on. Even if it was illogical, Silver had already steeled himself into becoming an adventurer, not just any adventurer. Slash bam. Bam, slash. And challenge his limits. With a damn euphoric smile on his face. Roar. Screamed the Minotaur as it crashed against the boy's fist. Ah! Screamed the boy as it punched the Minotaur's head. The only thing that mattered for the both of them at that point was their enemy. Slash boom, slash. Notes. What the fuck did I just write? Too edgy. I might have drunk a little too much when I wrote this. Caffeine, I mean. I don't drink alcohol. Stay hydrated, kids. Perhaps I should hire an artist to write about such situations, it would make everything more dynamic. But I still have to talk with him. My idea was to have an image depicting each chapter. In any case, this can be considered to be the start of the end for the second volume, may God bless my head for ideas. What did you all think about this? Until next time. Chapter 40, Body Transformation. Just one more chap. And the second volume is over. People liked the last volume more than I thought they would, I am greatly honored. Now, let's see what I have on the house for the end of this volume. As always. Patter 30N link. Although I am on vacation, normal chapters will return next week and this includes 10 advanced chapters. I did a lot on the vacation, but there are still some things to do. I need to set up a few more bots on the server. And I need to set up the final titles and images of the second novel. If I have time, I will actually add this to other sites, such as Royal Road, ScribbleHub, Novel Updates, and etc. If you have another site you like, make sure to recommend it to me. But that is for the future. In any case, thanks for reading, and enjoy. Inside Babel, Hestia discussed with Hephaestus. I told you already, they will bring him back in one piece, now let's go back. Said Hephaestus as she tried to convince her friend from doing something stupid. No. I will be going there. Said Hestia as she put on her cape and went to the door. At least she has calmed down a little, she almost had a heart attack a few minutes ago. Thankfully she can feel the blessing again. Else. Look, it's against the rules for a god to enter the dungeon. Enter? Who said I entered the dungeon? Said Hestia with a sly smile. Please. Just stop and wait. Although I understand her, what she is feeling is definitely stronger than what I feel right now. Look, I sent Tsubaki and a few other high-level adventurers, they will find him. So let's not risk your safety as well, okay? Said Hephaestus. Hestia looked visibly pissed, but she stayed put as she grabbed the teacup. Slash gulp, slash. She drank all of the calming tea in one go. He will be alright, right? Asked Hestia in a sad tone. Hephaestus was silent. She wanted to say he would, but she also didn't want to give her friend false hope. Shit. I hope I am doing the right thing. He will, I am sure of it. Sometime later in the middle floors. Is this the place? Asked a man with a large backpack. 16th floor. This is the place. It's time. said Tsubaki as she looked towards someone on the side. Yes, sir, replied the girl. Little light, come to me and bless my sight, said the girl as she started to chant. After a while, a small, glowing, and circular pebble formed on the ground. The rock started to jump, but it stopped after a while. I found it, said the girl that summoned the rock. It started to roll towards a certain direction. Let's go, said Tsubaki. After walking for around half an hour, killing every monster that dared cross them, they finally arrived at a hidden path inside a cave. After passing through the hidden path, they arrived at an open space, silver training area for the past month. To think there would be such a hidden section, said a man with a large shield on his hands. I smell blood, said Tsubaki. Exclamation point, X. The other 4 members got combat ready as they continued to follow the rock. The little rock continued to roll, eventually arriving at an area filled with blood and... This is, said the guy with the backpack. Blood and body parts everywhere. Brutality at its finest. Wait, the rock didn't stop, said the girl who summoned the rock. This feels like a battlefield. Wait. Look at their attire, said the guy with the backpack. Dark cloaks and masks. Tsubaki ran and checked their necks, and lo and behold, the mark was there. As the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, she is more than qualified to know how the investigations were going. Even if she didn't participate in it herself, she has many connections, information just poured in on its own. Now this is getting complicated, she said as she took out her sword. Did the boy get ambushed by these guys? If so, how are their bodies like this? Most importantly, why? Was this a sad coincidence? Or are these guys plotting something? If they managed to infiltrate the dungeon, this means they passed through the blockage and escaped the investigators. I will have to talk with Hephaestus about this later and see how we are going to report this to the Loki Familia. What a mess the boy had to fall into. I hope he is fine. She shook her head and continued forward. Everyone else continued to analyze the bodies on the ground. Looks like they were killed by a very strong monster, but I don't remember there being such a monster on the middle floors, much less one that makes such a mess, said the guy with the shield. The most I can think of is a minotaur, but they stop after killing their prey. We need to move on. We can check this later, said Tsubaki. They continue to follow the rock, eventually arriving at a large hole. More surprises, said Tsubaki. A large open area leading to a dark hole. Tsubaki noticed a strange trail that went from the corridor all of the way towards the hole. It seemed like minotaur steps. But to cause this much damage, it had to be a pretty strong minotaur. Is that? Asked the man with the backpack. In the middle of the room laid a body. It was mangled and bloody due to the many open wounds on its chest. Another one of those. And this seems to have been killed by stab wounds. The blood has yet to dry, but I would say it has been at least half an hour, said the girl as she analyzed the body. There are 2 girls and 2 boys in this group. This is good, it means he survived this fight and we should be near him, said Tsubaki. Or at least his body. The rock continued on its way, jumping into the hole with no fucks given. Leroy. Did he fall? Looking at this hole, it's at least a floor deep, but the next floor is Rivera, and I don't think this hole connects to that place, asked the other girl in a worried tone. I didn't expect to find such an entrance in this place, she said. X. The 4 adventurers had terrible expressions. If the boy was a level 3 or higher, then he would have been able to survive the fall, but for a recent level 1. So it was too late, said the guy with the shield as he dropped his head. No matter the result, we need to confirm it for ourselves. We are going down, said Tsubaki as she approached the hole. She went to the edge of the hole and looked down, trying to estimate the fall. Ha! But instead, she smiled as she spotted a rather awkward and injured Silver climbing back from the hole. Back at the surface, Tsubaki led Silver back to the surface while asking many questions. And Silver answered them. He first told them he was ambushed by a strange group of people, and after that, an even stranger monster appeared and distracted most of them. Tsubaki determined that those guys were after the Minotaur and that Silver was just caught in the middle. He then ran into a dead end where he fought against one of the assassins to the death, not before being thrown into the hole by the monster. However, due to his abilities, he managed to survive the fall. To prove that he showed his gliding ability. After arriving on the surface, Tsubaki led him to a shop and parted ways with him. And this leads us to the present. Silver, said Hestia as she hugged Silver with all of her strength. She was currently sitting on top of Silver hugging him. As soon as Silver arrived, Hestia jumped at him and hugged him. No matter what he did, be it tell her he was fine or remove her from his body, she would just go back to her previous position like a magnet, so Silver chose to sit and wait. This sensual scene has been maintained for the past minute. Hephaestus did her best to calm Hestia, but after a while, she gave up and left the room. She couldn't look at the scene without having a strange feeling and a little bit of envy. And she hated herself for thinking that, so she left. Hestia. Please. I am fine. Said Siver. Sniff. Please, get away from me. I don't know how long I can control it. Her. Everything is touching some very dangerous places right now. And Hephaestus is just in the other room. While Hestia was ignorant to Silver's plight, she couldn't help but feel comfortable in his embrace. And after worrying sick, she was now tired, so she eventually fell asleep. Hestia. Did she? Phew. Silver very carefully moved Hestia away from him and placed her on the couch. Creak. At that time, Hephaestus noticed the decrease in noise, so she opened the door to check things out. She wasn't spying on them at all. And she noticed something very odd. Oh my. Her gaze fell directly into Silver's pants and the immense bulge that seemed ready to tear a hole in his pants. Thank you for the help. Silver knew there was no way out of this situation, so he just chose the easiest way. He used his abilities to make the bulge disappear. Ah. Said Hephaestus. Like an illusion, the bulge disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hephaestus even doubted her sight. There is no need to bow, I did it for Hestia. I didn't leave his pants though. In any case. I heard you were ambushed. Would you mind telling me what happened? Asked Hephaestus with a serious face. Silver nodded, now much better since his pants returned to the norm. In the past month, I stayed in the middle floors training. Hephaestus frowned, but continued to hear him. Normally, I would finish my training and go back up, but today something strange happened. As I was training, a strange group of cloaked men appeared. They attacked me out of nowhere and I was pushed into a dead end as I fled. But suddenly, a minotaur with white skin appeared and started to fight them. So I took the chance to escape. Hephaestus showed a shocked expression, but she remained silent. But one of them went after me, and after being led to another dead end, I engaged in a fight against him and barely won. But that wasn't the end, as the injured minotaur appeared and knocked me into a hole connecting with the 19th floor, but thanks to my magic, I managed to survive and climb back up. The minotaur died, but I can't say if it was due to its injuries or the fall. Said Silver as he took out a white tendon from his inventory. The tendon was fully white and somewhat translucent, however, you could see a tinge of blue on its inside. Can I see it? Asked Hephaestus. Of course. She took the tendon and observed it for a long while. She felt dense magical power in the long tendon, way above what a level 2 monster like a minotaur should have. At least a level 3 material. Of course, the magical power might have accumulated in the tendon after its death like in most cases, but even so, the overall magic power inside it is on par with level 3 monster drops. This is a nice drop item, bring it to a decent smith. And then it clicked to Hephaestus. Wouldn't this be a perfect gift? However, I don't have a reason to give one to him. After an internal struggle, Hephaestus just gave the tendon back to him. Take it slow. I will look for a qualified blacksmith later. It might be small, but I can feel it will make a nice bowstring. Said Silver with a smile. Of course. Said Hephaestus with a little bit of regret. I will come back one of these days to personally thank all of those that came to my rescue. He replied. Ah. It was nothing, it was just a... Wait. This is a chance. Cough. I will have some time at the end of the month next week, make sure to come with Hestia next time. She said with a smile. No need to say it twice. Said Silver as he gave Hestia a piggy ride. He went to the door and said. Then. Until next week. Until. Cling. Silver closed the door, and the usual ringing sound from the bell filled Hephaestus' ears. I did it. Was I too direct? Did I take advantage of my friend? After all, he was hurt and... Arg. Just a few more commissions. And I will be free for a while. Hephaestus had once again fallen into an internal struggle. Later, she received the report from Tsubaki and couldn't help but feel enraged. Getting to her feet and going directly to the Loki Familia. Sh. Shelver. Said Hestia as she mumbled in her sleep. Hestia woke up in her bed from her happy dream where she ate an infinite amount of sweets prepared by Silver. How did I? Sniff. She smelled a delicious smell in the air. This is cake. Hestia got up from her bed as she ran to the side, meeting Silver on her way. You woke up, said Silver with a smile as he took out a cake from the oven. It wasn't just any oven, it was one powered by magic stones. Did you bring me from? What do you think? Sigh. What do I do with you? For now, let's sit down and relax, you need it anyway. She wanted to ask if he was all right, and what had happened, but he is always like this. He brushes off his problems and acts as if nothing happened. But I can't bring myself to get angry. I would just like it if he was a bit more open. I would prefer to hear it from his mouth than from the Excelia. Hestia sighed and sat, excited for her cake. This girl. So obvious. The next few minutes, Silver told her what happened. He removed all of the excessive gore and decreased the danger of the situation in order to not make Hestia worry. Although she knew he was omitting some things, she was happy that he opened up. These stats. Hestia didn't know how to feel about this. If I told this to Hephaestus, how would she react? Hestia shook her head. Here, take a look, Silver, said Hestia as she gave him the paper. Melios Silver. Level. Strength SSS 1448-. Vitality SSS 1455-. Dexterity SSS 1421-. Agility SSS 1476-. Magic SSS. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. This SI truly unbelievable. My training really compensated. For several hours every day, I evaded the Minotaur's blows. All of that culminated into my dexterity rising so much. I tried many things to speed the process, such as using a whip to fight monsters attracted by the scent bag. And even other dexterity-based activities like carving. My stats rose at a pretty high rate, and for them to reach the max value was as expected. Magic was the first one to be maxed. That was around a week ago. And if it wasn't for the unbelievable amount of Excelia given by the monsters I hunted, the change in the Minotaur, and this small unexpected event, principally that illegal item, I might have taken triple the time to kill as many monsters as I did in the past 3 weeks. Perhaps more. Change that. Definitely more. Silver stopped thinking, smiling. 18 years and a lot of training. But my adventure is finally starting. I wonder where it will lead me. This is it, Hestia. The true limit. I thought it would be higher, but it ended up being here. Time to move on. I can't say I am disappointed. TCH. Hestia couldn't help but get annoyed at the sad tone of Silver, but she didn't say anything since she was also extremely proud. If only I could brag about this to that flat chest. It's time to level up, said Silver. But not before that. Upon hearing the word, level up, Hestia couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. So the day has finally arrived, she said as she jumped in happiness, ready to update his status. Hey, that flat chest will have one hell of a surprise. Just wait till she hears that my Silver beat her sword princess by 8 months. Hestia's smile was evil. Not yet, there is one last thing I want to try doing, said Silver. But Hestia intervened in a tone as if she had been wronged. She grabbed his shoulder as she shook them. How can you do this? You rile me up and now you are leaving me hanging. Don't you know that's forbidden to do with a lady? She said as small tears formed in her eyes. Oi oi. Calm down. The way you are speaking sounds as if I did something else. It's going to be fast, I just want to finish a small experiment first. Hestia just stared at Silver. Sheesh. I will do it right now, so please. Stop looking at me like that. Silver got up from the bed and sat on the ground near the fireplace. He took out several smaller objects, including what seemed to be a thin book. It was his research notes he made over the years since he got his powers back. I think I am ready to try this out, said Silver. What are you doing? Asked Hestia as she looked at the book. She saw several dozen drawings of the human body and organs, including a full-size body of what seemed to be Silver. However, her main target didn't seem to have been drawn. TCH. I know what she is looking for, /poof/. Silver closed the book. Where do you think you are looking? Said Silver. Exclamation point. Hestia turned around and acted as if she wasn't doing anything. Sigh. Silver picked a strange yellow potion and drank it. What are you doing? Something I didn't have the capability to do earlier. Silver's stomach started to glow. What is happening? Asked Hestia in distress. How do I explain it to her in a way she can understand? As you know, my power allows me to change my body. By changing it, I get access to these special abilities you are already used to. The light got stronger. However, those changes tend to be temporary, disappearing once I stop feeding them with mind. He showed Hestia his hand. Purple crystals started to grow in it as lightning started to appear. However, I had long ago theorized that it was possible to change it permanently. Or at least give my body an effect that could last for very long periods of time. A fancy way of saying gene modification. Silver's stomach started to get slightly translucent. It's nothing too great. I researched for many years and I know what I am doing, but I wanted to wait until this point just to make sure nothing went bad. I will follow the path from my past life. It's time to enhance my body past the weak shell of a normal human. To live longer, in a healthier body. I will be simulating gene tonics. To a meager degree. I can't just simulate something like permanent invisibility or metallic bones in just a day. Not exactly a day, as I have been thinking about this ever since I awakened this power. Although I admit I could go beyond everyone else with just the status alone, I can't help but utilize all of my knowledge to its fullest. However, I was truly skeptical if this was going to work, so I had to research for many months to make sure this was even feasible in the first place. And today will be my first try, and hopefully not my last one. You know what you are doing, right? Asked Hestia as she looked at the bizarre yet amazing scene. Yes, I do. And if anything goes wrong, I am confident in minimizing the side effects. A gray bottle filled with a strange purple liquid flew into Hestia's hands. This is something in case of emergencies. Just feed me its contents and I will be fine. He replied as he smiled. In fact, that is just colored water. I could do it by myself, and even if something went wrong the side effects wouldn't be significant. This is just to make Hestia happier and less anxious. Okay. Said Hestia as she nodded. The process continued as the strange light continued to shine in every single part of Silver. After half an hour, Silver started to sweat. Hestia could see blood rupturing inside of Silver due to the light. She grasped the bottle tightly as if Silver's life depended on it. 2 hours have passed. Hestia was very tired, but she remained there, looking at Silver. She couldn't miss anything. She didn't want to. The light had already gone to every single part of Silver's body. Hestia couldn't understand what was going on no matter how much she thought. This went against common sense, even for a god like her. She couldn't grasp the changes happening inside Silver's body right now. That might have been different if she had access to her arcanum. Or if she was a god specialized in anatomy. Gasp. Silver started to gasp for air. However, Hestia did not intervene as he himself moved his hand and did a positive sign. 4 hours had passed. Z. Hestia had fallen asleep. URG. Gulp. Silver started to sweat profusely, but he continued to power the process after taking a mind potion. Almost there. It hurts, but if I can't resist and end up falling unconscious, my body may suffer tremendous damage. Focus. He didn't notice, but on the bed near him, his scarf started to glow. /COCKRICKOOOOOO, screamed a rooster outside of the house. Huh. Hestia opened her eyes in surprise. She was actually in her bed. She fell asleep. Silver. She said as she jumped from her bed. She looked around and didn't find Silver. Concern overwhelmed her before she calmed down. If he isn't here, it means he is fine. Schwa. It was then she heard the sound of a shower. So he was taking a shower. That dummy. Worrying me like that. Humph. She looked to the side and noticed there was some food on the table. It was slightly warm, meaning it had been made recently. Chomp. Hestia bit into her small cupcake. It's too sweet. Creak. After 10 minutes, Silver opened the door and left the bathroom. Ah, Silver. Good morning. Said Hestia before she dropped her toast on the ground. Gasp. Who are you? She said as she jumped towards Silver. Notes. None for now. Chapter 41, The One Behind the Rumors, end of Volume 2. This is it, end of volume. Next week there won't be normal chapters since I will take some time off. However, I might post some of the bonus chapters if I have time. This chapter is bigger than most, having 6.5k words, so enjoy it. If you have any questions or suggestions, make sure to tell me. And as always, Patter30n link, https://www.patar3on.com/abotomwriter. Also, my internet connection is still quite bad, so when I was editing this chapter, several times my internet decided to slow down and I lost a few words of editing. If you see any problem, like missing lines or confusing dialogue, make sure to report so I can fix it. Last thing, you can go to the Patter3 on right now and get access to a teaser of the next 2 chapters. No. When I edited this top part, I deleted all of the previous comments. Shit. Who are you? Said Hestia as she looked at the long-haired men in front of her. But the men seemed rather annoyed in fact. What are you doing screaming in the morning? Asked Silver as he stretched his body, showing his six-pack to Hestia. Oh yeah, he was only in his shorts. I have a right to be shocked and scream. Silver looked slightly different from what he always looked. Very different if you knew him more. Personally. His skin has become healthier since all of his scars were gone. Even if this world has potions, that doesn't mean every injury is deserving of such advanced medical treatment. And even if you use potions, scars may be inevitable. He also couldn't heal everything to perfection. The roughness of his skin caused by many years of training had also been toned down. However, his hands were still a little bit rough, but certainly better to the touch. His hair was longer now, going from slightly above the shoulder to beyond his waist. To his annoyance, as he planned to cut it down soon. His face was also more handsome. With small details like his nose becoming slightly more symmetrical and his eyebrows sharper. Not like he wasn't handsome to begin with, but now, even if you get very close to him, he will still be very handsome. However, the biggest change was definitely. What the fuck are you thinking, huh? You are taller now. Asked Hestia in surprise. It was already hard for me to look him in the eyes before. I guess I did get a little taller. Said Silver as he checked himself out. Silver's previous height was around 184 cm, however, he now seemed to have grown a few cm and he is now standing at a proud 188 cm. At least the change isn't big. Big enough for most people to notice. I can just say it's my shoes until people get used to me again. I got taller due to my bones getting slightly bigger, nothing much, about 2 to 3 cm. I am surprised you actually noticed such a minor change. Said Silver. How couldn't I? I live with you. Replied Hestia. To tell the truth. Previously, you could barely walk below the door without turning your head, but now, you completely bent down. A good point. Said Silver as he sat at the dining table to eat. So, will you tell me what happened? Asked Hestia in wonder. Silver drank a little bit of milk and said. Body enhancement. That's the best way to tell you what happened. I don't feel any different, but I guess this might be because I am already used to it or the difference is too small. However, before going to the dungeon, I have to level up and report it to the guild. Don't want to hear Lloyd give me a lecture and a fine. Question mark. Hestia didn't understand. Just a little experiment, no need to worry, everything went well in the end, no. Said Silver as he ate another toast. Hestia pouted, she was done arguing with this guy. After a while, the two of them could be seen again in the bed. Hestia was ready to level Silver up. She looked at the passing numbers and hieroglyphs, excited to see that number 1 turn into 2. But she stopped the process. What? This can't be happening. Hestia's face got pale as she read Silver's stats. Did something happen? Hey, talk with me. Said Silver slightly worried. Could I have fucked something up with my gene modification experiment? That's right, Silver's experiment was nothing but an alteration of his genes following similar principles to his past life gene tonics. It was a fusion of many things together. However, it was far from what he could theoretically accomplish. It was supposed to be something small and easy to control, but could it have had undesirable effects? It's not what you are thinking. Just. Sigh. She gave the paper to Silver. Let me see just what stunned you. What? Melio's Silver. Level. Strength SSS 1499-J1 ####. Vitality SSS 1499-J1 ####. Dexterity SSS 1499-J1 ####. Agility SSS 1499-J1 ####. Magic SSS 1499-J1 ####. Evolved Body -I. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. Neo Stir. The first thing Silver did was to start from the bottom to see if there was any new skill, and there was. So. What does it do? He soon noticed a development ability. I will ask Hestia later to find out what it does, but evolved body. I guess it makes sense, I just didn't expect this little action of mine to generate such a skill. Looking at its name, it must be something similar to strong body or enhanced muscles DACE. And finally. The fuck? Said Silver as he looked at the paper filled with strange hieroglyphs. The limit. But J. That's lower than even I. Hestia, did you forget to translate this part? Asked Silver as he turned around to look at his goddess. //. You think I would make a mistake in such a simple thing? said Hestia as she lightly punched his back. Look, I am just as confused as you. Those symbols. I can't read them. I think they don't really mean anything. That's impossible. That would mean this broke, said Silver. Or she doesn't know those, but is such a thing really possible? For a god who has lived thousands of years in Tenkai to not know her own language. Unless those symbols have a special meaning that only a select few know. Or did it really break? So I don't know. But I can read the rest. Just. What is this then? What did I do so far? I broke the first wall, that was a given. I imagined there would be no limit to how high I could reach, but I reached yet another wall, one that I could not break. No, I didn't even try to do so. Even if I could, just how long would it take? That would be asking for too much, so I just stuck with trying to max out my stats and do a little experiment to wrap everything up. I thought it would have been good enough. But how? How did it end up in passing this barrier? Was I even supposed to be able to pass it? Looking at these symbols. I don't think so. It looks as if something went wrong, perhaps the formulas responsible for calculating this broke. When a game breaks, what do? You need to talk with the developer. I don't know, Silver, said Hestia in disappointment. Silver, however, was far from disappointed. Didn't you say it was Aurenas who made this? He might have an idea. She said it was another guy and then Aurenas updated it to its current form. You actually want to ask him? Said Hestia in surprise. I never talked much with him. He is a good guy, a nice old man. But it has been a long time since I talked with him. The lower world can change the gods. I don't know how he is after 1,000 years have passed. Not now, of course, let's investigate a bit first, perhaps, you can ask some of your trusted friends first if they recognize the runes. However, I put emphasis on the words, trusted friends. My life and future are on the line after all. In the original, she did a pretty good job of hiding Belle's true stats and skill. I don't think there is a need to worry too much about this. All right. Hestia looked at Silver and resolved in her heart that she would find out the origin of these mysterious hieroglyphs. She was also pretty curious to know what had happened. Now, for the rest, said Silver to Hestia. Hestia sat down again since she got up from the shock, and took a deep breath to calm down. There isn't much to say about your skill. It gives you the development ability, evolved body. The DA increases all of your basic attributes. Such as resistances, however, I can't say by how much. So it's a passive development ability, not bad for a start. So it's like a status boost. I wonder how stronger I got. And it's only I, how strong will it be when it reaches A? Will it give me enough stats to rival a full level? There are many types of skills, some can give you powers like magic, such as Argonaut. N1. Others can enhance something you already have, like Fenris Wolf and Solmani. N2. And a few can affect the system of Falna and Exelia, like Liaris Freeze. N3. Of course, this is just an example, the variety of skills is so big that I doubt if even the guild can confidently say they know all possible varieties. This one that I have is quite simple, it gives me a DA, and that's it. It's similar to Finn's, Diafiana. And Otter's, Stortus Otter. In the sense they give you a development ability, however, mine is activated at all times while theirs have conditions to trigger. N4. Did you just say Finn? I am sure I heard that name from somewhere, said Hestia as she wondered. She spent most of her time studying and playing around with Hephaestus, she doesn't know much about the top stars of Orario. Looks like I spoke out loud. Just a famous adventurer I happen to know a little about, said Silver as he brushed the subject off. Hestia just nodded, it wasn't anything important anyway, she had other things to care about right now. In any case, how about we do that level up? Asked Silver. Are we actually doing it? I thought you would want to test things or something, said Hestia in surprise. I have a feeling that nothing will change even if I stay hunting for an entire year. And in this case, where I can't see the value of things anymore, it's too risky to just keep grinding for stat points, said Silver. I might just waste a lot of time. All right, turn around and I will finish the level up, said Hestia. Silver nodded and turned around, he felt Hestia's little finger making symbols on his back, and he got hard. This is not canon. Done. Already. I don't feel anything special, said Silver as he cut Hestia off, /thud/. Hestia slapped Silver head lightly. It's a level up, not some kind of awakening. And don't cut me. Before I pass the information to the paper, we need to discuss your DA, said Hestia. Oh. I imagined I would have at least one choice, just say it. said Silver. It would be fine if it was one but, replied Hestia. Hestia looked at the multiple lines of runes on Silver's back. Let's go one by one, she said. But first, let me remove this redundant option. She crossed out Suicide Strike from the list. No way she would even give him the possibility of choosing such a development ability. Cough. Hestia cleaned her throat and said. First, martial arts. Second, perseverance. Third, hunter, blacksmith, mixing, abnormal resistance. And there are some I don't really understand. Engineer, researcher, and geneticist. What even is a geneticist? Exclamation point. I thought it would at most count my actions in this life, but is it actually counting my past life as well? No, I need to analyze the situation well. If that was the case, then I would have many, many more. Let me think a little, said Silver to Hestia. She nodded. Although she was a bit confused, she didn't even explain what they were and he was already thinking. For a moment, she felt as if she was left behind in the dust by her adventurer knowledge once again. I can understand why I gained martial arts and not a specific DA, like spearman, axeman, and swordsman. I always trained with many sorts of weapons while never holding onto one for too long. Practicing things like grappling and movement techniques thanks to my grandpa's unusual sword style must have played a big role in this as well. I will have to ask Hestia for the specifics. Hunter is pretty simple, you just need to hunt many monsters in a short amount of time. It simply increases the damage you do to monsters you already got Excelia from. Blacksmith and those others are also pretty self-explanatory, you just need to have worked with metal, or mix some potions for a little while and you are pretty much guaranteed to get them. If you don't, it's simply because you are way too trashy for the system to consider you a blacksmith or a potion brewer. However, as expected, I didn't get mystery. The ability necessary to make magic items. It must have been due to me not being capable of manipulating magic power. And finally, as for those three, I could explain researcher and engineer. I did research a lot ever since I got my plasmids back, and back in the village, I helped many people with designs and I also fixed many broken things such as fences and water wells. I was very productive in the village. But geneticist is hard to give a proper explanation as to why it appeared here. My research into genes and my little experiment. Hestia continued to observe him. She knew he was hiding things from her, even though Silver had told her many stories about his life in the village, things still don't add up. All right, I am done. Please, said Silver to Hestia. Hestia smiled. However, it doesn't matter. Silver is part of her familia and she loves him no matter what or who he is. The time will come when he will open himself up, even if just a bit more. So she eventually started to explain each development ability once Silver stopped thinking. A few minutes later. And that's what engineer does, it's a DA focused on construction and innovation, as expected. She said. Things are actually more complicated than I imagined. Just like how mystery involves someone invoking a miracle to create a magic item, engineer allows someone to harden construction materials with magic power. It's a little more complex since it allows someone to construct things that shouldn't be possible in normal situations. Perhaps this is how there are all sorts of strangely shaped buildings in Orario. Like Ganesha's house. It also increases one's insight towards architecture. Geneticist, on the other hand, increases the strength, speed, and effectiveness of plasmids and gene-related abilities. Martial arts increases my proficiency with all weapons, however, I lose its effects if I use the same weapon for more than 10 minutes. It triggers when it hits an enemy, so if I manage to hit an enemy with, let's say, a throwing knife, the countdown resets back to 10 minutes. The degree of hit has yet to be tested though, since a graze can also be a hit. It seems pretty easy to exploit, however, this is just what I think. It could easily be much worse than that. The safe route would be to ask the guild about it, but that is the same as exposing what I have. Perseverance was the one that got my attention though. It raises all stats the more beaten up the person is, even if he is healed up afterward. Its effects increased based on the user's determination and will to live and fight. However, the focus is on vitality, followed by strength, the other stats would be increased after. It's not an equal raise. But as expected, it only seems to trigger when I am fighting. Hestia, however, couldn't say if it triggers during any kind of tense situation. It's similar to Tioni's Berserker skill. The difference lies in the fact that she gains attack power every time she is hit and the more angered she is, while this DA is based on my will to live and fight. And how beaten I am during the process. Hestia looked at Silver, ready to give advice if needed. This choice will shape his path as an adventurer. She stopped to remember the many dreams she had when she just came down into the lower world. She used to think it would be fantastic if the adventurers could even have a DA, since it isn't guaranteed to gain one. But here he is, choosing between a large repertoire of development abilities. Sigh. Even if it makes sense. I can't quite believe it. I have made my choice, said Silver. Tell me, said Hestia. Silver looked sharply at Hestia. Stop being dramatic, screamed Hestia as she jumped on top of Silver. Ah. You dare. The two played around for a bit, the tense mood completely vanished. After a while. It's perseverance. She wasn't surprised. Considering your mindset, I imagined you would choose such a thing, she said. Well. I was between this and geneticist, however, thinking about the future, I think it is much easier to increase the first one rather than the latter. I don't even know why I got it in the first place. On the other hand, perseverance is pretty forward. I just need to get beaten up for it to trigger, and if I repeat that long enough, it will level up. Even if the latter gives me more strength immediately, perseverance doesn't have a limit to how high it can increase my stats. Of course, the higher the increase is, the more dangerous the situation would have to be. And in any case, it will be never too late to choose it again when I level up next time. Since you gain another chance to choose a DA every level up. Unless I get something even better. Are you sure about this choice? There is no coming back, asked Hestia. I am, no need to ask again. Hestia nodded and updated his status. In any case, here, take a look, said Hestia in excitement as she picked yet another piece of paper. We might need to buy another stack of papers soon, said Silver as he gazed at the pile of status papers on the corner. And who do you think is at fault? Melio's Silver. Level. Strength J1 ###-H. Vitality J1 ###-H. Dexterity J1 ###-H. Agility J1 ###-H. Magic J1 ###-H. Evolved Body -I. Perseverance -I. Magic. Magnum Opus Ambrosia. Skill. Vit Algin. Infer David Missimus. Neo Stir. Level 2 Ha. I went a long way. Don't you think so? Asked Silver as he looked at Hestia. Yeah. I am proud of you, Silver. Hestia wanted to jump and hug him, but she had to maintain her professionalism. What now? Asked Hestia. Why are you asking me this? Aren't you the head of the clan? Clan/family. I know that. I was just asking if you had anything else to do. No, I don't have anything really. In fact, I will rest a little from the dungeon. Then. How about we eat somewhere tonight? Asked Hestia. Sure. Last time we ate at that cafe near Ganesha's Familia house, right? Do you have any preference this time? Asked Silver. That place was quite interesting, but all of those Ganesha paintings made me a little uncomfortable. Ha. It's been a while since we went together in that pub you frequent, said Hestia. The HF. Fine, I guess that's a good place. Silver got up and started to choose some clothes. Let's go to the guild and report my level up, after that I will accompany you to Babel and I will fetch you later as always. How does that sound? I will go to the dungeon tomorrow since I bet Loiju is going to force me into something. Perfect, said Hestia. Silver turned around and started to put on his clothes, completely ignoring the excited Hestia behind him. He just put on a shirt and a pair of leggings together with some shoes. By the time he was done, Hestia was there, still looking at him. I am done, I will just brush my teeth and we can go, he said. Okay, said Hestia. After brushing his teeth, Silver went back to his room only to realize she was still choosing her clothes, so he sat on the bed and started to look at her. However, she couldn't stand his sight and told him to leave. A few minutes of arguing later, Silver shrugged his shoulder and turned around. Although Hestia felt shy with him just behind her, but she continued to put on her clothes. Pink, huh? Quite childish, said Silver as he sat on his bed. I am not wearing pink, she replied. TSK. I got it wrong. I should have said white. Heh. Laughed Silver after teasing her. URG. Even though I have been living with him for the past 2 months, he gets more and more brazen each week. Not that I am complaining. Wait. Later that day, Silver and Hestia could be seen in the HF waiting for their food to arrive. Hee hee. Silver chuckled as he looked at the photos on his hands. They were a sequence of photos starting from Loiju's reaction to when Silver announced he had leveled up and the subsequent attempts from him to retrieve the embarrassing photos. Puffed. Haha. His shocked look when I told him the news and his face when he realized he had been recorded. Priceless, said Silver. I imagined his reaction many times, but to think Lloyd would actually just accept it so soon and brag about it immediately. He is truly a sorry excuse for an elf. Now, everyone will soon know who I am. This would be the perfect time to introduce the other me. Since the guild has the truth devices, it's pretty simple. I just need to go there and say, I am that guy, give me the reward money. However, that would be anticlimactic. I am not someone to talk, when all I did was hide. Tomorrow, I know what to do. I will get those rewards tomorrow. He whispered to himself. Hestia suddenly touched Silver's shoulder, waking him up from his thoughts. Silver, I will go to the washroom to wash my hands, said Hestia as she got up. Sure, replied Silver. However, he knew very well she wasn't going to just wash her hands. Although, if you ask her about it, she will affirm to the best of her ability that gods don't need to use the bathroom to take a shit. Hey. Did you hear it? Said an adventurer on a table near Silver. What is it this time, Johnny? You always have the best gossip, said another adventurer on the table. This one is super hot, almost as hot as what happened a few weeks ago, replied Johnny. Then what are you waiting for? Drop the bomb. I am ready. Hey. Can we have a few more beers? Said a strong-armed female adventurer. Yes. Naya, replied Anya as she wrote something on her notebook. She noticed Silver stare and winked playfully, as she smiled before she gave him her tongue and left. So, did you hear about the new rookie? Asked Johnny. Nope, said one of the guys. No, said the other guy. Don't keep us in suspense, you ass, replied the girl. Sheesh, just how uninformed can you guys can be? Sip. The guy took a pause to take the last sip of his drink. He was clearly teasing them. Hashtag. If you don't tell me in the next 10 seconds I, threatened the girl. This new rookie has beaten the Sword Princess record, said Johnny. X3 and a few tables nearby who were spying on the conversation. Don't fuck with me, Johnny, said one of the guys, the one on the left. Is it even possible to level up in less than a year? Said the other dude. I am not lying, I was there when the confirmation of his stats was made with a truth device. To be honest, I was shocked. Initially, I didn't expect much from that trip to the guild, just the same business. But I felt something was going to happen, so I stayed. My only regret was not getting closer to the guy to take a good look at his face. Shit, Johnny. At least do your job right, said the rough girl as she drank a big mouthful of beer. Now you are interested. How about a bet? How long do you think it took for him to become level 2? Said Johnny. As long as you don't participate, haha, said the guy on the right. Losers pay for tonight's drinks, said the girl. That's too much. Do you want to kill us? Only the next round, said the guy on the left. They nodded their heads as they reached a consensus. They each wrote their own guesses on the papers and waited. All right, let's go from left to right. Go on, Huge, said Johnny to the men on his left. Huge turned his paper over. It read. /10 month/. All right, next, Fuelaz, it's your turn, said Johnny. She turned his paper over. It read. /4 months/. Quite daring today. You think there would be a monster capable of becoming level 2 in a third of the time it took the Sword Princess? Asked the guy on the right, mocking the girl. Mind your business, she said. It's you turn, Nib, said Johnny. He turned his paper over. It read. /9.5 months/. Hee, looks like it will be between you and me, Huge, said Nib. Shut it, let's hear from Johnny, said the girl. Here are your drinks, Naya, said Anya as she arrived with many drinks in her hands. Perfect, haha. Flower, please stay here and wait, the loser will pay for this round, said Fuelaz, the rough girl. You all ready? The nodded. Johnny smiled and said. 1 month and 3 weeks. Silence. Even for the people further away, everyone seemed to stop. The guy is a freaking monster, I tell you. They even called for the branch leader, but at the end, he was telling the truth. He took 1 month and 3 weeks. He looked to the girl and said. You win. Bwahaha. Laughed the girl as she slammed the table. The other 2 guys were devastated. They had actually ordered more drinks than normal this time around. They did not doubt their friend's words. If he lied, it was up to him to suffer the consequences anyway. Even Anya was surprised as she took the money. Are you serious, Johnny? Are you sure you didn't mistake 1 month for something else? Asked Huge. You think I am deaf? I am a level 3 scout, you freaking muscle brain, said Johnny. He is. Right. Gulp, said the girl as she happily drank her beer. Anyway, big things are about to happen. If he was this fast to reach level 2, I can only imagine how fast he can reach level 3. Perhaps, by next year, we might even have a new level 4 in town, said Johnny as he ate his food. Now. Please. Be realistic, said Huge. At most level 3. The four continued to talk, without knowing they had caused waves in the surrounding tables. Silver, of course, heard everything. I expected it to happen eventually, but that was faster than I expected. Several people saw me earlier when I proved that I had leveled up with the truth magic item of the guild. Most of them were guild workers, but a few were adventurers. Sigh. I just hope this doesn't cause problems for me in the future, Kriak. Cling, /. As Silver thought about the repercussions of such an event, the doors to the pub opened with its usual bell sound. Silver felt a chill on his back. Welcome. HM. It's you guys. Welcome, Naya, said Chloe as she looked at the incoming group. Hi. Is there any table available? Asked Loki with her classic smile. She looked to the side, her eyes opening slightly. Of course. We always have one for you guys. Your favorite Naya, replied Chloe. She led the adventurers directly into a table in the middle of the pub. It had a decent amount of space around it. Finally. Bring in the drinks, screamed Loki. Silver, on the other hand, looked at Mamma Mia expression. Hey, this brings back memories, he said. She smiled. For some reason, she felt as if she should give this young man a hit in the head before she lost her chance of doing so. Smack. Shut up, brat. Bringing in a girl just like that, aren't you popular? But I guess boys your age should be like that, she said as she hit his head. She is my goddess, said Silver. And? Is there a problem in dating a god? She said. No problem, I just think it's too cruel for the god in question. Even if I go to heaven after this life, it won't be the same, you know, said Silver as he thought. That was his honest opinion. However, he had no plans of dying anytime soon. And he would still date a god, but this doesn't change the fact he thinks it's cruel. It's one of the problems of dating an immortal being. You think too much, she replied with a rare kind smile. HM. Now that I took a good look, you look a little different. Did something happen? She asked. Oh. Impressive of you to notice. It's a new skin lotion I bought. Bah. Boys should be using skin lotion, she said as she waved her hand. Your food is almost ready, just wait for a little longer, she said as she left to deal with the Loki familia. You are so rude, This is what I wanted to say. But I don't have the courage to anger a level 6. Not yet. She was level 6 even before Ace came into Orario, opening her shop around that time. Even if she is rusty now, I would still be beaten up by her. Perhaps just the flex of her biceps would be enough to send me flying. The clap of her cheeks. What? Silver shook his head. He still has a life to live. He sat comfortably as he waited for his steak to get ready. But he didn't notice Loki's sly smile. Gulp. Ah. It's been so long since I had a proper drink, said Loki. The others around her seemed to agree to a certain extent. They had all been tense. Bet, for example, worked almost every night, seeking clues. We had been occupied with the recent events after all, said Gareth as he drank a big gulp. Hey. Speaking of recent events, did you hear about the recent hot news? Asked Tiona. Loki smiled as she drank her beer. What is it this time? Whose hot boy did you see in the guild? Asked Tioni. Stop being such a bore. I didn't see his face though. I knew it, replied Tioni. Tiona got pretty angry, so she drank her entire beer at once. Ah. I needed a drink. It's not what you think. I was going to the guild today to see if there were any decent commissions to do when I heard something pretty interesting. The others listened. It seems that someone broke Ace record. By a lot. Most of them. But they calmed down almost instantly. What record are we talking about this time? Ace has a lot of records, said Finn. Most courtships received in a day and most hearts broken in a day as well, said Riveria as she counted. Ace, who was peacefully drinking her water, choked. She angrily looked at her elf mentor and pouted with a red face. Don't look at me like that. Ha ha, replied Riveria with a smile as she remembered that day. It's nothing like that. I heard he became a level 2 adventurer in record time. Wow. Now that's interesting, replied Loki. They did a lot of tests and the end result was, she said in a very dramatic tone. Just open your damn mouth, said Bet, a little bit curious as well. Aren't you even going to guess? She asked. What's the point of such shit talking? If I were to guess, it would be around 11 months. That might be too much already. 11 and a half. He said. Hee hee. It was actually less than 2 months. Exclamation point. Everyone. Puffed. Lafia spat her juice in Tiona's face while Bet almost choked on his drink. Gareth and Finn had their eyes opened wide while Riveria remained stunned. Tioni looked very much surprised, however, she doubted such information. Ace, who was calmly drinking her cold water, also stopped, shocked. Loki maintained her smile. Hee hee. Look at your faces. I knew you would all be like this, she said. Aya, are you sure you heard it right, Tiona? Asked Lafia in surprise. You think that I would mishear something that close while being a level 5? I am sorry, said Lafia as she bowed. No. I wasn't reprimanding you. Please get up, said Tiona awkwardly. There is no need to act this surprised, right? Everyone seemed to have their own reactions to this information. It seems like another little monster is rising, said Gareth as he returned to his calm uncle persona. Now I am interested in seeing him. Do you know who he is? Said Finn. Did you see his face? Oh yeah, said Riveria. Yeah. I missed him. Like, during the process, he was dragged into some room deep into the guild, so I couldn't just follow them. And I was too embarrassed to wait for him outside. Ha ha ha. Loki finally burst laughing. What is it, Loki? Asked Finn. I just can't. Ha ha. Did something happen this time? Asked Riveria. She definitely knows something. It's just, I find it so funny that you are all talking about this guy when he is here with us, she said. Many people in the pub. Puffed. Cough. Some people seemed to spit their drinks and some even choked. This included Lafia and Tiona, of course. Mamma Mia looked at the mess with a murderous gaze. It was unknown who she was going to blame for this. Isn't that right, Mr. Red Knight? Said Loki. But no one replied. Red Knight? Didn't I hear that before? Ah. Are you talking about that adventurer that has become quite famous after the subjugation of the irregular monster? Asked Riveria. Yup, they are the same person. Just like the Platinum Knight, said Loki as she drank her beer without a care in the world. The same scene happened, however, this time, people made sure to not drink anything. Are you saying that those two knights were actually just a level 1 newbie? Asked Bet in an ironic tone. Well, Bet might be rude, but I have similar questions, asked Tioni. The others nodded. Bet seemed a bit annoyed by Tioni's words. Look at you guys. Tell me, is it really so hard for a level 1 to accomplish all of these deeds? Asked Loki. Loki looked at her familiar children. I know exactly what you guys are thinking about. The irregular monster's strength, right? They nodded. Well, I guess that's something to think about, however, I am pretty sure they are indeed the same people. As for how he defeated the monster, there are many possibilities, but the best way would say he was the worst match of the monster. It was a threat for a level 4, but that was based on the aftermath, we never saw the fight. I don't want to decrease the effort of the knight, but he definitely killed it alone. And what guarantees that? Asked Riveria. It's simply too far-fetched. Unless the irregular was actually a very weak level 3 monster with a strong burst skill. And if consider the adventurer to be a peak level 1 with very good gear, then things get a little more balanced. However, such a feat would still be hard even for Ace when she was at that level. My intuition, said Loki proudly. Riveria facepalmed, already expecting this answer. But hey, how long are you going to stay there waiting? But no one replied, silence still reigned in the bar as people looked around for this heroic person. You are indeed shy. Perhaps I should give you an incentive, said Loki as she smiled like a villain. What is she planning this time? Was what most of the people on the table thought. She pointed towards several people in the pub, including Silver. However, Loki made sure to only target young adventurers. One of these is you, so I wonder, who will be the one to figure it out? Ha! Me. No, said one of the guys Loki pointed. I became level 2 a long while ago, said another one. The results were pretty similar. However, one of them continued to drink in peace, it seemed as if he didn't even realize what was happening. Ace was the first one to notice him. She had a nostalgic feeling when she looked at him, but she couldn't remember where she saw him. Following Ace's eyes, they soon placed their sight on the boy. However, the boy looked just like any client. "Here is your food, Naya," said Anya as she felt the gaze of the Loki familia. "Thanks, Anya." "Can you?" replied Silver. It's nothing. Enjoy your food," sighed Anya as she ran away. Sigh. She didn't even say Naya. Silver started drinking a bit of water as he waited for Hestia, ignoring the stares completely. Hey. Is that him?" whispered Tioni to Tiona. Although everyone at the table could hear her. The hair is the same color, the style is also the same," she said as she looked at his shoulder-length black hair. "Yes, Silver already cut down his hair. He also seems very tall, that guy was also tall. And his hair was just like that. I think," said Tiona. "Why don't we just ask the guy?" said Bet as he cut her off. "Oi, Bet, don't be rude," said Tioni as she already imagined what was about to happen. "Oi. I know you can hear us. How about you answer my question, yeah? Are you the rookie who recently leveled up?" Sigh. Exhaled Silver. How did Loki find out? It's useless to think too much, she must have analyzed some details not even I realized. Eventually, she just connected the dots. But why is she here? I think it's impossible she would have predicted I would have come here. However, since I am a frequent client, /BAM/. I asked you a question," said Bet. Bet appeared from the side, placing his foot on the chair Hestia was sitting on prior to going into the bathroom. "Sorry man, I was just thinking and..." "I don't care, just answer my question." Silver tried to be nice but Bet didn't care at all. This guy. I didn't want to make any enemies but I lost my patience. "You are quite rude," said Silver in an annoyed tone. Care to repeat that, punk? What did this level 1 sprout say to me? /snap/. Silver sapped his finger and... Bet suddenly felt a strange energy enveloping his body. He felt strange and he unconsciously resisted it by trying to move. But he couldn't. It happened too fast, in the blink of an eye. "What?" said Lafia as she got up from her chair in shock. "I didn't even hear anything." "Bet," said Gareth wide eyes. "Bwahaha." Sigh. Said Finn. "That guy is always causing trouble even if he doesn't want to." "Haha. PFT." Chuckled Riveria. "Haha. He deserved it. Everyone is going to pester him for a while." Bet disappeared, leaving only his clothes behind. The place seemed much more silent without him. The members of the Loki familia had a pretty nice idea of what happened since they heard it from Loki, so most of them couldn't help it but laugh at Bet. Even more so when they looked at the clothes on the ground. "You are too hasty, didn't I tell you that I would meet you again?" said Silver as he drank a mouthful of his drink. "You took too long, you know how I am, right?" said Loki with a sincere smile on her face as she looked at Silver's back. "I thought as much." Bet. He actually resisted it. The energy cost was immense compared to what I am used to, I almost lost control there. Is this the passive resistance from level 5? If he was ready, he would have escaped easily. He could also take me out before my teleportation took effect, /fwush/. Mist started to form around Silver, before it fully dissipated. All of the members of the Loki familia turned their heads towards a single chair, Bet's seat. A Platinum Knight now sat on that spot. Notes. For those confused about his skill, that was my bad as I didn't properly explain it. I thought I did, but it seems I forgot. It's like this, when he made his enhancement and updated his status, he got the skill. The skill doesn't do anything on its own, but it gives the MC the DA evolved body. Why not just give him a DA? That was explained. You can only choose one to every level up, and that's the only way to get one. So he gained a skill, and I thought that, for what I wanted, a DA was much better than a skill, so I made something similar to Otter's and Finn's skills. N4. The DA gives him a passive all-stat boost. How much? We don't know. It could be minimal like 10 stats or big like 100. N1. Argonaut allows a charge for active action. It requires 4 minutes, formerly 3 until he reached level 4, for a full charge and can either sound like a small chime or a grand bell depending on the power needed. For the first couple of uses, Bell thought of a hero each time, however, he hasn't done so with his recent uses, making it unknown if he no longer has to do so. It can be used to strengthen attacks that originate from him or to help him move, but the effects will dissipate when he is attacked or if he loses focus. Also, using the skill damages whatever he's charging as recoil, destroying weapons after use and severely injuring his hand when he used it to punch dicks. The damage is implied to be worse the longer the skill is charged. N2. Fenris Wolf improves Bet's running speed. Solmani improves Bet's strength and speed at acceleration. N3. Liaris Freeze increases the speed of Bell's growth as long as his feelings last. The strength of the effects is related to the strength of Bell's feelings. As a side effect, it makes him immune to charms. N4. Diafiana enables Finn to temporarily be able to use the development ability Spearman when he is wielding a spear. The effects are dependent on his level. When Otter continues to fight, Stortus Otter allows him to use the healing power and spirit healing development abilities, and strengthens all of his development abilities. The condition for the skill is in proportion to his status. Chapter 42, The One Behind the Rumors. First chapter volume, you know how it is, we slow down a little and develop the initial plot and events. We are back, baby. It took long enough. In any case, here you have it. If you forgot what happened, allow me to explain. Earlier this day, Silver completed his body transformation and leveled up. After that, they went to the guild to report. And after doing a few more things, they went to the hostess of fertility to eat as a small commemorative party for his level up. And some things happened. The pub was in silence. Everyone watched the Platinum Knight, the men who saved Loki and Artemis, and the supposed guy who killed the Irregular on the middle floors and also the fastest person to rise to level 2. Previously, these achievements had been thought to belong to different people, but who knew that they all belonged to one person? Everyone now looked in surprise at the knight who suddenly appeared in Bet's chair. I didn't even see him move. Tiona and Tioni were in shock. What happened? Lafia couldn't believe her eyes. So this is the famed ability. It is even greater seeing up close. I didn't even notice his movement and barely even felt it. Would he mind if I asked him to demonstrate its full capabilities? Of course, he would. I should find a proper reason. Perhaps an item in exchange. But what item would hold the same value as this sort of knowledge? Riveria smiled, she could barely hold her curiosity. Interesting. How should I react if an enemy approaches me with such an ability? Gareth looked at Silver as he scratched his beard, thinking about how he would counter such a move. So this was what saved Loki and Artemis. Impressive. If he can do that multiple times already, then the spot for the fastest might get a new holder soon. And Finn was deeply interested in it as well. Not only the Loki familia, but everyone in the pub had their mouths open. Sorry for ignoring you all, my deepest apologies. Said Silver as he removed his helmet, revealing his face to everyone. Oh. Said Tiona with her eyes shining as she looked at the handsome face of Silver. A hottie. Lafia had seen her fair share of handsome men, however, she never cared about them. Nevertheless, she has to agree Silver is good looking. Ace, however, fixed her eyes in Silver's well. Beautiful silver eyes. She finally remembered where she saw him. He seemed a bit different though. Not exactly what appeared in her memories. But where is his scarf? Everyone had their own reactions to his appearance. Mist started to envelope Silver once again, and when it dissipated, Silver was once again in his normal attire. Something happened, but I can't quite place my finger on it. Riveria and the others made sure to pay attention to the changes, however, everything seemed strange as the armor suddenly disappeared. Silver looked at them again and said, "Nice to meet you all, my name is Silver." For obvious reasons. My parents weren't really that creative. He said jokingly. Sorry about what just happened just now, your friend is fine. Although he won't return in a long while. If he can, that is. The Loki Familia members were quite stunned. They thought he would be angry or even worse, resentful of what they did. He helped them and now they bothered his private life, although that was mainly Loki's fault, they still felt bad for it. Whispers, People around the pub started to talk in a silent tone between themselves. And so it starts, the rumors. Hashtag. Mamma Mia, who was about to intervene, decided to stop after seeing the situation get in control. However, she decided to increase the price of everything they ordered by 35%. How interesting. Chloe looked at Silver with interest, so did the other employees of the HF. Looks like our handsome client is much more than just a pretty face. Although he was quite kind and entertaining to talk with. Chloe had a pretty high opinion of Silver. Different from others, he would normally react to her teasing in a positive way and try to tease her back, and as such, a friendship was born. It's just a shame he only passes through the pub in the early mornings and during the night. Not counting his day offs, of course. Seer, on the other hand, had a tremendously large smile on her face as she looked at Loki. Ha! Seeing you treat us so cordially only makes things harder for me. Sorry for interrupting your private life. I am Finn Dame, captain of the Loki Familia. He said as he bowed once. I am with Finn, I am thankful you are so gentle, sorry for Loki's misbehaving. I am Riveriel Joes Alf, top executive of the Loki Familia. She said as she bowed. You talk as if I did something evil. Said Loki. Nice to meet you, young one, name's Gareth Landrock, also a top executive of the Loki Familia. Said Gareth as he did a quick nod. It was by no way disrespectful. Me. I am next. Said Tiona. Silver already knew all of their names, from the original work and from when he was waiting in the HF with Loki. She bragged about her children through half of the entire time. And how couldn't he know the names and appearances of the most famous adventurers in the city? Tiona almost got up on the table as she said. I am Tiona. Tiona Hiriut. I am actually a fan. Tiona was pretty excited, she loved her hero stories, even more those that looked imposing and mythical, and Silver's armor was all of that, the way he appears in the smoke and disappears. As for the difference in power, why would she care? The Amazon sisters aren't known for being aware of their surroundings in pretty much anything they do, be it in fighting or when talking. At least most of the time. I am Tioni Hiriut, a pleasure to meet you. Said her sister as she did a gentle bow unbefitting of her image in Silver's head. I need to keep a good image in front of the captain. Lafia didn't know where to begin in her introduction. You must be Lafia, right? Loki told me a lot about you last time I saw her. Said Silver. Aye. Awawawawa. Yes. She replied. She wasn't embarrassed because of Silver's appearance or anything, she just had conflicting emotions and didn't know where to begin. From one side she was envious, from the other, she was thankful since he protected the place she calls home. Ace Wallenstein. Said Ace in her monotone. Ace seemed really interested in Silver. /G/. Silver felt as if he could hear her drilling stare. Ace, however, didn't seem to realize what she was doing as she kept trying to figure out what made him so special. Even Ace. I can't falter now. Lafia. Voridus. Everyone talked and greeted Silver, no one talked about Bet. Poor him. Once everyone talked, Finn said. Once again, as a representative of the Loki Familia, I would like to thank you for what you did last time. It's really meaningful to us, you saved Loki after all. Pardon me for being direct. But for a long time, we have been thinking of giving you a proper reward, but due to the circumstances, we couldn't really approach you. Is there anything you desire? He asked. The table became silent. Sheesh. Finn. You are being way too direct, give the child some space. Said Gareth. Ha. Finn laughed awkwardly as he placed his right hand on his head. I might have been too hasty. I guess I am a little bit too excited. In any case, Finn is right, is there anything you would like to get as a reward? Asked Riveria. Loki jumped and said her line. Everything is in the house. Even me. With the exception of Ace. That's a no. Said Loki. Everyone looked at Loki with a speechless look. A tempting offer, however, I will have to refuse. Said Silver with a smile. But Silver didn't stop there. Loki already promised a reward last time I saw her, so there is no need to reward me with anything. Oh. I forgot about it. Tehi. Said Loki as she struck a cute pose. Finn and the others looked at Loki with an expression that said, why didn't you tell us this? However, I still wish to reward you, not as the captain of the Loki Familia, but as Finn, child of Loki. Said Finn with a smile. But inside his head hurt as he thought of what his small goddess is hiding from him. The others seemed to agree. Sigh. If that's the case. If you insist so much, don't blame me. How about a spar? With each of you? He asked. Ex-Loki Familia members. It might be too much to ask, but Bawahaha. I like your spirit, kid. Said Gareth. What an interesting reward, may I ask why you wish for that reward? Asked Riveria. Everyone seemed to agree with her question. Well. I know I can't compare in terms of stats, however, I have been having difficulty in improving my fighting style. My hope was to see if I could learn anything from watching you all. And build some connections, but that is a side effect. My grandparents might have trained me, but they were not proficient in everything. Seeing how I fare against a true super elite, that's what I want to know. What would they think of my fighting style and all of that? Asking for money is a waste, help with something. What could I possibly ask from them? And although Loki was joking, I don't doubt she was actually being serious about her own offer. But, I don't think having a steamy night with Loki is a good way of making favorable impressions on them. I like the idea, said Tioni. Although I am a bit worried about Bet. I will go first, said Tiona. It's best if I don't tell this to Bet. Ace was also excited. In her own way. She wanted to know how he grew that fast. Could she use the same method to grow stronger? Looks like everyone agrees, said Loki with a smile, noticing the gazes of the others. Lafia, however, stopped thinking as she decided to go with the flow. Silver smiled, however, he was deeply confused about something. Just how long is Hestia going to take in the bathroom? In the bathroom, Why is this damn lock? Hestia once again failed at opening the door. Bang. Bang, Hestia hit and kicked the door, but it was rock solid, unmoving. It barely even made any noise. This was a bathroom made to withstand drunk adventurers. There is little a frail goddess like Hestia can do to escape it through unconventional means. My date is on the line. I even went to that fancy bathhouse. How could it all end like this? She said as she punched the door at high speeds. Just kidding. That's right. Silver will come to my rescue. He will realize I am taking too long and... Wait. Could it be? No. He might be thinking I am doing number 2. No. Hestia wailed as she kicked the door. It had been around 6 minutes since Silver came into the Loki Familia table and around 8 since Hestia left for the bathroom. Tiona looked deeply at Silver. Did you come alone this time? She asked. The others were also curious about the boy, with Finn wanting to ask him some questions. However, it was too inappropriate to ask such questions. How did he send Bet away, and how he did all of that stuff? All of these questions flooded their minds. Decency stopped even the likes of Tiona and Tioni from asking. Yeah. Did you bring your girlfriend? Asked Loki. But not Loki. Everyone looked at Silver. I came with my goddess today. We were commemorating my advancement. Oh. Said Tiona with an awkward smile. Shit. What a bad way to start. Tiona wasn't the only one in an awkward situation. Stopping him in his private time was something, the other was to stop him doing a commemoration. A commemoration needs drinks. Bring us more beer, said Loki out loud as she ignored the awkward mood. Somehow, she managed to break the ice a little and make everyone a little bit more comfortable. Although I would like to drink with you all, I really need to check up on my goddess. She is quite clumsy, and considering it has been quite some time since she left. It's fine, we only wanted to say hello, said Gareth. Come visit us in the castle any of these days, we will be free until the start of next month, said Riveria. She was very curious about his abilities, especially his space magic, something so rare even she had never seen in action and only studied about. Things like gravity are more common, although still very rare. Teleportation is something super rare. Much rarer than healing abilities and storage abilities. Sure, I will, said Silver as he got up from the table and went to the bathroom. And so he left, said Tioni. I like him, he is a good kid, said Gareth as he went to drink his beer. But the mug was empty. I agree. Although I think it's a shame he left so quickly, said Finn. There are a lot of things I need to confirm with him. I guess I will have to wait, thankfully it won't be too late. Did you all notice him chanting anything? Asked Lafia in wonder. Perhaps it was just silent. I shouldn't have asked. What if they think I am just deaf? But an elf can't be deaf. Most of the time. Everyone on the table. It isn't good to inquire about others' personal things, Lafia, said Tiona. I am so. I was just a little curious. However, I am quite interested in it as well, said Riveria. He might have just chanted in a quiet tone. Unfortunately, Bet, who has the best hearing among us, wasn't here. In any case, once he visits us, we will have the chance to find out, she said. The others nodded, however, they continued to talk about the night. Silver made his way to the bathroom, his acute ears started to hear banging on the walls. It was really faint amidst the sounds of the people eating. Did something happen? Silver remained calm as he walked inside the woman's bathroom without caring in the least, shocking the others that were looking at him. Even Ace was shocked. Is he a pervert? Hestia. Are you there? Asked Silver as he walked inside. There wasn't anyone inside the simple bathroom, however, Silver soon heard it. Silver. Silver. Help me, said Hestia out loud. He walked to her location and saw that the door was jammed by what seemed to be a small piece of chipped wood that fell inside the lock's mechanisms. But Silver knew that even such a small piece was really hard. Hestia would be able to break it in a short amount of time. Calm down, it seems the lock is jammed, he said. Silver easily removed the wood chip and opened the door for Hestia, who immediately jumped out of the cabin to breathe. It was really stuffy inside there. I didn't want to dirty or tear my dress by trying to climb out of it. Silver rolled his eyes. In any case, let's get out of here before people start to think something is wrong. And why would they? Hestia pulled Silver out of the bathroom as her face got red. Once they got out of the room, multiple people looked at Silver and Hestia with strange faces. One of them being none other than Mamma Mia. Oi. This brat. What is he doing now? Her face was red, but certainly not of embarrassment. Hestia was trapped inside the bathroom because something fell inside the lock. I heard it when I went to call for her, said Silver as he cut the chase and told what he had done. But Mamma Mia wasn't buying it. This brat has already caused her a fair share of trouble today. But someone came to the rescue. That again. I thought I had fixed all of them yesterday. Don't blame him, Mia, even I got trapped in there once, don't you remember? Said Seer with a sorry smile as she cleaned the table. Once the people heard what happened, their strange thoughts dispersed like smoke. Silver nodded at her in gratitude as he went to his seat to eat. Not even for a moment did he look at the raging demon on the side. It's a shame the food is now a little cold. Would you like me to give you two another plate? Asked Seer. It's not in the house, reassured Mamma Mia. It's fine. As Silver said that, he passed his hand above the plates and the food magically heated up again. This scene shocked Seer and Mia, although the latter only raised an eyebrow. Was that magic, Mr. Silver? Asked Seer as she approached Silver from his side. Now that I am closer, aren't you a little different? She asked as her face got really close to Silver's. But then her face got a tad bit red. Like a bit more handsome, she whispered to herself. Silver heard her, but not Hestia. Who the F***ck is this? Hestia, who was about to enjoy her food, when she suddenly stopped and looked at the silver-haired lady who, lovely, approached Silver. This place is already booked, so get out. Hestia gazed at Seer with an intense glare. However, she completely ignored it. It's nothing too great, just a small trick, replied Silver. That's still very convenient, Mr. Knight, said Seer as she smiled cutely and teasingly. As for my appearance, I don't really know what changed, it's just a lotion, said Silver. Oh. Playing distant. Can you? But Hestia's gaze just seemed to get even more intense as she watched this development. She even bit her lips. She was so out of focus that she didn't even realize that Silver's identity had been revealed. But even if she knew, she wouldn't care much since on her end, she wanted to just brag about Silver accomplishments to other people. Stop it, else those others are also going to bother me even more, said Silver as he turned his head a little to look at a pair of catgirls who were sneakily watching him. Naya. The two catgirls, now busted, ran away to take orders. There's more. TSK. I thought they were only friends, but it seems I was wrong. She looked at the silver-haired girl. This one is the most dangerous. Hestia looked to the side and noticed Loki. Loki also looked to the side and noticed Hestia. And then she saw Silver on her side. It can't be. He is this Milker's children. Loki's face distorted, she couldn't keep herself calm. She had researched this man, but not about which god he was under, since she wasn't interested in that. Not exactly. The best to put it is that she was so occupied with things that she barely had time to find out who was the boy with white scarf. To think it was her. Some of the people on the table noticed this action, and they looked in Silver's direction, noticing Hestia. And they didn't know why Loki showed that face. Hestia smiled mockingly as she gazed at Loki, squishing her boobs as she showed them off to her. She spelled letter by letter, B-O-A-R-D. This action made them immediately realize why Loki was acting strange. Arg. She got really angry, but she didn't want to cause trouble since she felt the intense glare of Mia. Just you wait, she said as she chugged another mug of beer. In the end, their anger towards each other today stemmed from a misunderstanding. Hestia thought Loki was simply trying to mock her like she always did, when in fact, she was just surprised she was Silver's goddess. While Loki thought Hestia was mocking her since Silver, who was filled with talent, perhaps even more than Ace, was a member of her familia. Worse, as his goddess, Loki would have to thank her for his actions. And she would never do that. Nevertheless, even if they knew this, they would still get in conflict. For obvious reasons. Silver talked about some random things with Seer before she was forced to go back and take on some of the client's orders. After a while, people stopped looking at Silver as they enjoyed their food and talked about the most recent news. However, it was obvious that today's news would soon travel across Orario, and everyone would know that the Red and Platinum were the same person, none other than the rookie that beat the fastest level-up record by 10 months. Everything seemed to be going well for Silver and Hestia. They ate good food and had a good time. Mostly. After an hour or two, the two paid for their bill and left, unaware of the waves that today caused in Orario. Although Silver frowned at the price, he happily paid off the bill when Mia cracked her knuckles, creating an airwave that lifted his hair. Hestia would eventually find out why the adventurers today were looking at the two of them so intensely. However, it wouldn't be today nor tomorrow. She expected people to talk about Silver's new record, but she didn't expect Loki to reveal that he was actually the Red Knight all along. And she would soon learn that he is also the Platinum Knight. And when she does learn, she will be in for a really bad time. Because she will realize she had gotten yet another competitor. However, would she be even capable of connecting the dots? She is quite dull sometimes. Chew. Sneezed Hestia. Did you catch a cold? Asked Silver. Sniff. I don't think so. Is someone cursing me? Ha. That bored. As if she had reached enlightenment, Hestia continued on her way home with Silver. Like the wind, the rumors spread like lightning, reaching the ears of many in a single night. The boy's legend was only starting. Notes, read it. After this is the start of volume. But if you look at the sequence of chapters, you will see that there are only side chapters. You can jump them and read the first chapter of volume 3 in order to keep going in the plot. Or you can read them, but be sure they don't continue the main story. On the contrary, they add more to what already exists. They won't go anywhere, so you can come back to read them, just don't forget they exist. Chapter 43, Side Story. So, this will be the start of my side story series. I will drop one such chapter every time we pass the goal of Power Stones, but I may also release one of these as the third chapter every week. My plan is for it to be smaller than the usual 3,000-word chapter, being around 2,000 words big. After some thinking, I decided to go with the world development route and make a side story focused on the MC. Here, I will explore some of the things he did in the dungeon and also some side character interactions. I will try at least. In any case, this is only a test, tell me if you liked it or not. The idea was to make these self-contained stories meaningful. They start here and end here, their effects may be seen in future chapters. I don't know, I can't plan everything. Go to notes for more info. Real chapter name, Encyclopedia of Rare Monsters, Volume 1, Page 1, The Needle Rabbit. Ah. It's getting colder and colder, said a man as he adjusted the scarf around his neck. As the cold wind blew on his face, Silver made his way to the guild. Silver eventually arrived in the guild, and as always, there was a lot of movement inside. The moment he entered the guild, he saw a girl around 170 cm tall gazing at the entrance. For a moment, their eyes met, but she completely ignored him with a cold gaze. She had a cold expression as if she was made of ice, but she was nevertheless very cute. Some adventurers had actually tried talking with her, but she ignored them soon after. What's up with her? Waiting for someone. She has that Kaderi, cold look. He shook his head and continued walking towards the counter. I have other things to do. Ignoring the others, Silver made his way to a lone elf in the corner, working with some papers. The elf noticed his friend and raised his head. Good morning, Silver, early as always, said Loiju. What's up, Loiju? Any good commissions? Asked Silver. Sigh. The elf seemed visibly tired. You okay? Asked Silver. It's nothing, just tired with work. You asked about commissions, right? I held on to some, sorry for them not being that great, tomorrow we can look at the board. Today I am not feeling well, said Loiju as he gazed at Silver with his tired eyes. Hunting goblins. Kobolds. The usual, I guess. Boring nevertheless. But why are you so tired? You normally don't even sweat after reading through a thick pile of papers. URG. Just forget it, before it's too late. Are you going into the upper floors? Said a voice from behind him. Oh, God, said Loiju. Silver looked behind him to see the girl from before, now, with very excited eyes as she gazed at Silver. A completely different look from before that only seemed to highlight her beauty. Yes. She smiled. Then, could you take my commission? She said as she handed him a paper. What? Said Silver as he gazed at the piece of paper, reading its contents. At the same time, Loiju looked at the scene with a clear headache, a troubled child meeting another one. Hooray! Since we are already here, let me present you to, said Loiju. This girl is Nick. Just call me Nick. said the girl as she cut Loiju off. So, do you want me to investigate this creature? Said Silver as he read the paper. Oh, sorry. I am Melio Silver, but pretty much everyone calls me Silver. Because of your eyes? Asked the girl. Yes. So, going back to your request. What is this all about? The girl seemed so excited she almost seemed ready to jump. It's like this, Let me explain it to you. If we wait for her to explain we will be here all day. Intervened Loiju. The girl looked at Loiju with dead eyes. She is a scholar, this is the best term I can come up with. She specializes in monsters and their habitats. In particular, those from the dungeon. But she is known to be out of the box since she only researches rare monsters. The girl seemed somewhat proud. The problem is that the monsters are rare enough to be considered non-existent. They are real. I only need someone to search for them. She said out loud. Tell this to the previous adventurers that spent hours every day looking for the monster only to find nothing and not receive the full pay. Said Loiju. But why should I pay the full price for people who can't complete their job? She said as she tilted her head. As you can see, Silver, the pay isn't that high already, and finding those monsters is up to luck. It's not luck. Even more so for the one I am requesting you to find. Let me explain. Recently, I have been researching a particular kind of monster on the upper floors. The needle rabbit. Why the needle rabbit? Asked Silver. Loiju's mouth curled as he facepalmed. You know why the needle rabbit has its name, right? Because of its horn. However, did you know that some can be born with 2 horns? Or even 3? Asked the girl. I didn't. Said Silver. Although I know some monsters can mutate or be born different. I wonder which of these cases this rabbit falls into. It's very rare, but it can happen. Replied Loiju. They are called twin needle rabbit and triplet needle rabbit. However, I have gathered reports that indicate the presence of a new type. The quadruple needle rabbit. Said the girl. If I can prove its existence, I will graduate as an apprentice scholar and become a full-fledged scholar. Silver was a little confused. It seems you are a little confused, Silver. Let me explain. Do you know of the Athena familia? Oh. What do they have with all of this? Athena. I know she runs a library and that they are classified as a what? Scholar familia. I didn't research them that much since they were not in line with what I wanted, but I am pretty interested in one of the 3 big virgin goddesses. Athena owns the biggest library in Orario and is considered one of the wisest people in the entire world. Her familia is quite big since most of the aspiring scholars tend to go to her to further their studies. However, most of them are quite weak due to their lack of training, so they offer commissions and have adventurers do the dirty work for them. Instead of the usual rank seen in other familia hierarchies, the Athena familia has a scholar tier system. To become a proper scholar, one must be an apprentice first, and pass a trial. And Nictomany's trial is to catalog a new monster in the dungeon. Loiju took some time to breathe. Hey! Didn't I tell you to call me Nick? However, her anger seemed cute rather than intimidating. So, let me see if I understand everything correctly. Your name is Nictomany and you are an apprentice scholar of the Athena familia. You are currently doing a trial and that's why you are here. Asked Silver. Yes and no. I am not doing this only because I am on a trial. I just love finding new things. She said with a smile. Loiju looked at Silver waiting for his reply. The girl did the same, she was slightly nervous, but her poker expression did not show much to the others. Fine, there isn't anything to lose, and I am quite interested in this creature. If I see anything I will make sure to report it to you. Just. What is that you need, exactly? Asked Silver. Her eyes seemed to brighten when she heard his words. I need you to bring its magic stone back, so not damaging it is the top priority, but if you are lucky and it drops its horn, it would be more than enough to prove its existence. If you are truly capable, you can capture it alive and bring it to the surface, you can always pay the guild and they will lock the monster. I will pay you back of course. Said the girl. Although this only works for small, upper-floor monsters. Said Loiju. How do scholars make money? Is that all? If so, I will be taking my leave. Said Silver. One thing. When you find it, be careful. The strength of a needle rabbit seems to increase in proportion to the number of horns, although it's little, each new horn increases the rabbit's overall power, and 4 horns are sure to increase its power by quite a bit. Said the girl. Silver nodded, wondering if this creature would be considered an enhanced species or just a strange mutation. Meet me here tomorrow at the same time. Good luck. Said the girl as she left. She didn't seem that bad. Said Silver. That's because you were lucky, most of the time she goes on and on and on. I see. I will be on my way then. Until later. Silver turned around and left after exchanging greetings with the elf. Deep in the dungeon, Silver took a look at the paper once again. According to the paper, there were some signs of a strange monster to the north of the main road entrance to the 9th floor. Might as well check it out. I will look for it for an hour or two. If I don't find it, I will focus on my training and commissions. If I have time, might as well look for it again. After an hour, Silver didn't find anything, so he went around the place hunting and training like usual. The only reason why Silver was in these floors was because Loiju wanted him to take it slow. However, Silver was more than capable of going into the 10th floor and below. Although he did not consider himself ready to take on middle floors yet, at least, with his current fighting style of only using an ice spear. So he will slowly show how capable he is to Loiju, who in response, will give him access to more dangerous commissions. This is getting easier and easier. Said Silver as he picked a magic stone from the ground. As his stats increased, the danger he felt towards these monsters decreased. Soon, it would be time to focus only on the 10th floor and below. As soon as Loiju gives me access to those floors. I have been training there in my spare time, but it would be much better if I could pick some commissions for the monsters in there. It would make my work that more rewarding. I could just ignore him, but that would be risking my friendship with him. Is it even worth it? It's just a week or two of preliminary work and Loiju will be confident enough to send me to those floors alone. He already told me that if I had a party he would allow me to go there, but I like to work alone, /bam, /. Hum. As Silver made his way in the corridors, he heard the sound of something crashing against the ground. He was currently in the area his target was supposed to be in, although he is still doubtful of the veracity of the information. Is there someone fighting? Might as well take a look. I am bored anyway. Silver entered a dark crack in the wall and a few seconds from within, a red knight emerged. The knight turned to the side and made his way to the source of the sound. Change of POV / clang / splurge / pierce / ah. Screamed a girl. A few moments ago / Today was one of those days. When everything seems to just go wrong. It was supposed to be easy, go down and kill some more shadows for potion materials. I did this a dozen times. Even though she was alone, she was a very strong level 1 adventurer, her stats were enough for her to go alone to the 10th floor, much less the 8th. But today wasn't her lucky day. After defeating a small group of enemies and proceeding to collect her loot, she was suddenly ambushed by a strange needle rabbit. It hit her arm with its strange horn, almost ripping it off, and now, she is bleeding profusely as she stared at the little furry beast. Arg. How could this happen? My right arm is. I can't use my bow, my only weapon is my dagger, but I am not proficient with my left arm. Without waiting, she tried to flee. Rule number 1 when facing the unknown is to act calm, but she was desperate. This gave the rabbit enough of an opening to charge. As if. It might be a stronger rabbit, but it's still a dumb monster that runs in a straight line. She turned around and slashed, meeting the rabbit head-on. Unfortunately, she wasn't proficient in the blade, and her left arm wasn't her dominant one. Cling. She was thrown back as her knife flew across the room, but the rabbit didn't leave unscathed as it now had a long gash on its face. Ah. She fell with her right arm on the ground, immense pain coursing through her body. Her eyes fell on the running rabbit, and her eyes got sharp as she decided. To sacrifice her arm. Her left hand was ready to grab the rabbit and twist its neck. But. Smack. Bam. Out of nowhere, a tall red knight appeared and slapped the rabbit away as if it was trash. The rabbit was left on the ground, unconscious. Monsters can get knocked out, as they can be poisoned, put under an illusion, etc. But that wasn't the end. Gore. From the side, a group of goblins and a few war shadows suddenly appeared. That rabbit wasn't enough. Now a group of goblins and war shadows as well. The girl was in despair, her fear intensified. She couldn't move nor think straight anymore. The knight didn't seem to be scared in the least as he unsheathed his massive sword from his back. Try to stop the bleeding, this will end soon. He said. And so it did. The knight used only a couple of swings to annihilate all of the monsters, they didn't even have a chance. She was surprised by how easily the knight took them out. Is he a level 2? Perhaps even higher. She couldn't help but be envious. She had been stuck as a level 1 for quite some time, her stats aren't increasing that much, and she herself had been looking for a chance to level up, that's why she started to do solo missions. The knight approached her again and said. Give me your arm, quickly, before it's too late. Said the knight. The girl got confused, but she didn't have any choice. She was tired and her vision was already darkening. The knight didn't say anything, most likely analyzing the condition of her arm. Sizz. He took a red potion from his belt and splashed it on her arm, causing a burning sound. The girl felt immense pain as she felt her muscles move. The potion was clearly not enough. So this wasn't enough. All right. Green light started to be released from the knight's hands, a soothing feeling soon followed. What? Said the girl. What is he doing with my arm? This feeling. Soon enough, all of the pain had disappeared. Towards the end, she lifted her head and noticed that under the green light, she managed to take a look into the knight's eyes. She didn't even realize that her arm had already been almost fully healed. Silver, like two pale moons. The knight soon finished healing her. Good, are you feeling better now? If there is any injury left, make sure to tell me. I am all right, she said. She was still confused. It was a traumatic experience. She didn't know what to say exactly. Everything went so fast. He got up and grabbed the rabbit by its ears, however, it remained unconscious. I will be on my way. There are some adventurers nearby in case you can't make it back by yourself. I will be taking this guy with me if you don't mind, said the knight as he turned around and left. Wait. Is he leaving me alone? Although I am fine. That isn't how things work. The brown-haired girl got up with difficulty. Seeing that her body wasn't as tired as before, she had confidence in getting back alone. Who was that guy? To leave me alone, step. The sound of people walking soon came to her ears. It seemed people had come as the knight said. The girl finally arrived at the surface. She was tired and her clothes were torn, even her old bow was now broken. Naza-chan, said a male voice from the side. Naza looked to the side and saw a beautiful blue-haired man running to her. Mayake-sama, she said as her eyes teared up, but she held them in. A string of emotions passed through her heart, but it all ended in relief. I felt that you were in danger, so I sent the others after you. It's good you are all right, said Mayake as he looked at Naza's torn clothes. Her familiar companion soon arrived from behind her, smiling in relief as everything had ended. We need to go home and deal with your injuries first. Tell me, what happened? Asked Mayake as he gave her a potion. I am fine, Mayake-sama, another adventurer saved me, she said as she remembered the scene of the red knight slapping the rabbit. Her cheeks got slightly red as her tail moved from left to right. Oh yeah, Naza is a dog person. Really? Where is he right now? We need to repay him. Mayake looked around the place, thinking about what would be a good reward for the adventurer. We can think about that later. Naza must be tired. How about we go back first? Said the nameless adventurer behind Naza, destined to be unimportant to the main story. You are right, said Mayake. And so, they made their way across the streets of Orario. Mayake was in such a happy mood that he couldn't help but give potions to any hurt passerby. Much to his children's despair as they tried their best to make him stop. However, Mayake's will was unshakable as he gave a potion to one very hurt adventurer in an alley. Next day in the guild, a certain girl would scream in joy as she received her report from Silver. But that is a story for another day. Notes. Before you read the rest, there is one important thing to say. I decided to do side chapters like this. I will post them as per normal, trying not to interrupt the normal flow of the plot. And when that volume ends, I will push the side chapters towards the end like what I am doing right now. How about it? For a side chapter slightly apart from the main story. It might have been boring, but it's a side chapter, it's more for that lore, you know. I tried to introduce two very interesting familiars, Mayake and Athena, and I plan to introduce more later on. I had to cut many battles and explanations since I had limited space to work with. I didn't want to transform a self-contained chapter into two. In any case, I am always ready to redo some things if necessary. I am open to opinions, as always. And of course, go to my Patter 3 on XD. Chapter 44, Side Story. Hey! Today is the day for the release of the side chapter. Just more of the same. Although, I decreased its size a bit, not because of work, just because I thought it was proper for this chapter. Also, I finished another tier on my Patter 3 on, so you can go there and get access to 5 advanced chapters. As I said, I plan to make another tier that can go up to 10, however, that isn't going to be done today. Tutorials or even a reference from another novel. My plan for the server was for it to be the main bridge between me and you all. So I could convey things like edits and information more easily. Including images and art. I hope you enjoy this chapter. Last thing. Some people have asked for the MC appearance. I don't know what happened, but I will drop an image right here. Image. Real chapter name, Encyclopedia of Rare Monsters, Volume 1, page 9, The Dagger Beetle. / Deep in the Mountains, / A group of 6 people could be seen climbing what seemed to be a rather steep mountain. 4 of them didn't seem to have that much trouble doing it, but the other 2. Although they were all connected by ropes, those 2 still had a lot of trouble climbing the mountain, but eventually, they did. Arg. Herf. Herf. I did it. Said a man as he collapsed on the ground. Just how useless can you be? Your son was already capable of climbing this when he was 14. Get a grip. Said a guy on the side with an elderly voice. The collapsed man rolled his eyes. I might have been able to do something if you had actually taught me anything apart from blacksmithing. The elderly man turned his back, ignoring the men on the ground. Are you sure this will be enough? Asked the man on the ground. This is the 20th time you asked me about this, son. Yes, this will work. Said the elderly man. But for how long? No one replied. I once hid for 40 years, I can do it again, Marcus. Said the elderly man. But what about? Asked Marcus. The kid has grown up, he knows way more than you, I am certain he will be fine. Replied the elderly man. I planned for this for years, ever since that day. The old man remembers the day when assassins invaded his house, over a decade ago. They remained silent for years, planning something. And I knew this day was near when the number of eyes in the village increased. We successfully evacuated the villagers to other villages in secret, however, I have run thin on contacts and favors. I wonder how long the deception will work. 1 week. 2 weeks. A month. I only need 3 days, that would be enough for me to lead my family to somewhere where we can live without fear. Any extra time can be used to further hide our traces, if possible. I wonder how he is doing. Asked a girl on the side. She was just as tired as Marcus, she clearly lacked physical training of this sort. He is fine, my daughter, I know it. That boy is much more resilient than you think. Said a pale elderly woman. Yes, mother. Said the girl as she worried. We can rest here for an hour before continuing, we are about a day from our destination. Said an elderly man on the side. His eyes were sharp just like the daggers on his belt, he looked dangerous and even a little bit evil. The others nodded. The group of 6 made their way across many environments, from thick forests to dry mountains and snowy plains. Eventually, a small village near a ravine appeared in their sight. It was a decently sized village, it didn't seem to be lacking anything. What is this place? Asked the tired girl. My old house. The place I was born. Said Marcus' father. Didn't you say you were born in the south, father? Asked his son Marcus. I lied to you, dimwit. Is there any need to talk with me like that? Let's go, I just need to talk with someone first, and then we can find a place to settle. Said the elderly man. When they arrived, they attracted the attention of multiple villagers, however, they didn't seem strangled by their presence and instead, they welcomed them with open arms. The elderly man soon found who he was looking for, another old man, an old friend from a long-lost past. As they talked, the tired girl turned her head as she noticed a gaze on her. Did something attract your attention, dear? Asked Marcus. From the crowd, a small kid appeared. How cute. Said the girl as she grabbed him in her arms. The kid was confused and didn't know if he should struggle or not. In the end, he just remained there and allowed her to hug him. Rubia. Put the kid down. Said Marcus. But he is so cute. She said as she hugged the kid. The kid didn't say anything as he started at Marcus with his red eyes. Sigh. How will I explain this to his parents? The kid is indeed a little cute, however, he seems to be one of those feminine boys. Although I think my son was just as cute as him. He should grow some muscles and man up. At least then he will be able to compete with my son, haha. Belle. Ha. I see you are enjoying yourself already. Said an elderly voice from the side. Rubia and Marcus looked to the side to see a rather robust elderly man with a medium-sized beard walking towards them. Sorry for the trouble, my grandson is always causing trouble. Said the elderly man with a big smile. No, that was my wife. She just grabbed him. Ouch. Said Marcus as Rubia pinched him. He just made me remember my own son. As she said that, the kid jumped from her embrace and hid behind the old man. Belle. You can't be like that. Where's your courage? Said the old man as he laughed. Sigh, that's how a kid should act. My son just. Said Marcus as he remembered how his son always acted in a strange way. Ho ho ho. How about I show you to the village in the meantime? Sure, we will be in your care. Said Rubia. Slowly, the group of 6 made themselves comfortable within the village in the mountains. After getting a small plot of land from the elder of the village, they built a few houses in no time at all thanks to the help from the other villagers, and in a few days, they seemed no different from any of the villagers as they worked in the fields. For such a remote village, the appearance of a few highly capable and knowledgeable workers was nothing short of a blessing. And so, time passed, a few days later in Arario, What are you doing? Asked Silver as he looked at Nick. The usually cold and boring girl now had a big smile as she looked at a piece of golden paper in her hands. It read, Graduate Scholar, Nick Danmachi. Finally. Her hand seemed to tremble for a moment due to excitement. But she stopped. Next step is to become a high-grade scholar, she said as she looked at Silver. And how will you do that? He asked. I need to publish several works. Normally, it would take from 3 to 6 years, however. If we can gather enough achievements, the time can be cut short to even a month, she said. She seemed optimistic of her future. As long as I can have a capable worker such as him, I can finish all of my research in record time. Although that's pretty much impossible, said an elf on the side. It was Loiju as he removed his reading glasses from his face. To become a high-grade scholar you need to prove to be capable enough first. Just because you have something good to study, it doesn't mean you are capable. Silver can help you with gathering information and materials, but the rest is up to you alone. The thesis and research papers can't be done by Silver as well. And if they are not satisfactory, they won't pass the preliminary and they will end up rejected, taking you back to square one. Silver already helped her a lot, however, from now on, the difficulty increases significantly. Although it's harsh, I can't allow him to be tied up to her for too long if she can't pay him properly. Scholars have more ways to make money compared to apprentices, but that is under the assumption they are famous already. No one would buy the works of a young and nameless graduate. And if she can't pay Silver for his trouble, then his development would slow down. She looked sad as she gazed at the paper in her hands. He isn't wrong. She bit her lips, she already knew what Loiju was trying to do. But she didn't want to cut their relationship short. The truth was, she was incredibly happy this past week or so. Although Silver was a level 1 adventurer, he would always finish her commissions on time, and that was what allowed her to become a scholar so quickly. He even gave her some tips and help from time to time. Treating her as an equal and friend, he didn't judge her for being a demi-human, nor did he judge her for being weak. Nor did he make fun of her love for rare monsters. He treated her as a young girl. His jokes and way of speech. She grew up to get used to them, to see him waiting at the guild almost every day. There is no need to be so harsh, sheesh. I know why you are doing this. But this does not consume as much of my time as you think. So there is no need to try and cut our relationship yet. Let's leave this subject behind and talk about what really matters. If you came here today, it means you have another job for me, right? Asked Silver with a smile. Exclamation point. The girl looked at Silver with her expressionless face, and for the first time, she smiled for something that wasn't her research. Alright, that was an exaggeration. However, it wasn't that far from the truth. Zip. She opened a small compartment inside her bag and picked a small parchment. I found this deep in the archives of the library. It talks about a certain type of monster that lives in the middle floors. The paper looked really old. Middle floors. Are you trying to send him there again? Look at me, Silver, because of you, I received a lengthy scold from Ina and I don't plan on getting another one, said Loiju. She didn't stop talking for almost an hour. I used to think she was just a serious workaholic like me and even liked her a little, but she is a devil in disguise. That's because you are a spineless man. How can you receive a scolding from someone half your age? Aren't you 40 or something, you old man? Said Nick. I don't want to hear that from you, kid. And I am not an old man. I am barely even considered to be halfway across my adulthood yet. Elves can live for over 200 years. 40 is barely the equivalent of a 20-year-old. And look at my face. If it wasn't for these dark circles I would look younger than most human teens. Don't worry, old man, I just need Silver to go take a walk on the 13th floor and look for something for me. You. Wait, when did she start calling him Silver? Wasn't it just, Mr. Adventurer? As she said that, she took out another paper, this time from inside her notebook. After cross-referencing from multiple books, I came to a series of words and images that explain what this monster is about, she said as she gave Silver the paper. Silver picked the paper. It seemed kind of like a horned beetle, however, from the image, it would be the size of a human head. They had a large horn on top of its head, 1.5 times the size of its body. They aren't really monsters, however, they can still cause heavy injuries to someone due to their large horns. I want you to find one for me, she said as she pointed to the image. Or at least take a photo of it with that machine of yours. Are you sure you won't sell me one? She asked. Silver just shrugged. Sigh. If it isn't a monster, that means you can bring it to the surface. However, since it isn't a recorded creature, the guild will need for you to leave it in our custody until we figure it out. Said Loiju as he took a thin book. Dungeon fauna, although most aren't dangerous, some are still very much. I don't want another of those events to happen, much less under my watch. According to what I read, what makes them rare is that they live inside the dungeon walls, never leaving the underground. And since it's actually quite rare for a monster with the strength necessary to break the dungeon walls to appear, sightings of them are very rare. However, some still appeared over the decades under specific situations. She said. I see, I will be careful and see if I can find some. Said Silver as he memorized the paper. Sigh. Loiju just massaged his temples as he thought. You truly are an old man, Luigi. I mean, Loiju, said Silver. Hashtag. Silver talked with them for a little longer before he left on his way to the dungeon. He made his way to the middle floors. Because his armor had been broken, he only equipped a light chest armor he made from the hide of an orc and a cloak made from the wyvern skin. His gloves and boots were none other than the ones he got from the Goliath. Their time to shine had finally arrived. They are more comfortable than I imagined. But what is this? Every time I walk and touch the wall, small vibrations are made. Are these gloves enchanted with some strange effect? Silver didn't have the time to test them that much, he only threw them inside his inventory and they laid there for a long time. Slash bam, slash. Silver punched the wall, and as expected, the wall vibrated for a second before stopping. It's quite cool, however, monsters would detect me immediately if I tried to sneak behind them with these. Silver finally arrived on the 13th floor. His eyes started to change, glowing fully dark as he started to gaze into the walls. He was looking for his target. Slash at the same time on the surface, slash. Huff. Huff. Ah. Slash thud, slash. Someone could be seen running amidst the light rain. That person looked really tired as he hid behind a small wall. He went this way, boys. Slash step, slash. The person heard multiple steps, but they soon disappeared as they got further and further away. Don't drop your guard. They could return anytime. Fucking hell. Just how did this happen? Everything was going well. Why did they decide to do this with me? The person trembled in anger and fear. This movement made his cloak fall, revealing a pair of elf ears. He soon covered his head again, going back into hiding. The hours passed. The person waited for a long time, before he turned around and went deeper into the alleys. Once he arrived at the usual dead end, he removed a small object from his pocket. Slash shirring, slash. He placed the object into the wall and it fused with it, as if it had been dropped into a pool of water. Slash flup, slash. The man entered the wall, and within a second, the wall stopped trembling as it went back into being a stone wall. Later that day, Silver arrived in the guild with a medium-sized box. Inside it was a massive fully dark beetle with a massive sharp horn that looked like a dagger. Surprisingly, the beetle wasn't aggressive, and instead seemed to like the care from the people around it. However, it was still an unknown dangerous creature that needed to be researched. This became the subject of attention from the guild workers for many hours until the Ganesha family came to retrieve it. But that is a story for another day. Notes. None for now. Chapter 45, Side Story. So, before we start, yes, sorry for the disappointment. I have quite a few side chapters that I need to release, but I never find the opportunity to do so, so I decided to do things like this. I will post 2 chapters a week and 1 side chapter until we are finished with all of the ones I have on my backpack. If possible, I will drop 2 side chapters. As I said, there is no need to read these for the main story, or at least, that's what I want. But I recommend you to check it out if you are bored. I plan to use these side chapters to show a bit more into other characters' lives and to expand on previous explanations about the world. There is too much to cram within the main story, so as to not make things too lengthy, this side story will be here to help with that. If you have any ideas and recommendations, you can say them in the comments, since there is a big chance I will read it and I might turn it into an idea for a side chapter. In terms of timeline, this happens before the MC first month as an adventurer but after he fought Frederick, so we have this 2-week interval where many things happened but I didn't do much since it was a time skip. And yes, I plan to make joke chapters and special commemorative chapters. For example, I have one planned for Valentine's Day. There is no need to get angry at bonus content like this. If you don't like it, just wait for the next chapter Sunday. Really, it pains me to read people saying, I don't care about this, or, I preferred a normal chapter / smiley face / URG. Anyway, what are you doing here? Go read. Deep in the mountains north of Orario. /clang, /clang, / Marcus, pass me the hammer. Said an old and strong man as he pulled a hot bar from the burning fire. Here, said Marcus as he passed the hammer to his dad. Slash clang, slash. Slash clang, slash. After several dozen hits, the old man once again picked the bar and put it in the fire. The two were now waiting for the metal to heat again. You have been very silent lately, said the old man. He must be tense from everything that happened recently. There is simply a lot on my head, said Marcus as he cleaned some tools. The two stayed there in silence until Marcus opened his mouth to say, "It has been several months since I last saw my son and I had to leave the place I used to call home. The place that I was born and grew," said Marcus in a low tone. "I can go on without my house, but I can't even leave to go see how my son is doing. And I just learned that my parents are being hunted down by some sort of criminal organization. How could I be feeling good? Rubia isn't doing any better. I know she worries about him every day, but thankfully, she has found something to distract her. Thank the skies that little kid is here." After saying that, Marcus stopped talking. "I know how you feel," said his father. "I won't try to defend myself, my choice of actions so far weren't exactly wise. I mean, it all started several decades ago when I chose to walk down this path. And I didn't exactly try to do anything to fix the situation during this time, preferring to hide instead of acting," said Sappho's. "When I thought everything had ended when we fled and that time would eventually fix everything, that these fucking mistakes would end up with me and your mother. When I thought all of that, it was then that the past came back to open up these old wounds. We were forced to go away from our home to avoid the danger and I sent the boy away so he could achieve his dreams. That's a lie. We chose to leave. I didn't have the courage back then to end it all. Now, I am old and not strong enough to protect you all anymore. In the end, we were being played by that bastard. He waited, for over 40 years. He said. Even after so long he still seeks that unreasonable dream of his." Marcus looked at his father and asked, "I will ask you again. What is this all about?" Sappho stayed there, gazing at the fire for a few more moments and he said, "Are you sure you want to hear it? It isn't as phenomenal and special as you think. In fact, you might end up hating me even more." "Yes, I am sure of it. Just what the heck did you do to cause all of this?" said Marcus. "Sigh. Fine," said Sappho's as he picked the metal from the fire. "But let's finish this first," he said as he grabbed the hammer. Slash clang, slash. "Hup," said an old man as he plowed the fields. "Ha. I am too old for this," said the old man as he rested a little on the ground. He looked at the sky and saw that the sun was starting to set. "This is enough for today," he said as he got up. He smiled, looking at a small hill on the horizon as if waiting for something. And sure enough, a small white dot slowly ran in his direction. "Kids are so energetic," he said as he smiled and opened his arms. Slash step step step, slash. The small dot slowly got bigger and soon, the old man could fully recognize who it was. Although he already knew what it was. "Grandpa," said the small boy as he ran with a thick book on his hand. He jumped and crashed against the old man who hugged him. The old man smiled, patting the head of the silver-haired boy. "Are you alone this time? I see, did you flee from her?" "Ha ha ha," said the old man as he placed the boy on his shoulders. "No, said the boy in embarrassment. "It's okay, I understand, women can be scary sometimes." "Ha. How time passes. Did ever tell you about that time when I and a few others," said the old man as he walked on the stone path. "Oh. Tell me," said the old boy in excitement. "All right, calm down, so. That was 13 years ago," he said. "You weren't even born during that time. At that time I used to live in Arario. Oh. What a place it was. High houses everywhere. The smell of food and spices. The people and the pretty girls. Listen to me, Belle. I will tell you today about the woman I fear the most in the world," said the old man with passion. "Why do you fear her?" asked Belle innocently. "Don't be hasty. Let's go over this slowly," said the old man as he climbed the small hill. "It all started several years ago. No. Many, many years ago," said the old man. Several hours later, slash. Here we go. The old man finished putting the blanket over the kid and smiled warmly. But his face soon grimaced as he remembered some sad memories. He shook his head trying to get those useless thoughts out of his head. "Once he wakes up he will ask me for one more story, better get one ready for then." He said as he looked at a shelf filled with books. "This one? No, too long. This one. No, too sentimental. He looked below the shelf and saw a thick book. Sometimes, the classics are the best, he said as he picked the book and sat on a chair. He started to go over each page little by little, until he stopped at a particular one. Perfect. But I wonder if he is ready for this sort of story, he said as he read the title of the story. It read, / the boy with the slingshot / Not all heroes start with a dream, and not all end in happiness. Will he continue to wish to be a hero after hearing this story? The old man smiled and closed the book. I have decided. Kriak, / As the old man got up from his chair and prepared to do something else, the door to their house opened. Ho ho. Training until late again. Aren't you going to get tired? Asked the old man. No. I won't, replied the girl unemotionally. You need to take a rest from time to time, else your body won't be able to keep up. The girl remained silent as she entered the house. Sigh. Did you eat? There is some bread and... The girl immediately ran to eat. Take a shower first, said the old man as he smiled. But the girl only looked at him. What? For the last time. I am not interested in young girls' bodies. Much less my granddaughter, he said with conviction. But the girl only looked at him with a poker face. With a small piece of bread on her mouth, she ran somewhere to take a shower. Sigh. One is overly excited yet timid, and the other is serious yet insecure. Taking care of kids is so hard, said the old man. But that's the joy of raising one, isn't it? Said a voice from the door. The old man turned around with a surprised expression. Oh. I see, welcome miss, thank you for taking care of her today as well, said the old man. Stop it, I am not that young anymore to be called a miss. And it's nothing, I don't have much to do anyway, so I'll help where I can, she said with a smile. She looked to the side to see Belle sleeping on the couch and said, did his energy finally run out? Sigh, this is what a kid should look like, she said. Ho ho ho. Remembering about your grandson again. I heard a lot about him, said the old man as he went to the kitchen to make some tea. That kid still gives me nightmares sometimes, she said as she sat down on one of the chairs. Then. How was he? I heard he went to Orario, right? He asked. Yes. No matter how many times I tried to change it, he never even considered doing something else apart from becoming an adventurer. Is it? He looks like an excited lad. Excited? Don't even begin. Since he was young, he would spend most of his time reading and practicing with wooden objects around the house. A broom as a spear, a piece of wood as a sword. He would even break the fences for the wood. He ended up getting hurt many times, but even so, he rarely cried. He was a very strange kid, she said with emotion as she remembered the past. I guess we were lucky since this meant he was easy to predict, different from some kids who like to run around the place and cause trouble. You just had to give him what he wanted and he would shut up for days. Ho ho ho. Is that true? It's like a fusion of these two, said the old man as he laughed. When he was 5, we started to give him some proper training, and that was when my nightmares started. He is very hardworking. So much so he would stay awake deep into the night to study and train. Thankfully, I knew a sleeping spell so I could force him to go to sleep every time I found him awake when he shouldn't. But that cost my own sleep schedule. Are you saying he wanted to be an adventurer ever since he was small? Asked the old man. Yes. I imagine this came when he read one of the old books in his room. To this day I don't know what was the damn book or reason that made him this much focused on becoming an adventurer, said Misty as she frowned. It isn't uncommon for a boy to dream of becoming an adventurer someday as they grow, said the old man as he passed a small cup of tea to Misty. I know that. But is it normal for a boy to grow older training very hard every day to go to Orario too? Said Misty as she hesitated with a grim face. To what? Did he actually have a purpose? That's rare, most only want to become an adventurer for the fame and money, said the old man. Misty nodded. Before he left, I asked him why he wanted to go to Orario so much. And after a few days of asking, he replied to me with a. The old man waited as Misty seemed really pissed as she opened her mouth to say. Pick up girls in the dungeon, she said. Puffed. As the sun set in the distance, a large tower could be seen piercing the clouds far in the sky. And in a village hidden in the mountains, the echoes of an old man laugh could be heard everywhere. At the same time in the dungeon, Give me the chicken, said a skinny adventurer. No man, I got it first, this chicken is mine, replied Silver. Arg. But we were after it for several hours already. said a small guy on the skinny man's side, a palom. And so was I, replied Silver. As fucking if. You saw us running and grabbed the chicken when we cornered it. Don't you know there is a silent rule that someone isn't supposed to steal another person's prey, said the skinny guy. I don't, said Silver with a stern face. How the fuck not? Asked the small palom. I mean, it's a silent rule, how am I supposed to hear about it? Asked Silver with a poker face. The two guys looked at each other with their veins popping in their foreheads. Good. You just learned about it then. Now, politely give us the chicken, said the palom. Nah, said Silver. Hashtag. The palom put his hand on his sword, ready to take it out. But the other guy grabbed his arm and shook his head. Look. But Silver intervened by saying, you two might have cornered the chicken, but there was no guarantee you guys would be able to capture it. After all, how many times did you guys let the chicken escape like this? Asked Silver. So you were watching us? Said the palom in anger. I don't know what you are talking about, said Silver as he tightened his grasp on the chicken's leg. Coo, said the chicken. URG, said the human guy as he grasped his hair. Let's do it like this, he said. Let's go to the surface together and exchange the money. We can divide it in 3 parts. Nah. What sort of unreasonable division is that? Said Silver. The two guys were confused. Look, you two are in the same group, while I am alone, 2 familias, equal division, he said. No. Arg. I can't anymore. Just let me, said the palom man as he unsheathed his sword. But the human once again grabbed his arm and shook his head. In the first place, we aren't on the same familia, so the division can't be like that, said the human as he fixed his glasses. Humph, you can't prove if we are on the same familia or not. Why does this always happen? We can't blame him for stealing our prey either since he is right, we failed to catch it multiple times. But that doesn't mean he can leave this place just like that. We spent half a day running after this damn chicken. I see. Shit, said Silver as he jumped on the ground. The other 2 guys unsheathed their weapons and jumped on the ground as they got ready to face off against their enemies. What? Said the human as he looked around to see nothing. Don't tell me. Fuck, he said as he looked to the place where Silver previously was, only to see nothing. For the love of. We should have just used force, said the palom as he screamed in anger. My 1 million valis. I swear that I. The 2 cursed in the dark tunnel as Silver made his way out sneakily under the invisibility of his powers. When he reached the surface, he went to the guild branch on Babel and gave the roster to a guild worker. And after paying a small fee and writing some papers, he went back to the guild main building where he received the praises of an elf and a beast girl. Just another day in the life of Silver. 1 hour later. Fuck. We looked all around and we found no trace of that guy, said the palom. We lose some and we win some. It just happened to be that in this loss, we lost 1 million valis, said the skinny human as he kicked a rock on the ground. The skinny man looked to the side to see a girl from the Ganesha familia carrying on her back a small cage with a yellow chicken inside. Is that what I think it is? Asked the palom. Unless another one was captured. It has to be that one, replied the human. But why would he capture it and give it to the Ganesha familia? Asked the palom. I don't know, replied the human. And they would never know. KOOO. Screamed the jackbird. Notes. The jackbird is a rare monster that looks like a rooster with fluffy yellow-green feathers. Although it isn't aggressive, it is incredibly fast, and runs away if it senses any enemies. Its drop item, which is guaranteed, is said to be worth at least 1 million valis. Trivia. The monster Silver captured wasn't a normal jackbird, but the female version of this monster. Side chapters are supposed to be that, side chapters. They are lighter and serve mostly to add a bit more to the world. So I guess that yes, it wasn't as interesting as the main ones. I think it was okay, tell me what you all thought. Chapter 46, Going to the Dungeon with a Friend. Sorry for the delay, I was actually doing some other things and forgot about this. I also woke up later than usual, and that definitely didn't help the schedule. Really, I don't remember how many times I redid them. In any case, I should be able to finish them. This is the second chapter of the week, and there should be one more normal chapter later. There are also 7 bonus chapters that need to be released. So I might end up changing the third normal chapter for a bonus chapter. In any case, this is the start of Volume 3 and some bigger characters are going to make their own appearances. I can't make something super complex like the original author since he literally had several books and games to develop his story, but I can make a few mentions here and there of other characters' POVs as the story goes on. The side chapters are also a good tool for me to develop those side stories more. Thank you and bye. This chap has around 3.5k words. Aw. I feel great. Wait. Splash. Slash. Silver looked around and noticed that he wasn't on his bed anymore. Not that, it seemed he wasn't even in the church. This place. No way. He desperately looked at his body, noticing it was half translucent. As a last resort, Silver tried his powers. And they seemed to be working normally. Even that. Silver opened his inventory however, instead of the usual, a space filled with water and some beautiful flowers appeared in front of him. He started to look around. Multiple baths laid in front of him, filling an entire room filled with beautiful depictions of landmarks, natural phenomena, animals, and girls. The moment Silver spoke, some of the images stopped what they were doing and started to gaze at him in curiosity. However, it didn't feel eerie at all since the entire place felt calming and soothing to him. Some of the paintings even greeted Silver, although he couldn't hear them at all. I don't feel fear nor estrangement, yet, I can still feel surprised. It's the same. How did I arrive here again? As Silver thought, more and more images started to appear on the walls. The birds and other animals gazed at him curiously while the girls whispered to each other and pointed at him, giggling from time to time. Silver's favorite seemed to be a large white wolf that looked at him with its big round eyes, looking very cute with its goofy stare. Like an oversized husky. What do I do now? Said Silver as he looked around. All exits are closed, this is the end goal. The only thing in front of me is the baths. I guess I can just wait, right, thud. And so he did. For 10 minutes, Silver stayed there on the ground, waiting. Until his patience ran thin. Perhaps his emotions were coming back. Enough for him to lose his cool. The first thing he tried was to leave the room via teleportation, but that proved futile. He then tried to open the door, but it didn't even budge. Huff. Silver got tired after several failed attempts. You know what? Why should I tire myself when I can enter one of these baths? The water seems nice. Wait. Isn't this water? Splash. Silver touched the water, however, he didn't feel attracted to it like last time, the water was just hot. Perfect then. I just hope no one comes. Silver removed his clothes and piled them up in a corner. Whispers. As he removed his clothes, Silver noticed the gaze from the crowd of girls on the ceiling, gazing at a very particular point of his body. Some looked scared, others tried to frame it using their fingers to speculate its size. When did so many? Forget it. Silver didn't feel much, perhaps due to the effects from earlier. And in any case, it's just some paintings. Ah. Said Silver as he entered one of the baths. The perfect temperature and there is even a seat. I could even sleep in here and I wouldn't drown. At least the chance wasn't high. As Silver relaxed in the pool, the number of images started to decrease as they went to their own things, whatever it may be. But some stayed, and some of those seemed to notice something strange. That Silver's translucent figure was slowly becoming more and more tangible. But it was so insignificant that it might have been only an illusion caused by the steam rising from the hot water. Cocorico. With the scream of the rooster, Silver woke up just like any other day. Silver woke up from this bed suddenly. He was relaxing in the bath and he is now on his bed having his ears raped by a freaking mutant rooster. This wasn't just any rooster, it was one several times louder than a normal rooster. A freaking monster. I swear. I will catch this rooster one day. Silver slowly got up. Today, Hestia didn't climb to his bed since she collapsed midway back home from drinking too much and he had to carry her. She is still snoring on her bed. What time is it? Buzz. As he said that, his clock started to tremble. What timing? Said Silver as he stopped the clock's alarm. I hate waking up before my alarm clock. Silver did the same as always. A hot bath to wake up followed by brushing his teeth and putting on some pajamas so he can walk around the place. That dream. It happened again. Why? It wasn't that bad this time. But I wonder what was that. I really need to ask Hestia about it later. She may know something. Silver went to the kitchen and started to prepare breakfast. Many ingredients started to fly around the place as he used telekinesis to make the food. A lot changed. Said Silver as he prepared a toast. From now on, I don't need to hide anymore. On the contrary. However, it's still good if I hide some abilities. For safety reasons. People tend to fear the unknown and the dangerous. And it gives me an edge in case anyone tries to strike me. If someone with the ability to instantly appear in your house no matter what you did existed, and he lived near you, how would you react when you had 3 small children in your care? Add the ability to control flames, mind control, and others. Even if I hide, people won't ask much of me since it's normal for adventurers to hide their own info. A lot of people know the Sword Princess, but how many know of her unique magic specifics? Probably only the people within the Loki familia and some people who she fought against. Just seeing it isn't enough to properly judge it. So as long as I control what I show and what I hide, there shouldn't be any problems. Slowly as I get stronger, I can start showing people more and more of my true capabilities. Although that isn't really obligatory since Otter, the strongest man alive, is pretty much a big incognito. No one knows how strong he truly is apart from a selective few, much less of his abilities. /TZZZ/. The cheese on his hot sandwich started to melt. I am done talking about me. Now that I have exposed myself, it's normal that many people will seek out the Hestia Familia. Either to learn more about it or to even join it. How will I proceed? Single-member familias aren't rare, however, meaningful single-member familias are very, very rare. Should I keep the Hestia Familia as one such familia, or should I recruit people? It's inevitable that I would end up becoming the captain no matter what I do. And with being a captain, comes those stupid responsibilities. It would take a while to make a group of adventurers that can work by themselves. However, until they could work alone, all of the time until them would be wasted training them. The people who would ask to join us would either be level 1 or aspiring adventurers, LV0. The level 1s would be mostly the trash the other familias don't want, while it's hard to access the potential of someone that has yet to become an adventurer. Although in this world, such a thing is meaningless since people like Belle can exist. Don't even talk about level 2s. Who in their right mind would join a familia like ours? Of course, there is the possibility an adventurer may leave a familia to join ours. But that possibility is very low. They would have to have a lot of faith in me to do so. That's the only possibility. Or they would have a hidden agenda. Perhaps I should look for some people instead. My memories of the original work may not be complete, however, I still remember quite a lot. Silver didn't have photographic memory in his first life, so he didn't remember everything. In order to remember, Silver wrote down several diaries containing his entire life. Everything he remembers from his first life stems from that now. And a few small pieces of memory that managed to last through the decades. If I was given the choice, I would prefer to pick someone myself rather than wait for Hestia to choose someone herself and bring a complete stranger over. Although she has that ability of hers to see the intentions of others, that doesn't mean the person she brings over is useful. If I were to choose right now, who would it be? Silver placed a few more plates on the table as he thought. I never played the games, although I know some of the characters, that's pretty much all that I know. Apart from some of the really important ones like Zald and Belle's aunt. I also never finished the series, or should I say, lived to see the end of it. Most of what I know comes from playing around in the wiki during my nerdy days. So the guys from the game are out of the picture. Welf isn't here, he should be dealing with all of the trouble back in his home country. His expected arrival is in over a year from now. Lily is. She is actually average. She isn't talented in the adventuring department, this means it takes longer for her to improve compared to others. That's due to her trauma and the fact that she is a supporter who isn't actively on the front lines. Her only good point is the skill that allows her to transform into anyone that is the same size as her. Together with her intellect, she could become an incredible assassin instead of just a supporter. But if I want a supporter, there are many that can fill such a role better than her. Haruheim is in the red light district, doing the same thing as she always did. Faint whenever she sees a man, spending most of her time reading hero stories Aisha brings to her. She is being confined as Ishtar prepares for her final plan that would only be ready in 2 more years. Nothing seems to have changed as she is still under the protection of Aisha. N1. I doubt that the events that happened recently would speed up her plans. Or change them at all. At most she might become more cautious and her plan would take longer to complete. However, it's always good to keep watch. Haruheim's ability is in fact terrible to my current skill set. However, she may prove essential in dealing with many problems in the future. If I am level 4 and meet with a level 6 enemy, I would most likely lose, if not die. Yet, if she is by my side I might have a chance to kill my enemy since she can boost someone by 1 level temporarily. At the cost of Exelia's gain. But what is your life compared to some XP? The problem is actually saving her. It's impossible for the current me to do so. Of course, I could go there and steal her, but Haruheim is owed by Ishtar since she is a slave. The reason why she isn't listed in the guild is that her ability is considered a secret military weapon by Ishtar. If I grab her, it wouldn't take long for Ishtar to come to me. And then, it would be me against hundreds of angry Amazons and several high-level ones. including one level 5. So I would need some time to grow minimally strong. If we go by stats, I would only be able to take on their captain when I become a high level 3 adventurer. That is if I can keep up maximizing my stats every time. Although defeating their captain isn't enough to claim victory. There is also the question of loyalty, however considering Hestia's ability, this shouldn't be a problem in the early to mid-run. Since people can change over time, a good and caring recruit can become a menace later on. Silver shook his head, this isn't going anywhere. URG. I just can't imagine myself taking care of anyone in the dungeon. Silver suddenly remembered his past 2 lives, and when he used to carry noobs in online games. Sigh. For now, I will focus on the present. Do I need companions? No. But I will keep an eye on those with potential. There are many benefits to having a strong team under me. I should aim for something like the Freya Familia has, to become an independent pillar while the others are more than capable of fending off for themselves. Now, it's time to wake up Hestia. After several tries, Silver managed to wake up Hestia and eat breakfast with her. Although she woke up with an intense hangover, he cured her with a detoxification potion. The two then put on their winter clothes and made their way to the guild. After getting off the wagon, Silver sent Hestia on her way to Babel as he made his way inside the guild. The atmosphere was lively as people talked and laughed. It seemed that the pressure from the recent events had finally been lifted and people started to recuperate. Oh! Look who it is, the rising star, the talk of the day. Silver, said a guy on the side. He was wearing the guild's clothes as he stood near the door. His hair was brown and his features were average. If it wasn't for his height of about 180 cm, there wouldn't be any special features about him. It's you, Yayo, said Silver as he gave the guy a handshake. Looks like you are on guard duty today, said Silver. Not exactly guard, but more like a problem solver. The people in guard duty would stay near the door in order to get a good view of the guild for a while so they could move as fast as possible in case a problem appeared. They are kind of like honorary managers. Sigh, being on guard duty is such a pain. I try to keep myself away from problematic customers, but this position forces me to go deal with them. Everything for that promotion, he replied. But less about me and more about you, he said as he gave Silver a smug smile and placed his left hand on his chin. So, you've hiding pretty deep, huh, you bastard, he said as he punched Silver's arm. However, Silver didn't feel much while the man felt sore in his hands. Ouch, said Silver. I knew it. Fuck. My hand, he said as he grabbed his hand in pain. This bastard. He is definitely level 2. Sigh. So you really leveled up, way to go, man. With this, you became the talk of the town since you beat the Sword Princess record. He made a thumbs up with his left hand. Loki did a lot of propaganda of the Sword Princess over the years, so thanks to that, everyone knows about her, but now, people are starting to pay attention to you. He seemed to remember the past as he closed his eyes. Yayo is young, only around 22, however, he entered the guild when he was 16, and he has always lived in Orario, so he remembers a lot of things Loki did. It's just a level up. Yayo seemed offended. Just a level up. Look at you bragging. I bet you are going to throw me one of those, the next level is going to take longer, right? Silver faked shock. How did you know? Said Silver in fake surprise. Don't mock me, dude. Even if you take longer, it's normally a good speculation to say that it takes 2 to 3 times the time from level 1 to 2, for the same person to go from level 2 to 3 unless they get stuck. And in your case, who took only 2 months, that would mean you might be able to reach level 3 within this very year. That would be a record never seen before. 2 levels in 1 year. Yayo seemed very excited. But Silver did not react much, only smiling. People seem to have a lot of expectations about me. Don't take it too heavily upon yourself, man. I don't like to pry into others' personal stuff, but if you can level up in 2 months, then you can definitely raise your stats further, bro. Just make sure you always aim higher. Why, yeah. Man, I feel quite sad about him. If only he knew. I wonder what face he would make, /Russell, /. As the two talked, sounds of conflict started to appear from one of the exchange counters. Fucking hell, it must be one of those reward rates problems. I hate dealing with petty and greedy bastards. See you around, Silver, said Yayo as he ran to the exchange counter. Good luck, said Silver as he turned around and made his way to the counters. Silver went to one of the counters and talked with the receptionist working there, asking for Loiju. The girl soon got up and went somewhere beyond Silver vision, and soon a tired elf appeared. An elf and a human stared awkwardly at each other on a small table close to one of the windows. I heard about it, asked Loiju. That I leveled up. Not that, you moron. I was fucking there when you reported your level up. Silver rolled his eyes. I thought you were open with me, but it seems I was wrong. What is this about you being the Red Knight and Platinum Knight? He asked in a serious tone. The Red Knight is pretty famous, but he disappeared around a month ago. To the disappointment of many. But the Platinum Knight is the real deal. Thanks to the Loki familiar reports, it has been made clear that it was this adventurer that saved both Loki's and Artemis' lives. So many people are interested in this new figure. Silver gazed at the elf's serious face, and when compared to his usual calm and playfully persona, it was clear that something was wrong. I knew it. He is pretty pissed. At the start, I used my armor as a way to keep my real appearance hidden and to give me more freedom for me to use my abilities. I mean, I am not even a heavy armor user. They would clash with my skill. But I didn't expect this fake identity to gather so much attention over the span of 2 weeks. I just helped some people from time to time. Loiju nodded. And had Silver proceed. But after the fight against the irregular monster, my first armor broke, so I made another. That's the platinum armor. Loiju stayed there, thinking. Eventually, he sighed. So I was a fool. I have been trying to help you develop safely while maintaining a decent speed. But it seems I have been slowing you down instead. He said in a sad tone. Don't be like that. You helped me a lot, man. You worked incredibly hard to help me, and I appreciate it. It was me who hid too much from you, said Silver. I thought I was being fast as I allowed you to go to the middle floors in your first month. However, it seems you were more than enough to take on such a challenge ages ago. Loiju bowed a little in shame. Men. Stop. You are embarrassing me here. I was the one at fault for hiding such information, said Silver as he scratched the top of his head. Of course you were, said Loiju in a straight face. Let's stop this for now, he said as he smiled a little. And Silver nodded. Now, do you know how fucking hard it was for me to sleep last night? He said as he grabbed Silver's shoulder. Worse. When I got here, everyone assailed me as they asked me questions. I had to flee to the back of the guild. As he said that, he pointed towards his eyes' dark circles. However, this means you can get your rewards anytime you want. How about we do it later? Asked Loiju. Loiju winked. Hard. Yes, I will pay you for some drinks later. Why not now? Asked Silver. Really? Do you want to go to the dungeon with a bag filled with several million valis? About that, said Silver with an awkward smile. But Silver was interrupted. In any case, how about I go with you to the dungeon today? We can leave the reward for when I am back. That's quite sudden. Yup, although it's uncommon, some advisors go with their adventurers to the dungeon to learn more and guide them. And I was planning to do that. I need to know just how strong you are with my own eyes once. Not only that, but I also don't want to work today. You can refuse, since that's a personal request, since according to guild policy, I can't give you a level 3 commission when you are in fact a level 2 adventurer. Unless it comes from the higher echelon. Assigning you some of the harder level 2 commissions would already be rather hard. I understand, it's fine either way, since today my plan was to test some things instead of the usual. Loiju seemed to nod. Although there isn't much of an increase in terms of numbers in the status sheet, it has been confirmed that one's strength would increase significantly after each level up. This is called phantom stats. It's different for each race and person. But if we had a Palom and a Boars with the same stats when they leveled up, then the Boars would always be stronger, he said. So getting used to your new strength is of utmost importance. It's perfect since I am going with you. Fine then, I will show you how I usually work. But don't get disappointed. I might have hidden some things from you, but my work process is pretty much the same as what I have already told you, said Silver. I already expected that, he said as he smiled. We can leave other details for later. Loiju wrapped his arm around Silver's neck. Hey. Between us, but I have a few friends that are fans of the Red Knight. How about we? If Hestia was to hear this, her first action would be to drop kick the elf while screaming, "Stop corrupting him!" Cho. Hestia sneezed as the wagon made its way in the chilly wind. Did I catch a cold? I should have brought that cold cap, she said as she looked at Babel rising on the horizon. Notes. N. Aisha is one of the girls under Ishtar. She is quite like an older sister to the Amazons working there. She helps Haruheim by preventing men from approaching her when she falls unconscious. And she is the sole person responsible for the fact that Haruheim is still a virgin. Not the sole, since I bet other Amazons would help her a little as well. I think. Chapter 47, Showing Off. It might seem slow, but it's the start of a new volume, so the first events will be slow as we are presented with the new arcs. https://www.patreon.com/bpatron, u equals. This chap has the standard 3,000 words. Enjoy. Step. Silver and Loiju could be seen walking inside the bright caves from the 9th floor. Loiju pointed towards a hallway and said, "All right, this should be enough. If we take the cavern over there we should reach the 10th floor. However, due to the mist, I think it would be a terrible place to go test you. And I don't think it's necessary for us to go deeper than this for a mere test," said Loiju as he stretched. Silver was surprised. "Did you memorize the layout of this floor? In fact, do you even know how to fight?" he asked. "Of course. After teaching many adventurers, it kind of got into my head. In fact, I was surprised you came this deep without even checking a map even once or hesitating," said Loiju. "Well, those maps aren't really that complicated," replied Silver. "You and your classic humble bragging," said Loiju in an annoyed tone. "And don't be rude, I could pass out as a decent porter to any team," he said. /Kikiki/. From the side, a group of 10 goblins appeared. "Perfect. First, let's start with some warm-ups. Show me your combat proficiency without using your magic abilities." "All right. Since I can't use magic, I guess I will use one of the spears I forged." Silver took out a large spear from his inventory. "Wait." Loiju was completely taken off guard by the unusual sight of a spear appearing out of a dark shadow in the air. "What is it? Can you not scream next time?" said Silver in annoyance. "Do you expect me to just /key/?" The goblins rushed, attacking Silver in a disorderly way. They weren't just going to stay there and let them finish their conversation. "Shit. I took his attention." Loiju started to retreat, ready to help his friend when /pierce/. Silver just stabbed his spear to the side without even looking, killing 2 goblins in a single strike. /crunch/. The stunned goblins didn't have time to react as Silver swiped his spear horizontally, killing 3 more goblins. /key/. The remaining goblins stepped back in shock. /fwush/. Like a supercar accelerating, Silver went from still to running in a second, closing in the distance between him and the goblins in the blink of an eye. /slice/x. /pierce/x. /bam/. Silver rushed and pierced the head of goblin. He then proceeded to kick a goblin in the face as he swiped his spear to the side and killed 2 more goblins. The final goblin tried to flee but it was killed when Silver pierced its head with a throw of his spear. Loiju watched mouth open as Silver returned to him as if nothing had happened. "What do you think?" asked Silver. You shouldn't throw your spear away," said Loiju, speechless by the display. "You are right, my bad," said Silver as he lifted his hand. /fwush/. As if turned to life, the spear started to fly, returning to Silver's hand. As Loiju was stunned, processing what he saw, Silver looked at his hands, trying to gauge his current power. "I feel lighter and stronger. I barely felt any resistance when I cut the goblins. It was like soft butter. And this spear isn't that much sharper than the one I can make from ice. My reaction speed is also higher. It's as if the goblins are moving in slow motion, and using my abilities didn't feel as taxing as before. The problem is that I don't know where the benefits from the level up end, and the benefits from my body transformation start. However, I can say with conviction that it works perfectly so far. Come on. How the fuck am I supposed to evaluate you if you keep showing me such shit out of nowhere?" asked Loiju in a sad and complex tone. "Should I be happy that Silver is this strong, or should I be worried? The stronger he is, the harder it will be for him to level up through traditional ways. If he can't find a challenge, he won't be able to level up normally. Even if he can get more exilia from fighting stronger enemies. This means greater danger. That's your problem, not mine," said Silver. Hashtag. He wanted to beat the crap of his adventurer, but he was in the dungeon, and playing around was one of the easiest ways to die. Let's start from the beginning. What was that magic? Didn't I tell you to not use it mid-fight? That didn't interfere with the fight at all, that was just my inventory magic," said Silver. In inventory? You are kidding, right? It just can't be. The last person with such an ability died over 3 decades ago. At least, when I check up the official records. There could have been someone with the ability but it's not recorded. However, this doesn't remove the fact of just how rare this is. As he denied reality, Silver took out a large piece of armor from inside it. Loiju remained in silence for some time, before saying, "No wonder you wanted to keep quiet. War might have started if people knew about this." War is an overstatement, but it doesn't change the fact that people would die for this. It would have been a pain in the ass. Aren't you going to ask how big it is? Asked Silver. That's not something I should place my nose around, and if it's big enough to store a full armor, then it's surely big enough for quite a decent number of things. He said. What about that other thing? Telekinesis. Said Silver as he dragged the magic stones on the ground towards his hand. Loiju nodded as if he knew what that was. Uncommon, but not rare. I don't particularly remember there being an adventurer with such magic in the recent generation. However, I know there are some old magicians with telekinesis magic. Said Loiju. He stopped to think. Other than that, your fight was impeccable. However, I noticed you are a little bit too reckless, as if you are expecting to trade blows with your enemies. Even if you can carry potions inside your inventory, you shouldn't waste them. Potions are very expensive for a reason. Oh, about that. What? The elf felt something was wrong. Cut. Silver took out a knife and cut his own hand. Don't tell me you fucker. Indeed, his worst nightmares happened as green light shone from Silver's hand and his wound healed. By the sacred tree. Said Loiju as he took a step back in shock. Just what is the magic he has? It isn't as strong as you think. I can at most heal external injuries. It works better on me since I can heal my own internal injuries with it. At least, that was how it was until a month ago. I would need potions to work together with my heal to make it useful. Or at least, I would have to use quite a considerable amount of mine to heal a deep wound. But as my stats increased, my total mind increased and my magic stat increased the potency of my plasmids. Nonetheless, this heal works best against normal kinds of wounds. Those of magical origin are harder to deal with. Poison and toxins too. I need another power for those. It doesn't matter, Silver, healing magic is healing magic. Said Loiju. The ability to heal any kind of wound is always appreciated in any team. No wonder he never appeared with injuries despite being covered in dirt and blood from time to time. What else can you do? Asked Loiju. But he soon added. Of course, as your friend, it's obvious if you want to keep some things from me, and I encourage you to do that. Trump cards are always necessary. However, make sure to balance it as well, since what I see today is how I am going to determine your strength in the future. He replied. Silver thought for a while. There were indeed some abilities he didn't want to show him, but most of them were fine. The problem was that Silver was afraid what would happen with this elf's sanity after seeing all of it. As for the matter of trust, Silver trusted Loiju after spending over a month with him, and Hestia seemed to trust him as his advisor as well. I will show you what I normally do when I hunt. Said Silver as he created an ice spear. Most of the time, I make such a spear and hunt using it. Said Silver as he swung his ice spear. This allows me to train several things at once: magic, since maintaining this spear costs energy; dexterity, since using a spear isn't that easy; and strength, since I am fighting melee. It's not exactly perfect, however, I think it's pretty decent. Loiju's face palmed as he thought deeply. Just what is this guy? No wonder how you leveled up so quickly. Just look at his thought process. Most people focus on surviving in the dungeon, but he treats this place as a farm, where the monsters are the crops for his stats. I imagined you entered this deep on your first time in the dungeon, right? He asked. No, in fact, I only went to the entrance of the middle floors after a few days. Silver said as he closed his eyes to think. Sigh. I heard enough, for now, show me the rest. Silver nodded. For the next few hours, Silver walked around with Loiju, showing his combat capabilities. Spearmanship, swordsmanship, grappling, monster, mineral and dungeon knowledge. And finally, his magical abilities. All sorts of elemental manipulations and even some special ones like enrage, mental shock, flight, etc. This also allowed him to have a greater grasp of his body's current power. But Silver never told him what his DAs and skills were. Neither did Loiju ask, such information is simply too personal. DA, development ability. Silver and Loiju were now sitting close to a blue bonfire. What is this now? Asked Loiju as he looked at the blue fire. I feel danger from it somehow. I got it from the irregular monster. I kept it since I thought it looked cool. It's best if I didn't tell him that it was a hybrid creature. The Hermes Familia must have kept a secret for a reason. Or the guild censored it. You like doing crazy shit, right? Do you even know what this is? Said Loiju as he looked at the blue fire. No. Said Silver. But come on, I know you like it. Although be sure to not get too close though, it's quite a sticky fire. Loiju started at the blue fire as he thought. I have a certain understanding of you now. He said. Tell me what you think. From what you showed me, you are clearly stronger than most veteran level 2 adventurers purely by stats. Your combat abilities are also a result of decades of training, surpassing many veterans in general. I can't point out how many people are as proficient as you in this regard. Since level isn't a measurer for such proficiency, I can say Silver is comparable to even veteran adventurers around level 4 and beyond. But he still has a lot to go. They have something he doesn't have, and that is experience. He needs someone who can teach him that. Or just time to explore things on his own. That's one of the problems of joining a new familia, they can't provide you with that insight. Your magic seems to be instant cast most of the time, not requiring chanting. However, this makes them weaker than their counterparts. The same problem as elven traditional magic. Their versatility, however, seems to make up for it. In most cases. I would recommend for you to really focus on the magic stats since your combat style seems to revolve around them. It might not make you comparable to a mage, but you can at least deal damage to other adventurers. Otherwise, you will become someone only capable of bluffing. What good is there in having 36 different magical abilities and not being able to damage an opponent on the same level as you with them? Mages have all sorts of skills and DAs to boost their magic power, and considering Silver's fighting style, he probably won't be aiming for such things. I know about that, replied Silver. As for the rest, I can't believe I will say this, but if we add everything together, I think you can take on a level 3 adventurer and even flee from stronger ones with ease, if not having a chance to defeat them. He did defeat the irregular monster. There is, however, one variable, and that is the fact that each adventurer is different from the other. One bad matchup and you may find yourself in a do-or-die situation. Silver remembered yesterday when he fought against the assassin and his strange contraption that sealed his spatial abilities. Even though he searched the place with the Hephaestus Familia, he did not find the tool, nor any info on what was happening, making him greatly upset. Their bodies were also collected by the dungeon since their priority was to leave the dungeon. If he wasn't alone, I would have just fled. Even if he had used that device, I am pretty confident in escaping. But if he was level 4 and not just a weak level 3, I would still be able to flee, but my stats wouldn't be this high. Overall, I think you are more than capable of going to the middle floors if not towards the deeper floors. Loiju stopped. However, I can't allow you to go to the lower floors officially. I can at most give you permission to take on commissions between the 19th and 24th floor. And as a friend, I would recommend you to stay away from the lower floors. Just like there is a difficulty spike from the upper to the middle floors, there is one from the middle to the lower floors. However, it's much more intense. He lifted his left hand, there was a 3 in it. You either get to level 3 or you find an appropriate party. That way, I can release those commissions for you if that's what you want. Silver noted. I think I will take it slow for a while, see how my stats rise and all of that. Once I am ready, I will go past Rivera, said Silver. Stats tend to rise faster at the start, so I should take it slow for a while and then go past Rivera. A month or 2 of farming should do the trick. Loiju nodded with a smile. That's a good option since stats tend to rise faster in the earlier stages after a level up. Finally, Loiju looked to the side, gazing at a set of armor and weapons placed against the wall. Your gear is quite adequate, did you make it? He asked. Silver raised one of his eyebrows. Oh. How did you know? Loiju smiled, proud of his deduction. After all of the shit you said, I just figured you would make one such thing as well. Slash clang, slash. Loiju punched the armor lightly. It's very sturdy. But I can see it's heavy. Are you sure you can use it? I am fine, don't worry. Apart from that, I don't have any complaints about your gear. Apart from the fact that it isn't enchanted, but such things are rather expensive for a level 2. You could use the money from the irregular monster and the Loki Familia rescue to find a proper blacksmith and enchant them. It's up to you though. Your gear is currently enough until the lower floors, it will resist against most things, but some stronger monsters may pierce it. Your weapons are sharp and sturdy, nothing more I could have asked. But Loiju stopped talking once again. This is purely my personal opinion, but I think you should pick one weapon and stick with it. I know that your fighting style is based around practicality and being an all-rounder, but even that has its limits. You can't do everything alone, you can't fill all roles at the same time. Loiju seemed very serious. But, your magic is so bizarre that I wonder if you can actually do it. You're also rather talented, he said with difficulty. I am what? I didn't hear it, said Silver with a smile. Forget it. The two stayed there, looking at the blue flames burning the wood. It's up to you at the end of the day, in my opinion, it's much easier to choose a path and stick to it. Even if it's the wrong path, you have the talent necessary to change course. There is no point in trying to do everything alone in the dungeon. I recommend you to seek a team one day. Even if you can't trust people easily, you can always seek 1 or 2 talented individuals. // Luigi drank his water. Even if they can't level up within a year, under your training, they would definitely level up within 2 years if they are talented enough. The problem is finding someone that talented. Nonetheless, I don't plan on going alone for the rest of my career. I will find someone soon enough. But not now. Luigi nodded once again. Shall we head back? Asked Silver as he checked his pocket clock. /16:38/. But Luigi just laid down on the ground and said. Just relax for a little while longer, it's not every time I get a vacation. Much less one where I am being paid. Silver rolled his eyes and continued to check the fire. Notes. None for now. Chapter 48, False Dream. Sorry for the delay, I was doing some small things. January is almost ending, huh? That was fast. So far, we will slowly go over the start of this volume and the first minor arc that will lead towards the main problem of this volume. What do you think will happen? Tell me your opinions. Before we dive into the chapter though, I would like to talk a bit about the impending side chapters. Do you have any ideas? Make sure to drop them here as I might actually do it lol. I will consider your opinion over the others, but also, if the main theme is not what you want, you can always talk with me for a detailed scene. There are many characters in Danmachi, and if you want one of them to appear in some way, here's your chance. Rules: it can't be too distant from the main story, meaning, you can't ask me to open a portal to another world unless I agree to make a joke chapter. Peace. Enjoy the chapter. Although Silver and Luigi were relaxing, Orario was in the middle of yet another wave of turmoil. After the events yesterday, the rumors have finally started to reach the ears of everyone in Orario. From the mouth of an adventurer to his familia, and from them to their own friends. Everyone started to notice the boy who broke the record. But that in itself wasn't enough to create this level of notoriety. What made everyone frown were the rumors about his true identity and the fact that he was the Red and White Knights, and that Loki supposedly confirmed it. It's safe to say that most scoffed at it, not believing it at all. Most didn't even believe he broke the record, attesting he must have manipulated his information. It's easier to believe in this than in the truth since most adventurers took years to level up, someone who took a month and a half was too much for them to process. But even if Silver were to hear their opinions, he wouldn't give a shit. A few hours after Luigi and Silver left for the dungeon, a girl could be seen walking cheerfully towards the guild. She stopped many times in front of mirrors to check on herself. However, she was perfectly fine. More than fine as she was stunning. Will he be there today? Her appearance coupled with her cute clothes attracted the attention of many guys and girls alike. It was a white dress that went to her knees and a beautiful white hat with a platinum flower that seemed to symbolize her purity. Her casual dress swayed in the wind as she walked. This girl was none other than Artemis, making a second attempt in meeting her warrior in the guild. But she had a serious expression this time. Even if she had feelings for him, she had to confirm if he was promised to be with her. And what if he isn't? Then she shall move on from her first love. Even if it's painful. No. Artemis may have changed, however, she still has her own beliefs. In her head, even if the knight isn't her promised one, then she shall find a way to make him the one. I need to stay focused. She had to see if he could be her Orion. Orario was bustling with activity as always, people talked and smiled as they bought and sold their things in the market. I am finally here, said Artemis as she left the market. She had arrived, and in front of her laid the guild building. All right, she said nervously. She took her first step when. Artemis. Is that you? I almost didn't recognize you, said a feminine voice from the side. Artemis turned around and looked at the newcomer. It was two people to be exact, a woman with green hair and an elf with blue hair. Leto. It's been so long, said Artemis as she hugged her friend. The two hugged for a while and exchanged greetings. Are you sure you are all right? I heard you proposed a war game, she asked in a worried tone. Don't worry, I am more than confident this time of our victory. In fact, that has to do with why I am here, she said in a confident tone. Oh. Artemis was curious. In the past 3 months or so, all of my children have gone through a heavy period of training and they have finally leveled up, she said in a proud tone. So I came here to report their levels, she added. Although I could have done that last week. But that bastard wouldn't have accepted the war game otherwise. However, I may have to pay a fee due to this infraction. URG. Artemis was surprised before she smiled. Congratulations. It seems I worried for nothing. Tidios will be in for a rough awakening. It was about time. URG. I can't believe all of this stemmed from that one event in heaven. Leto looked at the blue sky, at a place beyond the reach of Babel. He reacted pretty violently after I rejected him. Since then he has been getting in my way for every little thing. eventually culminating in him trying to. Said Leto in a sad tone. He was always a petty bastard. Don't take it to heart, he will receive the punishment he deserves. Said Artemis as she cracked her knuckles. I will make sure of it, as the captain of the Leto Familia. Said Ylfie, finally having a chance to join the conversation. Chuckle, The three laughed heartily. In any case, why are you here? Asked Leto. Oh. I am here too. Ah. Thank my savior. She said in an embarrassed tone. Exclamation point. However, Leto sharpened her eyes. Savior. Ah. I see. The Platinum Knight. This is troublesome. What a coincidence. You see, my familia was also saved by him. We were also looking for him. She said with a thin smile. Didn't you say in the Donatus that your familia was saved by an adventurer who uses red armor? Asked Artemis. Someone can always change their equipment, but it seems you are behind the news. She said with a sweet smile. What happened? Didn't you hear that the Platinum Knight is also the Red Knight? Really? Said Artemis in surprise. Not only that, but he has also been confirmed to be the recent record breaker. Artemis was left mouth opened. Her shock couldn't be measured by normal means. That's impossible. Wouldn't that mean he was at most level 1 during the events 3 weeks ago? That's impossible. He was. It was then that Artemis realized. She didn't see her knight fight even once, only his magic capabilities. She also seemed to remember him grunt in pain every time he used his ability to move them as if he was under intense pressure, similar to when mages overtax themselves. The only moment she saw him attack was when he defeated her assailant. It was something so impactful that she never bothered to analyze the situation. But now. It doesn't seem impossible for a level 1 to do all of that, however, that would mean his stats are very high, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cast his magic at all. No matter how good and efficient they are. Erama. Said Leto. It seems you finally started to realize, however, I won't let you take the lead. Then. How is his appearance? Or his name? She asked. If he is level 1 or level 3. It doesn't matter. But I need to know who he is. The thing is. I also don't know. Only small fragments from other people's conversations. They say he is tall and has long dark hair, and that he is quite handsome. His eyes are a rare silver color while his name. Artemis waited patiently. Shiro. Shilvo. I don't remember exactly. I am truly sorry. But I can't allow you to go any further. And in any case, I am sure you would find out about this eventually. Leto smiled. Is that so? Said Artemis in a disappointing tone. Would the guild tell me if I asked? Might as well check. Thank you for the info. I will take my leave now. Said Artemis as she went to the counters in a hurry. They said goodbye to each other and left. She is in such a hurry. She is determined. Artemis was always a stubborn girl who would follow her desires to their end once she placed her head into it. Why did you lie? Wouldn't it be easier to guide her to the board so she could see his face? Asked Ylfie. After all, the guild published his face there. What are you talking about? Asked Leto. Sigh. Forget it. If she doesn't want to talk, then it's better to stop. Leto is very stubborn. The two also went to one of the counters. They had some paperwork to finish. At the same time, in a large mansion, a blond man smiled widely as he read a report. So this was the variable that changed everything. Interesting. He got up from his chair and said. But I have other things to consider right now. He said as he looked through the window. Loki isn't someone to stop when she has her eyes on something. But I already have things set in motion to calm her down. And in the meantime, all I have to do is observe. Dionysus turned around and left his room. Back in the guild, whispers, Even though several hours had passed, the guild was still rather full of people. Most of those were interested in this new record breaker. Some just wanted to see who did it, while others wanted to make themselves acquainted with the man. Phew. Finally a break. Said Misha as she sat on a chair near another person. Quite a surprise, don't you think so? That boy really surprised me. At the start, I thought he was only a handsome man, but he is also quite capable, huh? She said. She looked to the side and saw that her friend completely ignored her. Why do you look so tense? Did the work get to you? Asked Misha as she looked at her friend. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Ha. Said Ina in embarrassment. Ina looked at the ceiling as she thought. Is this because of your little scolding a few weeks ago? Said Misha. Cough. Ina choked in her coffee, spilling it on the table. As expected. How? Cough. Do you still remember that? Said Ina with her cheeks a little red. I mean, it's quite rare to see you getting angry, and you got pretty sulky after that. And let me guess, it just so happened that the man you scolded was none other than the guy who wiped out the irregular monster and saved Loki. She said as she tried to hold her laugh. Ina's ears seemed to fall a little. You must be embarrassed since you scolded him, right? Said Misha. Arg. How can I fix this mess? Said Ina as she placed her hands on her head. Hey, she is normally professional, but I guess this was enough to make you drop that, huh? Let me. Misha. Help you get out of this predicament. You did nothing wrong, Ina, in fact, you were just doing your job. I know that, but. But what gives? Are you afraid he is going to make fun of you or something? Aren't you and him adults? If he makes fun of you for that, that would show he is a douche and case closed. A little bit of awkwardness would happen, but no one here is going to make fun of you for that. A tease on the other hand. It's free real estate. It's best if you are just honest with him. We will see about what to do next based on his reaction. I just hope you are right. Said Ina as she drank her coffee, a little bit more relaxed than last time. Hee hee. Said Misha as she smiled. Ina's chance would soon come. Sometime later, The guild was now relatively empty. It was the late evening after all. All of this paperwork. Just when is that elf going to come back? Screamed a guild employee on the side as he pulled his hair. It's been almost half a day, do you think that? Said another employee, worried. Impossible, that guy has been working for years, and never did he commit such a mistake. He has a lot of experience, more than enough to avoid danger in the dungeon. Replied his coworker. The dungeon isn't what I am worried about. He said. From the side, Ina heard their conversation and couldn't help but worry a little. Did something happen, poffed, Ouch. Said Ina. From behind her, a tall red-haired beast woman appeared, smacking a light book into her head. Why did you do that, Rose? Asked Ina. Are you taking good care of yourself? Stop worrying so much, and focus on the work. Loiju isn't someone to commit a rookie mistake like leading his adventurer too deep in the dungeon for a mere evaluation. Said Rose. I know that, it's just. Stop, we are almost done, we can worry about them later. Although. I am also worried. But sometimes. They may never return, step. In the rather silent guild, heavy metal sounds started to echo. Cutting Rose from her thoughts. Ina and Rose looked to the side to see. A tall platinum knight and a very relaxed elf with a bag of cookies in his hands. Chomp. And that's. Chomp. How I got. Chomp. These cookies are great, man. I like these, I will buy some more later. Anyway, that's how I got to Arario. Chomp. Around 14 years ago. I was just a naive 19-year-old elf at that time. Looking for adventure. Loiju kept eating the cookies as he spoke, completely relaxed. So much so that the other employees looked at him as if he was an alien. Just what? Said Misha on the side. I knew it. Rose facepalmed. And Ina got up from her chair, with a resolute face, making her way to Silver. Step. However. Several people also rushed at him. What? Who are these people? Ina was confused as she looked at the rather dense crowd of people. Whisper. Sounds of talking soon filled the entire guild. Ina turned around to look at her friends. Misha just shrugged while Rose turned around and left, not wanting to get herself in the middle of this mess. Sigh. Ina looked at the crowd, and decided to approach him and apologize, regardless of the others around him. A few minutes later, Thank you. Said a man as he bowed. Thank you, X. Next to the men was 4 other people, bowing. No need to do this, everyone. Said the knight. Ever since you saved us from that shitty situation, I have been looking to thank you and. Said the man. But the knight interrupted him. I understand, but I won't accept rewards, can we leave it at just a thank you? Said the knight. But. The man's friends, most likely, his familia members, placed their hands on his shoulder asking him to just step down. The men seemed to think before he nodded, he bowed once again and left. Phew. Said Loiju on the side. Just how many people did this bastard save? I thought I was going to drown in the sea of people for a minute there. He said. At least it's over. Said Silver with a smile. For the past few minutes, Silver stayed there, accepting the thanks and words of the people he saved as the Red Knight. He was quite touched that these people would remain in the guild for hours waiting for him. He expected something like this but never to this extent. Not all of the people he saved were here, but in the first place, he never intended for them to do this since he wasn't saving others for personal gain. Most of the time, he did it out of convenience, and to test his powers against adventurers. Like his healing efficacy and other things. That's why he refused their gifts. It was also a way for him to remain a certain distance away from them. It's good to be acquaintances, but having too many such friends can be detrimental sometimes. Not all of them had good intentions. So Silver, let's go get your reward and call it a day, said Loiju on the side. Sure, let's grab a drink after this. I am quite tired after all. I met quite a lot of people on the way here. Wearing brilliant platinum armor isn't really subtle. This came as an idea from Loiju. Since my identity was already revealed, I might as well show myself to the world. Of course, in moderation, since I don't want to be seen as an attention seeker. Or attract unwanted attention. So I just made the way back from the dungeon in my armor. Although I am pretty sure Loiju suggested this so he could get some attention towards himself. I saw some girls looking at him weirdly on the way back. Fucking bastard. Wait, said a voice behind Silver. Just when Silver and Loiju were making their way to the balcony, Aina interrupted them. She had been waiting for a chance for quite a while. Oh. I will go first, Silver, said Loiju as he continued to walk. As he walked away, he made a sneaky thumbs up. Are you abandoning me, you fucker? Excuse me for a moment, mister, said Aina as she waved her hand at Silver. Aina. It's been a while, said Silver as he approached her. Yeah, she said in embarrassment. But her face soon grew serious again. She was indeed very professional. I think I know what this is about. Ha. There is no need to be like that because, in the first place, I placed too much thought into what she said to me anyway. Even though she was just trying to help, she knew too little about me and this was the result. Ms. Aina? Asked Silver when he noticed that she was silent. Oh. I am sorry, she said as she bowed out of nowhere. What are you apologizing for? Said Silver. What is going on? Let me guess, is this about what happened over a month ago? Asked Silver. She nodded, a little confused. Haha. Look, on that day, you lectured a level 1 adventurer by telling him that ignoring his advisor and going to the middle floors is a foolish endeavor, and you are right. But you, she said. Shouldn't he be angry? How strong and capable I am doesn't really matter since not even Loiju knew much about it anyway. It was more of a selfish and dangerous action of mine. In fact, I respect you, since you were the only one who went out of your way to lecture me. Most tend to mind their own business in order to evade complication, but you at least cared. So, allow me to thank you for worrying about me, said Silver as he bowed a little. He was relatively taller than Aina, so him bowing just made their faces draw closer. Is he praising me now? Aina was stupefied. And also, I would like to start from zero. Last time, it was quite the bad start. As Silver said that, he removed his helmet. Aina looked at the boy behind the helmet, his short dark hair contrasting with the platinum silver armor. Even though she knew who would appear, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Within her, a part of her thought that all of this was just a dream and that it was impossible for all of those feats to have been done by a single, level 1 newbie. He looks different. I must be imagining things. Oh. The armor, of course. Aina just brushed the change off as it being something from the armor. She did see him every once in a while, but she never approached him since that day, nor did he to her. So she didn't have much of a reference to notice his change. How about we start over? Said Silver as he extended his hand to her. This. Aina looked at his armored hand. Oh. Do you follow the elves' traditions? If so, pardon me, he said as he withdrew his hand. But before he could continue, Aina grabbed his hand. Nice to meet you, Adventurer Silver, said Aina. Nice to meet you, Guild Instructor Aina, said Silver as he smiled. The two shook hands. I am not just an instructor, you know, she said as she smiled. Really? Said Silver as he scratched his chin. Hashtag. This isn't how things were supposed to go. Aina's face got red in a mix of anger and embarrassment, but when she looked at the face of the tall young man, she could only laugh. That went well, said Misha as she looked at the two from afar. He is way more than just a pretty face. Rose watched from the far corner of the guild, and after seeing the situation develop, she smiled and left. A minute later, So There is quite a lot of things we need to go over, said Loiju as he picked a stack of papers from below the table. Is that for me? Asked Silver in desperation as he looked at the pile of papers. Not all of it, some are also mine. But at least half of it is yours. Why? First, most of these are reports that need to be filled in. From the irregular monster to that day 3 weeks ago. And some are just formal papers you need to sign in order to gain the stored rewards from the guild. Do I really need to? Loiju smiled wickedly when he heard that. In fact, you don't. However, this would make your accomplishments not official. Just a lot of useless bureaucracy, to be honest, most of them are quite similar, and you're not obliged to say anything that might reveal your abilities. At least. Normally. You know what I am talking about, right? Said Loiju in a low tone. The report, huh? So you can just write anything you want as long as it's coherent, really. Sigh. Just get them ready, I will speedrun this shit. I still want to eat something. Speedrun. That's a fitting word. Said Loiju. Alright, then let's start with the oldest papers. He said as he took out a stack of papers from the bottom of the pile. Fuck. The other guild employees looked at the scene with pity, but it went away fast when they remembered Loiju ditched them for the entirety of the day. Scribble scribble, / Sounds of writing soon filled the guild. Step step step, / From behind the guild in an alley, a girl ran with no destination as tears fell from her eyes. The pale moon in the sky seemed to be following her as the entire alley was illuminated by moonlight. Notes. I have a Patter 30N, go take a look. You can access advanced chapters there. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abatumwriter, or this one if you are having trouble, https://www.p@t3ian.com/abatumwriter, fan_landing equals true. Chapter 49, A Night in the Bar. Sorry for the delay, I was editing the chapter and my light went out, making me lose a few paragraphs. Sheesh. Well, it was only 10 to 20 minutes anyway. Soon after I will drop the P@Trian chapters for those who are waiting, and for those who had been thinking about going there isn't a better time to go there since the month just started. I am happy to say we are finally starting the 3rd volume for real now. For those who forgot, we are currently 1 week away from the end of the month and from the war game between the other small familias, in case you had forgotten from the Donatus chapter. This would also mean that the 2nd month is close to ending. The MC revealed himself after leveling up, and he just went on a small trip with his instructor to the dungeon. What will happen, I wonder? See ya. Half an hour later, / Is it over? Asked Silver. Yes. Replied Loiju. Are you sure you aren't going to? Asked Silver. Shoo. Don't make me regret it. Whispered Loiju. Thanks. Silver knew that what Loiju was doing was slightly against the rules. But Loiju had decided that he wouldn't submit the level up model. The level up model is a paper written by an advisor every time their adventurer levels up, and in it, the advisor is supposed to write things such as skills, DAWs, and the method used by the adventurer to level up. It might seem contradictory when you think about it. Adventurers are supposed to hide their abilities from others, but the guild is effectively collecting such information. However, it is true that the guild is fair and would never share such info with others. And this is the truth. Most of the time, the guild does not manage Orario, or at least it should be the one at the top. But in truth, it's the Freya and Loki familia that is at the top. The guild only manages most of the city affairs. If Freya or Loki were to act and put some pressure, the guild would bend over. But of course, this would likely create some conflicts that could very well after how Orario is managed. Auranas is pretty powerful after all. If he wishes, all of this dream on the surface the gods are having would end in a single night. Most of this info collecting is more so that Auranas can better manage the city and impede something dangerous appears. Can we go drink something now? Asked Silver. No. Replied Loiju. Thud. Silver dropped his head on the balcony. You will have to go without me. Said Loiju in sadness as he looked at a stack of papers on the counter. Sigh. Good luck. Said Silver. I am used to this anyway. Perhaps tomorrow if I have time. Replied Loiju. Cling. Loiju picked a large bag and dropped it on the counter. Here it is, the reward for the subjugation of the monster and the reward money gathered by the Loki and Artemis familia. Silver looked at the large bag surprised. That looks heavy. He said. Let me see. It's quite a lot since they were rather generous. Said Loiju. Was that even necessary? Asked Silver. It's more than necessary. If they haven't given you a reward, then their prestige would have suffered a hit. Sigh. They already promised me so much already," replied Silver. "This and that are different things. Whatever they promise to you in private is informal, while this is their formal answer. Plus, a lot of donations are mixed within this," said Loiju. "Donations. Some of the people you saved gathered money and sent them to the guild as a commission. That's why there were so many papers for you to fill," said Loiju. "This isn't normal, since it's much easier to just pay the person in question directly, but by using the guild, those people expect their thanks to reach you eventually. Hercules, in particular, gave us quite a hefty amount as a reward." "So, how much is it?" asked Silver. 1, 2, 4, 5.4 million valis," said Loiju as he read the paper. Silver opened his eyes in surprise. "That's quite low," said Silver in surprise. Smack, slash. Loiju smacked a book on his head. "Don't be greedy. Although, yeah, I understand what you are talking about. Most of the money came from the Loki and Hercules familia, a total of 2,600,000 respectively. The Artemis familia also worked hard to gather 340,000. They worked hard, huh? It's not impossible for a family on their level to gather this amount of money in 1 month, but they sent the money within a week after the event, meaning, they probably worked hard while they were not fully recovered from the fight." Loiju noticed the pensive state of his friend and asked, "What do you plan to use this money for?" "Now. Materials, definitely. My money didn't really change much recently, since I spent a lot on materials that are now filling up my storage. I should have over 10 million with this though. It's quite an amount even for level 4s. Not on gear. You could buy something better than what you already have," asked Loiju. "Yes, I agree. However, that would in a sense, clash with my current skill." Upon hearing this, Loiju shut up, understanding this conversation had come to an end. "I understand, but make sure to keep yourself safe down there. I don't want to hear about you fighting some sort of exotic monster on the lower floors. At least until you are level 3. That probably won't happen. Probably. Now, listen here you little shit." But Silver ignored Loiju and left the guild with a smile, ignoring the elf screams behind him. As Silver walked in the busy streets of Orario, his platinum armor attracted the looks of many. This is getting burdensome. He turned around and entered an alley. He soon reappeared in another nearby alley. He was wearing his casual clothes, his armor and money bags were nowhere to be seen. "Much better, I was getting stuffy on that armor. Is it time for me to retire from it? My fighting style does not suit such heavy armor. I only made it because of its protection and because it looked cool. Later on, it became something to hide my identity. But that isn't needed anymore." Silver stared at the busy road. "From now on, people will start to pay attention to me. I wonder how long it will take until I can't even feel relaxed while walking. There is a bar nearby that I like. It's too late to go to the HF and I am sure that place is filled with people right now. And those girls. They would certainly bother me. I also don't want to risk meeting Loki again. Hestia should be at home. I have some time for myself," said Silver as he whistled. Silver soon reached the bar. It wasn't anything fancy, in fact, it looked just like any bar on the street. However, this place just so happened to have a decent cook. He used to come here since it was closer to the church and cheaper than the HF, and he even brought Hestia here once, but it has been quite some time since then. Chattering, The place is just like always. The place just looked like any medieval RPG tavern, several tables in an open hall. You could see a small part of the second floor, and there was a balcony in case you wanted to sit near the bartender. On the far left, there was a small stage where someone played what seemed to be a lute. Most of the tables were filled and the second floor was closed for cleaning. These were busy hours after all. Silver soon found a small table and sat, ready to order his food. Bam. Next to him, a tall young man with blonde hair sat, making a lot of noise in the process. He looked like a delinquent with his blonde hair and piercings. It made Silver remember someone, but he soon forgot what he was trying to remember. But no one batted an eye. "So, care to explain?" asked the young man. Silver looked at the man up and down. "Did you forget your manners?" said Silver. The young man was stunned. "Shit, man. Don't bring this right now. It's been a few days since I last saw you and now this. Do you even know how shocked I was?" he said as he moved his hands and opened his eyes wide, showing his surprise. Yeah, it's been a while, Tom," said Silver. "Before we continue, let me get you some drinks, it's on the house today." "How surprising. Are you willing to pay something for me? Don't you usually do that only to girls?" "Damn it, Silver. What do you see me as?" asked Tom. "A perverted and cheapskate playboy? Look. Fuck. Come on. he said. The two continued to laugh and talk for a while until the drinks arrived. Silver had the classic beer, while the young men had some wine. So, start talking, said Tom. What do you want to hear, Tom? Stop being ignorant. You are smart enough to figure it out. Tell me. Why did you hide the fact you were a famous man? Would it have changed anything if I told you I was the Red Knight? Of course it would, man. I could have flexed so much. Imagine all of the girls. Of course. Just what I should have expected from Tom. I have my reasons, let's leave it at that, okay? Tom looked at his friend. He seemed different from the last time he saw him, but he attributed that to his level up. All right then, keep your secrets, he said as he drank another mouthful of wine. Things have gotten quite interesting since you were last here, he said. Tell me. Just what rumors did you hear this time? Asked Silver. Silver started to listen to him, and at the same time, he started to go over how he met such an oddball. I met him not long after I became an adventurer. It was on the day I brought Hestia here. Her beauty attracted this good-for-nothing, who tried to hit on her. From there it was the classic. I hit him in the face and knocked him out after he crossed the line. And the thing is, he is the son of the bar owner. However, this sort of development is rather common since he's not an adventurer. Out of 10 tries, 4 out of 10 he leaves, 6 out of 10 times he gets knocked out on the floor, with his father having to clear the scene for him later. And 1/1000 he actually gets the girl. Alright, not this exaggerated. After that event, I got to know him more over some food, and he is quite a social guy. Despite his looks and way of acting, he never forced himself on a girl. Sober. He knows how to manage the place quite well and he is quite hardworking. It's just a shame he doesn't want to settle yet. Otherwise, I am sure he wouldn't have much trouble finding a wife as his father wants. As for his mother, she died early, perhaps that's why he is like this. Every once in a while I come here and hear the gossip he accumulates over the days. Quite a lot of information can be gathered this way. And finally, there are some rumors that there will be a war game soon, said Tom. You sure? Who against who? I see, so the rumors have finally started to spread. When Hestia told me about the Donatus, of course, she told me about the challenge from Leto. But of course, Tom seems quite excited. He deserves a little bit of fun from all of the free drinks he gave me. That's unknown, but it seems the main cast is rather unknown, so I imagine it will be a war game between minor familias. When these happen, the results are normally kept hidden only to fade over time. Why? Asked Silver. You don't know, but war games are quite frequent. But the ones big enough to be broadcasted across Orario are quite rare. I am talking about the type where you would see dozens of level 2 adventurers fighting against each other with the occasional level 3 and even 4 in some sort of spectacular situation, he said as he raised his wine glass. The small ones aren't worth the time and effort of actually being advertising unless they involve something that can attract the attention of others. So they normally appear and go like the wind. In fact, we could wake up tomorrow and hear a message from the guild saying, war game between A and B ended. B1 blah blah blah, said Tom. It's been some time since the last big war game, however, almost 2 years. 1.5, said Tom as he wondered. I see. An interesting piece of trivia. Sigh. It's rare to see adventurers fighting, and those displays of the Ganesha Familia don't really bring the excitement they once did in me. It's always the same thing, monster versus this guy, or that girl. You know what I am saying, right, my guy? Asked Tom as he drank his wine. You look bored, asked Silver. Is it that obvious? I mean, of course, I am. Every day is always the same. Dad is always thinking about the bar. It's always, fix this, cook this, clean this, and blah blah blah. And man, even though adventurers are cool, I know very well I am way past the time to become a proper adventurer, and between us, I was never the courageous type of guy. To admit that. Guess the wine is starting to have some effect. Tell me, Silver. How? /bam/. I am done hearing about this bullcrap, said a man on the side. Trouble. Already. Tom knew that trouble was on the way, simply by hearing the tone of the man. Silver also looked to the side. It was a burly man, but not overly so. He was using a kind of officer clothing that had an ornate print on the shoulder. I don't know the precise word for this, kind of like military prints. Help is appreciated. Military tag. Flag. Those straps you see on the sleeves. The print was that of a strange massive egg-shaped structure breaking in two. Below it was what seemed to be a rocky mountain, and above it was a cloud with a few lighting bolts. Silver went deep into his head, going over all of the familias he knew, but nothing came into his mind, meaning they were most likely small familias who didn't even have a level 2 adventurer. You fucker. Are you the Red Knight? Silver didn't answer, instead. And who are you? Didn't your parents teach why? However, while Silver talked, the burly man rushed at him at an incredible speed. Shit. Slash fwush, slash. Slash bam, slash. Slash crash, slash. Silver quickly kicked the ground, making his chair fall, taking the opportunity to roll to the side and stabilize himself. You have quite the reflex, said the man as he cleaned his hand. Fucker, said Silver as he looked at his food. The man had completely crushed the table, including all of the drinks and appetizers. He looked to the side to see that Tom was all right and turned to face his assailant. Silver looked at the man in annoyance. But he wasn't the only one observing his opponent. The burly guy was also analyzing Silver. Even though I was testing him, his position and the situation shouldn't have been enough for a level 2 to evade. Tom was lucky since he got up from the table the moment he heard the man's tone, so his legs were not hurt. The two were now staring at each other. Aren't you an angry guy? How many did you drink to act like this? Said Silver as he tried to figure out the reason the man was so angry with him. This fucker. There went my peaceful and fulfilling day. I don't recognize the emblem. So he must be from a small and unknown familia, but this speed indicates otherwise. I can't judge someone's level solely from this, but this speed would be enough to compare with some top level 2s. If not level 3 depending on how he distributed his stats. While his strength. A table isn't enough for me to determine that. Heh. I guess you already forgot. 3 months ago. Does that ring any bell? He said with a sneaky smile. 3 months ago. And he specifically said Red Knight. That would be before I even became an adventurer. In fact, it would be around the time when I arrived in Orario. The only adventurers I met during those times were the guys I crushed in the gates. And the guys I killed in the dungeon. Things suddenly locked into place for Silver. Ha. It seems you finally realized, yes, you killed my friends that day. And we finally found you, after so long. Slash whispers, slash. The people around the tavern started to whisper to each other. Slowly, they started to give way to the group. Tom had already left to get help. It's not against the law for adventurers to fight like this, however, it was clear things were going to get bloody. His father looked from the side, thinking about the costs. It was clear none of them were weak. You didn't expect to escape unpunished, right? Unpunished? No, in fact, I was rewarded not so long ago. Said Silver. Silver smiled widely. Making the men incredibly angry. I mean, your friends were attacking another group because. Said Silver as he tried to remember the situation. There is no proof. Screamed one of the man's companions as he cut Silver. Hey, good try kid, but there is no evidence that supports that. He is right, as far as things go, you conspired with the Leto Familia to ambush and kill multiple of our promising companions, of which, one was a recent level 2. Said the burly man. You seem to be mistaken about something. 3 months ago, I wasn't even an adventurer. Let's play with you for a while. Show me what you have to offer, slash whispers, slash. People seemed to remember that he was the rookie. And that all of the rumors about him were because he had leveled up. In 2 months. The man's face was completely red. I was here thinking about what was all of this about, and it was just those criminals' companions causing trouble. If you want some petty kind of revenge, go to the guild and we can talk later. Said Silver. To think they would target me when they are already involved in a war game. This is more than just for their revenge. It's almost as if they are admitting they are in the wrong. And I have many ways to prove my innocence. Hee hee. But the burly man only smiled. Normally the conversation would end here, however. He took out a small piece of paper. We researched a lot about you. Mr. Silver from the Hestia Familia. To get my information so fast. Sigh. I guess there are ears everywhere. Just around that time 3 months ago. There was quite an interesting thing. Do you remember when the guild released the paper about the Goliath? Slash whispers, slash. Most people seem to remember, it was quite an interesting event. So you would remember who did it, right? He lifted the paper on his hands. According to the witness, it was a Red Knight. Slash whispers, slash. But that is not all, look down here. It says that the transformation of the Goliath only seems to happen when it is fighting a normal man. Slash whispers, slash. People discussed it frenziedly. The situation seemed to take a dark turn. However, Silver was still calm. So what about now? Asked the man with a grin. Puffed. Ha ha ha. You dug up some shit, huh? Said Silver as he laughed. The people seemed confused. You showed all of this trash but it doesn't say anything. At the end of the day, you said it yourself, there is no proof I killed them. So no matter how much you distort reality, I am still just as innocent as you. I could pass the blame onto the Leto Familia by saying they could be lying since they were the ones who reported the event to the guild. But that would be too easy and I really want to beat the crap of this guy now. So, please. Shut the fuck up before I make you. Said Silver as he smiled. But the burly man just cracked his knuckles. If you don't come with us passively, then we shall make you. So, you better obey us, trash from a small familia. Said one of his companions. Wow. I am so offended by that right now. Whispered Silver to himself ironically. The only thing good about your familia is the tits of your goddess, yeah. Said another one of his companions. Slash clack, slash. Silver's eyes sharpened, his muscles tightened as he clenched his hand. I don't even know why I am getting pissed off for such low class. But that's fucking personal. Lighting cracked in his left-hand fingers while embers started to ignite in the air around his right hand. And how do you plan to do that? Silver asked in a threatening tone. It was clear to everyone in the tavern that he was angry. The men smiled. Are you angry, kid? This is just the start. After you, Titio-sama will deal with your goddess, personally, he said with a lustful smile. Low-budget villain. Silver hand bones started to crack loudly. In order to get justice for our fallen companions. Get him. Said the burly man as he pointed forward. Slash fwush fwush, slash. The four companions behind him dashed after Silver. But he only smiled. Creepily. Notes. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter or this one if you are having trouble https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter, fan_landing equals true. Chapter 50, Guild Edict. So, this is my apology, sorry to everyone for posting a side chapter and cutting the flow of the story. This chapter would be released Sunday, but I dropped it sooner. This won't happen again. Now, let's discuss what I did with the side chapters. First, I moved the third side chapter to the second volume. And also, I pulled all of the side volumes and placed them at the end of volume 2. The reason I did this will be explained as I talk. So, first, how will the future side chapters be released? I will try to drop them when the story is relatively stagnant and there is no major plot going on. And when a volume ends, I will pull all side chapters towards the end to make a sequence. Why not make a new volume? There are some problems with that. First, I can't make a volume in between two other volumes. For example, we are on the third volume, so I can only make the 4 volume. I can't make one in between 2 and 3. And if I were to do a new volume, in the future, when we finish the third volume, we will have to continue the story from the 5th volume. Quite confusing, isn't it? So it's much simpler to have the chapters at the end of the volume. Also, once the side chapters advance past the time he leveled up in the timeline, I will start posting them on this volume. And no, I won't do a new novel and drop the side chapter there, a bit too much work for something as simple as side chapters. Well, I am testing things, so you guys can take a look, and if any new reader is seeing this, you can also give me your own opinions about that. Also, I have been dropping the images for the previous chapters, it is about time, right? I did about half, but I will add more later when I am back from the academy. Now enjoy, I am sure some of you want to see some massacre LOL. Although it isn't as big as some of you wanted. Ah. In the middle of the night, inside a lit mansion, a girl with blue hair screamed as she woke up from what seemed to be a nightmare. Sweat fell on her forehead as she recalled everything she saw in her dreams. She didn't want to believe it. The fire and chaos. Destructions and despair. Are you okay, Cassandra? Another one of those dreams? Asked a girl on the side. She was currently sitting on a small table, going over several envelopes, stamping the seal of her familia, and sealing whatever she placed inside each of them. I told you. They weren't just dreams. Replied Cassandra as she recovered her bearings. Not this again, we already had this conversation. Said the girl on the side. Her hair was red, wine red. And her eyes were golden, they seemed to sparkle as the light from the candle shined on them. What are you doing, Daphne? Asked Cassandra as she got up from bed, she wasn't going to sleep anytime soon. The room they stayed in was rather fancy. Being extremely big even though only 2 people lived in it. From the exquisite carpentry of the furniture to the expensive carpet on the ground. This room screamed, expensive. Cassandra got up from her bed and put on her fluffy slippers as she approached Daphne, her only true friend. Don't you remember? We've been preparing for this for the past 3 weeks or so. It's the seasonal party held by Apollo. she said as she stamped the seal on yet another envelope, sealing it with wax. Although Cassandra was never one to remember such meaningless things for long. Wasn't that supposed to be in another 2 weeks? Was it brought forward? What does he, Apollo-sama, wish to do this time? Asked Cassandra as she thought about her dream. He seemed pretty pissed ever since he came back from the Donatus 3 weeks ago, even more so after the meeting to decide the theme of that war game, so I guess this has something to do with that. Replied Daphne. He wanted to bring forward the party ever since then, but even after working our asses off every day, we only managed to bring it forward by about 2 weeks or so. She said with a tired frown. The letters are nothing out of the ordinary as well, I still don't know why he decided to push it forward. Although he seems pretty excited about this one. More than the previous ones. I am sure he will tell us what he intended to do later, he was always surprisingly open about these things despite his trash personality. Said Daphne. Exclamation point. Cassandra opened her eyes in shock. This situation was just like her dreams. We can't. She said as she grabbed her friend's shoulders. Oi oi. Don't do this with me when I am handling hot wax, please. She said as she carefully placed her familia seal back on the table. She turned her chair, facing Cassandra directly, and said. I already told you, but those are nothing but dreams, so please, stop talking about them. In case you can't sleep, how about you help me with these to divert your attention? She said with a kind smile. But what I saw. Cassandra eventually decided to give in, even though she didn't really believe what she had just seen. Even though she saw many things through her dreams, none had been as absurd as today's. /bam/ Arg. Is that all? Asked Silver as he looked at the burly men, blood still dripping from his hands. Around him were 4 fallen adventurers, all of which had their noses broken. But that wasn't all, one of them had all of his teeth pulled out, or rather, broken, while another one had his hair and parts of his clothes burned. One seemed half frozen with several parts of his body blue and white, another one was spamming on the ground, small lighting arcs dancing on his skin. And the last one stayed motionless on the ground with his eyes white, an expression of fear on his face. Silver was merciful and didn't break any other bones, not counting the multiple fractures they received. But he made sure to dislocate their arms and legs. Especially for the guy who said those rude words. That guy won't be leaving any descendants on this earth anymore. Everyone in the bar looked at the unexpected and violent scene. After the 4 adventurers dashed into Silver, they expected him to be subdued really quickly. However, what they saw defied this as Silver knocked the 4 of them within a few seconds. In a really brutal way. Power, precision, technique, he clearly surpassed them in all of that. They didn't have a chance. Even though Silver was supposed to be a recent level 2 fighting against 4 veteran level 2s. The burly man gazed at his companions in anger and helplessness. I was short-sighted. Even though he is a recent level 2, it's clear he is stronger than a normal level 2. I should have taken that into consideration and rushed together with them. Just by seeing those movements, it was clear. I didn't even have time to process what happened and he had already taken the 4 of them out. Those refined movements and that strange magic. But the strongman clenched his fists. I am level 3, /crack, /fwush, /. The men dashed after Silver, cracking the wood below him. /bam/. What? Instead of evading, Silver did the unthinkable and blocked the punch. His hand was red as his veins seemed to boil due to how red they were. That hurt. But warm-up is over. He said as he smiled. For a moment, the burly man locked eyes with Silver's resplendent eyes. But reflected in those eyes were anger and bloodlust. Just like those of a beast in the middle floors. This made him lose himself in fear, even if just for an instant, he felt as if he was about to die. However, he recovered soon after as he clenched his hand in anger. But that was enough time for Silver to act. /bam/. Silver grabbed the man's arm and pulled, while at the same time, he placed his foot in front of the man, making him trip on the ground. For a level 3, you are just SOSO. Said Silver as he mocked his fallen opponent. Fuck you. The angry man snapped. He took his knife from his belt and slashed at Silver in desperation. This was all done in a single movement as he got up from the ground. He wasn't a level 3 for nothing. /clang/. Silver blocked the blow by using a blue knife made of ice. HUP. Said the man as he slashed sideways. /cling/. /cling/. Silver and the men exchanged a few blows, however, it was clear Silver had the upper hand of skill. So much so he seemed to be smiling, mocking his opponent's poor skills. That's enough. Said the burly man as he slashed downwards. /cut/. /gasp/. His downward cut was so fast that it actually broke the knife and cut right into Silver. Most of the people closed their eyes and gasped, waiting for the blood to come. Slash thud, slash. But instead, Silver reappeared behind the man and punched his head. Arg, said the man as he flew and hit the counter, shattering several glasses and bottles. Slash gasp, slash. The owner of the inn felt as if his soul had been consumed as he watched the expensive bottles shatter. Silver noticed that and came to the conclusion he had to stop this before things escalate more. Slash crunch, slash. He didn't even let his enemy gather his thoughts as he teleported from his locations and smashed his knee on his face. The men didn't say anything anymore. Perhaps forever. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. Especially when Silver cleaned the blood from his legs as if it was nothing. What just happened? That was what many thought at the time. How anticlimactic. Is this what a level 3 is supposed to be? Those poor judgments and moves, and he being prone to anger this easily. I didn't even need to try and he got angry. Perhaps he was truly drunk. How disappointing. No, wait. He must have been a high level 2, that's the only explanation. Silver looked around him and noticed the fearful looks of the bystanders. Some looked at the scene in awe, some cowered from his gaze. It was then that Silver realized that there was blood on his hand. It seemed he hit that guy too hard on the head. I might have gone overboard. They are just nameless thugs being ordered, killing them won't do me any good. Even though I kind of wanted to make them suffer a bit more. But who gave them the orders? After making sure he was alive and well, Silver said. Hey boss, these guys seem to be from the Tidios Familia, make sure to ask for compensation and to give them a fine in the guild later. Adventurers are constantly fighting, so normally, this wouldn't be enough for a fine from the guild. However, one of them raised their weapons in public space and openly tried to frame me for murder. And it's just formal for a familia to pay for the trouble they caused. Tell Tom I am all right, also, here. Silver threw a bag of coins to the boss. There wasn't much inside, just a few thousand valis. This money was more for his own food and drinks rather than the destruction. That would be paid by the fuckers on the ground. Silver made his way out of the tavern and into an alley. To think they would attack me like this. When I learned about the war game, I immediately thought about the reaction of Tidios. I was the one who prevented his plan and killed his children in the process. However, due to the fact he was from a small familia, I never thought much of it. But it seems they were hiding their true strength all along. To hide a level 3 like this. And several level 2s. This would be enough to make them slightly inferior to the Apollo familia in terms of strength, and I don't know how wealthy they are. And they dared to threaten me. With my goddess. I can't do much in a public space due to Horario's laws, but that doesn't apply to private property. Hee hee. Where is the Tidios Familia home again? In the dark night, Silver's eyes seemed to glow, shining in the dark. Since you decided to approach me like this, don't expect me to remain silent. But I can't just storm everything. Not without a plan. I need to learn a bit more about the laws. Silver walked deeper into the alley, his goal. The guild. Achim. Are you okay? Asked Hephaestus as she passed Hestia and Handkerchief. Did I catch a cold? Asked Hestia. It's possible, you can take tomorrow off. Said Hephaestus as she went back to the papers. I love you, Hephaestus. Said Hestia as she hugged her friend. Today is special. Don't expect it to happen anytime soon. Hestia continued to play with Hephaestus, not knowing that at that time, her only familia member was in the middle of causing yet another storm. At this time, the guild had already closed, and only a few workers were present. Silver did not sneak in, as he wasn't dumb enough to do such a thing. The doors of the guild were half opened, so he didn't have trouble entering. Slash step step step, slash. In the silent guild, the only sounds were of people writing and Silver walking. Without his armor, he didn't attract as much attention, although, there wasn't anyone looking at him anyway. There you are. Silver soon found his target. A lonely elf working on a table in the back section of the guild. Silver picked a piece of paper, turned it into a ball, and threw it into Loiju. Slash ploft, slash. Hitting him square in the forehead. Hashtag. Who the fuck dares? Said Loiju in a low tone. Loiju picked the paper ball in annoyance, before looking to the side and seeing Silver. Why is he smiling? Should I run? Inside the guild, Silver and Loiju sat on a table inside a small room. Loiju had his two hands blocking his face as he sweated. So. Let me see if I understood. Said Loiju. Members of the Tidio Familia attacked you, and now, you want to get back at them. Said Loiju. Yes, just tell me where they live. No. Look, if what you told me is right, then they are the ones in the wrong. The guild can't really punish them, but they are in for a very big fine. He picked a small book. Hiding their true strength. An assassination attempt in broad daylight. False accusations. Although there isn't any proof for what happened that day, it's almost sure they are the culprits. Even more so during these times, they will be subjected to a thorough investigation. Silver did not say anything and just listened. They will suffer a lot just with these fines. Loiju looked at Silver's expressionless face. He started to sweat. In any case, they are currently with a war game on schedule, so it's against the rules to just go there and attack them. The war game is invalid since they hid their strength. It would have been fine if they leveled up recently, but that isn't the case. Isn't that right? Said Silver as he cut Loiju. But even so, that doesn't mean you can burn their house down. Said Loiju. It's just a fine. And when did I say I wanted to burn their house? Asked Silver with a kind smile on his face. And that is only valid if there is no proof. Silver. I should have gone home earlier. How do I ask for a war game? Asked Silver. I need to be fast, else they might refuse the game. That is if they wish to suffer even more humiliation. Arg. Just when I thought today would be a good day, /bam/. Loiju slammed his hand at the table. All right. I will help you. Otherwise, my name would be tarnished if you committed a felony while being under my care. Silver smiled as he watched the determined eyes of the elf. There are many ways in which we can do this. He picked a paper and started to draw lines in it. Legal and illegal. However, the end result is the same, the repercussions would vary depending on the situation. It's true that they hid their strength, but to prove that would take a while, enough time for Tidios to gather excuses and money to pay for the fines. At most he would receive a blow to his already bad reputation. So we need to strike fast. Said Silver. But that is only possible if you go there and ask for a war game. However, he can easily refuse you by saying he is already in one. The only one who would lose would be you. The same would happen if you attacked them right now. Said Loiju. You would be giving them bullets to act against you. Even though they hid their strength, wouldn't it be revealed during the war game? Asked Silver. Most likely yes, but in that case, the war game deal comes first. It's unfair, however, the Tidios Familia would have to pay a hefty price for lying. Tell me more about what you said previously, about gathering proof. What would happen after you gathered enough? Asked Silver. The guild would launch an edict cancelling the war game and the rest is bureaucracy. Said Loiju. Leto would be considered the winner, however, the truth about the murder would probably be buried. He said. The conditions of the war game would likely be ignored. And after a few fines, everything would be back to normal. I doubt Tidios would accept another war game anytime soon. So it's just proof? What if I gave you one right now? Asked Silver. Don't tell me. Do you have it? Said Loiju. Silver nodded. It's a risk. But one that I am willing to take. I hope your proof is good enough, else I am most likely going to lose my job. Said Loiju as he got up from his chair. We don't have much time, come with me. He said as he opened the door. Loiju led Silver through the halls of the guild. Eventually, the two of them stopped in front of an ornate door. Knock 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 / You can enter. Said a gentle voice. Loiju nodded to Silver and opened the door. Creak / Loiju. And. Oh. The rookie everyone is talking about. Said a Chianthropeman. I don't think we had the opportunity to meet each other, although we pretty much see each other every morning. He said. I am Remmer, guild section leader of Horario. A pleasure to meet you. He said as he fixed his glasses into place. Nice to meet you, sir, my name is Melios Silver. No need to be so formal. He said as he smiled. So. May I ask why you two came in here today? I imagine it isn't just for some talk, considering the time. Indeed, sir. We came here to report something rather serious. It's related to the Tidios Familia. Said Loiju. So it's about that. Tell me then, I am ready. Loiju looked at Silver, giving him the chance to speak. There are two things I would like to say. The first one is in relation to the event that happened a few months ago, and the other is what happened today. A few months ago. Ah, you must be talking about the conflict that happened between them and the Leto Familia, right? However, whatever was wrong, both familias have already decided to settle it with a war game. The theme and location have already been decided. It will happen on the first day of March. Said Remmer. All right, I expected that. Silver opened his hand. Slowly, a strange white gas started to form in it. Remmer looked at Loiju and the latter nodded. The gas slowly transformed into a thin white plate floating on the air. This is what happened a few minutes ago, said Silver as the plate started to show some colors. The plate slowly showed a POV video of Silver and the entire interaction between him and the adventurers from the Tidios Familia. The room was in silence. Remmer was thinking about what he saw, now understanding what this was all about. Loiju cringed after he saw how Silver handled those adventurers. I know why you two came here, and this is enough proof, said Remmer. May I ask if it's possible for you to display that again? I need to record it for later. Silver nodded and replayed the video. Loiju, may I trouble you with confirming their identities? Asked Remmer. On it, he said as he started going over the books on the shelves. If they are confirmed to be members of the Tidios Familia, then the war game would be cancelled. However, if they are confirmed to have leveled up recently, then the war game is bound to continue, he said with a serious face. Silver nodded. I found it, said Loiju. He went over the pages yet. Apart from their captain, the Familia is said to be composed of level 1 players, and the 5 that attacked you are also recorded to be level 1, said Loiju. This makes me worry. The men Silver met was only the vice-captain. The captain is bound to be stronger. Right. So it's set in stone. Remmer got up and went to a secluded section of the office. He took out a golden piece of paper from inside a compartment, not before blowing some dust out of it. It's my first time writing in one of these. I am actually quite excited, he said with a small smile. Is that? Said Loiju in distress. Yup, it's paper made from a sacred tree, no need to worry as they are made from dead twigs through a special method, he said in consideration for Loiju. Silver patted his friend's shoulder. I am not really that offended, he said in annoyance. It's just from twigs. Here you go. I imagine your first stop will be Tidios, right? Asked Remmer. Silver nodded. Young people are so rash. Well, they live in the south. This is their address, he said as he gave Silver a piece of the golden paper and another smaller white paper. Make sure to keep it within the limits, I don't want to wake up tomorrow to a mess, he said as he turned around. From here on is pure bureaucracy, Loiju, I will need your help for this. Fuck. Remmer turned his head back to Silver and said. If I were you, I would start moving, else they may escape. Silver nodded and left after bowing. You have quite the adventurer, don't you, Loiju? Asked Remmer as he sat on the table and frowned. But sir, will this be all right? Asked Loiju as he smiled awkwardly. That I can't say, sir. Normally, for something like this, they would have to go through the head of the guild. Unless it was in a branch, like in Melon, since it would take too long to have the head review the situation. As long as he succeeds, then nothing will happen, said Remmer. And if he? Don't you trust your adventurer? I bet on him this time due to all of the boosting you did. Are you telling me you lied? Never. Then sit down and relax. That wasn't the only reason why though. What I saw in that strange magic. I don't think the Tidios Familia has that big of an advantage. Being the vice head is such a pain. Not only do I have to help my subordinates with their personal problems, but I also have to help their adventurers' problems. Sigh. This is too much excitement for a job that should be about reading and signing papers. Loiju remained silent as he sat down at another table and started to write notes. How do you guys think the true guild from the anime would react to this? Does any of you have some ideas? Or did I write this in conforms to the canon? Chapter 51, Side Story. So, before we start, let me say some things. First, as I said previously, today's normal chapter was pushed forward. Southwest in its place, I am posting this side chapter. After today, the release will come back to normal. This side chapter is kind of a test of mine. I wanted to test some things related to romance. It's a side chapter so it can be taken with a grain of salt. I am also using this as a way to set some minor events for the future. See you later. Tell me what you think. I am glad to change and help anyone with questions. Real chapter name, Encyclopedia of Rare Monsters, Extra Volume, page 3, The Illusory Flower of Destiny. / in a village in the mountains, north of Arario, / For old people, 2 couples to be precise, could be seen in a slightly dark room. Each of them was sitting on a chair around a square table with a single candle on top of it. Next to the candle was a piece of paper. It had a highlighted passage at the top. Loki Familia house burns in an unexpected terrorist attack. Yes, the paper was an issue from the daily newspaper made in Arario. I am sure of it, it's him. These masks and way of operation, I would recognize it even after 100 years. Said Sappho's as he looked at the newspaper. When did this happen? Asked Linktum on the side. Around a week ago, that would be the time it takes for this journal to reach us, just look at the date on the top right corner. said Alia. Why would they attack the Loki familia? Aren't they the second strongest familia on par with the Freya familia? Asked Misty. Who knows, I can't imagine that guy making any decision without weighing out the pros and cons. Said Sappho's as he frowned. But it seems he made a very poor decision as he lost horribly. Said Misty. That's what the newspaper says, we don't even know why they did it in the first place, as far as I know, he might have gained what he went there to get already. Replied Alia. I don't like this situation. If they are moving inside Orario. Said Linktum as he pressed his fingers on the table. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Orario, I expect Little Silver to be an adventurer already, but what would a level 1 adventurer have in special to attract their attention? Said Alia. And as we saw, it seems they took a heavy hit with this failed operation. Just look, they lost several dozen level 2s and 3s, even a few level 4s. Although there is no mention of a level 5 and 6, I wouldn't be surprised if there was 1 or 2. She said. After all, when we left, the captain was level 6. Although he must have retired by now, it would be more than enough time to groom a new one. Even if the quality of the adventures of Orario has decreased ever since Zeus and Hera Familius were defeated, I can't see that guy being satisfied with only 1 level 6. What do we do now? Asked Misty as she dropped the newspaper back on the table. The others stayed in silence. I have an idea. Said Linktum. Say it, we are all ears. Said Sappho's. Let's wait for the end of this month, and when the month reaches its end, let's go to Orario. The others started to think. As we wait, we can see if any new info is released through the newspapers. But what about the others in the village? Who will protect them if anything happens? Asked Misty. I was about to say this. This time, only me and Sappho's will go. Said Linktum. What? Asked Alia. Someone has to stay behind. And it will be quick, if we go on a straight line, we should be able to arrive at Orario within a day if we leave in the early morning. We go there, find our grandson, see if he is fine and, if necessary, tell him the truth. Said Linktum. Why tell him now? Didn't we agree that we would leave him out of all of this? Asked Alia in distress. Sometimes, the plan changes. At the start, we thought that sending him away would be enough to protect him, but if that guy is getting so desperate as to attack a superfamilia, our time may be coming to an end. Said Sappho's as he joined the conversation. It wouldn't do much harm if we went there to see how he is going and give him some advice. And if we find some of them on the way. I may be old and weaker than what I once was, but I can still pull some weight. Said Sappho's as his eyes narrowed. In any case, we have a few weeks of time to plan this before the month reaches its end. Said Alia as she got up. Now if you excuse me, I have a very excited girl to train. She said as she left the room. Creak, / And. There she goes. Said Linktum as he stretched in the chair. Being old is such a pain. He said as he got up from his chair. No more words were needed, their discussion was over. Clack, / With a small click, the door closed and the room became completely dark. Earlier that day, / Somewhere on the 10th floor, Silver could be seen impaling an imp with his spear. Poof, / The imp turned into smoke as its magic stone cracked. Clap, / You are really good at this. Said a feminine voice on the side as she clapped her hands. This is pretty average though. He replied as he collected the magic stone and gave it to the girl. The girl was very pretty, she had a thin body and was currently carrying a large backpack on her back. She had a pair of cute barriers on her head. So, what are we searching for again? He asked. We are looking for a specific herb. She said as she averted her eyes to the side. What does the flower look like? Asked Silver as he stayed on guard. It should be a small flower 2 to 3 palms in height, its leaves are heart. Arrow-shaped and at the very top, it has a pink flower. She said as she took out a book from her backpack. I see. Said Silver as he looked around. You don't seem that excited. She said as she looked at him. Not exactly, I am more surprised than anything. I didn't expect you to ask to come with me this time, and being honest, I am more serious than usual since I have you here with me. The girl looked at Silver's back as he scouted the ground and the surroundings in search of the flower and smiled. Should I tell him that the flower does not exist? Well, it's not that. Yesterday night, Nick was searching around for a few books in order to find out what would be the next subject of her research. It was then she found out about a rather interesting book. A book that talked about the many herbs in the upper floors. And her eyes fell immediately within the unconfirmed section. As a researcher of rare and undocumented monsters, why not try out for a few plants as well? So after a little bit of browsing, she set her eyes on one particular specimen. The illusory flower of destiny. Cough. Are you okay? Asked Silver when he heard the girl behind him cough. Ah. No. I am okay, it's just that this place is a bit cold. To that, Silver took out his scarf and gave it to her. I don't need it, she said with a straight face, even though she was very embarrassed inside. You have no choice in this, said Silver as he picked the scarf and carefully put it on her neck and shoulder. Nick had to use all of her power in order to not get a red face. Let's continue, he said as he turned around. Not yet. Not yet. The dungeon isn't the place for such things. URG. But I can't really say that when my objective was. The very detail that attracted Danmachi to this particular flower was a certain passage. This flower only appears to couples, whatever that means. Danmachi shook her head as she looked around. If I were to find that flower, what would that mean? Stop. That flower does not exist. And with that, she continued to walk, going after Silver. It had been a few hours, but they did not find even a speck of the flower. Not finding it does not mean it doesn't exist, it might be the timing, the flower might not even bloom in winter, said Silver as he turned around to look at Nick. The scene of the handsome man looking straight into her eyes in the mist seemed to enchant Nick. Why yes. We can come here later. Ah. She seemed to remember another thing she wanted to say. Is something bothering you? Asked Silver. It's nothing much. I wanted to come with you today not only because I was curious about how you worked, but also because I have an announcement to make, she said as she puffed her chest. Oh yeah. Tell me then, said Silver with a small chuckle. My diligent work has attracted the attention of a titled scholar in the country of Altina, she said. Wow, said Silver as he made an exaggerated surprised expression. That was fast, although I think it has been around a few weeks since she started. I never saw her work, I only caught the monsters, so I imagine she is really good. Hashtag. That's incredible. Okay. Do you even know what this means? She asked with serious face. However, seeing the cynical girl angry only made Silver think she was cute. Don't get me wrong, I am proud of you, he said as he gave her a smile and a thumbs up. Are you my dad or something like that? She said as she kicked a rock in anger. It's always like this. Every time. You look at me just like my dad. Other boys look at me with their perverted eyes and expressions, but you never looked at me like that. Can't you just look at me? At least once. Let me tell you that this country is on the forefront of magic research, she said with an angry expression. And I will be going there to receive tutelage, she said in anger, surprising Silver. Why are you angry? I am just joking with you, Altina is rather far away, when will you come back? Asked Silver. She isn't someone to show such extreme emotions out of nowhere. Did I trigger something? Her research. I shouldn't have joked with her. Sigh. Who said I will be coming back? She said in a serious tone. This caught Silver by surprise. So he said. Looks like you have your future set for you, I will miss you haha, and that bastard as well, if you have the time, make sure to visit us, said Silver with a smile. But Nick bit her lips and turned around. Once I arrive there, I will receive his teachings and help in my current research. That may take years, she said. Seems tough, when I was small I also had to spend many hours reading books under my parents' watch, and that repeated for a few years, said Silver as he remembered the distant past. But Nick didn't say anything. Is that all? She mumbled to herself. Silver heard it, however. What else does she want me to say? Does she like me or something? She never, ever, showed any sign of this however. How about we go back for now and... Nick ignored him and started to walk away from him. Why are you acting like this? This place isn't the plaza, Nick, said Silver as he walked behind her, making sure to watch his surroundings. But she only walked faster and faster. You aren't like this, Nick, tell me what is bothering you. Why is she acting like a spoiled teen girl? Fucking hell, there must be something I am missing here. Forget it, you won't understand, she said as she started to run away without any destination. Silver continued to go after her. He thought about using his abilities to knock her out and get her out of the dungeon. It was clear she was rather upset and this isn't the place to have an emotional outburst. But he also thought that by doing so, she would truly never come back. What does she want? Why doesn't she just say it? After running for around a minute, Silver finally felt the presence of a monster nearby, so he immediately started to run faster. Stop. There is a monster nearby. I will listen to everything you have to say. So please, just stop already, said Silver. If you don't stop this time I will fucking use force alright. And she didn't stop. The result. Slash roar, slash screamed the orc as it swung its fist towards Nick, exclamation point. Nick looked at the green fist rushing in her direction and couldn't help but remember everything she did today. Why do I feel like this? I only wanted, slash bang, slash. Nick opened her eyes to see Silver blocking the orc's fist with his own hand. No wonder the villagers said that raising girls is hard. Said Silver as he raised his left hand and pierced the head of the orc with the spear. He turned around and looked at Nick. Are you going to tell me what is going on, or are going to go on another marathon around the 10th floor? Asked Silver ironically. I am sorry. She said as her cute ears dropped. Sigh, I won't ask why, I understand that people can get seemingly upset over very small things. However, I would like to hear the reason as to why. Said Silver in a serious tone as he approached the girl. I doubt this is the reason, but let me test her. She looked as Silver approached her and stopped right in front of her. She tried to take a step back, but there was a tree blocking her way. Obviously, Silver walked in an angle that would block her from escaping. Slash thud, slash. He pressed one of his hands against the tree and asked. So. Tell me what happened, I am all ears. He said as he stared at her. She couldn't breathe. She wanted to say something but it was stuck in her throat. Wasn't all of this stupid display for this very moment? What is she hesitating for? I will tell you when I come back. She said with her flustered face. So it's this. Silver smiled. But he didn't know how he should feel. I'll wait then. He said as he turned around and walked away. I won't take long. She said as he breathed deeply. She looked forward and saw that Silver was waiting for her. With a thin smile, she went after him. I said years but. I will only be in there for a month. I will be back soon. And then. The two silently made their way back to the surface, and soon, everything came back to normal. Not long after they left, on the same tree Silver and Nick talked, a small pink flower bloomed from a seemingly normal blade of grass. Notes. As I said, this was a test. I never wrote anything of the sort, so I wanted to see how I would go if I actually tried. Anyway, I am open to opinions. See you all. Chapter 52, Punishment. From here on out we return to our normal schedule. After this chapter, there will be only side stories until next week unless we stop at a big cliff. In that case, I will have to think since as I am writing this, I do not remember LOL. We are finally getting to the good part of this smaller arc. This arc took me quite a lot of work to do, not this chapter exactly, but the next few ones took me a progressively higher amount of time to make. It's mostly due to the fact that it involves a series of characters and doing a small, even if just a few lines reaction already takes quite some time of research. If you are interested to know what happens early, you can go to my P@T3 on and see up to 10 advanced chapters. There is a link in the novel description and I will also drop one here. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter or this one if you are having trouble https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter, fan_landing equals true. I will post the images at a later date since I am pretty sure I will need some for this chapter. Overall, I quite like this chapter, but as I said, interactions are always difficult to make, even more so since they are slowly becoming more intimate as time goes on. I want your opinions later so I can understand what is the limit and what is cringe. But please, don't be too harsh. Reading harsh comments can actually make my day worse LOL. If you don't like it, just tell me what bothers you and I will try my best to find a reasonable solution or explanation. I think this is all. Peace. Silver left the guild and entered an alley, only to reappear another alley further south. This was the closest location to the Titios Familia home he could go to with his door. For those that forgot how his power works N1. I feel like some sort of covert wizard teleporting around Orario like this. Silver climbed one of the houses and checked his surroundings. Once he found what he was looking for he jumped and flew in the sky for the rest of his way. Silver landed on top of an old wooden house. And in front of him was a large circular house. Its shape was like that of half of a circle with a diameter of 20 m and a height of 4 floors. I know it isn't perfect, since if it's half of a circle with a diameter of 20 m then its height should have been 10 m, which is pretty close. The circular house was made mostly of stone, and it seemed more like a bunker than a house, to be honest, but the rare windows told it was indeed a house. Like a hobbit house, but ultra. It had a nice space around it filled with all sorts of plants. They seemed to be quite well off even though they were supposed to be a small familia. It was rather bizarre, but also fitting considering Orario never had a main style for architecture. This is the place. According to the records, this familia is supposed to be a small one with only a dozen or two personnel. I doubt Tidios would be dumb enough to even hide the members of his familia, so I guess this is indeed all of them. I am not scared of them, but it's better if I get some info before I start this mess. Fwush, slash. Silver jumped into the sky once again, disappearing once again like smoke in the wind. What a boring night, said an adventurer in patrol. Is this even necessary? It's not like we would be suddenly attacked or anything, he said as he sighed. Every day, it's the same boring night. And worse, it's winter. I can feel my soul freezing, he said. I will go take a piss, said the other guard. Go on, I will stay here on patrol. Just don't leave me behind like last time, said the other. After saying this, he rested his back on the wall and relaxed. He stayed there waiting. Until... Humph. Suddenly, a hand came from a nearby bush and pulled the adventurer inside. Silence returned to the peaceful garden. Hey! You there? Did he go take a piss as well? Don't tell me he abandoned me, said the other guard as he returned. Slash clap clap, slash. Silver cleaned his hands after dealing with the poor adventurer who was now foaming from his mouth in the corner. He was bound with ropes, he couldn't even utter a sound. Not like he could even if he wanted to since he is unconscious. Seems like everything is within the expected. Apart from that pathetic level 3 that attacked me, the Familia only has one more level 3, their captain. And he is supposed to be a veteran, while the guy who attacked me was a new level 3. For a small Familia, they hold quite the grudge. To think they have been researching the Red Knight for the past few months. Once the rumor came that I was the Red Knight, they rushed to investigate me. And so they did, by following both me and Hestia from afar. It's quite disappointing that I didn't notice them, but I guess this was to show how careful they actually were. It's not like I can keep my powers activated at all times, so it isn't surprising they managed. And if they had someone with a special skill to do so, it would make even more sense. I am impressed they had the audacity of doing Southwest in the first place. They know where I live and where Hestia goes to work. They must think I am just a recent level 2 and that they can push me as they wish. And the thing that gives them this much confidence is their hidden strength. But when you think they kept their strength hidden only so they could ambush the Leto Familia. How petty. Tidio's hatred must be quite deep. Why? They have 2 level 3s, 7 level 2s, and the rest are level 1. One of these level 3s is the one I fought and trashed, he is a recent level 3. The thing is, how did they manage to keep this from the guild? Did they simply not report? That's a possibility. I remember that the guy I killed in the dungeon was level 2. He might have been used to draw the suspicion from the guild. After all, it wouldn't make sense for a Familia composed of 1 to 2 those adventurers to not have a single level 2 after several years. Their captain on the other hand is a true level 3 veteran, he has been one for over 2 years already, making him an average level 3. The guy I captured also said that he is supposedly a very hardworking captain, meaning, his status might be higher than I expect. He might even be close to level 4 depending on how talented he is. But he is mainly a close-quarters fighter. Which means... Silver smiled, throwing the unconscious guy out of the window with telekinesis. For the current me, slash crack, slash. The small warehouse in the garden started to tremble. These guys are just a stone for me to step on. Do you all think I am just going to remain passive for this blatant provocation? I will use you guys to deliver a message, slash tremble, slash. Slash crack, slash. Slash creak, slash. The small warehouse started to float from the ground. It soon caught on fire. What is happening? Screamed an adventurer walking on the garden. Shit. Evade. Screamed another one. Slash boom, slash. The burning warehouse crashed against the circular dome, creating a loud boom across the area. Chaos soon started with multiple people running around the place trying to understand what was going on. What happened? Screamed a man in gray pajamas. You could see he was still not fully dressed since he wasn't even wearing something on his feet. Or perhaps that was his style. It was none other than Hobo Tidios, who had what was probably the worst, sudden wake-up, of his life. Just what? Although the ceiling didn't collapse, it was clear the fire had started to spread around the place. How did this happen? Tell me. Are we being attacked? Who fucking dares? Me. Said a voice coming from the sky. Tidios looked up to see a tall platinum knight floating in the air, he had a super large white sword on his back. You. Do you know the consequences of? Screamed Tidios. Shut up. Said Silver as he moved his right hand horizontally. Tidios realized he couldn't speak anymore. No, he could move his mouth and air was leaving his lungs, but no sound was made. You. How dare you touch Tidios-sama? Screamed an adventurer as he pulled an arrow and released it at Silver. But the knight didn't move, much to the archer's delight. Silver just lifted his left hand. What? A strange blue spiral wave surrounded his hand, and the arrow, upon contact with it, froze in the air. The archer wasn't convinced as he continued to rain down arrows on his enemy. Slash fwash fwash fwash, slash. The others who had bows also started to rain arrows, some even started to cast spells. But all of the arrows fused into a storage molten metallic ball while the spells continued to orbit around the knight. What is happening? Screamed Tidios internally. Are you all done? Then a golden piece of paper suddenly appeared in the air. It slowly flew towards Tidios, who read the paper and froze in shock. As per the rules, the war game between the Leto Familia and the Tidios Familia is cancelled. Your opinion is meaningless in this, said the knight. Slash gasp, slash. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked by this revelation. This is fucking impossible. Proof. I want to know what proof they have. Tidios wanted to scream, but no sound was released. Now that Tidios has received the edict, I shall say the second piece of news. The multiple arrows and magic that were frozen in the air fused together under some strange force, becoming some sort of black-colored ball. It looked dangerous. Even more so if you consider the many magics that were contained within. As the captain of the Hestia Familia, I, Melios Silver, challenged the Tidios Familia to a war game. As he said that, Silver pointed forward and the strange ball flew inside the house and slash boom, slash. The concentrated energy from the spells was released inside the house, unleashing chaos everywhere as multiple effects overlapped. Slash thud slash. A piece of burning wood fell near Tidios. And soon enough, more broken pieces started to drop from the sky. You all wouldn't refuse the challenge of a single adventurer familia, right? Said the knight in a mocking tone. Tidios' veins started to pop up, his face red as he was about to pull out his beard in anger. I accept the challenge, he said loudly as he almost crushed the golden paper on his hand. Tidios realized he screamed loudly. He looked up and gazed at the knight in anger. It seemed he fell right into his ploy. Silver turned around in the sky and started to fly away. Don't you think you can just come and go like this? Said a masculine voice from the side. Slash fwash, slash. Slash bam, slash. Suddenly, a tall man holding a large axe appeared and slashed at Silver. When it seemed as if the knight was going to be hit, his sword magically started to fly and it intercepted the axe. Today is not the time, said Silver as he closed his hand. URG. The man suddenly felt as if a strange force had grasped his entire body. Before he could break free, he was sent crashing against the ground like a piece of garbage. The knight didn't even look at him as he continued on his skywalk. ARGG. The man screamed as he got up and prepared to charge. Slash bam, slash. Slash gasp, slash. But from the sky, the massive white sword fell right in front of him, piercing into the ground. It was a warning. Slash boom, slash. As if that wasn't enough, the knight in the sky pointed below him, and the gate of the Tidios Familia was crushed under an invisible force. Way better, said the knight as he left. Before the tall guy could continue, the sword once again started to move as it went into the sky and after the knight, that by this time, he had already disappeared. He looked at his god, waiting for his orders. Clean this mess and get ready, sighed Tidios as he turned around and looked at his burning house. Anger filled his entire body. You think this is over? It's far from over. Silver reappeared in another alley. His clothes were now cleaned and his anger had been restrained heavily. URG. Flexing isn't always good. He took out a potion and drank it. Flying through telekinesis doesn't take as much energy as it used to, but teleporting still has its toll on me. But I am getting better. Soon enough, teleporting will become very viable as a fighting strategy. It's incredible to see how much I progressed. When I came to Orario, I could barely lift big boulders, but I can now lift an entire warehouse with considerable ease. And what I used to block all of the arrows and magic spells back then. Return to Sender and Ironsides. It might sound simplistic, but it's really just that. A plasmid that allows you to control things via magnetic forces and send them back to others. It's not really magnetic. At least this variation of the plasmid doesn't work based on that principle. It doesn't consume a lot of mine to activate, but it drains a lot in order to keep itself active. And I maintained it for over half a minute. And those guys. This is just the beginning. That captain. He was quite strong. If my telekinesis wasn't this strong, my sword would have been sent flying. I need to be careful, I am not unbeatable. He created a mirror of ice and checked himself. Upon seeing that everything was all right, the mirror shattered and he continued on his way out of the alley. Silver now made his way to a rather large house. He looked to the side to see a poor small girl waiting in the cold, alone. He felt quite sad. Had she been waiting all of this time for him? Silver, said Hestia out loud. She jumped into Silver and started to pull his cheeks. Why did you take so long? It's been over an hour since the combined time, said Hestia. Today, Silver knew he was going to stay with Loija for a long time, and so, he told Hestia he would come here to fetch her in Hephaestus' house at a later time. So Hestia just went on with her day as per normal. She came here to Hephaestus' house after work and had a talk with her, and after that, she came outside to wait for Silver. But she didn't expect him to be over an hour late. Sigh, there was quite a lot of papers to go over, and also, there was a minor incident. What happened? Asked Hestia in concern. You shouldn't be worrying about me, it is me who should be worrying about you. Did you stay this entire time here in the cold? Not the entire time. I went inside several times to warm up. But why did you take so long? Silver removed his scarf and wrapped it around Hestia's neck. I will tell you on the way, let's go, he said as he gave her his hand. She said as she shyly grabbed his hand. She felt heat passing through their hands, and the cold soon left. Hestia felt strange, she was never pampered like this. Let's go. It's getting quite late, said Silver. Nodded Hestia as she hid her face behind the scarf. The way back was rather uneventful, being filled with Hestia talking about her day most of the time. Silver also told her what he did on the dungeon, but he wanted to leave the main subject for later. She could feel he was hiding something, she even felt anger, wrath from his tone. And she was puzzled as to what could have made Silver so angry in the first place. But she held it in, and they eventually made their way back home, right before midnight. So, what was that you wanted to talk with me about? Asked Hestia as she dried her hair after she got out of the bathroom. Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a while but... Bam. Suddenly, Silver pressed Hestia on the bed. CC Silver. What are you doing? Asked Hestia as she blushed. Silver looked directly into her eyes and said. I can't keep this up for long, every day, living with you like this, so close yet so distant. Silver's face approached Hestia. But I am. Silver placed his finger on her delicate mouth. I don't care what you are, the only thing that matters is right now, be it today or in 1,000 years. I will make sure I will be there, said Silver as he went for a kiss. Silver. Hestia. Oi. Are you listening to me? Asked Silver on the side. Eh? What were you saying again? Asked Hestia in embarrassment as she dried her hair. Hestia woke up from her daydream. If only that could happen. But then, she noticed Silver's serious stare. He was gazing directly at her eyes. Coco, could it be? But I am not ready yet. I need to brush my teeth again. Silver opened his mouth to speak. Sigh. As I was saying. The reason why I took so long to fetch you was because I challenged another familia to a war game, said Silver in a serious tone. Crack. That was the sound of Hestia's dreams shattering into a million pieces. Hestia was completely stunned. And Silver didn't say anything as he looked at her, waiting for the little girl to snap out. Just. What happened? Asked Hestia as her eyelids twitched. ? Silver was surprised. Instead of the usual goofiness, Hestia looked at him with a dead serious expression. It's a rather long story. But. Aren't you angry? That I made such a decision without asking you. Of course I am. How couldn't I? To be deprived of such a decision. She looked to the side, she looked at her bed, her clothes, her bed, and then at Silver. Do you know what a war game signifies? It could be the end of this. I have barely even enjoyed the mortal world, and yet, now everything we've accomplished is in danger of just going up into smoke. Why did you challenge them? Well, I didn't expect her to be so blunt. Silver had to think for a few moments before he said. First things first. Don't be like that, I won't be losing any time soon, not to such bastards. He said as he looked at Hestia. I chose this, and I am going to end it. My adventure has just started, our familia's legend has only begun, said Silver as he sat next to Hestia and patted her head. But Hestia didn't smile. She instead maintained her angry persona. Oi. Don't be angry, said Silver. I am waiting for your explanation, she replied as she looked to the side, pouting slightly. Silver smiled deviously before he went to her and hugged her. Si, said Hestia in surprise. That's cheating. I can't hug him back. Else he will think I am easy. I need to convey the image of a mature goddess. I mustn't. I can't. I think about something else. That's it. If it isn't satisfactory then, she said with a dead serious face and tone. Her expression got a little malicious. I will have to punish you, she said with a serious face, but her mouth twitched from time to time. She clearly wasn't capable of maintaining such a face. By the way, she is talking. It looks more like it would be a reward. Silver smiled. Exclamation point. Hestia noticed Silver's expression and she thought. Things are going well. Hee hee. Just keep pushing. Even if you say something satisfying, I will still punish you, hee hee. Hestia's face got red as she started to daydream again. It was like this, said Silver as he pulled Hestia from her dreamland again. Silver started to talk about what happened several months prior and how it was connected to Tidios and his approach a few hours ago. All of this leads to Silver challenging them in a war game as a way to trap them and not allow them to flee. And at the end, Hestia couldn't help but get really angry. Notes. N. He can use his door to travel long distances, but only to places he has already been. And no, he is too far away to go back home, the village, which would require several uses of his door. Chapter 53, Side Story. Sorry for the delay, I was editing this chap and I even deleted half of this chap later on so I had to remake everything. This is kind of a joke side chapter. This is a chapter 1 made with Valentine's Day in mind. A little bit early, but it's here. However, there is no romance in it. A perfect depiction of my Valentines. How will you spend your Valentines? I don't need to know, it was only for formalities. Now, enjoy. Links. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter or this one if you are having trouble https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter, fan_landing equals true. Real chapter name, Wasting Away at Valentine's Day. The sun had set and the night now loomed over Orario. At this time, most people would be having dinner or preparing to go to sleep after a long day of work. However, Orario never slept, much less on this day. After all, today was /whispers/. As always, the hostess of fertility was packed full of adventurers and people. However, fucking hell. Even here I can't have some peace, said Loiju as he drank his beer. It's not that bad, said Silver on his side as he looked around. Silver and Loiju were now sitting side by side in the bar counter, and all around them were tables filled with couples. On this day, in order to capitalize more, Mamma Mia switched most of the big tables towards smaller tables. She was aiming towards the couples. And the menu reflected that. A lot of sweets and couple-focused food. Rainbow love tuna. Lover's drink. I really hate Valentines, said Loiju. I don't think it's that bad, I don't usually pay attention to people around me anyway, so today is no different, said Silver as he ate some of the fries on the plate in front of him. You don't understand, as you know, today is not a holiday, however, even during work, I would see everyone around me exchanging weird glances. Even when people went to talk with me, said Loiju as he frowned. If you want to talk with me at least focus on me and not on your fucking girlfriend, he said. I, Loiju ols mintus, am not a fucking candle holder. You are getting angry at such meaningless things, said Silver as he applied some sauce on his fries. Yeah. Sigh, I just hate Valentine's Day, he said as he drank his beer. Did something happen on this day to make you angry? Asked Silver on the side. Yeah. Almost every Valentine, I would be left alone in the guild and pull out a night shift because people would leave me behind to fuck, he said as he took a big gulp of his beer. One more please, he said towards Mamma Mia. She nodded and went to fill another cup. Looks though, but if that's the case, why don't you ditch them? Even if you don't have a partner, you can always lie and leave early, said Silver. For what? To work more on the next day. At the very least, I can get people to owe me one, however, I take no pleasure in this, he said as he shook his head. I would prefer to be the one with a lover instead. It's really tough. I thought you would be popular considering you are an elf, said Silver on the side as he stretched his arms. Elves aren't that big of a deal, we may have good faces, but most of the elves are. You know already, don't you? In the end, most of the girls tend to be apprehensive when they approach a male elf. I myself have difficulties interacting with girls from other species. Even after living in Orario for over a decade, the habits I developed during my time in my home forest still persist to some degree. I particularly don't like Amazons. This makes me quite reclusive when interacting with other girls. After all, if I wanted to have some fun, then I would just go to the red light district, but I just can't, he said. And Although I left my home, deep within me, I still believe that one day, I will return home and show my parents, my future wife, and kid. He said in a sad tone as Mia came with a drink. She looked at the sad elf and grimaced before she looked at Silver and smiled cheekily. Oi. What are you thinking about? And this guy? Is he drunk already? Seems a bit too early for that. I saw many girls during my life, but nothing ever developed. If I were to explain my romantic life in one word, it would be short, said Loiju as he drank his beer. Silver couldn't help but smile. Is that a recurring problem? He said as he held his laugh. Not really. Hey, said Loiju as his eyes opened wide. Took you some time to understand, haha, said Silver as he ate some fries. Then what about you? How was your romantic life? Asked Loiju. Silver stayed silent for a few moments and said, I am proud to say I never kissed a girl before. He said as he drank his beer. Loiju stared at his friend, pity in his eyes. That's worse than me, man, said Loiju as he also picked up his beer. Cheers. Cheers. Cling. Unbeknownst to them was a black-haired cat girl that heard everything. But let me ask you one thing, said Loiju. Yeah, said Silver. From everyone that I know, I thought you would have someone to spend the day with, said Loiju. Nah, I don't have anyone I am close enough to spend this day with. At least on the way you are thinking. Originally, I was supposed to accompany my goddess but she left you behind for another guy, interrupted Loiju. No, you fucker. As I was saying, she got caught up with something and couldn't come, otherwise, I wouldn't be with you, said Silver as he glared fiercely at him. I don't know, man, seems kind of suspicious, said Loiju as he scratched his chin. Holy sh. Look, my day went like this, said Silver as he narrated his day. After I woke up, I went to the dungeon as always, stopping on the way to say hi to you and get some commissions. All the while, my goddess went to work. When I came back, I visited her at work and we agreed to meet in front of the guild after some time, said Silver. And then, she ditched you, right? Said Loiju with a cheeky smile. Hee hee. I was right, he said with a massive smile on his face. You may be right, but not entirely correct, said Silver. That doesn't make any sense, replied Loiju with a frown. Gulp. Silver took the last gulp at his beer and said, Look, when she busted the time, I continued to wait for a few more minutes until I decided to go after her. And I eventually found her. With another guy, interrupted Loiju. No. You fucking. I think I understand why you don't have a girlfriend in the first place, said Silver as he frowned. Hey man, I was just joking. Then, please. Shut up, said Silver. So. When I met her, I found out she was still stuck at work. Why? Who would stay working till now? He asked. I didn't quite understand, but it seemed she got swept up in a series of minor events and eventually got stuck helping her friend because she felt sad for leaving her alone on Valentine's Day. Hey. Isn't she the same as us then? Said Loiju as he pointed at himself. Silver stared at Loiju and said. As if I would feel sad for leaving you behind to spend time with a girl, he said. Loiju smiled, he did not try to refute. Because he felt the same. Yeah. Me too, said Loiju as he nodded. Mamma Mia appeared and dropped another cup on the table, surprising Silver. Cheers, asked Loiju. Cheers, replied Silver. Cling. Gulp. So. It seems we are on the same boat now, said Loiju. I wouldn't say so, at least, I think my boat has a destination, instead of you who is just drifting in the sea in search of the promised land, said Silver. Oh yeah. Then tell me. How would you get a girl? Asked Loiju with a smile. That's a little too vague, cut it down for me, asked Silver. Aha. Let's cut it to this bar. Silver's face got black. From all of the girls in Orario, this was your fucking choice. No wonder. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. This guy is playing hell mode. Loiju. If you want to die then go alone, said Silver. Why? Is there something wrong with the girls working in this place? He asked Silver. Well. I do understand that for a normal guy like you, you can't feel the oppressive aura these girls have, so let me say to you. Give up, these girls are impossible to get, said Silver in a solemn tone. Why? You don't even know them, said the elf. That's where you're wrong. You see, I have a unique ability. One I can only use once per person, said Silver as he whispered to Loiju. You're drunk, Silver, said Loiju as he rolled his eyes. As if. I only had 1.5 cups while you had 4, replied Silver. All right then. Tell me, what does this special ability of yours do? Said Loiju before he turned around and ordered another plate of snacks. Sure, then, choose one of the workers here, said Silver in a confident tone. Loiju looked around him and had his eyes stop at a cat girl. It was Chloe. The black-haired cat girl. What do you know about her? How would you get her? Asked Loiju. If you convince me, I will pay for the next round, he said with a smile. Sure, prepare to be knocked out of your chair, said Silver as his eyes narrowed. What are you doing? Asked Loiju as he saw his friend's eye sparkle. For a moment, he felt as if something had truly happened. Humph, I just used my ability, said Silver. Wow, said Loiju sarcastically. So, Chloe Rollo, 19 years old, alias Black Cat. She is currently a waitress at the Hostess of Fertility, said Silver. Wow. So original. The cat girl with black hair was named Black Cat, said Loiju sarcastically. Oi, what the gods decide when they name someone is not my problem, replied Silver. And, apart from the alias part, everyone who frequents this place regularly knows that, said Loiju. Patience, my fellow elf. Let's slowly dive deep into her lore. She is not a novel character, said Loiju as he let out a small sigh. What do you know about her past? Asked Silver. Not much. What? Do you know anything about it? Are you her stalker or something? Said Loiju in an ironic tone. No. As I said, this is my special. All right, special ability. Keep going, he said. Her past is as dark as her hair. Ever since she uttered her first word, she was trained to kill, said Silver. Puffed. Loiju spilled his drink in surprise. On the side, Chloe herself seemed to trip over as she almost dropped the wooden cutlery on the plate she was carrying. Surprised? This is only the start, said Silver as he proceeded to say. As she grew up in an assassination familia, she came to dislike them after an intense event, he said. Eventually, she left the familia after performing an incredibly hard task, leveling up in the process, and after some more time, came to Orario and joined the hostess as a waitress, said Silver as he proudly drank his beer. This story is as insane and unlikely as me getting a girl by tomorrow morning, said Loiju. It's the truth, said Silver. All right then, when did you research about her? Do you like her or something? What? I didn't research about her at all, replied Silver. But I did. Then how do you know about all of this? Unless you pulled it out of your ass. I just told you, it's my special ability. It's very unlikely for me, a village boy, to know anything about a girl from one of the hundreds of pubs in the middle of Orario, said Silver. Did you just agree with the fact you pulled this out of your ass? He asked. Sigh, if you aren't going to believe me, then I guess I will just shut up. No, please continue, I can't lie, but this is quite entertaining. Tell me, how would you get her heart? This is difficult. But I would go with a more normal approach. I would try to give her something she lacked and go on from there, said Silver. And what would that be? Asked Loiju. Love and care, said Silver as he looked at Loiju. Loiju facepalmed. Anyway, let's see, how about the other cat girl? What can you tell me about her? He asked. Let's take a look. Silver once again activated his special ability and said. Okay, this is sad, he said. Loiju rolled his eyes. So, Anya Frummel, 20 years old, alias Vanna Alphi, current occupation is the same as what I said previously. Loiju made a sigh so that Silver could continue. Her past was one of destruction. Before she even had the time to enjoy a childhood, her homeland was met with an incredible disaster, he said as he drank his beer. She barely managed to survive thanks to the help of someone she both hates and loves. Her brother. She has a brother now? Asked Loiju in a surprised expression. She always had one. In any case, after being rescued by someone, she lived the rest of her life trying her best to prove herself to him, but in the end, he left her behind. That's sad, man, said Loiju. It depends on the perspective. For me, I don't believe her to have been abandoned, said Silver as he pondered. Oh. Why? Despite her brother being an ass, he still protected her, and what he did to her was nothing but that. That's what I believe after looking at her past, said Silver. What happened next? He asked in curiosity. She came to this place, of course, and the rest is history. All right. So far everything has been all dark, so for the next one, how about you make a happy story? Asked Loiju. As I said, I am not making this up, said Silver as he face-palmed. Instead of doubting me, just tell me who's next, said Silver. Not before you tell me about how you would get her heart. She is just as tricky as the last one, said Silver. She is insecure due to her past, so, to get her heart, I will need to give her the confidence to move on and face her past. And after that, I will need to be strong. Strong enough to not be beaten up by her brother, haha, said Silver as he scratched his head. All right, how about the blonde girl over there? He asked as he moved his head in Lunwar's direction. When Loiju said that, Lunwar, who was currently moving with a plate in her hand, trembled slightly, almost dropping her plate on the ground. She quickly got up and continued to move towards the kitchen. All right then. Lunwar Faust, 20 years old, alias Blackfist, the rest is standard. She had a rough start. You seem to like this sort of story, said Loiju as he interrupted Silver. Don't interrupt me, replied Silver. Cough, As I was saying. Excuse me, clients, said a voice behind the two. They were startled before they turned around and looked behind them. When Silver looked behind him, he started to sweat as he looked at the flowing green hair and sky-blue eyes. It was Real Lion the elf. Here is your order, she said as she looked at them with her cold eyes. But her gaze soon stopped at Silver. He quickly looked to the side, and Loiju did the same. They stared at each other for a split second. The two thought at the same time, did we order anything? Don't worry, it's on the house, she said as she placed 2 large bowls of soup in front of them. Impossible. Mia would never allow this. Enjoy, she said as she turned around and left to tend to other customers. Loiju was confused while Silver was sweating hard. Do you two know each other? He asked as he looked at Silver with a smile. It's not what you think. Well. Free food, I guess. Let's continue, said Loiju. I don't feel good, man. I think I will eat this and leave, said Silver as he grabbed his spoon. What? Why so suddenly? You have yet to tell me about Lunwar Faust's past, he said in a louder tone. Perhaps. The past is meant to be left behind, said Silver as he scooped the soup. Ah, man. Although you didn't manage to convince me, I was quite entertained. I will pay for today, he said with a smile on his face. Yeah, said Silver as he gulped the soup. But tell me, if you were to summarize that elven girl in one word, what would it be? He asked. Silver felt really pressured. He looked behind him and all of the waitresses were occupied with other people. So he took a deep breath and said, regret, said Silver. Why? I mean, she does look cold, but I. Forget about it, man, let me eat this and leave, said Silver. You look on edge. Is she your secret girlfriend? Asked Loiju. Silver shook his head and said, I don't think I have the qualifications to gain her heart yet, said Silver as he ate his soup. Do you eat soup, or do you drink it? LOL. Oh. Why? Ryu is not like most elves. Or at least, she is trying not to be like them. But just like you, the past is sometimes hard to forget. To get her heart, I would need to help her get in peace with her past. And then. He stopped to think and said. And then I would confess to her in a beautiful and serene forest, under the moonlight. He said as he remembered something. Wow. I didn't know you were a romanticist, said Loiju. I guess I do have that side, said Silver as he smiled. After eating the soup, Silver got up from his chair and left in a hurry. However, there was nothing to fear. Because. As he left, all of the waitresses gazed at him. Each with her own expression. With the exception of Mia, who thought he was bailing out. It was up to Loiju to face her wrath. And pay the bill. From then on, every time he went to the hostess, the girls would be slightly more aware of his presence. But he wouldn't realize that until way later. Notes. Kind of a fun chapter one wanted to make. I gave you a very brief introduction to some of the girls' past while also showing you all a bit more of the interactions between Silver and his bro. In any case, I stopped at Lunwar since it would be too much to reveal all of their past since, in the first place, these girls wouldn't feel comfortable with him revealing it all like this. Even though he did, say it all, I am sure they would feel quite bad. Especially Anya, she is the one who has the biggest trauma. And if the MC was to say Ria's past, he would most likely lose some points with the girl since her past is more sensitive than the others. While the first 3 girls only have sad and broad pasts, Ria did commit some serious crimes. Of course, Chloe did commit murder, although she only killed criminals and those resolved to die. Seer does not have a past since she is. And Mamma Mia is also special. I used to have a more lengthy conversation between the two that would include all of the girls' pasts. However, since I read a bit more about how the girls feel about each other, I decided to remove that to make it a bit closer to how they would actually feel. Peace. Normal chapter tomorrow. And also, Happy Valentine's Day. Chapter 54, the day after. Nothing much to say. Peace. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter, or this one if you are having trouble, https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter. Fan_landing equals true. Hestia's expression showed her immense shock, anger, and somewhat helplessness towards Silver's actions. She didn't know how to react. It took a while for her expression to go back to normal. Even if she got angry, so what? She needs to consider their situation first. I know what you are thinking about, and yes, I considered that possibility before challenging them. I am 100% sure of our chances, said Silver as he looked at the worried Hestia. You are just handsome, said Silver as he laid in bed. You are G, she said as she tried to close her eyes, but she couldn't help but take a glance. He is right. But I can't accept it. So what do we now? She asked. I guess this is the time we wait for his answer. If he accepts, then a donatus is held to choose the type of the game, said Silver. This is important, considering we challenged them. They have the right to choose the game, said Hestia as she worried a little. They could easily choose a team battle. Silver is strong but not strong enough to fight them all. In fact, how strong are they? She asked. Most of them are average level 2s. I could eat them for lunch, said Silver in a joking tone. The rest are level 1 and their vice captain is a pathetic level 3. What about their captain? She asked. I beat him up pretty easily when I trashed their house, said Silver in a calm tone. Not exactly. It was clear that he was strong. Even when I grasped him with telekinesis, I already felt him reciting it. Not only that, but he didn't suffer any visible damage when I threw him back into the ground. He is definitely a strong level 3, or he was using some strong gear. Hestia got up from the bed and started to shake Silver's shoulders. You did what? Silver smiled and replied. I peacefully went to their house to deliver the guild edict saying they breached the rules and that their previous war game was now invalid. In the meantime, I went to reconcile for our previous meeting. I didn't do anything wrong, said Silver as he made a wronged face. And how did you reconcile? Asked Hestia as she already imagined the scene. Silver didn't speak. Hestia got closer to him as she looked straight at his eyes. And he looked straight at her. His intense glare made Hestia avert her eyes. Ha! I won. Hestia turned to face him again and said. What did you do? It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing. Tell me, she said as she jumped on his back. Cough. I might have gone a little out of hand. I mean, I drank a little. Not that I could get drunk. So I threw some things in their house. What did you throw? A small warehouse. Burning warehouse, said the narrator. Hestia was stunned. You know, if you just wanted to beat them up, then that would be fine. She now dropped on the bed. But what if they decide to complain about us? Can you even think how big of a fine we would have to pay? Yes, I did in fact, said Silver as he took a paper from his inventory. Of course you did, said Hestia as she face-palmed. Normally, the guild does not interfere in matters related to other familias, including infighting within the city. However, the guild has the power to fine and order other familias in case this fighting extends to other parts of Orario, beyond their private grounds. Sometimes, even if it happens within their private grounds, they might still act if what is happening is somewhat unethical, like what they did with the Soma Familia. Although in that case, the Soma Familia was indeed affecting Orario in a bad way. Meaning, I could have destroyed their house and no one would complain since I have a very valid reason. And the proof was already sent to the guild. Valid is a stretch although. The entire fight did not leave the confines of their property. Since they started this fight by wanting to kill me/kidnap me, even if they failed miserably, I have all of the reason to represent the Hestia Familia in trashing their house. As to uphold our honor and prestige, said Silver in a deep tone. The way he spoke, without even a single speck of remorse. Hestia now understood what had happened. She wanted to say that she didn't care about what others thought about her, however, she knew that this boy in front of her wouldn't be able to tolerate people defaming his familia and him at the same time, as that was too much for his pride. Silver might be really shameless sometimes, but he has his pride. He might allow people to say shit about him and not care, but if people start to defame his family and friends as a way to piss him off, then he will certainly comply to their wishes. Silver, I won't doubt your decisions, in fact, I will be always with you. But remember to not do any excessive fighting. It's already hard seeing you come back hurt from the dungeon. If you were to come back hurt just from walking in the city, then that would be already too much, said Hestia as she placed her head on his back. It's even worse if I have to go to work every day thinking you will get into trouble. I know, it's just that these guys did too much, he said. And Hestia, Orario, in some aspects, can be more dangerous than the dungeon. Tomorrow, let's go to the guild. I won't go to the dungeon tomorrow, let's plan for the war game, okay? Said Silver as he turned around and head-patted the goddess. Hestia liked receiving head pats. Next day, Silver did just as he said he would, and went to the guild to report their challenge, and after doing so, he left towards Hephaestus' place. This was under Hestia's request. She wanted help from her experienced friend. It was already guaranteed that they would accept it. They wouldn't be able to stay in Orario with the trashy reputation they would receive otherwise. You did what? Said Hephaestus when she heard what Hestia said. Of course, after a little bit of explaining, the trio soon started their small meeting. At the same time. In the guild. Two people were currently talking. One of them was Remmer, the guild section leader of Orario, and the other just seemed to be the average guild worker. So now, post these on the reception board. Yes, everything. From the part where Tidios and Leto's war game is cancelled to the war game between the Hestia Familia and Tidios. Creek. Just when Remmer was about to send the worker away, the door to the office opened without prior warning. Remmer was surprised. There were only two possible scenarios for someone to enter this place like this. It's either a very angry worker or Mr. Mardial. How can I help you? He asked towards the fat old elf that just entered the room. It was none other than Royman Mardial, the guild's head. There is something that has come to my attention. A possible cancellation of a war game due to unforeseen circumstances. Asked the fat elf. Yes, sir, is there something wrong? Asked Remmer. Royman looked at the other worker on the side and said. Wait outside for now, do not post the news yet. He ordered to the worker. The men nodded and left. Clack. The door closed, and with this, Royman said. Going back to our previous conversation. Yes, there is. I need you to postpone that. However, be sure to send the Hestia Familia Tidios answer. Said Royman. What? Why is that? Asked Remmer in wonder. Royman took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead as he thought about what happened yesterday night. It was a request. He said. From who? How can it be enough to? From the Freya Familia. Remmer was shocked. Just postpone it for 3 days, counting from today. It's pretty simple. Said Royman. Yes, sir. With that, Royman left without looking behind. Remmer? What should I do now? Asked the other guild worker as he entered the room. Just put those papers on the side. For now, this news is being delayed. What? Don't ask, higher up order, you know the protocol. He said as he made a gesture for him to shut up. Yes, sir. Said the man as he put the stack of papers back on the table and left. Creak. The door closed, and with this, Remmer collapsed on his chair. I can see it. The amount of paperwork waiting for me. He said as he frowned. Ah. In the middle of the day, inside a mansion, a girl with blue hair screamed as she woke up from what seemed to be a nightmare. Sweat fell on her forehead as she recalled everything she saw in her dreams. It was the same dream she had a little earlier. This time it was more vivid. But the result did not change. In fact, it seemed worse. She didn't want to believe it. Oh. Are you okay, Cassandra? Let me guess. Another one of those dreams? Asked a girl on the side. She was currently sitting on a small table, going over several envelopes, making sure everything was perfectly fine. She seemed satisfied with her work, but she was still annoyed she lost her sleep due to it. It was even worse this time. I saw. Stop it, Cassandra, nothing will come from believing in those dreams of yours. Instead, go to the shower and put on some clothes. After we get some lunch we will go send these letters. Said Daphne. Lunch. Shouldn't it be breakfast? Asked Cassandra. That was several hours ago. Said Daphne. How? How long did I sleep? Asked Cassandra in concern. A few hours more than normal. But I am already used to this, you always sleep more when you have those weird dreams of yours. Said Cassandra after she packed all of the letters. I will go take a shower and possibly some coffee to recover some of my energy. Let's go together. Yes. The two girls made their way to the showers. Slash in the dungeon, slash. Slash swash, slash. Ha. Said a girl as she cut a minotaur in the neck with her long sword. Huff. Huff. She exhaled as she sat on a rock. Here you go. Said a Palom girl on the side as she gave the girl a cup of tea. Thank you, Riha. She said as she picked up the tea. You know. There is no need for you to work so hard, at this rate, you are only going to suffer instead of improving. Said the Palom girl. I know. Replied the elf girl. Then why? But if I remain at my old pace, I won't be able to catch up, never. You are already considerably above your old pace. Said Riha. Everyone is level 2 now, currently, everyone is at home going over strategies, while you are here training non-stop. I don't want to downgrade your efforts, but no matter how fast you hunt you can't have a meaningful change in 1 week. Said Riha as she grabbed her friend's shoulder and shook it. I know. But. And the tea is going to spill at this rate. He is also level 2. Said the elf. I knew it. So it was about him. Said Riha. Sigh. Look, he is he, and you are you. We don't know much about his fighting style nor his personality, so why are you trying to catch up to him? This is enough, think about it, if you get hurt due to training and can't show your best in the war game, what is he going to think of you? Alright, I will leave. However, I won't be stopping my training anytime soon. You stubborn girl. Said Riha as she gave the elf a head pat. That was her only chance of doing something like this due to her size. Hee hee. The two girls talked for a bit longer before they packed their things and left. Slash somewhere in Orario, slash. Slash knock knock knock, slash. Artemis Sama. Please, get out of your room. Said Rithusa with a worried expression. Please. It might not be what you think. Slash creak, slash. The door was suddenly opened, revealing Artemis. Her eyes had dark circles around it as she had clear signs of tears. Artemis looked like a girl who had been rejected by her love, locking herself in her room. It's all a lie. Sniff. Love is a lie. Said Artemis out loud. Please. Tell me what happened. Said Rithusa as she expected for the worse. She approached Artemis and hugged her as she led her inside the room. The two were now sitting on her bed. Sniff. I waited for him to come back. But when he returned. Sniff. She cried a little. Okay. Tell me what happened. Said Rithusa as she patted Artemis back. She is like the perfect depiction of a maiden with a broken heart. He wasn't wearing his helmet. Replied Artemis with a sad face. Isn't that good? You saw his face, right? Asked Rithusa. But he. Tell me, don't be shy. Asked Rithusa. He is Hestia's child. Said Artemis as she hugged her pillow. Slash silence slash. Rithusa stayed there with an inquisitive look for a little while before she asked. Is that it? Said Rithusa as she exhaled in relief. It's not really a problem. How can it not? He is my best friend's child. He is her familia captain. Hestia captain, huh? So that's the guy who saved us. And he was a captain. Well, no wonder. The image of silver on her head elevated a bit more. Look, Artemis, it might be a bit awkward, but as long as they aren't in a relationship there is no need for you to hold yourself back. Said Rithusa as she patted Artemis back. This happens all of the time. If it was a crime for a god to have a relationship with a child of another familia, then most of the gods would have to stop their romances. Phew. For a moment I thought she had been rejected. Wait. Didn't you tell me Hestia had a boyfriend? Isn't that perfect then? He is free for the taking. Yeah. It isn't bad to date the familia member of a friend. Asked Artemis. Oh come on. If it was wrong, then dating any adventurer would be bad since he would always be the child of someone you already know. Said Rithusa. At least it's Hestia, so you can learn more about him if you ask her. That's right. Hestia has been quite the subject of discussion recently among the gods. Everyone is interested to know who is her boyfriend. I could ask her for advice. Yeah. So what are you waiting for? Get up, and let's get you changed. He isn't going anywhere for now, but it's better to move fast now that his identity has been revealed. I am sure that, said Rithusa. Before she could continue, Artemis got up from bed and ran to who knows where. That was fast. I am glad she recovered. But I really hope he doesn't have a girlfriend. Else she is truly going to break. She had mixed feeling about all of this. Somewhere in Orario, Is this the place? Asked Asfi as she looked at a nice and big house. To think they would hide in the middle of our site. I guess those are really the best hiding spots. Asfi was alone, looking at the house as she drank a little bit of tea. She was currently sitting on a table near a cafe. It was, definitely, part of her disguise. So this brings my investigation to an end. She saw someone leave the house. Knowing this might be a new lead, she followed the men. She became even more curious when the men passed by an alley and got a hold of a large box. This is suspicious. Was there more supply points we didn't know of? What is he carrying? She continued to follow the men, all of the way until... This place. What is this place? In front of her was a relatively large, circular-shaped house. Its shape was like that of half of a circle with a diameter of 20 meters and a height of 4 floors. It had a nice space around it filled with all sorts of plants. Although most of them were removed, it seemed as if they were all in the middle of repairs as there were multiple construction workers going in and out with materials. What happened in this place? I can see clear traces of destruction and a fight. She looked to the side to see the men blending in with the construction workers and entering the house. She was ready to follow him when... It was fucking crazy yesterday, said a passerby on the side. Did you see it? Oh yeah. You live on the other side of the street. How was it? Asked the other man walking on his side. Men. It was suddenly silent when suddenly... Bam. I hear a loud sound of something falling. I ran upstairs to see what happened only to see my older son looking outside of the window in shock, so I went to see what was going on right. And? Asked the other man. And what? I saw everything. The Tidios Familia house burning down as a figure stayed there in the sky, looking at everything from above. What? So was the Tidios Familia attacked? Aren't they preparing for the war game? Who would be so crazy? This is where you are wrong. I didn't hear what he said, but I have an adventurer friend who was getting out of the dungeon. Just when all of this was going on. He went in to help, but what he heard shocked him. What is it? Don't leave me on hold. I still remember everything he said to me. It was this. As per the rules, the war game between the Leto Familia and the Tidios Familia is cancelled. What? Said the friend. It's not over yet. Now that Tidios has received the edict, I shall say the second piece of news. As the captain of the Harris Familia, I, Meba Silba, challenged the Tidios Familia to a war game. As he said that, he pointed his finger forward and cast a massive destruction spell that burned the Tidios house to the ground. Or most of it. You can see its state right now. Said the passerby. No way. The two continued chatting, but Asfi was not hearing any of it. Harris Familia. Meba Silba. Wasn't that just a really bad pronunciation of Hestia and Melio Silver? Asfi placed her hand in her head as she had a headache. The mission comes first. She turned around and disappeared in the crowd. Somewhere in the west of Orario, in a strangely shaped house, There was a man with an elephant mask on his face. He was sitting on a nicely decorated table that had an elephant theme. And the pen on his hand also had a small elephant ornament. On his side, there was a large metal bird cage, and inside of it, was a beautiful chicken-like creature with golden/emerald feathers. The strongman suddenly stopped what he was doing and smiled brightly. So it's finally my turn. He said as he did a Power Ranger jump and leaped from his chair. He stopped behind a large open window and posed, showing his worked-out muscles. I am Ganesha. He said as he continued to change poses. Yes, I know that. Said another man with an elephant mask on his face. He turned around as he continued to clean the ground. Ganesha is currently enjoying the spotlight. Said Ganesha as he continued to pose. What is that even supposed to mean? Asked the other masked man as he once again turned to face Ganesha. I waited for over 50 chapters to appear. Said Ganesha out loud. Sigh. The man ignored his god's strange antics as he continued to calmly sweep the floor. As the camera slowly zoomed out of the room, it showed a nice sky view of Orario. What was going to happen from now on? I am Ganesha. Said Ganesha as the camera zoomed out. Cuckoo, said the jackbird on the cage. The narrator was tired. It was time for him to sleep. Notes. We are getting closer and closer to the first big event of this arc. If you are interested in knowing what happened, you can hop into P@TR3 on to read 10 chapters ahead. In there, not only did this arc already end, but the next one has already started. I hope you are enjoying the story so far. Until next time. Chapter 55, War Game Preparation. Sorry for the wait, here is the chapter of today. After tomorrow I will post a side chapter as always, although, as of now, I have yet to see if the end of this chapter is actually a cliff. If it is, I won't drop a side chapter, going for the normal route instead. And in any case, the timeline for the side chapters are catching up with the main story. I can think of at most 1 or 2 more side chapters before we are on the same timeline. However, we have more side chapters available. Let's see. Let's go back a few minutes before Asfi left to go after the mysterious man. In that same building where the mysterious man left, several people could be seen in a dark room whose windows had been blocked. For the sake of convenience, they shall be numbered. Once again. The mission failed, the squad leader has yet to come back. Said masked man number. At least we found out our target identity. Said another guy, masked man number. That doesn't matter anymore, what matters now is leaving. We received a report about the location of the guides, now we just need to leave. Said masked man. We shall do it tonight if everything goes right, however, be ready to leave at any time, in the meantime, we will wait for a small distraction. He said. Wouldn't that make us fall below schedule? Asked another one of the guys, masked man. That doesn't matter anymore since we already failed the mission. Being hasty now may only lead to an early death. Said masked man. Although I can't guarantee if we are even going to survive when we get back there. Sigh, this mission never made much sense anyway, finding out about the identity of the knight, even if we did, what would change? The only one who knew what was going on is now dead together with the fighting team, the only ones left are us from the supply team. Said a guy sitting in the corner, masked man. All of them remained silent. What happened has happened, we are meant to follow orders, and we did. Now, instead of doubting everything, let's go over the plan one more time and make sure we can at least escape Orario in one piece. Said masked man. Once that box arrives at its destination, we will receive the last thing we need to leave. A distraction, we only need to wait for it to be used. He said. But how long will that take? Asked the other person masked man. No more than a week. Said masked man. 1 week. Not too long, not too little. Said masked man. As we wait, let's prepare, better than wait here doing jack shit. Said masked man 1 as he walked to the door. Inside the Hephaestus Familia home, Hestia was currently looking at a complex set of lines and words on a board. Her face was red, not due to embarrassment, but due to overtaxing her brain. And even then, she still didn't understand everything that Hephaestus was saying. She looked at Silver, but his expression was completely calm. He complimented Hephaestus's words as if everything she was saying was obvious. What did she expect? Hestia was definitely the dumbest one in the room. And this is the best way to deal with these sorts of situations. Now, for the next one. Wait. Please. Let my brain rest a little. Said Hestia as she laid in the couch. Silver looked at Hestia and said. Sigh, I don't think we are making that much progress. Said Silver as he turned his head to look at the board. What do you mean? It's very important to go over tactics. Said Hephaestus as she removed her glasses. I agree with you, but I don't think I would lose in 90% of those situations. Normally, the theme of the game is chosen by the challenged, however, it isn't really uncommon for the challenger to choose one as well. Said Silver. And in some cases, if the situation is too unfair, a lottery can be done to determine the theme. In the end, it's up to the gods' creativity. And whatever they are feeling at the moment. What do you want to say by saying all of this? Asked Hephaestus in suspicion. Silver smiled. As long as you choose a game style that Tityos can't refuse, can't we control what will be the theme of the game? Asked Silver. But Tityos would only choose something that gives him a massive advantage. Said Hestia as she frowned. We can use that to our advantage. There are some game styles I can guarantee winning no matter how much they prepare. And even if they don't accept, we can always use some special tricks. Such as? Asked Hephaestus. Silver got up from the chair and coughed. Oh no. Could it be that you are afraid, Tityos? From all of your 24 children against my sole level 2 child? Are you that pathetic? Said Silver as he perfectly imitated Hestia's voice. He had a wide smile on his face. Hestia and Hephaestus looked at each other. The two felt chills on their backs. This isn't the only thing, we can always think of similar tactics, their main purpose is to lead him into choosing what we want. And what sorts of games are you thinking about? Asked Hestia. Capture the flag, one-on-one fight, infiltration, etc. Said Silver. The bad ones would be team fights, fort defense, etc. As long as we choose a game where I am not forced to fight all of them at the same time, we win. And if he chooses something like capture the flag, then it's an instant win since I can just steal it and leave. Said Silver as he pulled a cup to him with telekinesis. Exclamation point. Hephaestus got a scare when the cup started to move on its own, but she calmed down soon after. That's right. For us, that's almost an instant win, and Tityos would think he is on advantage. But Hephaestus cut Hestia. I don't want to cut your expectations but it's almost clear to most people that you have some sort of movement ability. Tityos is a slippery guy, he definitely knows and would never shoot himself in the foot like that. Said Hestia as she visibly deflated like a balloon. It's clear that Tityos knows that he holds the advantage if he forces a team fight against you. Said Hephaestus. That's right. That's why, if everything fails, you need to somehow make him accept a siege or something similar. Said Silver. Siege. Said the two at the same time. Yup, a siege. A siege is nothing more than a team defending a territory while the other one invades. The defending team has to defend their prized object while the other team has to take it down/steal, you know the drill. But, if we force them into such a situation, it's clear that Tityos would choose to make this prized object a person, their strongest adventurer. But nevertheless, attacking a fortified castle is still better than attacking their entire team at the same time. Even if they cower and decide to gather all of their forces in one room, that is still better for me since having an environment to fight is better than fighting all of them in an arena. Said Silver. The two were deep in thought. There is just something I am quite confused about this plan of yours. Said Hephaestus. Yeah. You talk as if you could easily defeat any of them one-on-one. Said Hephaestus as she pointed at Silver. Yeah. I thought that was obvious. Said Silver as he looked at Hephaestus. Hephaestus facepalmed. Hephaestus, don't take it to heart, Silver is just like that. But he isn't lying. Said Hestia as she patted her back. I know you defeated some irregular monster and that you are skilled and strong enough to beat a level 3 in hand-to-hand combat like you told me but in a real fight, those guys will be equipped with the top-of-the-line stuff. Tityos hid himself pretty well and he is quite wealthy, he surely has his adventurers well equipped. And I don't want to say your gear is bad, it's just that you are a recent level 2 adventurer, it's unlikely that you have any sort of gear that can compare with theirs. She said. I know. Replied Silver. But that is easy to fix, right? He said as he took out a bag from his inventory. Hestia also looked at him in surprise, she didn't expect him to show such a thing at this moment. What is? Said Hephaestus as she tried to comprehend what she saw. Oh this. This is all of the money I have, a little over 10 million valis. He said as he pointed to the bag. Not that. You know what? Forget it. Said Hephaestus as she shook her head. I shouldn't ask his secrets. That was my inventory space. Cool, right? Are you sure it's fine to show me that? Said Hephaestus in a serious tone. Although she felt conflicted inside. I trust my goddess, and she trusts you, and so far, you showed me you are willing to get out of your way for us, this is just me showing some gratitude by trusting you. He said with a smile. However, Silver had thought this over several times already. And this was his choice. I won't be able to hide this forever, so the best way to make use of it would be to score some points with some people. Before they learn about it. If I show them that I trust them. It would have quite an impact on our relationship. Thank you for trusting me. Said Hephaestus as she flushed a little. Her embarrassed face quickly got back to normal as she said. 10 million valis is indeed quite the sum, it should be enough to make something. This is my chance. How about I do it for you too? She said. Hestia was surprised while Silver opened his eyes wide. Yay. Said Hestia as she jumped to hug Hephaestus. It won't be something incredible. I will only reinforce the original armor and add some effects. She said. Thank you. I know 10 million valis would normally be too little for your services. Said Silver. Normally yes. But we can sign a contract and you can pay me more later. So, you can store this money for now. She said. I will only do this once. She said as she pointed at Hestia. Thank you, Heffy. Said Hestia as she hugged her tightly. All right. Hestia, you can let me go now. You only call me this in these sorts of situations. As the two talked, Silver took out his armor from his inventory, surprising Hephaestus. She ignored Hestia as she thought. To think he has so much space. He truly has an oddball collection of abilities. She separated Hestia from her and went to take a look at the armor. After several minutes she said. This is quite good. Who made this? She asked. Me. Isn't it obvious? Replied Silver with a poker face. This time Hephaestus got annoyed. Tell me what you did and used if possible. Also, tell me what you would like me to add. It's up to you. In fact, in truth, there isn't that much of a need to make this that great since this armor would be switched soon after I got higher stats. I would most likely change it once I got to level 3. That's normal after all. This armor was very well made, so I can add some good effects. This armor will be good enough to last you through level 3. She said as she patted the armor. Hephaestus seems quite excited. Different from her usual calm self. Hestia was happy that her friend was slowly becoming more open. Her previous clinical self was pretty sad. So is that all for now? Asked Silver. I need to take measurements so. Wait, Silver. Before you go. Hestia whispered something in his ears. Silver looked at her with a confused expression, but he opened his inventory and clang, slash. A large rack of spears, swords, axes, and more, suddenly appeared. This greatly surprised Hephaestus. It's bigger than I thought. But then, her face got red. Now leave. Said Hestia as she kicked his butt. Is this even necessary? Are you forgetting I can choose to not make dinner? Said Silver as he looked at Hestia. You wouldn't do that, right? She said as a small bead of sweat fell from her forehead. We'll see. Until next time, Miss Hephaestus. Said Silver as he waved and left. Creak slash. He opened the door and left, most likely to the dungeon. Then. Are you going to tell me what this is all about? Asked Hephaestus as she looked at all of the gear on the ground. I have been thinking about this for quite a while, and at the start, Silver was capable of making his own things, but I am afraid he is losing too much time doing something that isn't really that worth it. But at the same time, I don't want to stop him from something he likes, something he is clearly skilled in even. Although I know he won't stop this anytime soon, my hope was that he could get a weapon that he could bring with him for a very long time. One he can bond with and improve. It might sound surprising considering everything he can already do, but Silver is also quite skilled in all sorts of weapons. However, he can't be considered a master in any. At least, that is how I think. I am not really a weapon connoisseur. So I wanted to give him something he could bring with him for a very long time. At least this way, he can focus more on improving himself than spending hours in the forge every day to make something he is probably going to break in a few days. Said Hestia as she looked at the platinum armor. Sigh. I could definitely make what she wants, but you know I can't do anything like that, right? Let's stick with the plan for now and I am already doing a lot. Aren't you asking for too much? I can't give in to this, thud. Hestia immediately prostrated on the ground. Get up. What are you doing? I won't get up. This won't make me change my mind. Said Hephaestus as she turned around. Neither will I get up. Please, Hephaestus. The two continued on their impasse for several hours. Silver, on the other hand, could be seen on the middle floors, bullying a few more minotaurs. So I am finally strong enough to just exchange punches with a minotaur without breaking my hand. I would even cry of emotion. Moo. The minotaur on the ground let out his final breath as his body stopped moving. Silver completely ignored it, thought. The most sensible thing for now is to increase my stats as much as I can until the war game. And together with the equipment, I should be able to easily deal with them. At least get strong enough so those level 3 can't defeat me even if they come together. Not like they can right now, but I prefer to be cautious than just rush ahead. What's the term? Being overgeared. In any case, I must proceed while thinking that the enemy can defeat me. I can't be overly arrogant just because I am stronger than my own level. But I'm almost out of powder for the training. Most of the black markets were wiped out when the Familius were cleaning Orario, so everything is now super expensive and the black markets open randomly around Orario. I would have to dig for them. I would need to look for a broker, but they all went into hiding. There are some people that might know, but approaching them might be a little dangerous. The thing is that I don't know when the war game will happen. A Familia that has been challenged has no time limit to reply to the challenge, although there is an formal time limit of about a week. If they took so long, then I would be able to seek out more powder with no problem. I will pass by the guild today to see if they received anything. By then I can think about these things. Silver picked a pouch from his inventory and set it on fire. He manipulated the wind so the smell could spread around more easily. Roar. Roar, slash. Soon enough, the sounds of dozens of monsters echoed in the caverns. Some time later, in the guild, What do you mean, Loiju? Asked Silver as he looked at his instructor. It is what it is. I am also a little confused about the situation, but those guys aren't saying anything. Said Loiju as he shrugged his shoulders. The two were now in one of the guild private rooms. After spending most of the day in the dungeon, testing his powers and his body, he made his way to the guild to see how things were going. And to his surprise, the Tidios Familia already accepted the challenge, but for some reason, the guild did not report the situation. Instead, Loiju told him something interesting. So let me if I understand. Instead of saying that the war game was already cancelled and that a new one is now in its place, the guild is investigating the accusations against the Tidios Familia. And they have predictions of this ending in 3 days. Asked Silver. Yup. Silver frowned. What is happening now? Why postpone this? Why is the guild delaying the war game? I don't understand. Said Silver as he scratched his head. There must be something I don't know. What can I do? There might be something to do with the Donatus. Although I find that unlikely. Said Loiju. The Donatus that will happen at the start of March and the day where the war game was supposed to happen. I guess it's possible. Said Silver. And I can't really investigate. It isn't a good idea to make a bad impression in the guild by snooping around. But in any case, this means that the theme of the war game will most likely be chosen during this Donatus. I doubt they would make another one or push it forward. Said Loiju. This Donatus was supposed to be the first one of the year, but we had 2 already. Most gods would be pissed or annoyed. Alright then, thanks for the info. I will fetch my goddess now. Said Silver as he got up. See you man, if you need anything, we have a lot of records about previous war games in the library, just tell me when and we can take a look at it together later. Said Loiju as he organized the books on the table. Silver nodded and left the room. It was time to fetch his goddess. Notes. If you are a bit confused, the guild received an order from the Freya Familia saying that they should postpone the publication of the news about the war game. So instead, the guild is now investigating the accusation claims. Even though they already have more than enough evidence in the fact that the Tidios Familia received an edict. What is Freya planning? Also, I've chosen what will be the MC's main weapon. This means that in most fights, the MC will use that particular weapon. However, it's not like he can't use other weapons. His sword and spear skills aren't going to disappear just because he chooses an axe. Also, you guys better get ready. After this war game, the MC's alias will be chosen. So I want a good name. I did choose one but I don't think it's appropriate. See ya. Chapter 56, Fancy Party. Hey, boys, how are you all doing? So, no side chapter this week, and probably in the next few weeks as well. The reason for that is due to the fact that the timeline for the side chapter has actually caught up. There is no more meaningful events surrounding the main character now. As you know, the last side chapter was about Valentine's Day, which happens on February 14th. It's currently over a week later. I think there is a precise date somewhere in this chapter but I don't remember. Of course, I could do some alter stories like presenting Freya's point of view in all of this or even other side characters' POVs. I could even go away from this world and present the MC's past life. Like making a Hestia POV, she is one of the more important side characters, although I could say Hestia is the main female lead at this point in time. As for Ace, she wasn't even properly introduced yet. We will see about that later. In any case, side chapters will be only returning after this minor arc is over. Peace. Oh, I got some very interesting aliases for the MC, some I really liked. I will ask this question again in the near future Kakik. One last thing. Can anyone help me with Sword Oratoria events? Like, what was Dionysus's plan overall, and what was his relationship with Philvis? Did she know that he was the main cause behind her monster transformation and the death of her comrades on the middle floors? I see her being very loyal but how much does she know? Is she just evil? In any case, I will present you all with more questions later. After having his conversation with Loiju, Silver left the room. Silver could be seen walking down the hallways of the guild, just one more turn and he would be in the main area, and then, he would make his way to Hestia. However, he was approached by 2 girls, one had red hair, and the other had blue hair. One looked very strict, like a general, and the other looked shy and frail. Excuse me, are you Silver from the Hestia Familia? Asked the red-haired girl. Please don't be. Said the girl in blue hair. What? They look familiar. Yes, I am. How may I help you too? Asked Silver. Please, give this letter to your goddess. Said the red-haired girl. Silver picked the letter and asked. May I ask what this is about? Silver asked with a bit of suspicion. Before they answered him, the girl decided to present herself. My name is Daphne, and this is Cassandra. I imagine you figured who we are by looking at our clothes. Said Daphne as she showed the symbol of the Apollo Familia on her sleeve. This is an invite. For a Palisama banquet. Said Cassandra in a low tone. She seemed to be rather shy. Perhaps shy is not exactly the word. Reclusive. Oh no. Silver finally realized who the two girls in front of him were. It was as clear as daylight now. When did we attract the Apollo familia's attention? It's too soon for him to come for my ass. This could be a coincidence. After all, Apollo is known for making seasonal parties. So this may very well be it. Silver kept his poker face, but inside, he was confused. Apollo is bisexual. And very aggressive. You don't have to come, said the blue-haired girl, only before she was hit in the head by the red-haired girl. We still have a lot to do, so let's go, said Daphne as she turned around. She is considerably rude. I know she isn't a bad person, but that is a bit much. She is a very serious and professional person. He looked at the invite and thought, I hope this doesn't lead to that scenario. Daphne, who was now a few meters away from Silver, turned around and said, My condolences. Sigh. I see. So it was indeed about this. I never met Apollo, nor do I think he is interested in me, so this can only be about one person. Although it was the same for Belle. Instead of being pressured, Silver smiled, making Daphne doubt what she was seeing. Yeah. My condolences, said Silver to Daphne. Cassandra's eyes trembled, but she remained silent. Silver turned around and left. It was time to get a tuxedo ready. He was going to be attending a party soon. Once he arrived at the Hephaestus Familia home, he saw Hestia with a bandage on her forehead and Hephaestus, who had a tired expression on her face. He didn't know what happened, but he eventually was pulled away by Hestia. What about his gear? Eventually, Hestia told him Hephaestus was taking a look at it and that he should forget about it for now. Silver felt that something was wrong. No, something was definitely wrong, but considering Hestia's excited face, it was most likely going to be a surprise, so he kept quiet and went home. Sometime later in the church, URG. It just happened to be now, said Hestia as she read the invite. I completely forgot about that jerk due to Silver leveling up in the war game, but he is a very petty person. Hestia frowned as she thought deeply before saying, What I did that day must have hurt his pride. Otherwise, why would he have brought forward his party after staying silent for almost a month? What does the letter say? Asked Silver as he sat near her. Although I have a pretty good idea. Hestia did not hesitate, as she said. It's an invite from Apollo to a banquet of his whose theme seems to be the gods' children, said Hestia. Oh. What does that mean? Asked Silver. Every invited person is required to bring one member of their familia, and that's it. I see. This is really similar. But I wonder what happened for this to happen. The main reason Silver thought Apollo was targeting them was due to Daphne's words. However, this situation is also relatively similar to the original one in the show. Why did it have to be now of all time? I am already pissed off due to what Tityos did, and now Apollo is butting in. You seem to really dislike Apollo, said Silver. The Apollo I know is a very selfish bastard. He forced many people into his familia, yet, he also treated most of them well. Although, due to his sex drive, most of them end up as his lovers. Of course, not all. But you got my drift. Apollo is known as someone who would force smaller gods into doing his wishes and for being petty, but he is also someone who cries for days over the death of a lover by staying on their tombstone even if it was raining. Daphne is a good example of this. Apollo took care of her and Cassandra for many years, but he forced her and Cassandra into his familia, depriving them of freedom. So she hates him with all of her heart, and she repays his care by executing his orders, but she didn't really mourn for him when he was sent out of Orario. She instead joined Mayak when the Hestia Familia was thrown into debt. Humph. He is a bastard that doesn't know when to stop. The only time I had peace in heaven was when he descended all of those years ago. Couldn't this just be a coincidence? After all, it's not like he knows we are in a war game, said Silver. And it's too early for him to take a fancy to my face. Although I can't guarantee he would attack our familia just for that. Belle had that charm of being a handsome boy with the naivety of a kid. This combination was what made most people fall for him in the first place. I also think that, but it's a terrible time to happen nonetheless, said Hestia as she sweated a little. This is the consequence of my actions. What's the worst thing he can do? Asked Silver. URG. That's the problem. We also can't refuse this. Else things would get worse. Hestia shook her head. There was no point in worrying about this. Instead of worrying about the future, we should live more in the present, she said as she got up from the sofa. Let's go buy a dress, said Hestia. It's 7 p.m. though, said Silver as he looked at the clock on the side. Her expression froze, but she soon recovered as she said, "Tomorrow." But Silver didn't seem that convinced. "Don't we have a dress ready?" he asked. "Oh no." He realized he said something he shouldn't have. "How dull of you, Silver. It's the end of winter, and with it, we need a proper dress that personifies ourselves in this season," she said as she looked at him with a serious face. "When you were poor you barely cared about things such as face and appearance, but now you care, huh? Come on, we are talking about a goddess who would store food in the middle of a party to eat home and walk around town in some very suspicious clothes." Although, to be honest, Hestia's usual attire was nowhere as shameless as some other girls. Come on, some Amazons go around town with clothes no less revealing than swimsuits. While Silver thought, Hestia went through her wardrobe, until she stopped at a bluish-purple dress. "I found it. This is perfect. Phew. I don't want to go out with her again on a shopping spree like last time." What about the shoes? You know the party is only after tomorrow, right?" asked Silver. "It's best if we get everything ready by tomorrow," replied Hestia without turning away. Silver just turned to the side and went to take a shower. He had already accepted the fact that he wouldn't be able to go to the dungeon tomorrow. Not that he needed, since he had other things to do. Silver smiled evilly as he thought about what Apollo was going to do at the party. All across Orario, gods opened their respective invites as they started to prepare for the party in 2 days. A girl in blue hair decided to attend such a banquet for the first time in her life. A guy with blonde hair smiled as he put the envelope to the side and turned his face to gaze at the moon. A blue-haired man stopped brewing his potions as he read the envelope brought by his children. A man that had a long and unkempt beard looked at the envelope before he burned it on the fireplace. Instead, he looked at the box on the side and took out the object from within. It was a triangular-shaped object and a small box with a few blue pills. He smiled as he looked at them. It was a very disgusting smile. A small red-haired girl looked at the envelope with an annoyed face before she threw it to the side and continued to drink her booze. On top of babble, a silver-haired mature woman looked at the envelope with uninterested eyes, before she smiled as she thought of something. She got up from her bed and went to another room nearby. Soon enough, a man entered the room with a stack of clothes in his hand. All around Orario, gods started to move as they answered the calls of Apollo, who is known for making some of the best parties in Orario. 2 days later, a wooden carriage stopped in front of a large hall. From inside, a beautiful girl wearing a blue dress and long dark hair. Her beauty was really out of this world. "Did we finally arrive?" asked Hestia. "It seems so," said a male voice from inside. "HAAA. It's just a shame we came alone. I don't really know everyone that well apart from Hephaestus. And she didn't come." As Hestia complained about her lack of social connections, a tall man made his way out of the carriage carefully as to not hit his head. He was wearing a black tuxedo and shoes. His hair wasn't that long, being just around his neck. His most distinctive features were his pair of silver eyes. But even if he didn't have those, his face still drew attention as he was fairly handsome. His expression was relaxed, as if none of this was new and surprising for him, even though this was supposed to be his first party. The combination of a small goddess in her blue dress and tall guy in his black tuxedo did draw some attention from the few people at the hall's entrance. "Are you ready?" asked Silver to Hestia. But instead of replying, she looked at him suspiciously. "Isn't this your first time as well? Aren't you nervous?" she asked. "Yes, it's my first time," said Silver as he checked the time on his pocket watch. "Are you sure you are ready to face the looks of dozens of people?" asked Hestia. "How bad can it be?" he replied as he tied his shoes without a care in the world. "I told you already, you are too carefree," she said as she gave him her hand. "You are the one who's too nervous," he said as he held her hand. Silver led Hestia's as they made their way across the steps towards the party. Towards a party that would be remembered for years to come. It was really a beautiful place, but from Silver's perspective, it was quite boring. Image. The high ceiling, the shiny marble on the ground and walls, the mixture of golden and white with the eventual touch of wine red and blue. The only thing that drew Silver's attention was the long tables with several dozen exotic foods on top. Nevertheless, he did appreciate the atmosphere. The music hit the spot as it managed to blend in with the environment. And the back view of the moonlit garden was also a plus for him. Even though most people in here couldn't appreciate it due to the lack of light. "This place is quite nice, isn't it, Silver?" asked Hestia as she looked at the decorations in the hall. "Looks like Apollo didn't hold back in this. It's pretty good indeed. How about we sit somewhere for now since the party hasn't even started yet?" Silver went with Hestia and took a spot near the corner. Hestia soon started to eat without a care while Silver sat there to think. Silver looked at her speechless. "It is not the time to eat. Apollo. He can be considered to be a god who is living the most out of his life in the lower world. Although you could say he is on the very limit of morality, he didn't break that many laws. If he spent more money on his adventurers rather than on luxuries, he might have had a level 5 adventurer by this point in time. He is a god who has stayed in the lower world for as long as Loki after all. However, his familia is more recent since Apollo spent his first few years going around the world exploring and enjoying the lower world. It was only when he came to Orario that he settled down and created a familia made from the followers he gathered throughout his journey. Yesterday, I made sure to check the Apollo familia state, and I found out they are just as strong as I had imagined. They have around 80 members, but most of them are just level 1. The average of the average. Apollo never set his sight on talent, instead, opting to recruit beautiful and interesting members. Whether they were talented or not was just a bonus for him. As long as someone caught his attention, it was sure he was going to recruit them unless he was already part of a stronger familia. You could say, this familia exists more for the amusement of Apollo than towards a higher goal, such as the elimination of monsters or to have its members improve, such as the Loki familia. In this sense, the Freya familia can be seen as having a similar goal, but instead, Freya actually does help and incentivize her children to improve. In her own brutal way. Even though her familia is there mostly for her amusement. Silver poured out a small glass of wine for himself and took a sip. It's quite good. After tasting the wine, Silver went back to his thoughts. In the Apollo familia, the only ones who are actually threatening are the level 2s, but I can count them in one hand. Cassandra and Daphne are 2 recent level 2s, and by recent, I mean they have been ones for around a year or 2. From Orario's perspective, this is quite the small amount of time to have spent on this level. Since most people take between 3 to 4 years to level up to level 3. The other 2 are just slightly stronger than those 2, although I would say Cassandra herself is stronger since she is one of the main damage dealers of the familia. The main problem is their captain. He is a veteran level 3. But that's it. He should be considerably weaker than what he was in 2 years. Hyacinthos, the guy with the strange personality. He is arrogant, but he doesn't care about others at all, he only cares about Apollo. Yes. He is gay. Or bisexual, I don't really care. He treats everyone the same. As trash below him unless they are clearly stronger or from a bigger familia. The only being that matters to him is his god, although he knows how to keep the bare minimum amount of courtesy. Overall, I don't consider the Apollo familia evil. Perhaps, if Apollo learned to be more conservative and not force people into doing things, then they would be a decent entertainment familia. Silver stopped thinking, deciding to observe the people around him. This was the first time he had seen so many gods together, and not only that, considering the theme of the party, most of these gods would have brought their most cherished adventurer. Dozens of gods and adventurers, each with their own styles. He even noticed a guy that had a large afro and one that was bald and had a long beard. He also had a red line passing through his head. 1848. 10 more minutes. Said Silver as he looked at his pocket watch. Hey Silver. Store some of these for later. Said Hestia as she pointed at some sweets on the table. Silver was speechless. You know. If you liked it so much we can always buy one of these. There is no need to keep it for later like this. Think of our image a little bit more, okay? What a waste. She said as she took another bite of the cake. Although Apollo is an asshole, I guess he does have some good cooks. Mind if I join you too? Asked a man on the side. X. It's you. Said Hestia as she turned around. Notes. Oh boy. This was coming from miles away. Apollo the asshole. Let's see what will happen. And remember to check out the server and check out my P at TR3 on. Chapter 57, Stunning Girls Everywhere. Hey. Chapter time. I am quite tired recently, which must be due to the fact I lost my sleeping schedule. Staying every day up to 2 to 3 a.m. is in no way healthy. In this chapter, we see the continuation of the events from the last chapter. Obviously. I took a lot of inspiration from Season 2 and the respective volumes of the original in order to make this arc mostly for Apollo and his crew. Let's see what the jackass has to offer. P.S. I am using a laptop so I don't have the images, so as the date of the release, there aren't any images. They will be posted at a later date. Silver and Hestia looked behind them to see a blond man. He was wearing an open white tuxedo with a purple shirt beneath it, but the most important thing wasn't him. But the girl on his side. It was none other than Asfi, wearing a yellow dress that complemented her unique blue hair. Hestia-chan. It's been quite some time since I last saw you. Said Hermes. Hermes. It's been a while. I see you are still just as scandalous as ever. Said Hestia as she waved. And you are just as beautiful as ever. Replied Hermes. But then Hermes looked at Silver. So this is the legendary rookie. Nice to meet you. I am everyone's favorite Hermes, said Hermes as he gave his hand to Silver after doing a small, elegant spin. The girl next to him facepalmed in embarrassment. I am not legendary. But thank you nonetheless, nice to meet you, my name is Silver, he said as he grabbed Hermes' hand. So we finally met, huh? This is a guy I have mixed feelings about. For now, I don't think there is something bad with getting to know him. But I can't get too close to him. They did a normal handshake. I heard from the rumors you were quite handsome, but I guess those rumors were undermining it. However, please take a look at my Asfi. Isn't she the prettiest thing? Said Hermes loudly as he opened his arms wide. Please stop it, Hermes-sama, replied Asfi with a red face as she noticed the gazes. I will punch like last time, she said. What a terrible way to greet new people, step. Just when Hermes was about to tease Asfi, a couple, a man and a woman appeared on the side. The man was wearing a black tuxedo similar to Silver's while the girl was wearing a red dress that covered only one shoulder. Mayak. To think you would come as well, said Hermes. A little bit of fun once in a while is a good thing, no? Although it was mostly due to my children, somehow, convincing me to come, said Mayak in a calm tone. Looks like their familia destiny changed greatly. Naza never lost her arm, so they never became poor. At least not incredibly poor. So they never decreased in rank and are still a middle-rank familia. He turned around to look at Silver, and bowed. You have my utmost gratitude for saving the life of my child. I couldn't bring anything with me now, but please, visit our familia home soon so I can properly reward you. The girl on his side looked at Silver and also bowed. Please. There is no need for this. But I won't refuse a dinner, said Silver as he smiled. Mayak wanted to say something but Naza pulled his shirt. Accept my thanks as well. I really hope you can come soon, said Naza as she smiled. But her tail was wagging a little bit. Exclamation point. Hestia didn't like it. But she didn't think it was that bad. Hermes smiled, but he suddenly turned his head to the side. So the host is finally here, he said as he squinted his eyes. Everyone in the circle turned to the side to look at the Apollo. At the end of the hall, the doors opened, making way for several well-dressed people to lead the way to a group of people. And at the front of this group was the host of today's party. Everyone. Thank you for coming, said Apollo as he walked. Behind him were his familia executives, this included Cassandra and Daphne. Is that guy Apollo? Asked Silver. He looks like an arrogant man, he said. That isn't a wrong description, although not entirely correct, said Hermes. Silver looked at Daphne who was behind Hermes together with the other executives. He then shifted his attention to Cassandra on the side. I wonder if she had any prophetic dreams, if so, what did she see? From everyone in here, she is someone at the very top of my list for people I would like to recruit. Having someone who can see the future, even when her prophecies leave a lot to interpretation, would be of tremendous help. Because she never failed once, even if she already misinterpreted her own dreams. I know it might have been sudden, however, today, I decided to do something out of the norm, and I hope you are all enjoying it. To bring you cherished children and make them wear these cute clothes to this banquet. Isn't it quite the change? Said Apollo in a loud tone. Wow. Marvelous job, Apollo. Impressive as always. Everyone screamed in euphoria. Silver was about to scream as well when Hestia said, What are you doing? I was going to thank Apollo. Why? Why are you going to thank Apollo? Asked Hestia confused. Because he is about to give me an immense gift. Shouldn't we thank the people who give you gifts? Hestia and the people around them didn't seem to understand, but Hermes seemed to smile a little. Apollo looked at the people below him and smiled. I couldn't be happier seeing my colleague gods and their children having fun. Tonight shall be a night of new beginnings and new friends, he said as he turned his head to look at Silver. I can feel it, he said. Silver felt a chill on his back. Apollo turned his head back and said, Let us all enjoy it, he said as he opened his arms wide. With the opening of the party, Hestia completely let loose as she ate one plate after the other. Silver just continued to stay on his spot, looking at the people around the place. Hermes and the others did the same, although Hermes stayed near Silver to talk. You don't seem to be a resident of Orario, are you from the countryside? He asked. Yes I am, but why don't I look like a resident of Orario? As far as I know, Orario doesn't have anything of the sort due to the diversity of people, replied Silver. Once you live in this place long enough you will come to know even the minor details. But tell me, what do you think of the place? He asked. Orario seems like a good place to live, the economy is thriving and the people seem happy for the most part. However, Orario has a thick shadow. Said Silver. Ha ha ha. That's right. Be careful not to walk too close to it, else you may fall into it. Said Hermes with a smile. He looks at me as if he knows I went to the black market. I wouldn't be surprised if he knew. Regardless, I don't care, whispers, Suddenly, people started to let out small gasps of awe. Silver looked to the side to see a couple. The girl had silver hair that went down to her waist, her purple dress enhancing her beauty and her sensual body. The man, on the other hand, looked like an absolute unit with his 210 cm height and massive muscles. He had a serious look on his face as he maintained his poker face at all times. That's a really big name. Said Hermes. Is that Freya? Oh. So you know her. It's not surprising considering her status and reputation. He said. She is truly beautiful. To a supernatural degree. It is surprising that a girl with such an aura is an absolute whore. She looks and acts as a pure maiden. Perhaps her emotions may be pure, but her actions are very devoid of purity. Not like I am someone to judge an immortal god, each one has their own fetishes and private life, am I right? Silver shook his head and recomposed himself, turning around to look at the food. His face was still a bit red. Oh. Hermes looked at Silver with a surprised expression. Even if from far away, Freya has this aura that can enchant any mortal, be it male or female. Just looked at the gods' children all around, they can barely even remove their gazes from her. To see Silver resisting it and looking away from her is quite the surprise. Not even Asphi can resist it without the help of certain items. What more surprises will you show me? Step. From behind Silver, Hestia came running with something in her hand. Silver. Quickly, take this beef. Said Hestia as she tried to shove a piece of meat on Silver's mouth. But she failed miserably. Don't be rude. Chomp. Said Silver as he bit onto the meat. Don't look at Freya. Else she will enchant you. She said as she grabbed his cheeks. I won't, now please, let go of my cheeks. Said Silver. This small commotion seemed to attract the attention of Freya as she stopped and turned around. She slowly approached them. Close enough to hear their conversation. Why are you red? Asked Hestia. It must be the wine. Said Silver as he turned his head to this side. As if I would believe that. You never got drunk even when I. Hestia suddenly stopped as she looked at the woman who was approaching behind Silver. Silver turned around to see who it was and lo and behold. Freya was looking directly at him. It's been a long time, Hestia, how are you doing? She said as she looked at Hestia. She then turned around and looked at Mayak. Are you doing okay, Mayak? Hermes. Are you all right? She said in her enchanting voice. Yeah. I am doing all right, thank you for asking. Said Hestia. You are just as beautiful today. Said the gigolo Mayak. Just going by day. Said Hermes with a small smile. She smiled and looked towards the person in front of her. It was Silver. Shit. My ding-dong is reacting to her mere gaze. Am I this weak? Silver wanted to move away, but the presence of the massive monster behind her told him otherwise. He knows very well how this guy treats people who disrespect his goddess. But Freya didn't stop, she approached him and said as she placed her right hand on his cheek. How about we make some music under the moon tonight? Mayday. Ding-dong. Stop. Silver had a considerable difficulty maintaining his poker face as a flurry of emotions went berserk on his body. This was the power of the strongest goddess of beauty and love, Freya. It was more than impressive that Silver could already maintain his poker face and not say yes immediately. I am sure some of you would have said, yes mommy. Slap. Hestia slapped Freya's hand away. He won't. She said as she looked at Freya. Phew. For a moment there Silver was really taken over by her, although he didn't have romantic feelings for her, he couldn't help but feel lust. But that completely went away when he remembered how she lived her life, and then Hestia saved the day by slapping her hands away. If he did that, Otter would surely turn him into paste. Why are you embarrassed, Silver? Asked Hestia as she looked at Silver's slightly red cheeks. She pointed at Freya. She is a girl that goes after every man in her sight. It will take no time for her to seduce an inexperienced man like yourself. Oi. Talk about being inexperienced. And I am still fine. Mostly. Silver face blackened. But he soon forgot about this encounter, instead, he looked at Otter. Otter, who was looking at literally nowhere, also looked at Silver. Silver somehow felt an immense pressure. This was the pressure of the strongest man in the entire world. Someone who could already fight beyond his level when he was level 6. Fight a full force Zald, someone who had the strength of a level 8. How was it? The Zeus and Hera Familius? Asked Silver out of nowhere. The people around Silver were surprised, they didn't expect this at all. Naza was the most confused, she didn't know who was Zeus nor who was Hera. Hestia recognized both names but she didn't know much about their life on the lower world. But Otter remained silent. It's okay, Otter, said Freya with a smile. With this, he opened his mouth to speak. They were strong, he said. Silver was pensive. Are you saying that as the you of now, or as the you from the past? Asked Silver. As of now, said Otter as he looked at Silver. His serious look seemed to make some of the mortals around him to take a step back. But Silver didn't cower despite his look. Instead, he smiled. That's good to hear, said Silver. Question mark. Otter was confused, although he didn't show it at all. He thought it was a provocation but he did not detect any sort of ill intent at all. For a moment, a small spark of inspiration passed through his head, however, he could not confirm if Silver did have that intention. Seeing this, Freya took her chance to speak. Well, in any case, I will be taking my leave, said Freya as she turned around. May we meet some other time, she said as she left towards another corner of the party. Hestia and Silver watched as she left. What was that about Silver? But Hestia was cut short by another shorty. So that's where you were, shorty, said Loki with a sly smile. Huh. Hestia turned around with a sulking face. Heh. No wonder I didn't see you around here, Flatty. Did you fall through the thin cracks on the ground? Not surprising considering how thin you are, said Hestia. Do you have a problem with that? If so, put it on that whore. If it wasn't for her, me and Ace would be in the spotlight. Silver facepalmed, but he was happy that Freya left. Haha. Look at you. Wearing a blaze. Did you put one on because you don't have any breasts to show off? You look quite good in it, perhaps you should accept your reality and turn into a man, said Hestia as she looked at Loki with a smug face. As Hestia argued with Loki, a small crowd started to gather around them. This happens every time Hestia and Loki meet. Stupid. Today Ace is the star. Can't you be tactful and understand that? Said Loki as she showed off the beautifully dressed Ace. Ace was wearing a green dress with a gem collar on her neck. While the two discussed, Silver went to the side to pick a small glass of water. Yes, water. He lost his mood for drinking long ago. Oh. Silver looked at the side to see Ace staring at him. It's been some time, Miss Wallenstein, said Silver as he did a small nod. It has, she said. She is really bad with words, huh? How are you doing? I didn't manage to ask this last time, but is everything fine in your house? I am fine. Finn and the others are also fine, replied Ace. That's great, that attack came out of nowhere and many were hurt. As long as everything is fine. How are Bet and the others doing? Can you tell them I will visit them for that spar one of these days? I will, she replied with a nod. Oh yeah, speaking about Bet, how is he? Did he get too angry with what I did? I would like to apologize, although I doubt he would accept them. Ace was about to say something when Loki jumped in the middle of their conversation. Literally. Loki jumped right in front of Silver and said, It's been a while, my hero, she said as she went in to hug him. She placed a big emphasis on my . How are you doing, Loki? Everything is fine, replied Silver as he opened his arms. Slash thud, slash. Hestia suddenly appeared and jumped on Silver as she kicked Loki away. But she was really light, so he remained unmoved. What are you doing? Asked Silver. What do you mean, you flat bastard? My hero. Don't make me laugh. Silver is my adventurer, said Hestia to Loki, ignoring Silver. No, wait, don't ignore me. And then, a light seemed to shine on top of her head. Humph. If it wasn't for me, who knows what might have happened with you. I was the one who sent Silver to help after all. Silver got pissed from being ignored, so he grabbed Hestia and placed her on the ground in front of Loki. But they continued to ignore him. Humph. As if I would believe that, said Loki as her face contorted. But Hestia just smiled, she had won. Yet. The two continued to argue regardless. Believe what you wish, but Silver was the one who ended up saving your familia and not your Wallens whatever. URG. Said Loki as she heard what Hestia said. Are you finally starting to realize? My Silver is much cooler, more talented, and cuter than your Wallenstein. Huh. I can accept the previous one, but not this one. Heh? But my Silver leveled up in record time, one that you Wallen whatever can't even dream of comparing. And just look at him. He leaves Mayak in the dust. That hurt, said Mayak on the side as he drank his wine in peace. Silver just looked at him with an apologetic look. Naza looked at Mayak and at Silver. She seemed to be considering something deeply. No one is cuter than my ace, she said as she pointed at Hestia. Humph, X. Hey. Ace went to Silver since she wanted to ask a question, but she was interrupted by Loki once again. Let's go AI Tan, said Loki as she turned around. I am the one who should say that, said Hestia as she turned around. It seemed oddly comical. Silver stayed there, looking at Ace, but she just turned around and left. Silver shook his head and left. The gazes of the others around him were uncomfortable. But when he turned around and left, Ace also turned around to look at him. The party continued and Silver eventually made his way out of the main hall into the veranda. Finally some time. I hate these sorts of parties. It's filled to the brim with pretentious people. They are only enjoyable if you are on the middle to the low end of them. If you are even a bit famous you are going to get some eyes. Although this one is a tad bit different from the others. Gods follow a relatively different set of morals and rules, so it can be quite interesting talking with them. It also might have been over 20 years since I went to one. It's not really that bad once in a while, said Silver as he sat on a bench. Time passed and after a minute, a girl suddenly appeared in the veranda. Her hair was blue and her eyes were green. She was wearing a pure white, one-piece dress. Silver immediately realized who she was and why she was here, so he only smiled. Seeing his smile made her feel embarrassed. Since the last time she saw him, she just left in a hurry. Nice to see you again, Artemis, said Silver. Ni. Artemis stopped to breath in and said, nice to see you too, my knight. But then she realized she spoke one extra word. And her world started to break apart. Silver looked at her face as her expression quickly changed and couldn't help but smile. How have you been? I didn't have the opportunity to ask such things last time. How are the others? Are they all right? Asked Silver as he got up from his seat. I've been doing fine. Thanks to you and to my children for supporting me, she said as she did a small bow. Rithusa and the others are doing fine. Thanks to you none of them were seriously hurt. That's nice to hear. The conversation just seemed to end at that moment. Artemis was the one who approached him, and yet, she didn't know what to say. This is terrible. I shouldn't have come here. Let me help you a little bit. Silver took a step forward to her and gave her his hand. How about we continue our talk over a dance? Artemis was stunned, but she soon grabbed his hand. Of course, she said as she grabbed his hand. This chapter in a nutshell. No. No. Yes. Yes. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter or this one if you are having trouble https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter, fan_landing equals true. Chapter 58, Pit of Despair. Here it is, let's go. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter or this one if you are having trouble https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter, fan_landing equals true. The two made their way to the main hall where several couples were already dancing to the music and new ones were making their way to dance. Several people noticed Artemis and their expressions quickly changed as they realized she was actually going to dance with a man. It wasn't just anyone, it was Artemis. Most of them were already surprised she even came to the party in the first place, but who would think she would go as far as to dance? They tried approaching her of course, but the result was the expected. Rejection immediately. At least they weren't punched in the face like usual. During the entire party, she only talked with some girls and that was it. Damn, said Hermes. I took my eyes off of him for a few minutes and he already got Artemis. Hermes' face suddenly lit up in surprise. Wait a minute. First, it was Hestia and now Artemis. Is he aiming for the unconquerable trio? So his next target should be. As Hermes thought, Silver arrived at the dance area with Artemis. Have you ever danced before? Asked Silver as he stopped. I have not, she replied. Well, then we are two, he replied. What? How are we going to dance then? She asked dumbfounded. Don't worry, I will improvise something, said Silver with a confident smile. The two finally arrived at a spot. Artemis then realized there were many eyes on her. Embarrassed? Treat them as background decorations, said Silver as he grabbed her hands. That isn't helping. she said in embarrassment as she held his shoulders. With the arrival of the two, a new song started. Eh? She exclaimed in surprise. Silver did not wait for Artemis as he pulled her closer and started to move. In these types of songs, if we lose the timing it's all over, said Silver as he started to dance. Didn't you tell me it was your first time? How do you know about that? She asked in suspicion. That's what she said. I learned it just by watching the others, he said with a smile. It is my first time in this life. Unless the village folk dances are taken into account. Show of, she said as she chuckled a little. The dance continued with Silver leading Artemis on a beautiful display. One step after the other, the two went into their own world. Thank you for saving me, she said. I hear that a lot these days, said Silver. I don't doubt that. Silver grabbed her hand and led her to a small spin. How can I repay you? I also hear that a lot. Didn't I tell you your familia would help me once? That's enough for me, said Silver as he looked into her eyes. But I. No buts, if you want to repay me, get stronger so that I don't have to do that ever again. I still feel that is too little. Silver let go of her hand. Eh. Just before she fell to the ground, he grabbed her by the waist. If you keep insisting I will ask for something more personal, he said as he looked at her eyes. Or is that what you want? He said playfully. Ah. Her face couldn't help but get red. Wow. He's good, said Hermes as he drank his wine. Artemis did not hit him on the face. That's already a plus. Am I seeing the birth of a legendary stud? Asphi just looked at Hermes with a helpless look. Watcha looking at Hermes, said Hestia as she turned around. Ah. She screamed. It was then she noticed Silver holding Artemis' waist. When she tried to run, Asphi grabbed her. Unhand me, said Hestia. Calm down Hestia, don't you think he needs some time with her? Said Hermes. But she did not stop shaking. At the same time in another corner of the party. Otter, how hard would it be to bring the Goliath to this place? Asked Freya as she stared at the dance. Very, very hard, said Otter with his poker face. On the side, a green-haired goddess pathed the back of a depressed blue-haired elf. The music finally ended and they stopped their dance. So, how was your first dance? Asked Silver. It wasn't that bad. Step. OIA. What do you think you are doing? Said Hestia as she came running from the tables. If you wanted to dance you should have asked me. But Hestia. Well. She has a point, although she is slightly smaller than Artemis. I will give her a dance some other time. Ladies and gentlemen. Gods and mortals. Are you all enjoying the party? Asked Apollo from the end of the hall. Most of the gods looked confused, wasn't it too early for another such a thing? After that, Apollo made his way to none other than Silver. The lights slowly got darker as a single spotlight shone above Silver, Hestia, and Artemis. But Silver didn't seem surprised. How dramatic. Apollo finally stopped in front of Silver, their heights were similar so Apollo looked at him directly in his eyes. And he smiled as lust appeared in his eyes. Silver felt the greatest chill he ever had. Hestia jumped in front of Silver to protect him. A god should deal with another god. Hestia, our first encounter may have been a little unpleasant, but I did not expect you to go so far as to attack my own children, he said. When she heard that, Hestia froze, she thought for a few seconds before she replied. HAAA. Did you go crazy, Apollo? When did this happen? Don't play dumb with me, just the day after I sent you an invite, my children were attacked by your captain while they were enjoying a peaceful night in the bar, he said dramatically. You already humiliated me when I just wanted to greet you during the last Donatus, I held that in as I am a merciful god, and attacking a smaller and new familia would be too much. But how could I expect you to attack my children despite everything I did? How should I react even more when it's you, Hestia? He said in a dramatic tone. Don't spout lies. This never happened. Isn't that right, Silver? Said Hestia as she turned around to look at Silver. But Silver did not deny her. Silver. She said as her face got dark. Hee hee. You can't even deny it. Yesterday night. Your adventurer attacked my children. Look. I even have witnesses. Said Apollo as he turned to the side. Cathan. Another spotlight appeared showing 3 guys wearing the Apollo Familia clothes and a very hurt kid. Palom. Oh. How it hurts. Said the Palom with a very dramatic voice. And I hope to receive proper compensation. Said Apollo. How dramatic. whispered Silver to himself. Even in 2 different lives, he still acts the same. Tell me now. Did you attack them? Silver. What did you do? Whispered Hestia. I don't remember breaking his arms and legs, I just punched him in the face when he drank too much and started to spell bullshit about me. Silver. Said Hestia with a blank face. Hestia looked grim. The corners of her mouth twitching. Why didn't he tell me such a thing? They told me you attacked first, is that true? You better say the truth since I have witnesses. Said Apollo as his face got red due to excitement. This is framing. Screamed Artemis. But no sound came out from her mouth. What is happening? She was confused. Why is she suddenly mute? She looked at Silver and he smiled at her. But Silver did not reply to Apollo. URG. This is stupid, Apollo. Why go out of your way for this? I don't want to hear any more of your blabbering. Let's go, Silver. But Apollo only smiled at this. Refusing to admit your fault. I was waiting for this very moment, Hestia. Since 3 weeks ago. If I can't have you, so be it. If we can't solve this true normal diplomacy. Apollo pointed at Hestia. I challenged the Hestia Familia to a war game. He said as he opened his arms wide. And with those words, the hall exploded. Yeah. I was waiting for this. How brutal of you, Apollo. The gods were really excited. Another war game. The lights came back and Apollo stayed there, receiving the applause of the other gods. I doubt you have anything worth it. However, if I win, I will have the boy. Melios Silver. He said with a really lascivious face. You can't have such a handsome man only for yourself, right, Hestia? What happened to your petty pride? Was this what you wanted since the beginning, you freaking pervert? Screamed Hestia. Don't use such heavy words, my beautiful Hestia, weren't we close in heaven? It hurts my feelings. Don't listen to him, Silver. I refused him and never regretted it. But she smiled soon after. Hestia had her way out of this situation. And that was the fact she was already in a war game. Apollo couldn't challenge her right now. Apollo. But Silver interrupted her. Hestia. Do you trust me? Whispered Silver so that only she and Artemis could hear. Do you have a plan? She asked excitedly. Silver must have a way out of this. Of course. He said as he smiled. She nodded. Allow me to represent Hestia, as the captain of the Hestia Familia. Said Silver as he took a step forward. The people were surprised, they didn't expect him to speak at this moment. And Hermes smiled. Of course. Tell me what you are thinking. However, it's too late to apologize. Ha ha. Don't be ridiculous, as if I would regret punching those guys. Said Silver with a devious smile. What? Said Apollo as his face changed a little. Ever since I came to this place, I couldn't help but be disgusted by your presence. The way you talk and the many disgusting expressions on your face. Isn't that enough? Asked Apollo with a dark face. No, in fact, I have an entire essay ready as to how much of a trash I think you are. But I am tired, so I will just go straight to business. Silver's eyes started to glow a little. Or was it a reflection from the spotlights? The Hestia Familia accepts the war game. Said Silver as he smiled like a devil. The single spotlight shining on his face made everything even more dramatic. What? Screamed Hestia as she pulled Silver's tuxedo. Since the moment he started to criticize Apollo, she knew he was up to no good. Artemis' eyes also seemed to jump out in surprise. Maya's face was serious while Naza seemed worried. A blue-haired elf fell unconscious on the ground while a green-haired goddess on the side shook her, trying to wake her up. Hermes smiled, already thinking about the future. And Apollo. Marvelous. It's decided. Said Apollo as he ground his teeth in anger. Everyone reacted in their own ways to this sudden war game. Although some saw this coming ever since the Donatus 3 weeks ago. But I have a small condition, I wish to choose the game mode. Said Silver. That's not up to you to decide, it shall be decided on the next Donatus 1 week from now. He said with a serious face. Are you afraid? It's 1 me against 80 of yours. Just let me have the choice of choosing. Don't you dare try to deceive me. I know very well of the abilities you possess. I will never. Castle Conquer, I wish to set the game mode to Castle Conquer. Said Silver as he lifted his finger. It's similar to a siege, but in this one, the attacking side is obliged to take down everyone and not just the leader. It's an all-out brawl until one side is taken down or surrenders. Apollo opened his eyes wide while Hestia's eyes almost fell to the ground. But Silver just maintained his light smile. Ha 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 ha. So be it. Castle conquer it shall be. I will make sure it becomes that," said Apollo as he turned around and climbed the stairs. From there, he gave everyone goodbye, announced the end of the party, and left. It was a short party compared to the usual, but it was still a very entertaining one. Cassandra's eyes trembled while Daphne looked at Silver as if he was a fool. Asphi looked at Hermes. She knew this situation was far from as one-sided as everyone thought, but she still believed there was no hope for winning. She looked at Hermes, but he kept quiet as he smiled lightly. Loki's eyes opened slightly as she thought. Why did he dig a hole for himself? Does he have some sort of plan? Asked Loki to herself. A hole? Asked Ace in confusion. What does he plan to do? Forget it, the show is over now, let's go AI Tan, said Loki as she turned around. What a stinky situation. She looked behind her one more time before she left. Hestia was on the verge of crying. She didn't know what was going on at all. Erg. Whatever. Silver. You are coming with me, right now, she said as she pulled his hand. Hestia? Asked Artemis as she saw her run away. See you later, Artemis, she said as she pulled Silver. I have better things to do. What should I do? Artemis didn't know what to do now. From her perspective, this was unfair, but since he accepted it, what should she do? Silver soon left her sight in a hurry with Hestia. Word spread around Orario quickly like a fire in a dry forest. Another war game. With 2 war games happening in a close interval, Orario was at the peak of its excitement. Things didn't get any better when the guild decided to show the results of their investigation. The war game between the Leto and Tityos Familias has been cancelled. It has been proven that the Tityos Familia has hidden their own information for the sake of self-profit. However, lo and behold, it was the Hestia Familia that denounced them. And not only that, but they also challenged them to a war game. Such an unexpected scenario. Just what is going on inside the head of the Hestia Familia? Are they crazy? Lost in their own fame? Is the author on drugs? Most people lost their enthusiasm since they thought the Hestia Familia would choose to fight the 2 war games at different times and that they would lose in the very first game. But some people were still interested in seeing what would happen. It was a war game at the end of the day. The night passed and the next day started. Without a surprise, what the guild revealed yesterday night and the event at Apollo's party was more than enough for the gods to once again hold the Donatus early. Everyone wanted to know what was going to happen, so they waited patiently for the revelation in the afternoon. One of them was of course Loiju, who was currently relaxing on his chair. Aren't you even a little bit concerned? Asked Dinah on the side. The other guild workers seemed to agree with her as they nodded. But Loiju just took his coffee and drank it. Of course I am worried, but what can I do if not trust my adventurer? He said as he shuffled some papers. Let's see what will happen after the Donatus. Although I wonder where you are, Silver. At the top of Babel, multiple people were gathered around a circular table. There were 3 people sitting around the table. Hestia, Apollo, and Tityos. Hestia looked serious as she gazed at the 2 of them. Honestly, I didn't expect you to have the face to come here. I thought you would be running away by now, said Tityos on the side. He smiled as he relaxed on the table. I can't really blame you, your captain has a screw loose to attack my house in the middle of the night. Does he think he is special in any way? He said as he mocked Hestia. But Hestia simply closed her eyes and said, I didn't come here to hear your provocations, it's time we settle this up. Tityos smiled. She isn't as easy to provoke as I imagined. Did she grow up a little? I don't know about your war game with Tityos, but my conditions have already been set in stone, said Apollo. I win, I get your adventurer and you shall leave Orario. No, Genkai, he said as he smiled deviously. And what if I win? Asked Hestia. Apollo just brushed it off with his hands. Then you ask anything you like. What do you think of these conditions? Asked Apollo. Ho. Then add me in as well. Although we have yet to set the theme for our war game, I don't think the conditions should be any different. But Tityos looked to the side, especially at Hestia's chest. Although I would like to add an extra reward. Be mine for 1 month, said Tityos loudly with a devious smile. What do you think about this? So, how will you react? Whispers. The gods seemed conflicted in this choice. What a dirty bastard, said Loki as her expression turned serious. Some seemed excited and others seemed to think this is a tad bit too much. Although those were the minority. Hestia herself seemed angry about this, so much so she bit her lip. You truly are a piece of trash, said Hestia as she looked forward. This is too much, screamed Artemis as she got up. But Tityos smiled. Thank you for the compliment. He said. Out of everything I ever saw and heard, you have to be the dirtiest and. Hestia continued to say line after line of profanities, but Tityos just smiled. The other gods were incredibly surprised. Hestia never spouted any curses through her life in heaven, even though the words she used were rather awkward. She was cursing Tityos non-stop. I hope you go to dungeon and never come back, you perverted bastard. She screamed as she pointed at Tityos. What about that? It's just 1 month, aren't we immortal? A little bit of exotic spice once in a while is necessary, right? He said with a terrifying smile. And in a war game, it's everything on the line, right? He said as he looked at Hestia. Hestia did not reply now, her face was abnormally serene. Even so, said Artemis. But on her side, Hephaestus seemed to pull her hand, telling her to sit back down. If I lose, I just won't set foot on Genkai, ever again. He said. As if my body was worth sending you to heaven forever. Bastard. Muttered Hestia to herself. But her eyes got firm as she said. I accept. She said. Gasp, /. The gods and goddess did not believe it. Hephaestus had a grim look as she looked at her friend. I can't just let things go this way. Shit. What is that guy doing? It's all his fault. No. Calm down. Things are taking a dark turn. I don't like this. Said Hermes as he looked at his fellow gods. What happened to you all? To what degree will you all go for mere entertainment? Hermes' eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. It was all my fault. Said Leto as she grabbed her knees and cried. If I had dealt with this piece of shit while still in heaven. If I had realized how much of trash he truly was. She looked at Hestia, her friend. Look at what I am making her pass through. Is there nothing I can do? But I have a condition. She said. Fine. Tell me. Said Tityos, overjoyed that he got what he wanted. It was just a shot in the dark, but to think she would accept it. Thinking of the future. I want the game to occur on the first day of March, she said. At the end of the week. Fine, do as you wish, I would propose something similar anyway. Said Tityos. But what about me? Asked Apollo. How long do you plan to make me wait? He smiled. You won't even have your turn, ahaha. Said Tityos. Apollo's face got dark. If things continued this way, he was truly bound to get nothing out of this ordeal. I have a proposal for that. Said Hestia. Oh. Said Apollo. In 1 week, there will be the war game between my familia and yours. She said as she looked at Tityos. Then what about me? Asked Apollo again. In 1 week. My familia will also fight yours. She said with conviction. What? Hestia. Have you finally broken down due to the pressure? Said Tityos as he laughed hysterically. All of the gods seemed confused. Exactly. What is this supposed to mean, Hestia? Asked Apollo. It's just like I said. In 1 week, the Hestia familia will fight yours at the same time. She said as she slammed the table. What? It was mayhem. There were rare cases when more than 2 familias fought together. 2-by-2 situations are rare, but they happened. Even 3-by-3 happened a long time ago. But never did a 1-by-2 situation. After all, who would be so suicidal to accept such an insanely unfair fight? I thought this was going to be a serious meeting, but it ended up being just Hestia's suicide speech. Said Apollo. Clerk, make sure to note all of that down. Said Apollo to the men on the side. Is there anything else? I got bored of this. Said Tityos as he got up from his chair. Don't be so hasty. We still need to set the theme of the game. Said Apollo. Don't play with me, I am not so uninformed. I know you two already planned a theme, just go with that one. He said as he waved. So be it. Said Apollo. So, on the first day of March, my familia will fight alongside the Tityos familia against the Hestia familia in a castle conquer game. Said Apollo out loud. Since Tityos has left early, this means he trusts me to continue with the specifics. Said Apollo. I am not that petty, so I will allow your familia to be on the attacking side. I don't think you have any complaints, right? Or would you prefer to defend? I imagine you could plan some things in the meantime. I won't bicker about it. Said Apollo with a satisfied smile. Hestia shook her head. Do you have any idea as to the place? I don't want to be any more unfair if it is even possible at this point. If not, how about we leave it to the others? He said as he looked at the observing gods. There is an old fort outside of Orario. I chose that place for the war game. Said Hestia. Perfect. The time, theme, and place have been set. Screamed Apollo. Leave all of the cleaning and game preparations to me. Ha ha ha. As soon as he said that, Hestia got up from her chair and left without looking back. Hephaestus, Leto, Artemis, and several other gods looked at her as she made her way out, with mixed emotions. How far is she willing to go for her familia? At worst, couldn't she just give everything up and go back to heaven? But she didn't give up. What will happen now? Notes. Oof. I have some images, I will post them after I update my P at TR3 on. See ya. Chapter 59, The Siege. Okay boys, this is it. The climax of this minor arc that will lead towards the events of the next arc. I don't know if that arc will end this volume, but I have some inklings it will. In any case, I am posting this chapter earlier than normal since today I will play Elden Ring as if my life was on the line. I even wrote a few extra chapters and I will try to write more. These siege chapters were really hard to make and I hope that, if you spot any problems or have any suggestions, I will be here to help. I also did some changes to the last chapter. The first one was how the MC reacted when Hestia complained about his dance with Artemis. He said it would be awkward to dance with her, but I changed it because Hestia isn't that much smaller than Loki. I made her taller ever since the start. The second thing that I changed was when Tityos provoked Hestia by saying she would be his for a month. I made her curse Tityos. Minor things that won't affect your reading experience, I do these quite frequently so well. Without further ado, here are the links. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter or this one if you are having trouble https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter, fan_landing equals true. Enjoy. Orario was hit with a bombshell when the guild announced the news. A 2-by-1 war game. Most people seemed to scoff at the news, it seemed a new familia was on the verge of destruction. No one thought that the Hestia familia had a chance. What a shame. It even seemed like they were going to rise since they broke the record, but now. The population didn't care about the details, it didn't matter if the Hestia familia were the victims, for them, the only thing that mattered was that they were fucking idiots. What can you say about a familia that would accept such a thing if not idiots? With this mood going on in town, the days passed in a hurry. In the guild, Lloyd just slowly got more and more worried as he never saw Silver, not even once. The only way he could pass his days was by stuffing himself with work. The girls in the HF were also very worried. Why would the other gods accept this? Unfortunately, they didn't know the details nor did they know what was at stake. The guild didn't release those. Ryu was angry and conflicted while Seer seemed to pray for his safety. Since they have not seen Silver ever since the day his identity was revealed. The best they could do was this. People all around could be seen moving from one place to another, even more so in the plaza near Babel, many stands were being constructed. Orario slowly got ready for the war game. But one question lingered in the mouth of many of Silver's and Hestia's friends. Where were they? March 1st, The day had come, multiple crowds could be seen in every major and minor establishment in Orario. In the plaza around Babel, people gathered to watch the war game. In front of the Colosseum of the Ganesha Familia, hundreds of people could be seen, all of which were waiting for the game to start. Not only there, but in other places as well. Do you think he will be alright? Asked Seer as she looked at Ryo. Truth be told, the odds aren't in his favor, but he made an impossible record, perhaps he will do another impossible thing. Said Ryu as she smiled. Although that isn't much to go by. Seer looked at her hand, there was a small necklace in it. In the end, I didn't even meet him. No matter how many times I tried, he just disappeared from my sight. Grasping the collar tightly on her hands, Seer's worried face turned towards the window as she gazed somewhere beyond Orario. The girls finished setting up the pub, sitting down on their chairs as they waited for the battle to start. Please please please, said a blue-haired elf as she sat on her chair with her two hands in front of her. She was praying in the hopes everything would go all right. She wasn't the only one doing that as on her left there was a cat girl and on her right was a Palom girl, both of which were also praying. The others around her looked at her and couldn't help but feel bad. So they closed their eyes and also sent in a silent prayer. Is this really fine, Hermes-sama? If our investigation is right then? Asked Asphai as she looked at the gods around her. She was currently together with Hermes on the last accessible floor of Babel. The place where the Donatus was held. This isn't the place to have such deep talk, Asphai, said Hermes. I am with you on this, I don't think this is right but this was all planned from the start. Let's see what he has to offer, said Hermes. Whispers, It seems he arrived, said Hermes as he looked at Apollo. Apollo made his way to one of the seats behind Hestia and said something to her. But Hestia just ignored him. Soon, Tityos arrived, but he didn't say anything as he chose a seat and waited. He didn't even look at Hestia. Being alone as always. I doubt the other gods have been looking at him favorably after what he said on the Donatus. Said Loki. That fucking bastard, even if he wins I will crush him into fucking oblivion. Said Hephaestus on her side. He did go a tad bit too far. Said Loki with a serious face. To a point this stopped being enjoyable. She helped me once in the end, I can't stand here and see her suffer such an end. If worse comes to worst. Loki continued to wait on her seat for the game to start. Inside the Loki Familia mansion, Ace and the others sat around as they waited for the game to start. Tiona looked pissed. Is there truly nothing we can do? She asked. For the last time, no. Replied Finn. Even towards someone who saved us? She asked. Just. Shut the fuck up already. Said Bet in a surprisingly calm voice. That guy. Brought this to himself. So he should man up and take on the consequences of his actions. I won't go out of my way to help someone deal with their own problems. Said Bet. You are just pissed because of last time. She said in a smug tone. Repeat what you just. Ding, /. The clock let out a sound, it was 1 p.m. Stop talking for now, the game will soon start. Said Finn. Everyone focused as they waited. / on top of Babel, / It's time. Said Hermes as he walked towards the table. Ourenas. Give me permission to use my power. Said Hermes towards the air as he snapped his finger. Permission granted. Said an old voice from beyond. Like from the sky. Or the ground. Just a voice where you can't pinpoint where it came from. Fushin, / Space seemed to tear apart as a large mirror appeared on top of the table, it flicked, showing now the image of a fort. The Shreem Old Castle ruins. N1. This same scene repeated all around Orario, be it on the pubs or in the plazas, the war game had started. Sue. It's 1 p.m. May the war game start. Said a man with a strange mic on his hand on top of the stand. /WOWWW, screamed the people in the plaza. A tall and muscular man wearing an elephant mask said. Good luck, kid. Said Ganesha in a low tone as he looked at the transmission. Did it start? Said a man walking inside the fortress as he heard the sound of the horn. I guess so. Said his guard companion. The two guards stared at the sky in boredom. So we wait now? Asked the first guy. Yup, according to the rules set between Apollo and Tityos, our Familia is in charge of defending the outer perimeter due to our higher numbers while they defend inside. Our captains are also stationed there in order to relay commands effectively around the fort or something like that. Said the second guard. Lucky bastards, they won't even have to move to win. Said the first guy. It is how it is, I bet that guy won't even go past our walls. I heard he had some nice magic. One that could allow him to go beyond simple walls. Said the first guy. Does that make sense for you? I never heard of something even close to that. Said the second guy as he waved his hands in denial. Yeah, I guess it was just bull. As expected. They aren't working together. Instead, they separated their forces into two areas. To the horror of the two guys patrolling, Silver actually heard everything. He had long been inside the fort. These guys are really underestimating me, I mean, they didn't even clean this tower. There are several stone towers in this fort, with a big one in the middle, the one where the top guys are. One of the minor towers was broken, with its entrance blocked by a large piece of rock. So I just snuck inside here at night and stayed here ever since. No one tried to come here and check. From multiple perspectives, this is an immense oversight caused by overconfidence. As Silver said that, he looked at his surroundings, there were several small boxes filled with potions and items. Those were his emergency supplies, he put them here since he didn't want to show his inventory ability to all of Orario at the same time. In case I need anything, I can always teleport here and get my stuff. Silver wanted to show what he was capable of, but on a controlled degree. It is always good to keep some cards to himself. But that isn't what he is trying to achieve. As he said multiple times, some of his abilities can be considered scary, even more, when you consider they are all under his control. This combination of abilities could make some people wary of him and even fear his future potential. In fact, they should be seeing me right now. Silver looked towards the sky and smiled. Do I look good? Silver looked to the side and had an idea, he made sure to position himself in the window so his back was facing the fort. And he did a smug smile as if he was making fun of something. Apollo's face couldn't be redder. Ha 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 ha. Is this the defense of the Apollo Familia? Said Loki as she laughed at the comic scene. Did he sneak inside in the night? He seems really prepared. I wonder how he brought those boxes inside. Everyone could see that the seemingly weak adventurer had already infiltrated the fort's defenses. And he was mocking his opponents. If we add the two together, it makes a little bit over 110 enemies. Sheesh. Said Silver out loud as he sat on top of the tower. There are 7 level 2s in the Tityos Familia and 4th on the Apollo Familia. And they have 2 and 1 level 3s respectively. All right. Said Silver as he took a paper out of his pocket. Let's take out the weakest level 2s first. He said as he picked a one-handed hammer and a large rope from the boxes on the side. But before he did anything else, he stopped and looked at the sky. It was as if he was looking at someone. Oh. If you have any children, this might be the best time to cover their eyes or have them do something else. Said Silver as he looked at the air and swung his hammer around. And Hermes. Make sure to get some good shots of me beating the crap out of these guys. After that, he tied a few circular plates around his waist and made his way to the edge of the tower. Slash fwush, slash. And with that, he disappeared. Hermes smiled. Loiju, who was watching the transmission, couldn't help but smile as well. Loki opened her eyes, it seemed this was going to get intense. Silver reappeared in a room, there were 3 guys and 1 girl inside. All of them had an emblem on their sleeves, it was the emblem of the Tityos Familia. Don't you think it's too silent? Said one of the guys. Huh? Are you drunk or something? It's obvious that it will be silent. Said the girl. A siege normally has a 3-day limit for it to end, but this is a castle conquer. Its time limit is 4 days. She said. He must be thinking of ways to sneak inside. At least, that is what I would do. It's just. When he attacked us last time, he was so over the top, so I thought he would do something similar. He said. He is right, different from those fools of the Apollo Familia, we know he is strong, so we prepared, they are just outside to buy time and tire him out. Said a bigger man. Once he gets tired from fighting, we strike and end this game. He said. Oh. Said the girl. Remember that he can somehow fly, so those walls are useless, I imagine he is going to do something similar as he did with our home and come flying, strike, and leave to recover during these 4 days. Said the men. A game of attrition. That's the only way I can see of him having a way to win. They nodded as if reaching a consensus. Slash step step, slash. Suddenly, sounds of steps echoed in the room. Huh? What are you doing here? Go back to your post. Said the girl as she turned around. Everyone noticed the men, but when they tried to scream, no sound came out of their mouths. The girl was quick to act as she picked a vase and threw it on the ground, but once again, no sound was made. She looked at his smile, somehow, it looked scarier than it should. It's useless, now, surrender. Said Silver as he made his way to the fore. They didn't give in as they took out their weapons and charged. But Silver only smiled. One of them jumped as he slashed with his sword. One charged forward with his spear, and the other 2 attacked from the sides. Good coordination. Said Silver as he swiped his hand to the side, sending the men in the air flying towards his companion. Slash fwush, slash. He evaded the attack on his right and grabbed the spear in front of him with his left hand. The guy who had his spear grabbed started to sweat. Did you realize how fucked you are now? Said Silver with a mocking smile. Good dreams. He said as he pulled the spear and headbutt the guy, sending him to heaven. The girl on the side repositioned herself, slashing once again. Slash clang, slash. This clang did not exist, it's just here for you all. But Silver blocked it with his bare right hand. There wasn't even armor there. The girl finally noticed. There was a thin barrier enveloping his right hand. Silver's right hand opened, and with that, the girl started to float as she was trapped by his strange power. The other 2 guys finally got up only to see the scene of their companions being trampled on. So they charged once again. Slash fwush, slash. The man who had jumped precisely slashed sideways as he tried to make Silver give up on the girl, but he just snapped his fingers and his body turned incorporeal. His sword passed right through his body. He didn't believe it, but when he realized what happened, Silver's fist crashed against his nose. Slash crunch, slash. And he went to see his wife. On his dreams. Slash creak, slash. But as all of this happened, the other guy ran to the door and opened it. We won. Thought the men as he ran across the door. But surprisingly, Silver never moved to stop him. Slash smack, slash. The men seemed to crash against an invisible barrier as he fell backward. What happened? Look again. Said Silver to the men as he got closer to him. The men looked in front of him again only to see the wall. Looking at the side, he saw that the door was actually a little bit further to the right. This entire time, he had been running to the wall. Since when had he fallen into an illusion? Good night, said Silver as he swung his hammer at the man, hitting him in the head. Slash crunch, slash. Splot. Slash thud, slash. After he hit the man, he threw his hammer to the side since it was covered in blood. The girl looked at all of this happening in horror. But then she realized that he was unarmed. She picked her sword and threw it at him. How cute, said Silver as the sword stopped in the air. He picked the sword, played with it a little, and threw it to the side like trash. What? Just how? To add insult to her injury, the hammer on the ground started to tremble as it suddenly started to fly, making its way back to Silver's hand. He looked straight into her eyes. He seemed to mock her by saying, "Is there anything else? This is just unreal. Let's end this quickly," said Silver as he dropped the girl on the ground. Slash thud, slash. But she didn't try to move, she was paralyzed by fear. Even more so as she watched him lift the bloodied hammer slowly. First it's you four, then I will take all of the level 2s, and before they realize it, I will have taken all of their intermediary command lines. After that, I just need to take 1 or 2 of the level 3s and it's game. You guys will fall apart on your own, said Silver as the hammer reached its highest point. I don't even need to talk about poisoning your food and water supply, much less of the many other tactics I have ready. He looked at the girl's eyes deeply, but in fact, he was looking at Apollo and Tidios. You guys never had a chance from the beginning. It was all a trick. And you two fish took the bait. He laughed as the hammer went down. Now give me everything you own. Slash ploft slash. But the girl fell unconscious before that. Silver stopped the hammer midair, not striking the girl. Better stop here. All of Orario is watching, and if they see me smashing a hammer at a pretty and unconscious girl, my image is going to be destroyed. It's not like I wouldn't do it, it's just that most people would find it too much to watch. Silver picked his rope and bound all of the 4 together, feeding them a potion so they wouldn't wake up anytime soon. And after making sure his operation was finished, he disappeared again like the wind. Cuckoo. Tidios, are those your so-called elites? Said Apollo as he smiled. URG. Shut up. Can't you see things are going badly for us? Screamed Tidios. I underestimated him. Even when I considered every possibility. How can he have so many different abilities? Just when the two were about to start discussing. Can you two shut up? I am trying to enjoy the game, said Loki. The two shut up as they sat back. Things are getting interesting, said Loki as she smiled. There is no need to worry. I set up a 10-minute patrol. Once that time passes, they will find out that the enemy has breached our defenses and then, they will work together to finish him off. Tidios smiled, he had many plans ready. Different from the useless Apollo, he predicted things might go bad, so he made plans for those situations. Silver slowly made his way across the fort, defeating more level 2 enemies. Tidios and Apollo watched it all with boiling anger. And the people of Orario watched it with boiling excitement. The girl in the HF looked at it all with a burning excitement. Tiona had already started to cheer as she got on top of her couch to scream. Her blood seemed to boil as she watched Silver take his enemy with crushing strength. But it was finally time for the patrol. It's impossible for them to not realize he was there now. Slash splurge, slash. Silver swung his sword and penetrated inside the back of a fallen enemy. But of course, no sound was made. Slash cut slash. He took it, creating a mess due to the blood that was seeping non-stop from the man's wound. Slash splash slash. He uncorked a potion from his belt and dropped its contents on the man. I don't know if this potion will be enough to keep you alive, but I hope it is enough. Slash clang, slash. Out of nowhere, a man clad in dark swung a dagger towards Silver's neck. But Silver easily parried it by using the metal discs on his waist. He controlled them with telekinesis and got the assassin with his pants down. I will give you 8 out of 10 for this attempt, said Silver as he cut the tendons on the man's arms and grabbed his face. Slash smash, slash. Using tremendous force, he smashed the back of the man's head on the wall. The man made a large red trail on the wall as he collapsed on the ground. Silver looked around before he made his way towards him and collapsed near the door of the corridor. And done, said Silver as he tied up the last man of the patrol team. With this guy, I took all of the level 2s of the Tidios Familia on the outer section of the fort. And I also took one from the Apollo Familia. But the most important ones, Cassandra, Daphne, and that elf are still quite difficult to take down silently. They are always under a large group of people, so they can't be taken out silently. Unless I decide to show many other abilities. Silver crossed out one more name on his list. He didn't need to do that, but it was all part of the show. The show he was giving to Orario. Tidio's level 2s are dealt with. They only have their level 3s now. Part 1 is done. I don't care if they're going to find me now, he said as he smiled. Even if they find me, what can they do? There was a reason why I wanted both of them to fight me today. They can't cooperate. It would be very easy to sow chaos in them. Since the beginning, it was all a rigged game, said Silver as he smiled. In my favor. On the dark corridor, the scene of the man smiling with blood on his hands, chest, arms, and face seemed quite eerie. I will make you all regret looking down on me, so that no one else may bother the Hestia Familia anymore. It's time to show everyone what I am made of. And with that, Silver disappeared. A few minutes later, when the people in the fort started to realize something was wrong. Slash boom, slash. A large explosion suddenly shook the entire fort. Notes. N. A citadel located in the middle of the plains southeast of Orario. The citadel was built in ancient times and was used as a point to stop monsters before Babel was created. It is currently in ruins but was once used by Rakia as a strategic point, and so most of the functions are still operational. Bandits were living there until they were defeated in order to prepare the place for the war game between the Hestia Familia and the Apollo Familia. Chapter 60, The Siege. Here we go, my fellows. I am a bit tired since I had a bad sleep. So I am going to keep this section brief and probably add some things in the notes section, so make sure to come back to take a look later. I will eat something now, so I will be back to answer your commentaries in another hour or so. After that, I will drop this week's chapter for my other novel. Only then will I be able to peacefully answer your comments. In any case, enjoy. This chapter is around 4,000 words, same thing as the last one. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter, or this one if you are having trouble, https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter, fan_landing equals true. / a few moments before the explosion, / waiting patiently for his enemy to strike was an elf with a sword tied to his waist. This wasn't just any elf, he had a badge on his chest that indicated he was someone important. He was most likely this section of the fort commander. What happened? What happened to the others? Screamed an elf as he looked at the east section of the fort. That is the area under. Just what the fuck happened? We have a big problem. Screamed someone behind him. I can't contact the others. We lost our contact units, said a Palam on his side. The elf processed the information for a brief moment before he realized. Shit. It's a fucking ambush, said the elf as he unsheathed his sword. Judging from the location of the explosion, that was the East Section supply warehouse. Despite me being doubtful of how he infiltrated and managed to set up bombs inside our supply warehouses. How did he eliminate our method of communication? Luan. Go tell Hyacinthos. We need orders immediately, said the elf as he turned to the Palam. Yes, Commander Lissos, said Luan as he ran. Just what is happening? Boom, Ah. Screamed the Palam as he fell on the ground. Suddenly, as Lissos was thinking of his next course of action, another explosion sounded in the fort. This time, it came from the north section. Again, he said as he stabilized himself. Ouch, said the Palam behind him. Luan. Stop playing around. Go now. Screamed Lissos as he worried. I can't be. Did the enemy set up a trap? When? The elf looked around the place, trying to see if he could notice anything out of the norm when. Boom, Another explosion. This time, from the south section. Shit. He screamed as he held onto the wall trying to keep himself up. The north, the south, and the east sections. This means. No. Everyone watch OU. Boom, A massive explosion suddenly happened in a warehouse near the elf, sending wood splinters all around the place. He was sent to the ground as he tried to recover. Arg. Cough. Cough. Shit, we've been had, said the elf as he spat out dust. The elf lifted his head to look around the place. When he saw it. A tall platinum knight standing in front of him, holding a white spear. Pierce. Before he could react, the knight pierced his shoulder with the spear, sticking him into the ground. Ah. Screamed Lissos. His screams of pain were enough to awaken some of the dizzy adventurers all around. Commander Lissos. Somebody go help the commander. Screamed someone near them. Within a few seconds, several people had already circled around Silver. However, Silver had long knocked the elf unconscious. Although, with a wound that big on his shoulder, It was unknown how long Lissos would remain alive. Damn it. He got the commander, said a guy with wolf ears. We can't let him proceed. Everyone. In formation. But his last word did not make any sound. What happened? But while he was confused, Silver took out a few metallic plates and threw them all around, and at the same time, he ran in his direction. But the demi-human smiled. Imbecile. Running towards the encirclement. Even if I can't talk, everyone here is. But everything came apart when lightning started to form on Silver's hand. Slash clap, slash. Suddenly, a thunderbolt hit him and he went unconscious. Slash bam, slash. Slash thud, slash. Slash swipe, slash. Soon after, Silver entered the breach in the formation and started to knock everyone out one by one. Slash swash swash, slash. The sharp metal plates worked like multiple extra pairs of hands, protecting him and attacking the adventurers. But this only worked because they were disorganized, without anyone to command them, against an enemy above their level that can use all sorts of magic. Fireballs. Ice shards. And their weapons even started to move on their own. Within less than 2 minutes, all of them were eating dirt. Success, said Silver as he started to run towards the main structure of the fort. The bombs I planted last night were worth it. In the chaos, I eliminated the last commander of the Apollo Familia on the outer area of the fort, the last ones being Cassandra and Daphne. Cassandra is not really a combatant and Daphne is more like a reserve commander, her main strength is being a frontline soldier. And in any case, she must be protecting the path to the inner area. What is going on? Said Daphne as she heard the explosions. When did it got so chaotic? Daphne observed the chaos unfold around her, but she had her orders, she would not move from this path. It's the only path leading to the main tower where the top commanders are. Of course, this was Silver's choice since he had several ways to get to his destination. But since he had to defeat her anyway, why bother changing path? It started. Oh no, said Cassandra as she watched the smoke from the widow. The silver moon strikes the earth, turning the earth into ashes and outshining the sun. She mumbled to herself. She thought for a moment before she ran to her commander. Commander, please commander. Listen to me, she said as she kneeled on the ground. He is alone, Cassandra, and we have 3 level 3s. He isn't a threat, said Hyacinthos. She went up and grabbed his shirt. Please. Listen to me. We need to regroup. You need to run together with the slash slap, slash. Hyacinthos slapped Cassandra without a single moment of hesitation. Hee, it seems your familia doesn't trust you, Hyacinthos, said a guy on the side. It was the level 3 guy Silver used as a punching bag in the bar. You shut up as well, he said with lingering anger. Everyone get ready. Once he appears we are going to take him down. But as per Apollo's orders, don't kill him. Everyone nodded as they got into position. Slash step step step, slash. From the shadow of the fort on the other side of the bridge was a knight clad in silver armor. Everywhere on his armor were splats of red, most likely from her companions that were taken out by him. Daphne grasped her sword tightly as she looked at the knight that was slowly walking to her. It was then that she remembered. My condolences, she said. Yeah. My condolences, said the boy as he smiled at her. Did he think of this since then? That isn't possible. I have greatly underestimated his capabilities. But that's it. He still has to defeat the 3 level 3s and all of the commanders out there. Is everyone ready? She asked her soldiers, a small group consisting of 5 mages and archers, together with 7 frontliners. Yes, ma'am, they said. Fire. Slash fwash 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 fwash, slash. Multiple arrows made their way to Silver while the mages channeled their own respective magics. Kind of boring. Try again next time, he said as all of the arrows stopped in the air in front of the knight. What? Said Daphne. Have them back, said Silver as he flickered his finger. The arrows turned around and made their way back. But Daphne didn't cower. Mages. Slash clack, slash. Multiple fireballs made their way in the air as they burned all of the arrows to dust. I am getting bored. As he said that, Silver disappeared from his location, reappearing right behind Daphne. Ha! Slash clang, slash. In a flash, she drew her sword and slashed behind her, but Silver easily parried her away with his spear. Slash thud, slash. He swiped his hand to the side, sending several mages and archers falling down from the stone bridge. Daphne bit her lips and dashed again. Slash clong, slash. The two collided, sword versus spear, but it was clear. Daphne didn't have a chance. While she held the sword with her two hands, the knight blocked her attack while holding his spear with one single hand. "You are desperate," said Silver as he parried her blow again with his spear. "If you don't focus, this is going to be a tad bit humiliating," he said in a low tone. But Daphne heard him perfectly. She grasped her sword with a fervent gaze. But suddenly, "H-A-A-A!" screamed a man as he swung his knife at Silver. From behind Silver, one of the frontline warriors dashed to protect his commander. Slash cling, slash. Silver waited for the knife to hit him, but instead of the knife passing through his armor, it just broke down. Slash crack, slash. So he kicked the men to the side, the sounds of bone breaking could be heard. "Next time, aim for the weak spots on the armor, dumbass. If you are a level 1 attacking a reinforced area, then you need to at least aim at its weaknesses. When you see an armored monster, you just don't attack its armored parts." Slash fwush, slash. Daphne didn't accept defeat as she swung her blade yet again. But Silver was way faster than her. Daphne watched in surprise as Silver caught her wrist with his right hand. "Accept defeat. Else I will have to use the brute force way," said Silver as fire started to form on his right hand. Hot. As she felt the heat, she understood that he wouldn't hesitate to do what he said. "URG," said Daphne as she felt her own blade tremble in her hand as if wanting to leave her. "I accept defeat," she said. Slash bam, slash. "Daphne. How could you?" screamed Apollo as he watched everything. "Ha ha ha. Look at you two. Getting beaten by Silver," said Hestia in a happy tone. "That's my adventurer." The silent and serious Hestia suddenly burst out laughing. It was hard holding in my laugh. "Sorry, Silver, but I didn't manage to hold it in until the end," she said as she cleaned her eyes from the tears. "You can do it. We endured these past 4 days for this, right? All of this preparation. Everything you did in the dungeon was for this moment, right?" At that moment, Hestia seemed to be shinning more than the sun god. After hearing Daphne's surrender, Silver turned around and walked inside the tower. The other Apollo Familia adventurers looked at each other and smiled. The wizards started to cast their spells as the archers pulled their strings. "What are you all doing?" asked Daphne. "Don't be naive. This is a war," said one of the archers as he released the arrow. Slash FIU fusu, slash. "Sigh," said Silver as he appeared behind the archer. The archer looked behind him in horror. "Fuck." Silver simply pulled out his armored arm and clenched his fist. Slash crack, slash. Slash splurge, slash. Silver slashed his spear on the man's stomach, sending him flying out of the bridge. It was unknown if he was alive. Most likely not, considering how sharp his spear was. Ignoring the pleads of mercy of the others, Silver used telekinesis and threw all of them out of the bridge. He made sure to use telekinesis once again so that they fell with increased strength. It was more than enough to kill them, but the lucky ones would survive with several heavy injuries. Unless they fall with their heads. Or on top of something sharp. Silver gave them a chance, and now he gave them their reward, simple. "Excuse me now as I must end this game," said Silver as he left. Daphne watched the knight leave as if nothing had happened. But this is far from over. Silver walked inside the dark corridor of the tower. His aim wasn't to get up. He knew that a trap was most likely laid in there for him, so why should he go there? He stopped inside a spacious dark room. There were many boxes inside the place. Their rations and other things, huh? Since I eliminated 4 of their supply warehouses. Pretty much all of them if you disregard this one. I could just go away and wait until my last day to strike. No matter how strong they are, even a high-level adventurer like Ace would lose most of her strength if she were to starve for over 3 days. But this isn't my aim. Just like in the show, the room where the level 3s are is just above him. I don't have a burst skill as strong as Belle's Firebolt plus Charged Argonaut, but I have something with the same effect. And it feels quite sad to destroy a fort that has over 1,000 years of history. But I can't care about this right now. Silver placed his hands on the walls. Despite this place not receiving any major repairs for the past 1,000 years, it was clear this place was far from collapsing. But its ancient majesty that once resisted waves of monsters is no more. The stones are cracking and the cement is greatly weakened. From inside the armor, his eyes flashed red. All right. I confirmed their positions, slash gulp, slash. He took out a potion that was strapped on his belt and drank it. Can I do this? Silver smiled. Of course, I fucking can. Strong green light started to condense in his hands. Slash crack, slash. The walls of the room started to crack and make some very strange sounds. Slash tremble, slash. What is happening? Screamed Hyacinthos. The world is about to fall. Said Cassandra as she closed her eyes. Slash crack, slash. Faint green light could be seen on the walls. Shit. Everyone. Get out of the tower. Screamed the captain of the Tidios Familia, who was silently sitting on the ground until then. But it was too late. Daphne watched the unbelievable scene. In front of her, the entire upper section of the tower was flying, she said. And in the center of it all was a white knight with his hand up. But it was very hard to see him due to the rising dust. What about Cassandra? She will die if she falls together with the tower. For Daphne, Cassandra was much more important than her pride for the Familia. Her old friend that was as close as family, something she never had. N1. She picked her fallen sword and ran after the knight. Before she ran, quickly chanted something, but after she was done her speed suddenly exploded as compared to her fight against Silver. But just like the others, it was too late. Ha! Said the knight as he moved his hands to the side. And as if time had stopped, the tower started to fall to the side. No. Cassandra! Screamed Daphne. Despair overwhelmed her. Ah! She suddenly heard screams. She closed her eyes as she believed them to be Cassandra saying her last words. Slash kaboom, slash. The tower crashed into the ground together with the wails of the adventurers inside it. Cassandra! I don't care anymore. Her skin started to change as she ran. She picked her sword as she cried, running in the mist lifted by the tower. She finally saw a figure in the smoke. Die, bastard! She screamed in anger. Daphne! Said the person in the mist. Daphne suddenly tripped on the ground, rolling until she stopped in front of the person's feet. The two looked at each other in silence. How did you? She asked as tears formed in her face. Even I am a bit confused. Said Cassandra as she looked around her. But I think the knight saved me. She said in surprise. Slash a few seconds ago, slash. Cassandra was now kneeling on the ground as the dream had become reality. She wasn't a combatant, so she couldn't run to the widows as the building was tilting and jumping out. Even the other adventurers were incapable of doing so. So she just sat there and waited for her fate. She is level 2 at the very least, so there is a smidgen of a possibility that she might survive. Suddenly, she felt a strange force holding onto her, pulling her towards one of the windows. How did I? When she reopened her eyes, she was now in a broken room. In the sky, Silver watched the fallen tower. He could see some people getting out from the rubble with difficulty. They were all with various degrees of injuries. Most are probably dead. But this is good. I am not against killing people, I am against killing people live on TV. There is a big difference between slashing someone's throat while everyone can see me and killing a man by burying him in the rubble. It's a question of perspective. What does the populace prefer? I don't really mind how people look at me, but if I can avoid making half of Orario pissed due to my brutal antics, so why not? Better reputation means a lot. The future me will greatly praise the past me. People would normally not judge me for killing during a war game, even more, if you consider my circumstances, but society isn't that merciful. And sparing people works best for me. Instead of killing, knocking someone out is much riskier and harder to do. It just goes to prove how overwhelmingly stronger I am compared to them. Or at least that's the objective. Anyway. It's time for the finale. From the sky, Silver finally found his target. And then he opened his hands wide and said. Shinra. Tensei. Slash gasp, slash. Cough. Cough. Shit. I think I ate some dirt. Said the burly man. He placed his hand on his waist, finding out that his sword was still there. Good, I didn't lose it. But then he placed his hand on his pocket. Damn it. I lost that item. His upset face soon recovered as he got out of the ruble. No matter, I just need to, slash poof, slash. Without any commotion, the knight in the sky graciously descended to the ground, stopping right in front of the man. His arms were crossed while his spear was floating on his side. Level 100 boss meeting level 10 scrub. Exclamation point. The man quickly got up as he unsheathed his long sword. This time. It will be different. He said as he looked at Silver. I am wearing my armor, and I also have my prized sword. Silver smiled, but it's not like the men could see it. Stop spouting bull and let's dance. Said Silver as he pierced forward with his spear. Slash clang, slash. Wow. That's it. Get M. Said Tiona as she, once again, got up from her couch as she watched the battle. Seeing him fight is making my blood boil a little. Said Gareth. It's really surprising, although I can't seem to understand why he chose to do things this way. Said Tioni. Like he said, he could have just used some other tactics to wear them down, like placing explosives in other areas and poisoning their food and water supply. Why go all that way just to create a distraction and rush inside? She asked. Said Tiona as she pondered. But someone else replied. He wants to make a point. Said Bet. The others looked at Bet, with the exception of Ace, who was still looking at the transmission. He wants to show to everyone that just because he is alone, he is by no means weaker than Familius with multiple members, and that people shouldn't try to press him down. Bet snickered and said. And he is doing that by taking them all out with his own hands. Tiona looked at Tioni with a surprised look. Tioni shrugged, she was just as surprised as her sister. He is doing well so far. Said Finn as he smiled. Lafia looked at it all with a mixed face. I can't even compare. I just recently became level 3. How long would I last against him? Riveria looked at her depressed student before she patted her head with a smile. Cling, slash. Clang, slash. Silver clashed with the burly men, but even after 3 minutes, and clashing dozens of times, the men was only losing ground. Bam, slash. Crack, slash. Arg. The man's sword was parried by Silver's spearmanship, receiving a kick in the stomach that sent him flying into the ruble. Why? Shit. How can a level 2 be so strong? Even if he leveled up with top stats, it still wouldn't be enough to make me retreat this much. I can accept being less proficient than him, but I can't accept being weaker. Fwush, slash. Crack, slash. Silver only gave the man a few seconds to recover as he soon charged and pierced his head once more. The man barely evaded, hearing the air being cut by the spear next to his ears. Clang, slash. Shit. Every attack is always parried, every strategy is being countered. This isn't a level 2. It was then that he remembered. The knight in front of him supposedly has magic. But he didn't use a single one in their fight. You. Are you looking down on me? He said as he blocked a horizontal strike. Yes, I am. Said Silver as he threw his spear at the man. Clang, slash. Then pay for the consequences. He said as he slashed his long sword after parrying the spear. But Silver flicked his finger. Cut, slash. Splurt, slash. And the flying spear came back, piercing the man's back. This. Said the man as he watched the bloody tip of the spear piercing through his guts. Silver did not wait for him to surrender, he wasn't going to commit the same mistake. He lifted his hand and aimed at his head. Smack, slash. Question mark. However, the guy blocked it. His veins started to get green as they popped out of his skin. Splurt, slash. Haa. He said as he pulled the spear out of his stomach. Huff. His wound started healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. You fucker. Said Silver. That pill he ate there. These symptoms. They are exactly the same as the ones caused by the berserk blood medicine used by those assassins. What is their connection? Time for round 2. He said as he charged. Fwush, slash. Silver took out his spear with telekinesis and got ready. That is. Said Loki as she looked at the men, eating the strange medicine. She opened her eyes wide as anger started to overwhelm her. Her eyes fell upon Tidios, who was now proudly smiling. This made her even angrier. Hephaestus, who was sitting on her side, seemed to notice that something was off. But the one with the sharpest look was no other than Hermes. He looked at Dionysus with his peripheral vision, but he didn't seem to be showing any apparent reaction. Things got really complicated now. That is. Said Tiona as she looked at the men in the projection. Yes. It's the same medicine. Replied Riveria. Wouldn't that mean he is the one we are looking for? Said Lafia. But Finn shook his head. We can't confirm it, and also, I don't find it hard for such medicine to be sold in the black market. We did find similar things in our investigations. Although this doesn't mean we will just ignore this. The problem is, I don't know if the Tidios Familia will last after this. Said Finn. Gareth looked at Finn. Are you thinking the same as me? Asked Gareth. He nodded. It's too suspicious. This is just too easy. We looked after them for who knows how long, but the traitor would reveal himself in a war game. Said Finn. Even if it was a mistake, if the traitor had such dumb children, then we would have found them long ago. Commented Riveria. It must be a ruse, a distraction. Said Bet as he snickered. The members of the Loki Familia turned their head back to the display. The situation just got even more interesting. Notes. Jump N1 for the small questions in case you are interested. N. I don't remember if Cassandra and Daphne had families before joining Apollo, but I do know they were forcibly scouted around the same time. So I decided to go with the orphan route for the two of them. Of course, I can change it easily if someone proves that I was wrong and that they have a perfectly set past. Daphne magic is called Ramir, protection magic that raises Daphne's endurance and largely raises her agility. Its effectiveness depends on her magic stat. And she doesn't usually use it since it reminds her of Apollo. She also has a skill Loris Wreath, heavily increases Daphne's endurance if she's exhausted or dying. She is able to select where to activate it and it modifies her skin. Now, for the thing I really wanted to ask. It's completely unrelated to this novel, but I wanted to know what sort of tastes and desires the readers have. I have many novel ideas, but I would like to know, just what sort of story would you like to see here on Webnovel? A fanfic from a specific show? If that's the case, which shows? Or would you like an original one? But from what genre? Martial arts? System? Fantasy? Sci-fi? In any case, next chapter 1 will be here with a few of my particular ideas. And also, I hope you are all ready to give me your aliases since when this event is over, we are going to choose it. Chapter 61, The Siege. This chapter has around 6.5k words, this is not counting all of the side things I added, such as this text and the notes. If we count them I think this chapter goes beyond 8k words. And also, if you are up for some theory crafting, hop by the notes to see some explanations and speculations. It's purely speculative and its purpose is to give a little bit of insight into my thought process, but it doesn't mean I fully abide by that when I do my fights, it's more of a approximation really, since power in Danmachi is not really precise. So in the end, that is mostly to give you an idea, it's not in any means meant to limit your thought process. Not by much at least. I mean, let's pick 3 people. All of them are level 2. The first has a stat total of 10,000, the second one has a stat total of 11,000 and the last one has 12,000. Normally you would believe the third one to be stronger, but that may not be the case. Since the stat allocation is also very important. You may have a lot of strength but it's useless against someone you can't really see. Or you may be fast but it's useless if someone casts a wide-range magic from which you can't escape from. Technique and experience are also key to success, even your race may impact this. A Palom has a lot of disadvantages when fighting a Boars. One has an average height of 110 cm while the other has an average height of 200 cm. It's quite lengthy, being almost 2k words long. Sheesh. If you are up for it, see what you think. Cough. Cough. Excuse me, before we start, have any of you seen a small piece of armor? I've seen to have dropped the MC/plot armor/ somewhere in this chapter. If any of you find it, be sure to tell me. /clang, /clong, /fwush, The battle between Silver and the burly man was intense. His combat style was pretty simple, he didn't seem to have any activation type skills, much less magic in his arsenal. Magic is pretty rare after all. Less than 0.1% of adventurers have some kind of magic. Much less 2 or the limit of 3 magics. The burly man fighting style consisted of only swinging his sword. Again and again. A muscle head/tank you could say. And this made it much easier for Silver, whose combat proficiency was much higher than his. /swush/. Silver parried the downward slash of the man as he pointed towards the ground. The ground started to turn into mud as a pressured water stream suddenly shot out from a thin crack, shooting up. But the man did not evade, swinging his sword as he stepped to the side. His armor flashed, canceling the effect of the water. Is that all, Adventurer Silver? He screamed as he swung his sword. Damn magic resistance. Every fucking piece of his is enchanted with something like that. N1. Silver continued to fight him, but he noticed his free time created by the previous chaos was finally ending. I have to end this before those other level 3s arrive. His hand started to vibrate at high speeds as dark energy danced around his fingers. Behind Silver, the figure of a large armored goat head appeared. What is it this time? Said the burly man as he took a step back. But he was too slow. Silver was propelled forward with an immense speed and within half a second, he arrived in front of the man and punched his face. /crack, / bam, / With the sound of his nose breaking, the man was sent flying into the sky. /gulp, / Silver did not wait as he immediately drank another potion. And immediately after that, he jumped into the sky. URG. Where am I? The burly man recovered his wits after a few seconds of being unconscious. I was punched. And then he finally realized what had happened. My body. Why do I feel so light? He looked below him to see the fort. It was as small as his hand. What? Oh, how high up am I? Did you finally wake up? Asked Silver on the side. He looked to the side to see Silver sitting on a translucent chair as he floated near him. He was completely unfazed by the height. What? I will be brief, said Silver as he moved his hands. He pointed towards the ground. We are currently around a km above the ground. The men started to sweat. I don't like you, and you don't like me. What you said and did to me last time really pissed me off, so let's resolve this the old way. He couldn't see it due to the helmet, but Silver was smiling. Let's bet, said Silver as he opened his arms wide. If you survive this fall, I will forget about everything you said to me and did to me. If you don't, well, you lose, forever. Wait, said the man. Snap, slash. I won't accept a no. Good luck, said Silver as he snapped his fingers and the guy started to fall. Wait. Ah, he said as he fell. Silver looked at the man falling. He got up from his chair and took a step forward, falling after the man. The gods at the top of Babel had mixed expressions as they observed this action. It was certainly something they had never seen before, and that was already something to be praised. Some smiled in expectation while others covered their faces as they waited for the gruesome end of the other adventurer. On the other hand, some gods started to think about ways to counter such abilities. After all, flight is a rather rare, and also, a very problematic ability. And this isn't just any flight, but it's a type of flight that allows its caster to fly very, very high up. Although height isn't really a problem for high-level adventurers, it's still a rather thrilling experience for most adventurers, since their bodies aren't strong enough to prevent them from turning into mush. The man screamed as he fell, watching the ground quickly approaching. Did you know that a human takes 12 seconds to reach terminal velocity during a free fall? Asked Silver as he appeared on the guy's side. Please. Help me, he said as he cried. And that normally, it would take around 20 seconds for you to reach the ground, said the knight as he scratched his chin. I am sorry. Please. Just stop this. Oh, screamed the man as he saw the fort taking over his vision. Although I wonder how long it would take for you, someone heavily armored, to hit the ground. How about we start thinking together? You have a sword, chest piece, said Silver as he started to count with his fingers. The guy watched as the ground quickly approached and he couldn't help but look at the armored knight falling next to him as well. But he couldn't muster any more strength to speak. The moment the guy was about to hit the ground, he suddenly stopped a few centimeters above the ground. What? He said in confusion. Did I? Slash bam, slash. Silver deactivated his telekinesis and fell right on top of the man, steeping right on top of his head, making it dug deep into the ground. The man did not move after that. If you survive this, consider ourselves done, said Silver as he left. Although I doubt that you survived, I did kick his head with a lot of strength. I felt as if I had broke something there. Silver looked at his feet but he couldn't differ the blood from the dirt, so he just shrugged and continued on his way. The reasons why Silver didn't kill the men immediately were extensive, but it could be shortened to the fact that there were many people watching. You may say that people wouldn't mind, since Silver isn't in a position where he can just spare someone. But that's not how society works. Even if they don't have the right to blame him, as time passes, people will blame him. Be it the families of those he's killed or their friends, from one person it transforms to 10 and so on. He might not care about the city's opinions of him, but he doesn't represent himself anymore, nor would it be pleasant to live in a place that wants you to leave. So it was best to just act cool and leave. That was, said Lafia with her pale face. Super cool, screamed Tiona. No, said Lafia as Reveria gave her tea to drink to calm her down. That was pure brutality. Finn grimaced, not because of the violence, but due to the face the Amazon was doing right now. It was oddly similar to something he was already used to. He did a silent prayer to the night. Acting cool, huh? Said Loiju as he watched the scene, a thin smile on his face. Heh. I taught him well. He bragged to the other workers around him. But he silently sighed in relief soon after. For a moment I thought he was going to just let the guy fall to his death. That would be too much for me, damn. And how does he know how long it takes for a human to reach terminal velocity? Loiju wasn't versed in physics, but he knew a few of the terms. The few of the guild workers glanced at Loiju and couldn't help but sweat a little. Show off, said Ryu as she watched the knight clearly putting on an effort to look cool. At this point, I wonder if this is even a war game, Naya, said Chloe as she looked at Seer. But Seer was still looking with a serious face. Hua! Screamed Hyacinthos as he lifted a rock above him. Haa. Huff. Huff. After being buried for several minutes, Hyacinthos finally managed to free himself from the rubble. It only took a lot of his stamina. Tremble, slash. He soon heard the rocks near him tremble, and he went to help. Arg. Thank you, Captain, said the man. But Hyacinthos did not reply to him. Instead, he looked at the rubble and the chaos around him. What a fucking disgrace, he said as he frowned angrily. How did it get to this? How did the enemy invade our defenses and how did he collapse the tower? He screamed loudly. What sort of magic did he cast, and why did no one stop him? I knew he breached our defenses, but what are the others doing? But he didn't know Silver had long eliminated everyone else. My magic, said the adventurer on the ground. Smack, slash. Hyacinthos slapped the adventurer. This is not the time for your pathetic jokes. Where the fuck is everybody? They must be in the ruble, said the slapped adventurer. Hyacinthos clenched his fists in anger and said, so be it. I will end this with my own hands. He grasped his sword and made his way out of the ruble. Once he stepped out of the remains of the tower, he found himself in an area filled with the unconscious bodies of his familiar companions. As his face contorted in anger. Bunch of trash. Can't even hold out against a single opponent, he said as he looked around. Sitting on a chair in the side under the shade, was Silver. Took you long enough, you know how hot it is inside the armor, he said as he relaxed on the chair under the shade. You even dare to look down on me, he said as he clenched his hands. I could say the same to you. Look around you, this is the result of your pathetic command. All because you underestimated me. Hyacinthos knew he was telling the truth, but he didn't want to believe it. Or perhaps, he was so confident of himself that he simply can't connect the dots. Whatever it may be, it doesn't matter. Nevertheless, this entire scene looked rather comical when you considered the fact they were several dozen meters apart from each other. Face me, he said as he ran towards Silver. I was planning on doing just that, said Silver as he got up from the chair. Silver slowly got out of the shade with his spear in hands while Hyacinthos charged. Hyacinthos ran several dozen meters in an instant. If you blinked you would have missed him. He said as he approached Silver. But just when Hyacinthos lifted his hand to strike, a rope appeared on the ground. Wah. Slash bam, slash. Hyacinthos fell face first eating dirt, sliding the rest of the way towards Silver. He ignored the dirt that entered his mouth and looked up towards his enemy in a hurry. Only to see a metallic white foot. Slash thud, slash. Hyacinthos was knocked out, with several of his teeth now on the ground. Hyacinthos, said Apollo as he watched the pitiful scene. Is that you, Captain Apollo? Did he even do something in this entire game? Said Loki. Apollo's face was red, it was unknown what he was thinking about. How cute. I didn't expect him to fall for such simple tricks, said Silver as he chuckled. Silver started to laugh. Why would I show myself so easily to my enemy? Of course, it was to attract his attention. A simple trap that could have been evaded had he thought for even a little moment. To make use of an already enraged and arrogant opponent and make him do some very irrational decisions. Like, come on, he just rushed at me in a straight line. Now there is only one left. Slash step, slash. As Silver said that, he heard footsteps coming from the smoke. Talk of the devil. You really did short work of the Apollo Familia, said the warrior as he lifted his axe and rested it on his shoulders. And yours is next, said Silver as he turned around to face the man. But the man only smiled and shrugged his shoulders. No. There won't be a need for that, he said. Slash clang, slash. He placed his axe on the ground while he held its hilt. All important members of the Apollo Familia have been defeated, some are even heavily injured. If they are alive or not is already a question, much less if they will be able to continue adventuring after today, said the man in a heavy tone. I talked with the rest of them and they agree with me. There is no more need for needless bloodshed. As the captain of the Tidios Familia, I surrender, he said with a serious face. Silver was extremely surprised, not only him but also everyone that was watching the transmission. "No. What are you doing, Voltus?" screamed Tidios as he got up from his feet. "I'm impossible," said Apollo as he got up from his seat on a hurry. The two gods, one with an enraged expression and the other looking as if his soul had been sucked out of his body, looked at the floating mirror in horror. They couldn't believe what had just transpired. A series of unbelievable events that somehow ended up on their defeat. Was that even possible? How could they lose? That was what many thought at the moment. But in the end, they saw with their own eyes as one single adventurer completely demolished their hopes and dreams. So it's over, said Hestia as she got up from her seat. Apollo didn't say anything as his face grew paler and paler as he realized what was about to happen. With a pale face, he turned to Hestia and started to beg. Ha ha. Hestia-chan. It was a joke. Ha ha. Gotcha. How about we forget about this for now? Said Apollo as tried to suck up to Hestia. Cough. Yes. Hestia. We were just playing around. How about we discuss this and said Titios. Shut up. I had enough of you too, said the enraged Hestia. Her hair was floating in the air, faint blue energy seemed to surround her. She was so enraged that part of her arcanum was being released. The gods seemed surprised to see the always carefree goddess face grow red with anger. Hestia, said a voice from the sky. It was a heavy and old voice. Silence took over when the voice echoed in the room. Everyone shut up while some people opened their eyes in surprise. Loki whistled in surprise, Hermes smiled as sweat dripped from his forehead, Artemis gazed at the loser due with anger. Hestia soon recovered her wits and said. You two said I could request anything, right? She said as her face turned black and an evil smile formed. Apollo and Titios' expressions couldn't be worse. You. She pointed towards Apollo and said. Everything you have. All of your property. Your family is disbanded. You are banished for eternity. I don't want you to see your face in Orario ever again. Get out of my sight. Forever. Apollo fell on the stone ground and collapsed unconscious. And you. I hope you like the mortal world because you are never going to see it again. Leave it. No. Screamed Titios as he tried to run away. But the adventurers around him stopped him. Although, their faces weren't really that pleasant as they didn't feel comfortable holding a god like that. Contemplated Hermes as he watched the transmission. After thinking for a few moments, he decided to maintain the transmission as it seemed the situation was far from over. As long as Arenas doesn't ask me to stop, it's fine. So. Will you show me something even more incredible? Back at the destroyed fort, Why do this? You still have a chance. Said Silver in confusion. Heh. A chance you say? Yeah, we definitely have a chance. But I wonder how many will die for that. He said as he pointed at the hurt people on the side. You can't afford to lose, and if we push you too much, you are sure to start using some more deadlier means. There are still 4 days after all. Our supplies are destroyed and we only have some crumbs left. By the time 4 days pass, 90% of our remaining forces would be barely able to even lift their weapons. I myself am not confident of being able to put up a fight. So instead of wasting time like that, let's just end it. Not to say their injuries. After all. Would you hesitate to kill? Asked Vultus in a solemn tone. No. Replied Silver. I would be lying if I said I didn't care about killing more people. I know it may seem hypocritical when some people may have already died due to my actions today. Because it is. However, I want to believe the fact that my morality and personality aren't so corrupted to the point I put human lives on the same level as monster lives. I can't kill a person the same way I butcher a goblin. If I was capable of such emotionless killing, I would be more a monster than some of the monsters themselves. This is different from the Xenos though. But compared to the rest of my life, I can't allow myself to be defeated here. The people I spared so far were mostly due to me wanting to look good. And in a sense, these people are just like me, they have a life and a family. They don't deserve to die here like this, in a war game for the entertainment of their god. Most of them at least. The men looked at Silver as he contemplated in silence and let out a silent sigh. That's right. He said. Vultus looked at the people on the ground, some were unconscious, others were nursing their injuries. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but hate you for attacking our house. The very thing I worked all of my life to build. After all, you came unannounced, destroyed a lot of our property, and even gave me a small beating. When you put it like that, it seems as if I am some sort of villain. But as time passed and I learned more about your conditions, I couldn't help but see myself as the villain. And that was when I started to respect you. He smiled and said. However. There is one thing I would like to request. He said as he looked towards the distant figure of Babel. When Titios first came down, he was nothing more than a sad and depressed man, someone who had been rejected and came to the lower world as a means to forget and go on with his life. He took me up, an orphan, and took care of me as a child. Even if that was only a means for him to avert his attention for the pain in his heart. Such stories aren't uncommon, in fact, most familias start like that, with a god taking care of a child until he grows up to lead their familia. That's why. I can't live on seeing him commit such a mistake and be seen as an immoral god for thousands of years to come. Instead of seeing my fat god become such a bastard, I would prefer to send him back to heaven so he can cool off. Even if that means I can never see him again. He said as he ripped out the Tidios Familia emblem from his sleeve. I won't say sorry for the past events, regretting them won't change a thing. He said as he lifted his axe. I am not a righteous man, but I have my honor. It might sound absurd, but I would like to challenge you. He said. No matter what, you still killed my companions, destroyed my house and my familia. Even if I already accepted that, I would like to have one last fight to settle our differences. He lifted his axe and pointed it towards Silver. Let's have a fight and put our differences to the side. He said loudly. Chuckle. When I first met you, I thought you were a muscle brain. And it seems I was right. Said Silver as smoke started to cover him. Soon enough, the smoke dispersed, revealing Silver without his armor. He moved his arms around and stretched. Sure enough, I felt much better without my armor. I don't need to act cool anymore, I am sure everyone already realized who I am. Since you challenged me, I hope you go all out, old man. Voltus smiled. I am only 30 though. He mumbled to himself. I accept this fight. Said Silver. Good. Replied Voltus as he dashed, not caring if the enemy had armor or not. This guy. It's different. Silver smiled as he felt the thrill and pressure of facing a truly strong opponent. Someone who knows how to fight. And to put his life on the line to improve. Swish. From the sky, a dark line suddenly crashed into the ground. It was a dark metallic weapon. A halberd. The halberd was 1 head taller than Silver. Its body was fully black all the way to the top. The halberd had a rather simplistic look. Until you looked at the blade at the top. Multiple blue runes filled the blades, the shinned in a soothing blue, flickering as if alive. Clang. Silver picked the halberd and slashed it downward, intercepting the charging warrior. The impact created a small crater below them. Hephaestus looked at the scene and couldn't help but sigh. When she heard of the war game against Tidios, she resolved herself to help Hestia and Silver by reforging his armor. She felt that was all she could do considering the situation and her position. However, she changed it and decided to make a suitable weapon rather than armor, since she found that to be more crucial at the moment. In the end, they were challenged by Apollo and the time was set. This only put more pressure on her as she worried about it. And in the end, due to her small friend, she worked really hard. Thankfully, she had enough time to finish the halberd. But only the halberd. She, unfortunately, lost her chance to make a gift. But now that I think about it, I might have put too much effort into it. Hephaestus always does her best, but to an acceptable degree, otherwise, she would succumb to the pressure of her many works. And that of the people. But in this request, she really did put way more than she should. I don't even know how much I should ask for it. But nevertheless, she enjoyed seeing her work being wielded by its rightful owner. Clang. It has been 1 minute, Silver and Voltus could be seen in the ruined fort, fighting against each other. The fight seemed evenly matched, however, that was only an illusion. It was clear for many that Voltus was considerably stronger than Silver. Not considerably, but much stronger. Silver had managed to last due to his precise movements and good application of his strange magic. But how much mind does he have? This is not a true fight, but more of a spar, and hence, Silver has not taken any potions since the beginning. Why? Perhaps because of his pride and honor. Fwash. The ground below Voltus suddenly shifted, making him fall. Bam. Silver took this chance to punch the fallen Voltus. His arms glowing red as he did so. Clang. Voltus blocked with his large axe, but this wasn't enough for Silver. Bam. Silver punched again. Not giving him any room to breathe. Crack. The ground beneath Voltus started to show signs of breaking as large cracks started to form with Voltus as the center. Bam. With a flurry of 5 more blows, Silver continued to pummel Voltus' axe. Arg. Said Voltus as he felt the force of the impact. Thud. Voltus kicked Silver away, getting up from the ground as he moved his hand vertically. Good. Fwash. Voltus cut down with his axe, forcing Silver to evade to the side. Crack. His axe hit the ground, cleaving a 5-meter pit in the rocky ground. Silver took this chance to cut his waist by spinning his halberd horizontally, but the man easily evaded it. Ha! Said Silver as he created an airwave and pushed the man far from him. Huff! You are good. Said Voltus as he cracked his neck. You too. Said Silver as water started to form around his hand. But it soon stopped, reverting back to normal. I need to preserve energy. I can't use flash moves. This guy. This is what a level 3 should look like. Sigh. Should I be thankful he accepted defeat instead of fighting me for real? I don't think I would have a chance against him in a normal circumstance. Your magic is really unique, said Voltus as he looked at Silver. And you are also pretty strong and skilled, allow me to compliment you on that, he said. But you aren't the only one that has it. He breathed in and said. Bellum. He screamed. A thick air wave, like those of an explosion, seemed to form around him. It clashed with his surroundings, sending dust and debris flying. His entire skin started to get a purple coloration. He looked at the young man in front of him. The boy stayed firm on the ground even when the airwaves hit him. With a smile on his face, he faced Voltus. Quick cast magic. For a brute, he has quite some surprises. Seeing his pure excitement, Voltus smiled and decided. I will go all out. Show me how long you can last. Clamor. He screamed once again, making the earth around him tremble. His body became fully purple as his muscles trembled. Slash crack, slash. He didn't say anything as his feet dug into the ground, his speed so fast that even Silver could barely perceive it. Slash clang, slash. The man swung his axe sideways, Silver barely blocked it, but the impact sent him flying. Slash crash, slash. Silver passed through the stone wall of the fort, falling on the other side. Slash silence, slash. It seemed Voltus won. Slash swash, slash. But Silver reappeared behind Voltus with his teleportation. His arms were bleeding and they seemed rather hurt, but this didn't stop him from swinging his halberd. Slash clang, slash. Voltus completely blocked the strike, and while Silver was awkwardly trying to recover his posture, he punched his guts. Blurg. Slash bam, slash. Silver vomited blood and other things as he was sent flying once again. But midway through his flight, he closed his mouth as he smiled maniacally. Slash crash, slash. Huff. Huff. Is it over? Slash swash, slash. However, this time, a water tentacle appeared from the rubble where Silver crashed, lifting several large stone blocks. And from within, a bloodied Silver appeared. His left arm had several holes where the water tentacles seemed to be coming from. Go. He said as he pointed forward. The water tentacles shot forward while some threw the stone blocks at Voltus. Ha! Said Voltus as he cut a stone block in half. Slash splash, slash. Voltus punched to the side, destroying a water tentacle. Silver observed Voltus attack the tentacles with a smile. Ice started to form in his hand. Bam. Voltus finally destroyed the last water pillar. He looked around to look for his enemy. That is. Shit. He said as the ground below him turned into ice. For a split second, Voltus lost his balance. Slash fwash, slash. Slash bang, slash. H-A-A-A. Screamed Silver as he punched Voltur in the guts. It was too fast. The impact was so great that it caused a loud bang in the area, making some of the level 1 adventurers around them dizzy. But what happened? Let's roll a few seconds before when Silver successfully managed to freeze the entire ground. His left hand started to create a white aura as a chaotic wind formed around it while his right hand slowly started to disintegrate, showing his bones. His exposed hand bones slowly turned dark, getting a metallic sheen. His entire body seemed to be changing as even the veins on his neck started to pop out. Suddenly, he stepped on the ground, cracking the thin ice on it as he continued to speed up. Voltus didn't have time to evade nor break the ground, so he stayed put and prepared to receive the punch. The metallic bones crashed against Voltus, sending him flying. Slash crash, slash. Huff huff. Cough. Silver spat out a bit of blood as he looked and waited for his enemy to resurface. This is fucking hard. A veteran level 3 opponent. And not only that, he is skilled. And he used a strengthening ability right off the bat. I don't have a chance. Hee hee. Looks like I will be beaten live for everyone to see. Silver looked at the sky, his bloodied and tired face could now be seen in 8K. I mean. Unless I hold off until the side effects of his skill start. Can I even last until then? He used the remaining rags of his shirt to wipe the blood off his face, throwing it to the ground after that. But I will put on a fight. Silver knew he couldn't defeat this opponent. He was faster and stronger than him. But he was willing to fight till the end if that meant proving his point. That he would never retreat. And as expected, his enemy appeared from the hole in the wall. He was smiling. Slash fwash, slash. Slash crumble, slash. Voltus charged with unstoppable momentum. His feet breaking the rocky ground as he rushed forward. Slash bam, slash. Voltus punched Silver in the face, but Silver did not allow himself to receive a beating as he sent an ice spike at Voltus' leg. Slash crash, slash. Slash splurge, slash. Silver was once again sent flying, while Voltus removed the ice shard on his leg. But when he thought it was over, Silver once again got out of the hole. He looked worse than before. His nose was clearly broken, blood seemed to fall like a small river from his face. But he still looked forward. He raised his hands as he made his way to Voltus. Slash bam, slash. Slash thud, slash. Slash crash, slash. It was unknown when, but Silver and Voltus had long since dropped their weapons, focusing more on a hand-to-hand fight. Silver showed his martial prowess as he evaded multiple blows of Voltus while Voltus showed his raw strength by sending Silver flying every time he hit him. But every time it seemed Silver had fallen, he would get up and walk again to fight Voltus while smiling. He was having a lot of fun. Or at least, that was what his bloody smile seemed to indicate. This might be the first time in his life that Silver fought so desperately against a human opponent. At this point, his grandfather would stop and tell him to rest. Even though this is a spar, it is by no means not a real fight. A fight down to the earth where the opponents just punched each other. Slash crash, slash. Silver was once again sent towards the ruble. Huff huff. Exhaled the Voltus. He has a fucking lot of stamina. Or I am truly old. His injuries heal considerably fast and he seems to be getting stronger. Does he have a skill similar to Berserker? Where someone gets stronger the more hit they are. A masochist. He was certainly smiling. Although he is clearly getting tired. If he truly has such a skill. If he was given a potion right now. How stronger would he be from when we started the fight? Voltus grimaced. And my skill is also. His skin was slowly coming back to its normal color. He won't get up again, will he? Slash tremble, slash. A small rock started to tremble as Silver once again got out from the rubble. Huff huff. Silver exhaled a little, but he soon got up. His legs were trembling, but with each step he took, he got steadier and steadier. Let's end this for today. Consider it a draw, said Voltus as he saw Silver's beaten state. There is no need to go any further than this, your point has been proven, kid. I am afraid that if I send you flying again you will truly die. No way, said Silver with a steady voice. There is no need to act tough in here, boy, said Voltus. Even if I am on the verge of mine down and my body is falling apart, I will continue to fight, said Silver. You gave me this adventure, so make sure to take responsibility for what I am about to do, he said as he pointed at Voltus as he smiled. This is going to cause me a headache later. Slash tremble, slash. The plaza started to shake as small rocks started to float. Fight me to the end, screamed Silver as green energy started to envelop his body. Slash bang, slash. Slash crack, slash. The rocks continued to fly and crash in the sky as it seemed as if the world was collapsing. The berserk energy started to rip out the environment, and even his already trashed shorts weren't immune to this. At least it didn't fly off. It even seemed to be tearing his body apart as the green energy could be seen leaving his wounds and opening some closed injuries. In this state, Silver gazed at Voltus as smiled. His eyes glowing with the strange overflowing green energy. Crazy man. No, he is a fucking maniac. An adventure, huh? I am sure he is running on fumes. Even though he tried to fight mostly with his body, he already used a lot of magic. He isn't even afraid of mind down or side effects. But Seeing his opponent's motivation, Voltus couldn't help but clench his fists. Voltus was also relatively tired, he was nowhere near the same level of physical strength as he had at the start. When his opponent used magic, so did he. When he saw his opponent dropping his weapon, he did the same. When he punched, he also punched. In a sense, Voltus wasn't being serious, but on another note, he did not hold back when he punched. But Voltus can't keep going like his enemy. Although said enemy seems to be on the verge of dropping dead. Voltus got the fight he wanted, more than what he wanted in fact. As he looked at the horrifying scene of the stone rocks floating into the sky and the green aura surrounding Silver, he took a step forward. It's time to end this. Before you kill yourself. Let me stop you. Voltus slowly walked in Silver direction. The two got closer and closer until Voltus punched. And so did Silver. Slash bam, slash. Slash crack, slash. Their fists collide, one filled with physical strength and the other filled with the green chaotic aura. Voltus didn't move from his place while Silver was sent flying several meters away. His right arm was clearly broken. However. Slash step, slash. Silver got up again very slowly, beaten up and hurt, he looked at his opponent with unending motivation. He stumbled on his way but Silver didn't fall down. He clenched his broken right arm and with one more step, he punched Voltus in the face. Voltus closed his eyes as he waited for the punch. Slash thud, slash. Silver punched Voltus in the face, but there was no more force behind it. Voltus in surprise took a step back and watched. After a few seconds, he seemed to sigh. But his emotions and thoughts were his own. "He is just unconscious," said Voltus as he cracked his neck and looked at the boy. "It was a good fight," he said as he smiled. "I will wait until our next fight, slash bang, slash. Slash bang, slash." The floating rocks started to fall as the force that previously held them dissipated. What a strange sight. He got so desperate in the end that he lost control of his own magic. That doesn't seem to be the case. Shaking his head, he turned around and went to sit on a rock nearby. Slash crack, slash. He felt his back snap. Loudly at that. "Fuck, my back hurts. No. Everything hurts. Am I getting too old for this? I don't believe it." Voltus looked at the boy. The man standing in the plaza. Unconscious, but still standing. From his broken body, he saw resolution, one he had seen very few times throughout his life. "It's been so long since I became an adventurer. I wonder when I lost that drive." On the rock, Voltus looked at the sky with a pensive and serious look. But he soon smiled. He still had a lot of energy to spare, even if his skill had long stopped and its side effects were draining him. He could still raise his fists and continue the fight. However, Voltus accepted the fact that it was his loss. That no matter what, a level 2 pushed him to this state. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Laughed Voltus loudly. The scene looked rather strange, an injured muscular man laughing on top of the ruins of a fort. At the very least, that was what most of the people watching thought. "Hey! How long are all of you going to watch? Chop chop. Get to work and start healing the people," he exclaimed to his familiar companions. He looked to the side, calling onto one of his familiar companions. And soon, someone came with 2 small, red and blue, potions on his hands. After giving a potion to Voltus, this same person made his way to Silver. Slash chunum, slash. Suddenly, Voltus looked to the side to see Hyacinthos. He was still conscious. "Shit," he said as he got up from the rock and ran at him. "Stop this," he said as he looked at the brilliant white ring floating above his hand. "It's our win," exclaimed Hyacinthos madly as he launched the ring at Silver. Voltus looked at the ring of light as it made its way to Silver, threatening to cut him in half. Not only him, but everyone in Orario did the same. "Rubara," exclaimed Hyacinthos when the ring arrived in front of Silver. Slash boom, slash. The ring exploded right in front of Silver, engulfing him in flames. "Hey guys. I found the plot armor." "Wait." Shiite. Slowly walks away. Notes. Cool. In these fights, I used not only plasmids but also vigors. I hope I remembered to add the images. N. As I said before, adding attributes to objects is different from enchanting. One is done by blacksmithing and the other, I decided to tie it to mystery. So in this case, they would be considered magic items. So, let's go to the important things. What did I think when I wrote these guys as the enemies and why do I think things were rather appropriate? Let's assume everyone has the same values for all stats to make things simpler. Even though that's not the case by far. And we will only calculate based on a single stat, also for convenience. Or you can multiply everything by 5 and it would be the same. First, let's see how strong is the MC, purely by stats. Okay. Let's assume he got 100 more stat points in his first week after becoming level 2. Okay. That would make the MC have 200 total stats since he has his skill that gives his 100 stats. Slash 1500 stats, LV1, plus 200, LV2, slash this is the MC's basic status. Perseverance development ability bonus dash, how much he got from this is a big variable, but could potentially make the MC 1700 into 1800 or even more. Remember this is very situational, as the MC didn't get this when he was fighting his first 2 level 3 since he wasn't beaten up at any moment. So it can be normally disregarded. Evolved body DA bonus dash, we also don't know how much this gives, but for the sake of convenience and to not make this super OP, in this calculation, let's say it gives something around 10 to 50 since it's at I. So the MC should have around slash 1800-1900 slash during his fight against Voltus. This is his pure stats, not counting for the strength increase he can get from his plasmids. Pretty strong for a recent level 2. Since the average is for someone to level up at 500 to 700. Let's go to his level 3 enemies, from the weakest to the strongest. The weakest was the burly man he fought at the start. He is a recent level 3, meaning, he should be around 0 to 100 stat points. So we average it to And he is also supposed to be an average guy, not an overachiever like some people, who train to get their status at B, 700 to 799, and above. So, let's say he got the same amount at every level. Slash 650, LV1, plus 650, LV2, plus 50, LV3, slash. Since he is your average guy, it's highly unlikely he got a DA when he leveled up to 2, but since he's not a complete piece of garbage, let's say he got 1. In that case, it's still highly unlikely he got some sort of DA that gives him stats. I would say he got something like abnormal resistance or swordsmanship. But now is when things start to get interesting. Since he is level 3, we need to account for the level bonus. If anyone knows if it was confirmed in the original work, and if so, if there is a precise formula as to how much it grows each level, I would be very, very happy. As I said, in this novel, I am considering that every time someone levels up, they get stronger, even if just a little bit. It's unknown how much, but let's say it's a 10% bonus to his previous phantom stats. Please, don't take this at face value since it was never properly explained. So he went from slash 1350-1485 slash. Compared to the MC Almighty 1800 to 1900. This is quite the joke. Removing the bonus I gave for the perseverance makes it slash 1750 slash. Still rather far. That's why, when we start comparing everything else, he falls short to the MC. By quite a margin. But wait. Said one of the readers. What about the medicine? Ah. Of course. The medicine. I never thought I would have to make precise calculations for that, so let's just say it increases one's stats by 5% temporarily. What? Too small. Man. You need to know that in this world, any stat increasing item is already very, very rare. If there was a medicine that could increase your stats by 15 to 25% just like that, it would have already exploded long ago. By adding the medicine we get this. Slash 1559.25 slash. Much closer but still far. So this guy is weaker than the MC in any circumstance. Let's jump to the second strongest, Hyacinthos. We don't have his level 1 and 2 stats, but we can infer from his level 3 stats. People tend to follow a similar pattern as their previous levels, so, from what we have, this is my closest bet for his highest stat. Slash 700 plus 250 slash. Why 250? Remember that Hyacinthos is just a veteran level 2, far from his peak 2 years later. People can stay years on level 3 alone, although Hyacinthos is rather young, so he shouldn't have spent so long in this level. So I would say he spent at most 3 to 4 years on this level. Enough of that. His total stats, counting for his DAs and skills is, slash 1815, slash. Sheesh. That's some high stats. Once again in comparison, the MC, without his perseverance would be around slash 1750 slash. His highest stat in the wiki is ironically dexterity. But all of that went to trash when he foolishly rushed into the MC trap and received a strike to the face. Even if he was close to level 5 he would still receive damage. Although the matter of whether or not he would be able to evade it is irrelevant to this discussion. While he would most likely not lose his teeth, he would still be KO'd when receiving a heavy blow to the head. We could argue that a level 6 wouldn't get KO'd, but it would surely hurt for him. This isn't a cultivation manga where being at a higher level makes you immune to all damage from lower levels. This might happen if we were considering a level 7 with some sort of tank skill. But the nature of one's stats greatly changes what would happen. Otter leveled up with max stats every time, so we can easily infer his stats to a certain extent, slash 999 plus 999 plus 999 plus 999 plus 999 plus 999 plus 900 slash. 900 because it's 2 years prior to the main story, so he isn't 999 yet. Otter is a Boaz, so he has his race phantom stats. And I don't even know how much of a bonus would he get from his level UPS alone. Otter can also be Ostifi, increasing his stats by an extremely large amount, according to the wiki. Otter also has 7 development abilities, 2 of which come from his unique skill. So yeah. He is pretty overpowered. And finally, 4 Voltus. How strong is he? If you read this far, thank you, but be warned that from here, there are some small spoilers I wanted to develop further in the story. I wanted to make Voltus some sort of elite for his level, but not a super elite. Like a veteran who had spent years honing himself on each level instead of rushing in for a level up. So he would have had nice stats since level 1. And also, he is on the verge of becoming a level 4. Slash 800 plus 800 plus 800 slash. So this would make him slash 2640 slash if we add the 10%. Pretty strong. He also has a skill that further increases this value. And we don't even know what sort of DAs he has. But of course, this is mostly due to the large amount of time he spent on these levels. Remember, these stats might seem high, but they were built over decades of work. Ace went from level 1 to level 6 in less than 10 years. He is strong, but not even comparable to Miss Ace. Let's see how strong she was in comparison. Well, would you look at that? Ace wasn't that stronger than Voltus when she was level 1. Her highest stat was the same as Hyacinthos, dexterity, at around 800. However, she started to truly get stronger and stronger around level 2 when she gained her skill. At least that is what I remembered. And from there, she quickly made her way through the levels, focusing more on leveling up rather than the quality of her stats, but even so, she maintained a stable 900 on her main stat and 800 on her sub-stats. The MC loss against Voltus makes sense now. Or do you have some other form of complaint? Make sure to state them. Chapter 62, The Siege 4, End. Important question at the end. Enjoy. Happy. I was brief this time. https://www.p@tr3on.com/abadamwriter or this one if you are having trouble https://www.p@t3ian.com/abadamwriter, fan_landing equals true. Everyone watched as Silver was engulfed in the flames of the explosion. Loija slammed the table in front of him in anger, the other workers had to hold him in place to stop him from raging around. Ina dropped her coffee mug on the ground. Tom screamed in anger. And the cute beast girl dropped her large book onto the ground as tears started to form in her eyes. All of his friends scattered around Aurario watched as Silver exploded into bits. On top of Babel, the gods were silent. Even Apollo knew this was an unsightly situation and remained silent. Why? Why? How did it come to this? He didn't have words to describe what he was feeling right now. However, he couldn't blame Hyacinthos for this. Even if his actions were foolish, it is true that he was unconscious this entire time. The moment he woke up, he attacked. He didn't know of his familia surrender. Nor would he accept it. What just? A small blue-eyed goddess with twin tails looked at the scene with hollow eyes. A blue-haired goddess looked at it all with a blank face. A tall red-haired goddess couldn't believe what she was seeing, while a small red-haired goddess looked at it all with a very, very sharp gaze. And they weren't the only ones reacting to this, of course. Some of the gods looked at the situation with pity, and others with anger. And some were even smiling, as if the situation couldn't get more entertaining for them. I won. The Apollo Familia claims this victo, said Hyacinthos as he laughed. Smack, slash. But from the side, Volta smacked him in the face as he said, "Are you out of your mind? The war game already ended long ago. We already declared defeat." What? He looked around to notice the looks and the state of the people around him. "You have no authority to say that," he replied as he wiped the blood from his face. "You were unconscious and everyone that was still battle-ready declared surrender," said Voltus as anger filled his mind. "Look around you. Do you think you've won?" he said as he pointed to the dozens of hurt and unconscious people being treated. "What you did," said Voltus as he grabbed his axe from the ground. What are you doing?" asked Hyacinthos as he crawled backward in fear. "I caused this due to my own selfishness, I will take your life away as repayment," as he said in a serious tone. Fwush, slash. He swung his axe with immense strength, perhaps even more than when he was fighting against Silver. Clang, slash. His axe clashed against Hyacinthos' sword, making the latter slide several meters away. Bam, slash. Hyacinthos crashed against a half-broken stone wall. His sword was shattered, its bits flying around the place. "I might not be in perfect condition but neither are you, this is enough to end you," he said as he made his way to Hyacinthos. "What are all of you doing? Attack him!" He screamed towards his familia members. But the others did not move, although some were conflicted as to what to do. After this war game, the Apollo Familia is going to be disbanded, there is no need to follow your foolish orders anymore," said Voltus. "Your lack of vision and ethics has cost you, your companions' loyalty." Swush, slash. Splurge, slash. Voltus swung his axe vertically, but Hyacinthos wasn't going to accept death just like this. "Arg!" screamed Hyacinthos. He tried to evade to the side, but he was too slow as he ended up losing his right arm. "How can it?" Smack, slash. Voltus wasn't going to hear any of the bullshit he had to say. He kicked him in the face, sending his body sliding a few dozen meters away. It just so happened that Hyacinthos was sent right next to Silver's body. Well, at least what should have remained from the explosion, since the smoke is still a bit too thick. "Arg!" screamed Hyacinthos as he held into his bleeding shoulder. Step, slash. Voltus slowly made his way to him and said, "This place is just perfect. I will end you right here, on his grave. He said as he lifted his axe. Slash clang, slash. In a twist of fate, someone actually appeared to help Hyacinthos. Back at Babel, Apollo closed his eyes in anguish as he watched the scene. Lissos. Apollo watched everything happen in front of his eyes with mixed emotions. He wanted to protest and say something, but the previous display of the boy he underestimated still played in his head. It was an impressive display worthy of victory. There was no need to bicker over it. The gods' main objective with the war game was to settle disputes in an entertaining way. Never forget, most of the gods went to the mortal world to have fun. About 99% of them came with that initial idea, some changed, others maintained their mentality. And Apollo was no exception. He changed, but not by much. He still loved his parties and extravagances. Hestia didn't say anything at all as she watched the transmission with her eyes fully opened. She was grasping the edge of her dress with so much force it seemed it was going to tear at any moment. She wasn't the only one with similar reactions. Although most gods seemed to have surprised faces, for them, this was an incredible show that suddenly had an unexpected twist. Was the protagonist of this show still alive though? Or were they just watching the aftermath of his tale? Some of them wished for this to be the case while some wished for him to be alive. Both results were seemingly exciting. Slash fwush, slash. Voltus' axe was about to collide with Lisso's small sword when. Stop. Voltus' axe came to a halt when he heard the voice. Slash smack, slash. He threw his axe to the side and smacked Hyacinthos away as he walked into the smoke to search for silver. Slash thud, slash. You are. Basta, D. Hyacinthos soon collapsed on the ground due to blood loss on a pile of scrap rock. After a few seconds searching, the beaten-up figure of Silver could be seen. Voltus grimaced as he checked his injuries, and after he checked them, he came to a conclusion. Phew. So you are alive. For now. But. I feel like a clown for acting like that, slash thud slash. And with that, the big guy fell on the ground, and laid there, resting. His body wasn't heavy, nor were his injuries great. But after all that happened, Voltus just wanted to sit down on the ground and forget about everything. Because he knew that today, there wouldn't be anyone waiting for him back home. It was quite comical, the two opponents were now collapsed side by side, on the ground unmoving. Cough. Cough. Silver looked like he had been to war, his clothes were completely torn, his pants were no more and only a few pieces of cloth still hung onto his skin, but surprisingly, his injuries were not as severe as Voltus thought. "URG," said Silver as he tried moving around to no avail. "Damn it. My body is so heavy that it seems as if this planet's gravity increased tenfold." The smoke soon cleared, allowing faint beams of light to shine in the rubble. And soon enough, the image of the two warriors on the ground side by side was broadcasted across all of Orario. The sky was blue and the sun shined in the remains of the fort. This wasn't an image the people of Orario would forget this day anytime soon. Because he did it. He was alive. An impossible game, against all odds. The name and face of Silver were now on everyone's head. Somewhere on the foot of a great coliseum, a man with a mic on his hand stayed mouth open as he watched the scene. On his side, a tall muscular man with an elephant mask looked at the scene but with a completely different reaction. He was smiling. He did it. Ganesha remained rather calm as compared to his usual behavior. But not for long. He opened his arms wide and said with his booming voice, "The war game has ended," he declared to the people watching below the stage. Shocked, the man with mic woke up from his own world and opened his mouth to speak. "That's right, Ganesha-sama," he said. "I am Ganesha," said Ganesha as he posed. In a completely unbelievable sequence of events, the Hestia Familia, or should I say, the lone adventurer Melios Silver stomped both Apollo and Tityos Familius. He said as he ignored Ganesha. Be it in combat or strategy, he displayed us a complete new and unexpected war game as he slowly withered out the defenses of the fort and crushed everyone else to their knees. Said the men with mic. But when everyone thought it had ended when the Tityos Familia surrendered a challenge from their captain. To end it all the old-fashioned way. An incredible fight that made our blood boil was shown right in front of us live. What an incredible display. But he stopped as he made a dramatic stop. What alias will the gods give to such astounding adventurer? He said as he almost swallowed the mic due to how close to his mouth it was. He started to talk about the details of the siege while Ganesha on the side added on with his own observations and his usual "I am Ganesha" speech. Such discussions weren't happening only in the Colosseum, as everywhere in Orario, be it in a pub or inside another Familia's home, everyone was discussing today's war game. What did the future have in offer for the Hestia Familia? And what would they accomplish? Many were pensive, some even exited, others regretful. Yet another competitor. The news soon started to be passed around, so going beyond the walls of Orario. But let's take it slow and go back to the end of the war game. What a fucking crazy trip this was, said Silver as he tried his best to stand. Ploft slash. But he was too weak to stand. Did Hermes stop the transmission? I hope so, else hundreds of thousands of people will see my semi-naked, hurt body, live without me being able to do anything against it. He looked to the side to see a beautiful red-haired girl with a red potion on her hand. Need some help? Said Daphne as she grabbed his hand. Silver looked at her as if she was an angel descending to bless him. However, she quickly averted her eyes as her face became a little red. I can barely even feel my legs, replied Silver with a smile. Daphne didn't say anything as she helped him drink the potion, and after that, she pulled Silver from the small crater he was in, dragging him towards a small covered area where the pale-looking Cassandra was waiting. Voltus had already collapsed on the ground as sonorous snores echoed in the fort. Cassandra didn't know how to look at him. But Silver knew what to say. Thank you. Truly, said Silver to Cassandra. I guess I owe my life to you now. But I don't have anything that valuable. I guess that's it. What do you think? Wanna marry? Lightly joked Silver. Humph. But Cassandra just stuffed a potion into his mouth as her face looked as red as a tomato. Daphne just smiled lightly as she picked up a big cloak and covered Silver's body. Gulp. Silver finished drinking the entire potion. He already felt better. Thanks for covering me up, I don't have a kink for exhibitionism, joked Silver once again as he did a light chuckle. But Daphne just looked at him with a poker face. How can he laugh at this situation? He would have died if it was 1 second too late. In fact, Silver was thinking the same thing as Daphne. He joked because he wanted to lighten the mood instead of pressurizing Cassandra with his thanks. That was too close for comfort. After fighting against Voltus, I did fall unconscious for a few moments. But I recovered, only to realize I couldn't move my body properly, and when I opened my eyes with difficulty, the first thing I see is a ring of light bursting in front of me. Not the most pleasant way to wake up, I bet. Silver looked to the side, to see Cassandra and Daphne looking at him. He smiled. This smile isn't only for them, but it was for everyone that was watching the transmission. If Hermes was still maintaining it, that is. He was not. Mission complete, said Silver as he closed his eyes to rest a little. Daphne and Cassandra looked at each other before Daphne got up and started to give orders to the people around, leaving Cassandra to watch over Silver, although Cassandra seemed a bit embarrassed as she watched him. She didn't particularly hate him, on the contrary, she respected him. By employing strategy, he managed to sow chaos, and even when he threw subtlety away, he still took down 2 of the strongest fighters on his own, despite being lower leveled than them. It might seem strange that Cassandra was thinking this way of a not-so-long-ago enemy, but the reason for that is quite simple. Cassandra wasn't fond of the Apollo Familia, it was more of a temporary rented apartment than a place she could call home. One with a very dislikable landlord and neighbors. Her reasons were pretty similar to Daphne. So even when the man in front of her caused her Familia's demise, she didn't feel that sad at all. Even more when you consider the fact that he didn't really do much to her at all. Her life was in danger at one point, and that is one of the reasons why she conflicted. And she ended up. Silver felt the coldness on his lower part. Although he still felt part of his underwear. Shit, how much did that bastard Hermes show to the public? Did he show my balls live? Depending on the angle. Bastard. I will know how much you showed once this ends, mark my words, if my balls were shown, I will make sure everyone sees yours as well. And with that, the war game came to an end. But how did Silver survive? That was what many people had in mind. A few seconds before the attack, Oh sunlight, may you beat back ruin, said Cassandra as she cast her area healing spell. And she collapsed on the ground, tired. Are you okay, Cassandra? Asked Daphne. I just used too much mind. But I am okay. Don't overdo it, even more, when everything is over, said Daphne. Boom. Silver finished drinking another potion. To be saved by the healing spell of my enemy. Although I am pretty sure I would have survived that strike. Even though I was already unconscious, I have passive magic resistance due to my skill. And not to say, the difference in stats. And even the bonus I got from perseverance . Even if I was hurt. No. Exactly because I was hurt. I am sure my stats are higher than Hyacinthos. Hyacinthos is not a magic user, so his spell, although decently strong, is still not strong enough to kill me outright unless it hits something like my face. His magic stat was never his focus. Cassandra told me the name of the spell, Aerozephyros. It's a ring of fire that chases out a specific target in his field of vision. Hyacinthos can make it go boom anytime he wishes. And this was what he did with me. Particularly, I think it would have been much more devastating to me if he only allowed his magic to hit me in the face, cutting me in half. But he decided to blow it up a few feet away from me. As for the why, how would I know? It might have been desperation, anger, time. In the end, it doesn't matter anymore. And thanks to the heal I received from Cassandra, I recovered just enough to make most of my external wounds completely close. Cassandra heal is considered to be greater than ordinary potions. And it's an area spell. One she used a lot of her mind at once to empower, so its effects were even greater. It also recovers a part of your stamina, but my body was too hurt for me to be able to move at the time. In any case, nor was I cut in half, nor did I die. That would have been terrible for propaganda. On the other hand, fighting that guy was worth it. Even if I put myself at a risk and showed a few more abilities, that was enough to show that the Hestia Familia isn't playing around. It also served as training. I wonder how much my stats increased. He stopped to think. Perhaps I can recruit him. His Familia will most likely be disbanded. No, it will disband. Knowing Hestia, she will likely steal their soul due to anger. Silver remembered Hestia after she came back from the war game a week ago. She was really shaken by what had transpired in the Donatus. I couldn't blame her for the actions and promises she did, in fact, I blame myself. It was me who told her to bait them to have a war game together, it was me. Yet, fully trusting me, she did that massive of a choice and bet her own dignity on the line. I should have thought deeper and planned this better. And I bet she is fuming with anger and relief right now. Silver shook his head as he shifted his attention back onto his body. Arg, said Silver as he sprinkled healing powder on his skin. That fucker. This hurts. When this is over I will find him. Silver smiled evilly as he continued to heal himself. Cassandra had left in order to heal her old companions, so she couldn't help him in this. Not like she would even if she was still there. Previously, she just watched over him and gave him a few potions and items like the healing power he is applying on his skin right now. She wasn't that close as to applying healing powder on him. And what she is doing right now could be considered her final gift and act as a commander of the Familia. Soon enough, she and Daphne would look for a new Familia to join. If she would be able to call these people companions or competitors by the next time she saw them would depend entirely on fate. This is enough, said Silver as he got up. Even if his body ached, he still had some things to do, he had places to be. And it's not like he needed to recover here, he could do that in a more comfortable environment like his home. He also didn't like the stairs. After living in a small village for close to 2 decades and hiding his identity for 3 months in Orario, he felt rather bothered by all of this. But he didn't show it. Slash clang, slash. He grasped his halberd that was placed on his side and went to Voltus. If you are curious, his halberd was recovered by one of the adventurers after the fight and brought to him as he healed. Let's all thank the nameless adventurer, he will be forever remembered. You okay? Asked Silver as he looked at the collapsed body of Voltus. ZZZ. Alright, keep faking your sleep, said Silver as he picked a back of healing powder and spread its contents on top of Voltus. Voltus started to twitch, but he still slept. Consider this my thanks. That's not even yours anyway, said Voltus as he opened his eyes. Aren't you a cruel man? Can't you let me mourn in peace? Why do this to me? My body is now itching heavily. Repayment for those punches to the face, said Silver with a kind smile. See you around, said Silver as he left towards the broken tower. Adventurer Silver. We will meet again, slash scratch, slash. After I get rid of this fucking itch. The sun high in the sky free of clouds, Silver with his dark cloak covering his almost bare body, made his way to the broken tower to get his emergency supplies. His adventure was still in its infant stages. Notes. This was an intermediary chapter, so there isn't a lot of action in it. In any case, from here on out, it will be the preparation for the next big event. Thank you all for your support. Now for the question of the month. What do you think his allies will be? Here are some favorites from past chapters. First, the simpler ones. Knight. Or something related like Moon Knight. Silver Fang. Quickshot. Yes, exactly the thing you are thinking about. Achiever. Or something similar like Overachiever. Rule Breaker. Why? I don't remember exactly, but one of the reasons was, he broke the fastest time of leveling up. Miracle Boy. I don't think it fits, for some reason, I relate this alias to an item maker. Then perhaps, Little Miracle Boy might sound better. Virgo Argentum. I need to confirm what it means since I forgot. Dirham Ikez. I need to confirm what it means since I forgot. Sutra Agni. Agni for the word fire in Greek and Sutra for the flaming giant. I don't think it fits entirely. Now, some of the ones I truly enjoyed. John Cena. Escaner. King of Explosion Murder. Courting Death. There might be more, I only searched for the chapters above 50. If you have any ideas, be sure that I will be reading them. P.S. If you are one of those bloodthirsty people, do not worry as Hyacinthos will have his time. This chapter is already 4K words after all.